Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here. Weird internet down again here for some reason. Got to figure it out. So we're just going to have to do the show from here again, figuring it out as we go along. But I know something. Our teams have figured it out. Man, oh man, was that good. Both of them yesterday. Offensively, to start the season for the Astros, boy, wow. What a difference a healthy Yordan makes. What a difference Christian Walker hitting the ball makes. Carlos with the big home run. Carlos had really been scuffling. He had 5 at-bats with the bases loaded and just couldn't come through. And then he comes up with a couple more on. And I guess, when he's hitting fourth in this lineup, he's going to get a lot of opportunities, and he sure has. And he came through yesterday with the big 3-run homer that opened up the game, and the Astros go on to win it. Mike Burrow's giving up just a couple of runs. He settled down a little bit as opposed to his first outing, a little bit better. And then, and the bullpen did the rest. And the Astros did the rest, and taking care of business is what they're doing. Now they're on the road. They get a day off today, and then they head to Sacramento to take on the A's for 4. So nice homestand, 5-2. A little bit better than you thought they'd do?
Yeah, this has been really exciting to watch the Astros be able to score like this and see their offense really take off like this. It's been really great.
What is your
deal? My internet's down.
No, your internet is not down.
So the other thing, I think there's some questions about the pitching.
How are you even on? You got to have internet to use your. You're just on the phone.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, sounds. I couldn't tell a difference.
You could tell the difference.
I can't tell a difference.
Huh.
No, like I was saying.
No, it's Yeah, this is a surprise. Once again, and we'll get to this later on, really, but because the Rockets won again. So what this means is Houston continues to be literally on fire, the hottest city. Now, we don't have a terrible heat wave coming yet, so knock on wood, but the hottest city in the history, not the history of sports, but because Boston had a pretty good run at one point. But right now, this is the hottest city, definitely in America. Maybe I keep up with Japan, obviously, so I think it's hotter than any team in Japan. The Kuchiwa, this, and the Bears and the Fighting Tigers and Lions and stuff like that. I would say the Astros and Rockets, what they're doing, I don't want to say generational yet, but historic. Feels like it might be underselling it. 5 consecutive wins for the Astros, where no one thought they would win any of those games.
Well, wait a minute. Who are these people that thought that they wouldn't win any of the games against Boston or the Angels?
Dale, the haters.
Oh, well, that's true.
I never predicted 0-7.
You didn't predict 5-2 either.
I didn't predict anything, actually.
I'll say this, though. I went into this season with 0 expectations, but I was willing to be, I even said it. I said, look, I'll just be happy with how they perform. I don't have, I'm kind of excited because I don't have expectations now. But, which has made each of these wins, frankly, it's not like one of these things where it's just an expectation. It wasn't an expectation for me. I'm not expecting them to be good offensively, and yet, so everything that they've done has been very exciting to me. I'd like Abreu to pitch better. I'd like for him not to give up home runs. And, there's things that I don't love right now, but every one of those pitchers now have a W. Hunter got one. Burrow's got one. Of course, Lance, got his. He was fantastic. No, MI doesn't have a win. But
MI doesn't.
Yeah, actually, they won games when they pitched, but they don't have a win. Yeah, you're right. So they have a lot of cleanup to do for the starters. So we'll see how that goes. But this is an unusual 7 games in, but this is unusual that in 5 of these 7, the offense has been able to not carry the pitching all the time, but they've done more than done their part. The offense has more than done their part, which is something you really, couldn't say for most of last year. Certainly not over a stretch of 5 games. There was never a 5-game stretch. I don't think. There was that one time when they were in L.A. where they swept L.A., where we were like, oh, my God. I think they swept L.A., right? Wasn't that a sweep?
Well, and then it immediately
fell apart almost immediately after that. But they had a run where they were scoring a lot of runs. But I think it was for 3 games that they did that. I doubt there's been 5 straight.
Though. Remember that lineup that they beat the Dodgers with 17
bunch of
runs?
guys who I wouldn't even remember their names anymore.
No. Now it's Yordan, it's Carlos, it's Altuve, it's sometimes Pena, it's Walker, Paredes. I mean,
yeah.
These are bona fide major league hitters now.
Yeah. And that wasn't the case when the Astros were holding it together last year. But
they put up
been good.
They put up their, they sometimes they ask pretty good poll questions. Yeah. And one of them was, what gives you the most hope for the season? Yesterday's was, what gives you the most hope for the season? Christian Walker's resurgence, Yordan's being healthy and crushing it, right. Lance McCullers and what he did, or there was one other one, I forget what the other one was, but it came in 31%, 30%, 29%, Walker, Yordan, McCullers. I mean, those 3 things happening all at once it's incredible. And look at the difference. Christian Walker hitting 5th, and he started the season. Joe was like, well, until you start hitting them, you're going to bat 7th here. And then, holy crap, he's hitting. Look at him. And now he's hitting right behind Carlos. And when Carlos wasn't able to pick people up, Christian Walker is. So Christian Walker in this lineup hitting the way that he is with the doubles is huge for this team.
Oh, well, I just got on Twitter said the Astros offense is not a surprise. I mean,
okay,
if you say so. I mean,
right.
This has been since 20
last year.
This has frankly been
Yordan was not good last year.
No, the offense wasn't
Walker
good.
was not good last year.
It hasn't been very good since 23.
Yeah,
it's fallen off. So I don't know why you think this isn't a surprise when H-Town Kid. When you look at how Christian Walker performed last year, how Yordan performed last year, there was no guarantee that Yordan was going to come back fully from – he didn't come back last year fully. You have Jose Altuve as an older an older player. Jeremy Pena has not played the entire time. He's played some games, but not all of them. You don't know with Paredes coming back off of injury, and then you had what was considered one of the worst outfields in baseball. So I don't know that the offense was expected to be good. Did you hear anyone say that?
No.
I didn't either, including beat writers who cover the Astros.
Yeah, and all spring it was like, wow.
Oh, it was terrible. Yeah, Jeremy, I don't think you paid any attention during the spring.
Not
a multitude of guys were in the hundreds.
No, it was bad during the spring, and so. No. This is much better. And, oh, by the way, whenever you got what was considered, the 3 young players, or 3 unproven, at least, players in Loperfido, Jake Myers, and Cam Smith, throw in Matthews, Bryce Matthews. You got 4 guys that are unproven, or at least Jake Myers isn't proven. 4 guys who are unproven at the bottom of the lineup, right. Then you're going to have a problem. But you know what? They haven't been a problem. Even that hasn't been really a problem.
No. And look, it's probably not going to stay like this for the whole season. But because it's a confluence of everything, Now, Yordan could end up having a really great year. That's definitely possible. It's not a reach. The ones you're hoping for, and Lance McCullers, of the 3 that you mentioned, Lance McCullers is still the one that it was a great story the first time out. We just have to, it's literally game by game. You just want this to turn into a good story. And so game by game, I'm excited about seeing his next start, but I'm not going to put unnecessary expectations on Lance McCullers yet. Christian Walker, though, it's pretty much, Christian Walker needs to play well. They signed him to a good contract. You had Abreu's money was a dump. Last year, Christian Walker was well below expectations, although, he did hit with a little pop in the second half of the season, but it was, in general, Christian Walker had a disappointing year last year. A bounce-back year is necessary from Christian Walker. Absolutely. Paredes getting in the lineup. I mean, that's Espada's job to get him in the lineup because he can hit. Jeremy Pena, I think, needs to show that he's that guy. He's going to get paid like that, so he might as well, in the years the Astros have left with him, he might as well, turn into one of the best shortstops in Major League Baseball. So, and then if you can get one outfielder, whether it's Loperfido or Cam Smith or whoever it is, if you can get one outfielder to have a career year, because it won't take much because their careers are not celebrated by any stretch when we talk about those two guys especially. And maybe to a lesser extent Jake, who had a career year last year but didn't really hit any home runs. That's what it's going to take. But, it's also going to take the bullpen doing their job. Blue Ball looked good yesterday. You did give up home runs over the last 2 innings. You gave up solo home runs, which, it went from being a comfortable game to a little bit tighter game. But
I'm sorry you were uncomfortable.
Yeah, I got a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, you had a 6-2 lead, and made you a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well,
I mean,
the bullpen makes me uncomfortable sometimes. Abreu makes me uncomfortable sometimes.
Abreu is uncomfortable right now. There's no question. Abreu is a problem.
How about Yordan? How about them coming in on Yordan, hitting him in the ribs? Luckily, the ribs and not the hand.
Yeah.
Yordan was pissed, and if that John, that's we're about 7 inches away from Yordan getting hit on the hand, and all of a sudden potentially having a brand new discussion this morning. And I don't think he did it on purpose. I think he's trying to come in with a high fastball, but still not good. Yordan was pissed because you can sense that guy is a guy who knows, man, I got to stay healthy. I can't have this nonsense happening.
Well, and it's in large part because how he was crushing them. Yeah, they're going to pitch him inside every single at bat. They were throwing him inside to start so that he wouldn't lunge out over the plate, so that he wouldn't feel comfortable up there.
Yeah.
But you saw Crochet's reaction as soon as he hit him. He was like, "Oh, he did not mean to hit him."
Yeah,
no. There was a ball that got away from him, and that's listen. There are teams or guys. Crochet probably isn't that guy that's going to hit you just because you're crushing their team. I don't think Crochet is going to try to get you out every time. So I don't think that was the case. But Yordan was pissed. I tweeted that, read his lips, and I think he said, I'm serious, that is effing BS. That is effing BS right after it happened. And I was like, he knows his English. Why has he got a translator? What's that about? He doesn't need that. If he knows those good words like that, he don't need no translator. Okay. But those are obviously the words that you learn. I swear, when you go replay it and watch it and watch what he says afterwards, that is effing BS. Only the words. And you know what? It's scary. You saw Joe ran out there. Joe's like, "You okay, big guy? You all right? You okay? You okay, buddy?" Yeah. Because if he's hurt, that's. I mean, what a weapon. I mean, you see judges start. You see everybody start to play in the World Baseball Classic. They all suck. Everybody who played in the World Baseball Classic is sucking.
Did Ohtani play? Because he's not sucking.
He was 1 for his first 12 or something. Yeah. Ohtani started really crappy. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Americans, all Americans did.
Yeah, maybe Americans.
And even Ohtani started bad. 2 for 12.
Yeah, as a hitter, as a pitcher, he's pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's great, but he only pitches once every 5 days. He's really an average player, but that's.
Oh yeah, boy, he's got a 167 slug. That money they gave him, it is not worth it.
It's stupid. I mean, they're wasting $70 million a year.
Wow, look how things have turned. I was big up in Yamamoto. You were fighting me on it, but now look at you.
I mean, he's pitched 1 game with 6 strikeouts. Yeah. Big deal anyway. Lance McCullers does that in his sleep.
Yeah. I mean, come on. He's no Lance McCullers. I don't hear
Oh,
you.
6 innings. I mean, yeah, one hit, but he did have 3 walks.
I don't hear you championing Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
Okay, after his start,
Well, that's
just
because he
because
didn't go back to
Yamamoto.
back in World Series games.
Yeah, just because he did it twice in the World Series, big deal anyway.
No, not twice. Back to back. Back
So
to back
yeah,
games.
In a way, but this isn't the World Series. The real World Series is the World Baseball Classic, where he disappointed his whole
Yeah.
country.
Huh.
And I
Yeah.
know something about that country. I'm kind of Japanese.
kind of.
And I was there for 10 days. Really, 2 of them were traveled. Two and a half were kind of travel days. So,
God, I saw some pictures yesterday. I follow some Earth thing that shows all kinds of great. They had in downtown Tokyo with all. It looked like Times Square,
it's
and
Shibuya. You're talking about Shibuya, probably.
yeah,
Where they
holy
cross, like 1,500 people will cross during one stoplight at a time.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was like, holy. Did you
Dude,
go there?
our street carts, like the Mario Karts, I did the Mario Kart driving. You literally drive by there and you think, how in the world are we going to get through here? Everyone gets their business done. They just get across the street and it's done. And you literally, and I'm like, how are we able to drive these Mario Karts around? But me and my wife wouldn't put the costumes on. They want everyone to drive with costumes. And we're such Gen Xers. We're like, I'm not wearing a stupid costume. I don't want to have fun. And so, you drive Mario Karts through there, like on the streets. And
Wait,
to this day, I'm like, how did that happen?
You
And
wore a
especially in
ninja
Shibuya where it's
bandana.
packed.
You wore a ninja bandana in studio, but you wouldn't wear your costume?
Well, they actually made me do that at the knife making thing. We had to wear that on our heads, and then we had to wear a I don't know, some type of robe that you're supposed to wear too.
They
It was
probably
dope. You
afraid
guys
to.
would not have. Dell would have immediately appropriate. You're appropriating. They wanted me to be part of that culture, Dell. They give it
Yeah.
to you and they say, put this on.
Yeah.
Become one
Well,
with
they
our
probably
culture.
were afraid
Yeah,
of your
Shibuya
hair.
is nuts. When you go, if you go, you definitely have to go to Shibuya Crossing because that's where it is. It's almost like there's no such thing as a crosswalk. You just cross whatever direction you need to get there.
Well, that's how it is here. You got diagonal crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Shibuya, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we got a break.
Well, it's
Dale,
not
I
quite
can't
the
see-
same
I can't-
cleanliness in the streets.
Dale, I can't see our documents, so you would? No live. Okay, so we'll take a quick one. Anybody wants to get in, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, we'll talk Rockets basketball on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5. Rockets taking care of business against a team. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not really familiar with many Milwaukee Bucks today. I gotta tell you, that's a team that I was like, who? What? And, Gary Trent Jr. got 7 minutes in. Otherwise, the whole team is like, who? No wonder Giannis wants out of there.
Take a look
Holy crap.
Yeah, well, they're just, playing that out. But take a look at the scoring yesterday in the NBA. Philadelphia, 153 points in their game. And none of these are overtimes. Atlanta, 130 points. These are all separate games because Philadelphia had 153. Washington had 131. They scored 284 points in that game. Atlanta, 130. That's it. Boston, 147 to 129 over Miami.
That's not good basketball.
The New York Knicks had 130. Memphis had 119, so that hit 249. Sacramento had 123 and the lowest scoring of the night, 123 to 115. Indiana had 145 to Chicago's 126. That hit 271. Denver beat Utah 130 to 117. That hit 247. And then the Spurs had what would be considered the closest to a normal game, 127 to 113 over Golden State. That's the NBA.
Well, the Rockets had the most.
Well, yeah, the
Rockets
other than the Rockets, because the Rockets are still playing for something. They still play some defense, and that hit 232. That still went over the total.
Yeah,
every game went over the total. How about this? Every game last night in the NBA went over the total. Now you got some teams that are kind of packing it in. Obviously, they're just trying to get done with the season. So,
it's not good basketball.
No,
it's not good basketball.
No,
it's like an NBA. That used to be the NBA All-Star game.
But this is what they wanted, though. They also wanted more points, the NBA. But it doesn't make it – well, what's happening is I don't mind teams who score a lot. If they are playing with pace and they make baskets, that's one thing. The problem you run into is if it's not competitive. If both sides are not competing, and late in the season, this is going to happen. We see it. We see blowouts in the NFL where – teams are just trying to play it out. I mean, that happens. But this, unfortunately, you don't have the same competitive level in the NBA that you used to have. Now, we romanticize it like it was always, like everyone was good and everything they did. There was a lot of bad basketball that was, there's bad basketball that was covered up as being just good defense when really offensively there were some just lousy offensive players back in the day. There were some really bad offensive players. They're much better offensively now. It's not even close. The skill level, the shooting is so much better. The problem is the intensity and the competitiveness has really, really dropped off for some of these teams. Yeah. And what's happening is the scoring, the points aren't doing anything for you. Just because Indiana beats Chicago 145 to 126, you go, wow, 271 points scored. I doubt anyone cares. I doubt anyone in Indiana cares right now because, they're not good. They're 18-58. Chicago's 29-47. All right, y'all scored a bunch of points. Who cares? Just a little slap fight between teams who aren't going to be doing anything. So who cares? Yeah. So it gets to that. But your Houston Rockets are the only one that matters. Just making a point about the amount of points scored right now around the league. The Rockets, Reed Sheppard, another big game for Reed and the Houston Rockets. So you're right. The Rockets, Dieng had a really good game. But the Houston Rockets right now are they're not just playing out the streak. I mean, they want to keep this going. They want to keep their momentum going, and I'm glad to see it. Win out. I don't care. Win out. Going to that playoffs, winning out.
Well, I saw someone who was covering the team said, yeah, Ime is just trying to feel it out who's going to start in the postseason. Mm-hmm. He went with Tari the other night. Because they had a bigger lineup. He went and now Reed. Listen, I don't think so. I think he's going to figure it out. Okay, what's the matchups? And I'm going to start Reed if it's more beneficial, or I'm going to start Tari.
Yeah, I think it's going to be size. I think it's going to be size and defense related.
Right.
You know, if
right.
it's a bad
as long
matchup,
as Tari's still playing well, that's a key. And as long as Reed is
I mean,
is
Tari
playing
got some
well.
starts when he wasn't playing well too. Now Tari had a stinker yesterday.
Yeah.
Tari did not play well yesterday, so.
Well, it might have been, you know what? I'm playing so well. Look how good I am. And now all of a sudden you put me back on the bench.
Reed Sheppard was 9 of 14 from 3. He shot 17 total shots. All of his makes were from 3 yesterday. Yeah. In the last 5, well, I guess we'll just say last. Let's just stick with last. Oh, let's say with last 4 games. Last 4 games. Reed Sheppard, kind of data dredging a little bit here, but he's 18 of 33 from
That's
3.
pretty good.
Yeah. 3 of 7, 2 of 5, 4 of 7, and 9 of 14. 13, 14, 15, 18, 12, 19, 33. Yeah, 18 of 33. I mean, that's really, really good. And before that, you know, it was rough. 2 of 10, 3 of 14. But from a split standpoint, he has picked it up. Well, I guess he was in April. Yes, technically he's in April. So that wouldn't count towards his March from a split standpoint because he was down a little bit. He improved a little. I mean, his 3-point percentage was 36% in March, but I mean, I don't know. I feel a little bit more hope going into the first round. Once again, round by round for me, but getting through the first round, which they haven't done since 2020. Is the last time they got through the first round. Man, it's exciting thinking that they could still be playing playoff basketball beyond the first round after what happened last year at Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, well, if they play like this,
it wasn't my goal headed into the season, but I've readjusted as a fan and as a media member. I mean, I've readjusted my goal, and you know, we can have a conversation. We can have the autopsy at the end of the year. That's fine. But for right now, I just want to see them, you know, get into the playoffs, which is happening, and then see them play well in the playoffs and get to the second round, and then we'll see what happens. But obviously, I wanted them to compete for a championship. I'm not going to that's not my expectation right now, just being a realist. But that's okay. It's not going to keep me from enjoying the playoffs. I love playoff basketball. So
Reed is averaging 26 minutes a night. He's averaging 43% from the field, but 39.4 from 3. Almost 40%. I'm going to take that every year from Reed.
Yeah, I want it to be over 40. If that's what he does is shoot threes, I want him to be about 42%.
That'd be nice. But I'm going to take after 33% last year. Yeah. I'm going to take 39 this year.
Yeah, because this is year 2 with Reed, right?
Right, 2.
3, yeah, this is just year 2. So, yeah, absolutely. He's progressing. That's what you wanted. And Reed's shown progression. He has his, you know, we know what his weaknesses are, but his strengths are becoming, he is still a little bit more streaky as a shooter than you want from being a quote-unquote elite shooter. I can't call him an elite shooter until you leave him open and he makes you pay for it. But, you know, when he streaks hot, he can really, I mean, he can lay down a bunch of threes. He is not afraid to shoot.
Well, I think he looks like he's in more control. I think it's what Kevin Durant said the other day. He said, "Stop playing 100 miles an hour." You just slow down. He looks like he's even, you know, when he's catching and shooting, he's standing in the corner. He hit one the other night that was just, I mean, so pretty. It's like he looks different. He doesn't look like he's hairy.
It's so fun. It's so funny. Isn't that the secret, though, for so many people? Like
everybody.
Like you look at Dirk Nowitzki and Luka. You look at Jokic. Here's guys who are not tremendous athletes, but how do they get to their shots? How do they get open shots? How do they, you know, you have guys who play really fast. And we talk about this at wide receiver, like in the draft. There was a conversation about Carnell Tate. Oh, man, he ran a 4.57. Holy crap, that's slow. And then Bucky Brooks did the segment where he broke down, okay, Devontae Adams ran like a 4.53. Puka Nacua ran a 4.5 something. You look at the best receivers, and not Justin Jefferson was fast. He was like a 4.41. But you look at some of the best receivers, even historically. Jerry Rice was a 4.5 wide receiver. The best receivers, it's not tied to speed. And that's because, you know, when you're a little bit slower, but you're functionally fast enough, you have the ability to decelerate, change directions, move, going direct, better body control. And I bring that up as a wide receiver because it's the same thing in basketball. You don't have to, if you play really fast, a lot of times it's hard to control yourself and control your body. And so slowing down for Reed Sheppard, who's a pretty explosive athlete, he actually is a pretty explosive athlete, all the timings and leaps and all that stuff he did at the NBA Combine. He's got some explosiveness and some speed, but when you get yourself under control, that's the thing, man. Being under control is the thing. James Harden, famously, his Euro steps, his ability to control himself. He had a quick first step, but he was able to control his body and his movements so well. Now you tie that with skill of how to score, and you got yourself, an elite scorer. So the point you brought up about Kevin Durant is an important one because Kevin Durant's telling Reed to slow down because he understands going fast is not the secret. That's not the secret. It's going under control is the secret, and you'll make less mistakes.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5. Come on in, hang out with us. I got to talk right now about GiveMeTheVin.com. I'm talking about you selling your car. Whenever you have to sell it, it doesn't matter. GiveMeTheVin.com is going to be around. John Clay Wolf's going to be here forever because John Clay Wolf has built something that is just incredible. I mean, he took this from nothing to a $2 billion company. He's around the country. He's in every major radio city, on the radio in every major city in the country. He is just something, what he did. And it's a simple game plan. Buy high, sell low. Now, that's not the way that you do business. That's not a great way to do business. But when you buy high, then everybody's going to sell to you. And then you just make whatever you can when you resell. And you make a huge business out of it. And it's what they do. And it's that's been the philosophy. And that's the way John Clay Wolf has gone about it. And he's unbelievable. So he's going to offer you the most. Okay. And if he doesn't, if somebody says, no, you can get more, I can get more over here, go back to John Clay Wolf and start an auction. And John Clay Wolf will bite. And John Clay Wolf will either beat their offer or he won't. And you're getting the most of your car. One place you have to go there every single time. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Our team's looking pretty good. So right now anyway, as Lance said, we're the hottest city in America.
In America.
The hottest city
on the heels
in
of
America.
And the heels of millions of people coming in for spring break. On the heels of that.
Right. After the rodeo and how successful that was with everybody punching each other in the face.
That was one day of fights.
And
some days of booty. They did have to change. The judge got...
The judge kicking everybody off the dirt.
What am I doing? She didn't kick everyone else. She got kicked out.
Well, she tried to get people kicked out that she could go in there.
That didn't work.
That didn't work out.
That didn't work. That was a bad video for her. She recorded it like this isn't working the way you think it's working.
No, this is.
Yeah. She thought you were doing by recording this. It's not a good look.
I would throw that.
Quick question for Dell. It's about John. Who do you think John would like better in their prime? Not now. Foxy Brown or Lil' Kim? And I'm saying I'm hearing Jay-Z, so he's a Foxy Brown. But who do you think John would like better? Knowing John the way you know John, Foxy Brown or Lil' Kim? Once again, John, if you're going to... you can't Google these.
Well, in her prime.
In their prime.
I think Lil' Kim in her prime, yeah.
Okay.
There's some issues that went down after her prime where
that's why I had to say in their prime.
You go under the knife and all that
John's
stuff.
not a big fan of people butchering their faces.
Not many people are.
Most of us aren't.
But in her...
No, well, then she's out immediately if she's going to do that in the future.
Well, Lil' Kim did that.
Well, but in her... And then she got a lighter shade of what she was. A lot of things going on there. But I think in her prime, when she was on MTV, I think John would have liked Lil' Kim.
I think he would have. I'm looking at
you go Lil' Kim.
He would have liked Lil' Kim better than Foxy Brown.
Yeah, Lil' Kim in the 90s.
Now Foxy Brown
quite a bit
with Kim. What's her name? The movie.
Why did she do that to her face?
Oh, do you see her face?
Yeah, I don't know.
Cat face. Yeah. It's that horrible thing that they do.
Oh God!
When I say they, I mean some women. I don't understand. I don't know why they think that's a look. It's like, well, now you've done it.
Man. No, Lil' Kim in her prime, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I called that one.
Yeah,
I think you called that. You called that right.
What's her name? Who was the star from the blaxploitation movies? Who was in Foxy Brown?
Grier?
Yeah, Pam Grier. Now I think John would take, and John knows Pam Grier. John would take prime Pam Grier.
I think
over prime Lil' Kim.
Yes, prime. Yes, prime Pam Grier. Yes.
She'd win most battles.
She was a first rounder, top 5 pick.
Oh yeah,
one of those. Yeah, generational.
Did you guys ever watch Foxy Brown, the Tarantino movie?
I don't think I've seen bits. I don't know if I've seen I don't think I've seen the whole thing.
It's worth seeing. Robert De Niro has a little different type of character. Samuel L. Jackson is a little different. In the middle of that is Quentin Tarantino basically busts out his foot fetish because he does a close-up of what's her name, Bridget Fonda's feet, and then that was the last time Fonda, and then it just went downhill for Fonda. But
in Pulp Fiction he did the foot fetish thing too.
Did he? I think he did. He did.
Well, what's this latest one? I always forget the name.
Django Unchained.
No, the one with Brad.
Hateful Eight.
No, the one with Brad Pitt and Leo. What's it called again?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
He did it there where Margaret Qualley puts her feet right up on the dashboard.
Yeah,
that's
loves feet.
That's his thing.
That's his thing.
And what's her name's? I think is kind of dirty.
Who?
Bridget Fonda. That's no good. What are we doing?
What
there,
do you mean,
Quentin?
Oh.
I think on the bottom, she's walking around barefoot. She's a stoner.
Oh, well, Margaret Qualley's like playing someone who's too young for Brad Pitt, like underage, and he goes, "Wait a minute, what are you doing here?" She puts her feet right up on the car. So that's Tarantino's thing.
Yeah, Tarantino's got a thing. So I've got a thing. It's going to the World Cup, and I got on at the end of the show. It was everything was opening up at 9. I've been tracking this. I'm going to try to buy tickets. I know it's going to be a little high, but this is literally bucket list. This is one time in my life I'll ever be able to do this. So I'm trying to just get 2 tickets, and I know I'm going to have to save for the guy. I know it's going to be expensive, but I don't know how much. So last chance or final phase tickets are going to open up across the country at 10 a.m. Central. I'm on the website waiting, and boom, I get into the queue at about 9:55 in that neighborhood. I'm like, all right, I'll have to wait probably 10, 15 minutes, and then I get a So then an hour and a half in, it shows me having that I've made. It's gone the little distance. It shows I've got like halfway to go, and then it resets me to where I have more time to wait. So to make a long story short, I wait 2.5 hours. I start at 9:50, then at 12:40, I finally get in, and I'm like, okay, I follow all the. Okay, I got to put my name in, my address. And then it asks, who are you a supporter of? And I'm like, USA? I mean, I don't want to take it. I mean, I'm just USA. And so then it turns out, and then it just says, and then it says, oh, no tickets are available for you. Sorry. After I waited all that time. Here, they've got an article on ESPN about this because this was a major problem yesterday. Some people clicked on the FIFA what's called last-minute sales phase when sales open at 11 a.m. Eastern. They were directed into a queue for PMA late qualifier supporter sale phase, which is where I got directed into. Aim for a segment of fans for the 6 nations who earned berths on Tuesday, which is not, when I said I was in this, I got pushed into this line, and it didn't matter, unless I said I was from one of those countries, and then I would have had to show ID, I'm sure, to purchase. So basically, I waited 2.5 hours, and the whole thing was busted anyway. It didn't even work. FIFA they did not have an explanation for why the link misdirection occurred, but said around noon that links were working properly. Well, by then all the tickets were gone anyway. It wouldn't have mattered, but actually it wasn't. So I waited 2.5 hours, got sent to the wrong place, had no chance to buy, so now I'm screwed. And the tickets are sky high across the FIFA raised the ticket prices, the highest ticket prices from $7,800 to $10,000. I mean, this is just a total grift. They are a total grift. People are, I mean, golly. I don't know why everyone has to squeeze as tightly as they can, but so anyway.
Just call your boy and go behind the scenes.
Well, we're gonna see. I mean, I'm paying for whatever. I'm not getting anything free. I know
you're not getting it, but at least he can help you get it. I'm
trying to make calls here locally. We're working on that. Yeah. But I mean, I just want a chance to buy tickets at face value. I would wait in line for 2.5 hours in a queue online. I'll go stand somewhere to get tickets at face value. And I know face value is going to be high, but it's not going to be 10,000 or whatever, where the most expensive tickets. But I mean, they don't even make it to where you can even do that. I'm sure you've got to give some Saudi prince something so then I can have a chance to buy tickets, or I don't know. Who knows? With
what
the
would you give?
FIFA.
What if a Saudi prince requested something from you? What would you give?
One of my kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
but I want tickets for the final.
Why would he want one of your kids, though?
He wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
it's not good value for him.
No, it's like whenever we say certain trades, like I would give up Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green, and Tari for Giannis. Like, no, that's not a good trade. That's what I'm trying to do here, Del. I'd give up Jayshawn Tate, Snacks, Jeff Green.
So you're trading Rockets and your kid.
Yeah.
Oh.
To make the numbers work.
The numbers.
Trying to make the numbers work. They got to get the salary match. I give Snacks a lot of credit. He's working till 11:30 at night.
Downstairs?
Downstairs at the Clutch City Grill. Oh, he gets pissed when people come in at they close at 11. When they come in at 10:50, and they always do.
It's part of the job.
I've been a waiter.
You think you're done, and you're
never,
not done.
And then those people come in, and you can't believe the amount of hate. If you're ever one of those people, just be nice, because behind their scenes, everyone wants to hate you. So if you're nice to those people, it goes away. They're like, okay, they're pretty cool. So just if you're one of those people who come in late, just be cool, because you're now forcing everyone to get home like 45 minutes to an hour later. So just giving you the heads up. But yeah, and Snacks gets home at around midnight and then goes to school the next day. My wife and I are not happy he's doing that, but he doesn't care. He's trying to save up enough money to get a car. So
good for him.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. We got to break. 713-780-3776. Giannis was giving out hugs last night.
Yeah.
See what that means on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5.
That's his love language. Your love language may be jewelry. Maybe your wife's love language or your girlfriend's love language is jewelry. If that's the case, I got you covered. Zadig Jewelers, going to make things happen for Mother's Day, going to make things happen for any day. Zadig Jewelers is going to have a gift that is going to blow her away. She's going to be so excited by what it is that you're going to find at Zadig Jewelers. It's really simple. You can go in with no idea about what you want to, what you want to do, what you want to have, and they handle everything. They can just say, look, give us an idea of the budget that you want to spend so we can get you in the right direction of where you want to go. And maybe you don't even know what the budget is. That's fine. They're not, this isn't some high pressure. They're not trying to sell you a car. They just want to find something that she's going to love. They know all the best designers. They know all the hottest precious metals and the designs and which rings look really cool that everyone's loving. And you can even take a picture of something that you saw on a red carpet of the Oscars. I don't care where you saw it. Take a picture and bring it into them, and they can design it. They can make it custom made. Can you imagine giving a custom made gift to your special someone? They're going to absolutely love it, and they're going to feel special, and you're going to benefit from that. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, beautiful location, 28,000 square feet, and they've been in business now for 5 decades, making Houstonians happy. They are the unofficial jewelers of the city of Houston. Hell, I'll say the state of Texas. It's Zadig Jewelers. Go online. You can start the process by seeing what it is that you want to get your hands on at Zadig.com, but just stop in, and they will make all of her dreams come true.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Reed Sheppard last night, pretty damn good.
Yeah, really
pretty
good.
damn good.
Really good.
Really good. I mean, that's what you're looking for. I mean, obviously, 9 of 14 from 3 is, and he jammed his finger. But he still was able to play through it and just knock down all those shots. He just looks really good right now. When asked about this whole starting thing, I don't know that it matters. It might matter to Tari, but it seems like it really doesn't matter to Reed Sheppard.
Reed, you and Tari have been that rotating fifth starter this season. How much have you two been there for each other as far as encouraging each other when one starts and when one doesn't?
Yeah, a lot. And it's not just me and Tari. It's everybody. Everyone's encouraging everybody. No matter what it is. If Tari's starting, everybody's happy. Everyone's doing what they're doing. If I'm starting, it's the same thing. Me and Tari have talked to each other, and we neither one of us care who starts. As long as the game is just going good, it doesn't matter to us. We just want to win and play the game. So it doesn't matter. We talked about it the other day at practice. It was funny, and we both kind of had the same response. That was just like, hey, it's your turn. Go do what you do. Be aggressive. Go out there and make an impact. And then, tonight he was saying the same thing to me. So it doesn't matter either. Whoever starts, the whole team and for sure me and Tari are going to be complimenting each other and pushing for each other.
So good vibes.
For sure, great vibes. Great vibes.
Yeah, Reed doesn't strike me as somebody who's like looking to rock the boat a whole lot. Maybe it's just the way his face looks. He looks like a go along to get along guy.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that Tari is. I'm not saying
well, he's
that
got contract
Tari is
coming
a bad
up.
teammate,
right?
But I do feel like Tari. Hey, before the season started, he wasn't in the top 100. He goes, "I'm a top 100 player."
Right.
Blah blah. Hey, I want to start for a team. He refused the contract. It seems like that kind of stuff matters to Tari.
Well, it's year 4.
Yeah,
it should. Like this is where he's defined.
Yeah, he wants to be a bona fide. Yeah, he wants that big second contract. So I mean, I can understand it. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not accusing him of anything, and I'm not criticizing him. It feels like I would want to start. Everybody wants to start, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody wants to be a star. Everybody would love to have that big money contract, especially when you're coming up on your deal. It was a free agent year. He bet on himself. I mean, there was a lot of pressure. There's been a lot of pressure on him. It seemed like it was relieved a little bit the last couple of games after they had the meeting with him last night. Not so much, but it seemed like he was starting to get some of that pressure off him. And starting every night might be better for him, and Reed can still be efficient or still contribute if he's coming off the bench where maybe Tari can't.
Yeah. Tari's in a different place than Reed Sheppard, so I get it. I'm not mad at Tari. I mean, he's got the pressure of the next contract coming and potentially losing millions. I mean, that's there's. Besides the fact that there's two things. Number one, I think it matters to Tari. I think basketball matters. I think winning matters to him, and I think how he performs matters to him. It's not just about, but it is two-pronged. I mean, his second contract is coming up, so there is a monetary number attached to it. But there's also just the fact that he's not playing well, and this is a guy who has missed a lot of time because of lower leg issues and extremity issues, lower body issues that have really hampered him in the past and caused him games, and there's going to be a frustration setting in where when he does play, he was lousy in March. I mean, just absolutely lousy. Any of us would be upset if what we were paid to do, we weren't doing well. We wouldn't know what that's like. But for Tari, it's got to be frustrating to not be really, really good at what he's paid to do like we are. That would be frustrating. But in all honesty, I just think Tari, and Tari does want to be considered. I think it's important for Tari to be considered, one of the better players in the league. That's part of the standard. I mean, that the contract number kind of speaks to that. But Tari wants to be known as the Tari Eason that everyone was looking at after year 2, like, oh, man, this guy. And I'm sure it's very frustrating. Reed Sheppard's just like, whatever. I'm in year 2. I'm getting better. I don't think he's as high-strung as Tari is. And it's not a bad thing. I think the high-strung stuff leads to the way he plays defense sometimes, which is good. Like, I think it's part of his personality. But I don't know. I mean, I just want him to play well for us. I just want him to play well for himself. I don't think he'll be here next year. I think he's going to look for a bigger contract. I'm not sure he's going to find it. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to find more than what the right. It only takes one team, but man, be careful because you could end up on a team that's not very good, and then you turn into. And I don't think that's what Tari doesn't strike me as a guy who just wants money and empty stats and no wins. I don't get the feeling that's who he is. I might be wrong. He might just want to go somewhere where he doesn't care. They can win 32 games a year, and he makes $28 million a year instead of whatever it was what the Rockets offering, like 25, something like that. Maybe extra $3 million a year and getting empty stats with a losing team is just fine for him, but I don't feel like that's the case. And I don't know if the Rockets come back with the same offer after the season's over. I don't know that I would. Honestly, I don't know that I would. And if you don't, that's going to really create bad feelings. But if you're the Rockets, you have to say, hey, bro, we love you, but your number was this when you started, and your number right now for us is this. Like, in the real world, that's probably what it should be. But if you do that, I already know feelings are going to get hurt, and that will shut it down. And then people are going to get to tweeting.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We'll see. They love Tari. I know that, but at what price? At what price? Not if he's, at least he's been healthy this year. That's a step forward. But his inconsistency has been just awful, just bad. You can't give him money. Now, he's going to be. He's awfully important to the postseason run, though. He's awfully important. We'll see. Did you see after the game, Giannis was hugging? He was hugging Ben Sullivan, the assistant coach, and Kevin Durant. Does that mean Giannis is coming? That Giannis is going to be a Houston Rocket? They're uniting Kevin Durant and Ben Sullivan and Giannis?
I doubt it.
You what?
No, I don't think they're going to be. I don't think Kevin Durant and Giannis are going to be on the same team next year.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, well, that's you. I mean.
Yeah.
He
doesn't seem like. I don't think Rafael really likes parting with players too much. He did. He parted ways with one of his players, which was Jalen Green. I'm not sure he's looking to part with two more because it would take at least two of them, two of his players, two core players to get Giannis, and I just don't know that he's going to do that. I already told you my feeling on it. Like, you'd be old as hell. Van Vliet, Steven Adams. I think Clint Capella's still under contract. Giannis, Kevin Durant, like that's 5 guys over 30. I'm sure there's another one I'm missing as well. You're super old. You get rid of all your young core. You're basically saying, we're the Rockets after the Barkley trade now. We're basically got a 3-year window and we're done.
Well, listen, if you look at this team and say this iteration is not a championship team, I don't mind. I don't mind going after it. And if you don't think that Elpy and Jabari and Amen and Tari and Reed are the basis of a championship team, or foundation for a championship team, then you know what? You got to make a move. And if it's for Giannis, you were pro Giannis before.
Yeah, I know. That's before the Durant move. I said it had to be one or the other, and I wanted it to be Giannis. And I don't know if that was the right one. It would have definitely been Tari. It would have definitely been Tari, at least Tari, maybe Jabari, one of those two, and Alpy, and a bunch of draft picks. Would have been that for sure. I don't know if that would have been the right move, to be honest with you. But that's the one that I wanted personally. I wanted that more than Durant. But once again, in fairness, I also thought it was because Durant, I was more worried about injury than burner accounts. And once we got Durant, I thought, okay, well, this guy is really going to solve a lot of the late, the fourth quarter stuff. The Rockets are going to be in control of the fourth quarter because they got a closer. That just hadn't been the case. I was wrong on that. I think the Rockets were wrong on it. I think all of us were wrong on it. We just thought Kevin Durant is going to be this awesome closer, and all those problems are gone. And that has not been the answer. But no, I never wanted both of them. I always said both of them doesn't make any sense because your entire team is gutted. You basically just have two one old star and one who is older in Giannis, and your window is like minuscule, and some of the talent you need around them are gone. You won't get them back, and you won't have draft picks because you're trading draft picks, and you won't have and you'll win at a level where you can't draft high anyway. It's not a smart build out. It's not. You should have if you wanted Giannis, but I don't think they could have done the Giannis move. I don't think the Rockets were willing to pay the freight for Giannis, and frankly, nobody was. Nobody was because Milwaukee didn't deal him last year. Now, I do think Milwaukee's going to deal him. I think Myles Garrett's going to get dealt from Cleveland. If not this year, I don't think he plays a snap for Cleveland in 2027. Some of these, I think Jalen Hurts we haven't talked about the Jalen Hurts thing. I think that is real. So maybe when we come back, it's not our problem. It's not our problem. Nope. We got CJ. But right now, the Eagles, it got really messy yesterday with the report from Jeremy Fowler that he had been working on for months and months and months about Jalen Hurts. We'll tell you about that because the Eagles now have some problems. We don't have problems, but is Tank Dell going to be back when we thought he was? He doesn't look quite as sure anymore. We'll get to that on the other side.
All right, on the other side. Don't go
the Thunder, boys.
All right, it's hour number 2 here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776. Anthony is on hold and wants to talk Rockets. What's up, Anthony?
All right, guys. I think Ime and everybody did themselves a huge disservice when they didn't start White Milk, a.k.a. Reed Sheppard. That's my new name for him. Because he's just plain, but he gets the job done every time. So they should have started White Milk at the point guard at the 1. They should have put Thompson at the 2, KD at the 3, and Jabari at the 4, Alfred at the 5 all year. I think this team would have been literally the best team in the league. But they're trying to make Reed be a shooting guard, like make him a point guard. I mean, Fred is old. I mean, when he comes back, he has like another year and a half, maybe 2 years of being as good as he was. But Reed Sheppard is the future of the team, in my opinion, when it comes to being a point guard. Almon Thompson is a star, but he has to develop. But White Milk, in my opinion, like sometimes he shows more heart than, the slow tortoise who's always like flopping around the floor and falling and acting like he's dying when somebody touches his wrist or something like that. Give White Milk the ball more, let him run the offense, and I feel like this team will be better. And I can't wait to hear the Jalen Hurts story. Like, he's an underrated quarterback. Eagles are stupid, like always. All right, guys, have a blessed day.
You're not going to like this story then. They did play Reed Sheppard as the starting point guard. It didn't go great. That's something that happened earlier in the year, and that's why they got away from it, because it wasn't going great. The turnovers were high. He didn't handle pressure. He picks the ball up right away because he gets intimidated by extended pressure. There's a reason they stopped doing it. He's playing better now. We don't see as many teams pressure him as far up the court as I would. Like, I'm pressuring Reed constantly, and that means the Rockets will immediately acquiesce and have Kevin Durant bring the ball up, or Amen Thompson bring the ball up, which is fine. I think this whole point guard thing is overblown anyway, Anthony. This is not a point. This is not how basketball's played. You may get a high screen and roll as a quote unquote point guard, and Reed can get to the basket and finish. He also obviously can pull up and shoot threes, but he's not setting up offenses. In fact, he's a pretty piss poor entry passer. When you have to make that pass from the top of from above the 3-point line at the top of the key. I mean, above the 3-point line, and he's going to make that free throw line extended angle pass to Kevin Durant. He screws it up a lot. It turns into turnovers way too much.
But we've seen Kevin Durant bring the ball up. They come and pressure him as soon as he crosses half court, and it's terrible.
It's terrible for both of them, honestly. But that's why the whole idea about Reed being a point guard and Amen not a point guard. Who cares? There's just no one's coming off screens. You're not trying to get the ball to guys in the places they like the basketball. That's not what basketball really is anymore. Honestly, it's just like Reed's not ideal as the lead guard right now. He's just not. He doesn't handle the ball well enough. He doesn't handle pressure well enough. Amen isn't. They don't have one. So, oh well. You just have to figure it out in some kind of way. But if you say, now, it's a separate conversation. You want to say Reed should be starting? I think one of the things Ime has done, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to probably disagree with everyone. I know everyone wants Reed to always start. I'm not. Like, y'all watch these games. Y'all know that there's months that Reed didn't play well. I think Ime is searching and giving Reed a chance, and when Reed doesn't play, he puts him on the bench. I'm okay with that. Honestly, I'm okay with it. I don't think Reed should have been on the floor as a starter the whole time. Defensively, he's a liability. He's a liability on the court. It's just that certain teams can exploit it more than other teams. Certain teams are willing to try to exploit it. Some teams will,
it depends on
actively
who.
Target him or Alpi. Let's face it. When they're both on
he's
the court,
a liability depending on who they're playing and the size.
Right.
Because he does get steals.
Yeah, he'll get
He's
some
got
steals.
Quick hands. He does stuff out top where if you mismatch him and he gets down low with you, then it's just horrible.
Well, they get a penetration to the basket. He can't really stop. He's not strong enough to stop anybody.
Yeah, well,
so that's one of the problems too, and that's why this idea that you just default start him, that's not Ime's thing. Is not letting a guy be a minus defender. You can't have two of them on the court. Already know Alpi is, but Alpi is that's an all-star caliber player. That's not the same as Reed Sheppard. I just don't think I don't think we should beat Ime up for not wanting to have 2 minus defenders on the court playing, 30-plus minutes a game. And if you look at, and John, we've looked at this, when you look at the combinations of players on the court with each other, Reed has actually been one of the guys who's not been great when it comes to the plus minuses with some of the different combinations. But that's just, I'm just making the point that the idea that that white milk, as he called him, that you just default start him. Now, when he plays his way into it, and if you can figure out your defensive rotations and you can get him some help, and there's going to be certain matchups, I still think Reed is still matchup oriented in terms of starting. Like I could see a fluid starting rotation for the rest of the year. It's not ideal for the rest of his career, but for right now, and I think you alluded to it, John, I could see that changing from one playoff series to the next.
Yeah. Or
series. I don't know about
maybe
a game
to game,
but
who knows?
I assume the same players will be starting across the way.
I'm not going to assume that, because if Tari struggles, I could certainly see him going to Reed instead, or whatever. Or Reed struggles, I could see him going to Tari instead. I don't think he's locked into anything, to tell you the truth.
No, because both of those guys have been very streaky, but Tari's been way, way streakier. In losses, 29 losses the Rockets have. Reed Sheppard shoots 37.9% from the field. When they win, he shoots 46.5%. When he loses, 3-point percentage is 35.9%. When they win, in the 47 wins, he shoots 41.8%. Free throw percentage is way better. Assists to turnovers, pretty close to the same. Pretty close to the same for him. His points, 14.4 in wins. In losses, it's 12.4. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it's tied directly to him, but in wins and losses, there is definitely a stark difference. When he's been a starter, which is 17 times, he's averaged 31.4 minutes. He's averaging 41.7% from the field, which is below his season numbers. And he is averaging 38.3% from three, below his season averages. His assist to turnover, 5.3 assists, which is higher than his season number, obviously, to 1.9 turnovers. Now, he did have a 14-assist game, which kind of skews those numbers, because a 14-assist game in a 17-game sample size is gonna push the numbers a little bit for you.
Yeah, but he still had that game, so that's good.
What day is Reed Sheppard at his best? What day? I've got the answer.
He's always at his best on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays is his second worst. Mondays is his worst. Mondays, when you get a Monday game, you can just expect Reed to go in a toilet. But don't let Reed mess around and catch a Friday or Saturday game, because you got some problems on your hands.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Well. Friday, Reed is a weekend warrior. Reed is a weekend baller. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, Reed can go. Reed struggles a little bit. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is not great for Reed.
Maybe because he's like, after this game, I'm going to go meet James Harden out. So, me and him are going to have a big time.
I think it's the opposite. I think NBA players are all smoking weed and going to strip clubs, and Reed's like, well, I need to get home so I can drink some milk with my grilled chicken.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I think Reed might be a strip club guy, but I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. We got it.
Del, do you see Reed Sheppard as a strip club guy?
I certainly don't see him as a guy who could keep that quiet. Like, Reed has so much pull that the strip club wouldn't, or someone in the strip club wouldn't let it be known that Reed Sheppard was in a strip club.
Well, because it's kind of different.
Yeah, but nobody recognizes him in the strip club. He looks like a frat boy.
If strip club people are Rockets fans, they'll
know that an NBA player's in their club.
This isn't you're assuming he's going to some
frat boy.
Random. No, they know Rockets.
Yeah. They're going to know.
You're talking about white guy strip clubs where they're not even watching basketball, because basketball hadn't been good since Jordan left. So they're not going to watch basketball anyway.
Yeah. If an NBA rotation starter type walks into a strip club, the people will know. The people in the building will know.
Now, I'm not sure that the stripper's going to get excited like if,
No, but someone will let them know that money is in the building, even if it's rookie scale money.
They're going to know what the rookie slotting is, though.
But he's a top 3 pick rookie slotting.
Oh, well, that's true, yeah.
Rookie slotting money is better than regular money.
Yeah, they're going to know that there's NBA money in the building.
But do you think Reed's mom raised
I don't
him to
think
go to
he's
strip clubs?
I don't think he's going. I'm pushing back against John's assertion, because We
You
would
don't
know.
know.
If Reed Sheppard, no, we would know. We know that James is a strip club guy. If Reed Sheppard was a strip club guy, we would know.
It'd be on a
social media
it would be on
let us
social
know.
media because it'd be so unusual.
Reed might be getting his street cred up. You don't know. Okay?
We would know.
Somebody would say, I didn't know Reed put this kind of seasoning on his chicken.
Yeah, we would know. There would be allusions to this.
Yes.
At all, it would be on the streets.
I'd take the picture.
Yeah.
I'd
all right.
Why?
When we come back, the Jalen Hurts story.
That's my
when
point
guard. When we come back, Jalen Hurts
and
what that's all about next right here. Anthony, you derailed the show, but that's okay.
Oh, you're blaming Anthony
right now,
for that, huh?
Yeah.
HRP is what we're talking. We're talking about HRP making your business great. HRP making your business more efficient, making your business the bottom line better, making it so that you are doing everything that you can to keep not only listen, especially if your business is struggling right now, okay? Hey, I don't know why we're selling our widgets, but we're just not making profit. Well, maybe it's because your expenses are too high. Maybe because your payroll department's too big. Maybe it's because your HR department is too big. Maybe it's because you're paying too many people to take care of your taxes. Maybe your taxes have been messed up. Maybe they're not doing it great. Maybe there's all kinds of reasons. Maybe your 401k is too high. You're spending too much on that, or your insurance premiums, whatever. I don't know where your expenses are, but HRP will. HRP will come absolutely free, look at your business, what's going down, how you're doing it, and tell you how you can do it better. And I'm telling you, in a lot of instances, you can do it better. So if you're looking for a great way to just be better, you need HRP. You've heard all of these testimonials on here from all these people telling how good HRP is for them. They'll be that way for you too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, so story out yesterday about the Eagles. It was, I mean, a lot of people are saying it was an interesting timing on it. Mike Florio did a whole piece on why is ESPN doing this now, right after the coaches and general managers all met. It comes out the day after everybody left. I don't know why.
What's he intimating?
I don't know that they didn't want to be. I mean, yeah, maybe the Eagles gave them information, but made them hold it until.
Oh yeah, I think
so that it wouldn't be a major story there.
They couldn't be interviewed by the national media. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's
so
coming from. They said there's 10 sources inside the building. I will. Let me just say right up front, I heard some of this before last year's draft. That's how far back it was, and this is after this is after tremendous success. This is after a Super Bowl. They just won a Super Bowl, so I'm talking to somebody before the draft, and we're talking about what different teams could do and things like that. And the conversation was, well, Philly could be a surprise quarterback draft team. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, they do not like AJ. They do not like Jalen Hurts. Now I knew about the AJ Brown stuff, but this is before it got really bad this year. And I'm like, Jalen Hurts, that's a thing over there. Oh yeah, in the building. And this guy said it came from inside the building, 2 different places. Told one of my guys that Jalen didn't get along with a lot of the guys and so there's nothing you can do with that except just sit down and just take it in. I mean, they just won a Super Bowl, and that's their team. So whatever, it's not the Texans, but you could kind of see some of it manifest itself. Then you had the story that there are more players on A.J. Brown's side than people realize, which kind of surprised me and started making me think a little bit of the Donovan McNabb, Terrell Owens split also with Philadelphia. But Jeremy Fowler, who's a very good writer. Jeremy is he's very tied in and very clicked up. He wrote, beneath the public excitement surrounding the team was an uneasy undercurrent for some internally. A team source at that time described the state of affairs as a, quote, disaster. Okay. A team source at that time, I'll bet you that's head coach in New Orleans now.
Kellen Moore?
Kellen Moore. I'll bet that's Kellen Moore. A team source at the time described the state of affairs as a disaster and indicated Hurts was part of the issue, noting that whatever personality traits had rubbed people the wrong way before had grown since his championship win. And they go on to say he has pushed back on changes that would diversify the offense, sources said, including him moving under center. He has shown a reluctance to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage. He diverts from the game plan and changes play calls to what some feel is an excessive degree. His strong preferences, coupled with the coach's efforts to play to his strengths, which include his deep ball accuracy and throws to the perimeter, limit the breadth to which the offense can expand, or at least that's the way it has gone in the past. It's a very long article, but they say that basically Jalen has calcified the offense where nope, I'm not doing that. This is what we need to do. That he's just been unwilling to change. And I guess
and during the game he's not calling the plays that they call.
Yeah.
He's changing plays and saying no motion. Apparently he's not big on motion, which I don't know. I don't get.
I don't either.
But yeah, now apparently the new OC, he's going to have to well, I think that this might be the first effort by them publicly to say, listen, Jalen, you're expendable. You're expendable. You don't want to be here? Okay, you ain't changing plays no more. We got a new OC coming in here, and you are going to call the plays. Otherwise, you know what? We can get rid of you.
Yeah. Well, I was on Colin Cowherd yesterday, and one of the things that we talked about was he brought up the Jalen thing, And, I don't think it's crazy. I do not think it's crazy that the Eagles could consider Ty Simpson in the second round. And here's why. Jalen is under contract for 2 more years. You cannot get rid of him. You can if you want to take a hit. And you would trade him. You obviously wouldn't cut him. But I could see them drafting Ty Simpson in the second and basically letting Jalen start for, potentially 2 more years and letting Ty sit there on the bench like Aaron Rodgers did. Let him get some mental reps, I guess, even though he needs to play football, which is a problem. Maybe even stay 1 year. Maybe they trade Jalen Hurts with 1 year left. I'm not saying that's the favorite. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But it wouldn't shock me, based on me hearing something before the 2025 draft, and now this breaks before the 2026 draft, so this has been going on for a little while. It wouldn't shock me if the Eagles said, you know what, we've got a lot of the pieces already filled on our roster. We're going to make what some people will consider a luxury pick in the second round. They got Tanner McKee as a backup. They traded for Andy Dalton, who Dalton's done. But they could move on from McKee. They could draft Ty Simpson. It wouldn't be unheard of. And they could let him just sit there. Now, you could also move Ty Simpson in a year, 2 years, and potentially get back your second rounder. So that's a quarterback. That's not unheard of, being able to get your draft pick back if you drafted him in the second round. But I think this is real. I've heard it for a while. And I think there's something real going on here. Jeremy Fowler, this is not just some guy on internet just saying, oh, Caleb Downs has a degenerative knee. Somebody you've never even heard of saying something like that. This is Jeremy Fowler, who's been around a long time, is well-connected, and said there was 10 sources who operated from inside that building. Like, I'm pretty sure this is all accurate and true. Now, what happens with that, we'll see. Not our problem. Not our problem here in Houston, obviously.
No, they are.
But an interesting NFL piece, though.
They are quarterback poor. We're not quarterback poor.
No.
Okay.
No.
Right? And by the way, our owner, what did he say? We are squarely behind CJ. We are unwavering in our support for our quarterback, as opposed to what's going on in Philadelphia, where they really don't win. They don't win there in Philadelphia.
Hey,
like
Cal and Hannah, are you looking forward to paying CJ? Oh, that's a Nick decision. That was the gist of the conversation. Yeah, we love our guy, but Nick will do a great job figuring that stuff out. That's not for us to say.
Good.
Well, it kind of is.
No,
I like it that way.
No, it's not for us to say. Nick will determine. Nick, talk to Nick.
Well,
we don't talk contract stuff.
Well, yeah, they don't, and you know what? That's smart. They're not. You know what? They're not football. Hannah's football people, but you know what? She's going to defer. She's going to defer to what Nick thinks about, paying people. But they said they are squarely behind him.
Do you think she has that new title so that can be how she's referred to, as opposed to the wife of principal owner Cal McNair? Like, she's chief community officer or something? Do you think that title is partly because she would rather be called the CO than the wife of the principal owner? Even though we know she has a big say.
I never thought about that. Because she's more than just owner-wife.
Yeah.
Well, she's also one of the owners. That's how they position her.
Yeah, but she never had an official title. I don't know what chief community officer does other than be chiefly in the community, I guess. But CCO feels like something she wants to have, because she doesn't just want to be Cal's wife. Knowing what we know about her impact, I see her working. I approve.
You approve?
I approve of the CCO move. I'm the CCO. I'm not just the wife of Cal. I don't know if you've heard.
Yeah. Well, we all knew she was running the whole thing.
Well, maybe she wants a title.
Yeah.
Well, great.
Something that says I do stuff around here that matters.
Yeah, that's fine. She does do stuff.
I agree. She does. She's done plenty to change the fortunes of the franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, she was the Tommy boy. She saved those.
Cal was Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong time. No, she's David Spade.
Tommy Boy. Okay, we got to get this right. Tommy Boy saved the company.
I know, but
Cal was not. Cal was destroying the company until Hannah saved the company.
Yeah, but Hannah can't be Tommy Boy when Tommy Boy's sitting right there. What are you talking about? Are you
Well,
sure,
no.
David? They need to rewrite that so David Spade saves the company.
Right.
You're right. That's why it doesn't work as well.
It doesn't
Cal's
work.
I
Cal was not
I love
Tommy
Cal now.
Boy.
Cal's doing great. Cal's great in the city of Houston. He's doing great. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Burgers.
I don't care what Cal's doing good. His decisions have been good. The Cal stuff is good. We're done with that.
It's just very hard to comp Canada to Chris Farley is all. That's all. It's just hard to do that.
It doesn't. Let her have her title. Why are you trying to take her title away, John?
Why?
Misogyny at its finest.
Why?
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
That's why.
Why?
I'm not taking her. She can have her title. I don't give a rat's ass. You all are the ones that are saying, well, she didn't want to be a wife. She wanted a title.
I think she deserved one.
I didn't say that.
How about if she deserved? Yeah, she earned the right.
Yes.
I don't think
to be a COO.
She is.
CO.
A CCO?
Chief Community Officer.
Chief Community Officer.
Whose idea do you think was Toro Town? It may have come from outside of the, it could be just, they could be at a Little League game and somebody said, you guys ought to start your own practice facility and call it Toro Town. Like it could have.
and Timon. I don't know. Who was it?
Oh, no, I don't know. I wonder who came up with the idea of Toro Town.
Probably
Which, for those
Hannah.
who don't know, that is a practice. It's more than a practice facility. They're building out an enclave. Like it's going to be a practice.
What about
a practice?
What about
it's going to be an area for
brother?
Texans fans.
It could be the other brother did it.
No, I don't think the other brothers. I don't think he's inside the circle.
Here, I got a great idea for you guys.
You think they're taking
Carries? No.
You think they're taking ideas from Carrie?
No, I don't think there's a lot of. I don't think they're in good standing with each other.
I think it could be Carrie. He's now all of a sudden. Listen, I want to make peace. I want peace between the families. Between the 5 families.
That's a new thing.
Yeah. He just had one of his cases in court dismissed. So I don't think that's it.
Well, so here, instead of that, I want to make peace. That's what I want to do.
You know who didn't make peace yesterday?
Who?
Is Lexi. She didn't make peace with this. You missed it.
Ooh.
Okay, let's do it on the other side.
That is a real rat bastard move.
Wow. Whoa.
Wow.
Can you talk about our coworkers that way?
Yeah. She's a part of the team now.
Started.
She's part of the team.
You called her a rat bastard?
Because she tricked me. She tricked me.
Why did you film yours? Why did
All
you?
right.
I showed after I'd already been tricked. I showed what it was, how I got tricked.
And now it's a social video.
All right, let's do it on the other side. What's up here, Dal?
Let's see. What do you want to do, rat bastard? Is that what we're just calling people now?
Yeah.
You have to talk about Ownwell, or did we already do that? No, Ownwell. Talk about Ownwell.
By the way, before you even start, by the way, John, before you even start, Ownwell saved me a bunch of money last year.
I know they did.
And I auto signed up, so I just got an email out and over. Hey, we're on the case. We've already filed your. Oh, they have already filed.
They're already on this year's case.
They're already on this year's case. I got an email saying we're on the case. Don't worry about it. I'm like, oh, good.
Well, thank God.
I'll just worry about my draft stuff.
Look at Ownwell, just out there going. You know what? We ain't even gonna wait on you because you know what? You probably gonna mess it up and not do it. Here's the deal. Ownwell's saying, no, we got you covered, pal. We got this covered. I love that. Ownwell's taking some initiative because you were slow to act. So here's the deal. If you're looking for the best way to fight your taxes, now you have to do something about it because if you don't, it's incredibly stupid because it's going to compound itself. So if you don't do anything about the taxes, because the government is wrong, 88 in Harris County, Montgomery County, they were wrong 94% of the time on houses between 500,000 and 750,000. It's instance after instance. Lance is in Harris County. It's so good. They just are crushing it. They're crushing in Montgomery. They're crushing in Brazoria. Like in Brazoria County, the average home in a certain house, they more than doubled the savings of their competitors for similar homes. It's just home after home after home that Own Well is just helping. You're looking for the best way to make sure that you get as much back as you possibly can. Okay? On average, $774 you're going to be saving on average. So, I mean, why would you not do it? Why would you not go to OwnWell? OwnWell.com. So easy to sign up. It literally takes 3 minutes. OwnWell.com. Make sure that you tell them that you heard it right here. Tell them that you heard it from me. OwnWell.com. It's the way that you save money every single, not every single time, 94% of the time in Montgomery County on your taxes. OwnWell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here. Now, what did Lexi do?
Lance.
Why is she a rap bastard?
Well, okay. And Dell even talked about this on the show and made me content.
Well, you put the video out yourself.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to see it. You should have been paying attention to your show.
It came across my timeline. What do you want?
So yesterday, Lexi, who is our new social media director, shout out to Thoughts and Prayers to Sam, who is now running social media for all of
what
Klein,
school district?
Spring.
Yeah.
All of Spring school districts. Lexi, who was an intern, who's now working full time with us, and she does a really good job. She is already in her bag because I went out and I saw just that she goes, hey, I brought some donuts. And I was just thinking, you know what? Sam stopped bringing us food. She did at the beginning. And so I had just thought about that. Like, I wonder if Lexi will bring us food. And donuts were there. And
listen to this man's thought process.
It is how I was thinking.
I wonder if this new employee will bring me food.
Yeah, it is how I thought. I don't know how I got there, but I did. And, like, it was kismet. She goes, hey, I brought some donuts. And I didn't think anything about it. I'm like, oh, cool. So I went in. I dropped off my computer. I went back out there, and little did I know, she immediately had set the bait, and she was recording me. And I went over, and I opened it, and it was Shipley's. I mean, if it was Krispy Kreme, I would have taken it, not even opened it, and thrown it in the trash. But I don't even know any Krispy Kremes that exist in Houston anymore.
I don't think they have them anymore.
They don't have them anymore because those trash-ass donuts are gone. But all I know is that I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take a Shipley's, of course. So I open it up, and inside of it, on the top of the box, as you open it up, it says April Fools, and there's a package of vegetables.
A medley of vegetables.
A medley of carrots, dipping.
Tomatoes,
you can dip.
yeah.
Carrots, tomatoes, and broccoli.
I saw you post that.
Yeah, I was devastated. And I don't know if you saw the one that she posted of me, where I actually saw it and I knocked it on the ground.
He knocked it on the ground and said, forget about it.
Yeah, you can find that too. It was terrible. It's of me actually getting tricked. Then she got Joe George. She got Michael Carroll. And she wanted to get Dell and Sean. But
I had already seen the video.
They had already seen the video.
So I talked about it on the show. And Lance's reaction is the one that she put out there is priceless. I got to say, I mean, while you have termed what she did rat bastard-like, which feels aggressive, she's proactive. Sam would ask us to do things for social. She's out here making content, getting stuff done herself. So Lexi already at the top of the charts.
Yeah,
as far
but
as
people,
social media.
I video what it looked like. I put that video out there. Here's some of the comments. That's not funny. That's how people get hurt. The classic veggie tray in the donut box trick. Minimum 10 years. That's not April Fool's. That's a demon that needs to be dealt with. Someone should be fired. I'm sorry, but hands are being thrown after this. I don't even care. Mother bleeper is what somebody said.
People really love a
We've
donut.
got The Rock kicking stuff around the locker room. We've got get the handcuffs, monsters. Somebody says so good. Well, that wasn't so good.
It was great.
No. I generally view caning as a human rights violation, but not always. So people understood that was a devastating. Now, I got to give it to her. It's a really good April Fool's trick.
It's great.
Didn't see it coming, and my heart sunk. And she actually did have a box of donuts.
Yeah, you
So
did get
afterwards,
a donut.
she actually did give me a donut.
But so you were okay.
I shouldn't have called her a rat bastard. Now
yeah,
that I think
you
about
actually got a donut.
I did get a donut.
You want
out
to
of it.
apologize?
Yeah, that's on me. I got to do better, John.
The worst you did with Sam was call her a bully. You never called her.
She was a bully.
Yeah, but you didn't call her a rat
But she
bastard.
never tricked me like this is tricking people with donuts.
But you got
That's
a donut.
Not right.
You got a
yeah,
donut.
I guess now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But I mean,
God
in hindsight, sure, I did get donuts,
forbid you-
and she was quick to say, "Here's the actual
Yeah,
donuts."
she cleaned it up, and you were fine.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, sure.
It's the reaction of
Probably I shouldn't have called her a rat bastard.
No,
but,
probably not.
But she tricked me, and it was a hurtful trick.
The reaction of a child.
I mean, in some ways, it was, yeah.
And still emotionally sgot about 20 hours
I was,
later.
even though I got a donut.
Even though you got your donut.
I actually got first pick of the whole box.
You got the first donut.
I got the first donut, and I'm still sour about it, about being tricked.
God forbid you see a baby carrot when you think you're getting a glazed donut.
Baby carrots suck. Now, glazed carrots that are well cooked, like at what's that place, John, with the pizza and spaghetti, and it's always full. The cacio de pepe.
Pupa de Beppo?
No, Cavato. God, in the Heights. You said Wendy would go there too. Not Carnival. I'm just blanking out right now. It's they've got the pizzas, they got great carrots, you can sit outside.
Yeah.
Always packed for years and years. Like, you got to get a reservation. That's the kind of restaurant I want to have, the one that's always full.
That would be great.
That would be my favorite restaurant, the always full restaurant.
Yeah. Own an Air One because people.
Are they always?
And it's ridiculous. And the prices are ridiculous because it's Justin Bieber's wife.
Does Lance's Does Lance's wife have to make airplane noises with the food on the fork in order to trick him into eating vegetables? Here comes the plane, Lance. Open wide. No, just put some chili crisps on it. Like, just give me some flash fried green beans.
You're on a fitness journey yourself. You're dropping weight.
Yeah, but I'm pretty much.
You're done now. You're leveled
plateaued.
out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've noticed I plateaued. What with me going for the donut so quick.
So quick and so
I was
upset.
like, man, I've been eating sweets. Like, I got to get back on it. I did go lift yesterday and all that stuff. I'm back a little bit. Oh, and to show you what kind of a great person I am today.
Okay.
The guy that I had my little beef with on the last
fantasy
week.
football guy?
Yeah, he's coming in to watch tape with me today. He's in Houston, Scott Barrett.
What's going on with
I'm
John?
just a good person.
Not
you.
you.
I don't know. He sounds like he's putting dishes away.
This is the problem when he doesn't.
John, are you cleaning dishes right now?
What's going
What
on?
is this?
No, I'm trying to fix my internet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not going to work.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing it. Watch this. I plugged it back in. Watch. Boom.
How come that didn't happen at 7 a.m.?
Is Gartano emptying the dishwasher,
No.
they ask?
So the last time this happened, I had the guy who came and he put it all in and everything else. And I said, hey, you're going to have to come back. And he came back and he did it. And then he charged me $200. And I said, okay, well, it happened again. So what's the deal? And he said, well, unplug it and plug it back in.
Wait, you didn't do that anyway?
But I unplug. Yes, it's different though. I've got Eros and I've got Spectre.
He's got a lot of things going on.
So what, you just unplug everything and plug everything. It's like blowing in the cartridge.
So I texted him this morning and he said, well, go on the left side. There's unplug or turn it off and turn it back on. And I was like, is that what you did? And he goes, yeah. I said, you charged me $200 to unplug it and plug it back in? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're great. Anyway, I'm seeing if that's working. I'm in the bowels of my home here. Okay. I'm working, boys. I'm trying to get this thing.
I hear you loading the dishwasher.
My wife is not too happy when she can't watch her television. Once you can't watch.
I mean, she does work for. She does. Yeah. She is the general manager of an entire television station.
Yeah. So she's like, yeah, get this fixed.
And you're on the case.
Not anymore. He isn't. He just dropped out. So
he's dropped.
Things
nice
are going
job.
well.
Nice job.
Everywhere.
How about John didn't even start with unplug everything and plug it back in? That's the blow into the cartridge move of Nintendo. That's the first thing you learn.
That's the thing you tell everyone.
Turn off.
You actually feel kind of stupid
if my phone's not
suggesting that to
jacking
people.
around, I just do turn it off.
Yeah,
turn
it's
it back
terrible.
on.
It's not really sound advice, but you just assume, hey, tell anyone who's having a technical issue, hey, unplug the thing and see what happens.
Leave it unplugged for 30 seconds, then you plug it back in.
And hopefully that refreshes and resets and you're good to go.
If it works, I'm going to be like, you spent 2 hours, all you had to do was unplug everything.
And then you waited through a segment and did it instead of doing it during a break.
Well, we got a break anyway right now.
In fact, let's do this. Higher or lower on John being back in time?
I'm going to say lower. I think he is going to be back in time for the next segment.
Okay.
So I'm going to go lower in minutes.
In time. Okay.
The minutes are 4.5 minutes.
Set at 4.5.
I'm going to go lower because it does have to reset. And sometimes they do take a while
and he has
to reset.
Get back to wherever he is.
But I'm going to go lower because I'm going to make this last for a while so I win with Underdog. You know, Underdog gives you freebies all the time. If you go into the when you download the app and you go into the lobby and you've been playing for a little while, you'll see things like, oh, will Kevin Durant have higher or lower than 0.5 points? And you're like, higher? Obviously. That's a freebie. They're giving you one of your winners. Now you got to pick. Usually when they do that, you've got to pick. I think you got to pick 3. But it's a chance for you get an automatic win. I mean, they have profit boosts, 30%, 50%, sometimes as high as 70%, where they're going that much higher on your wins. Look, if you know sports and you can analyze games, even if you just get lucky, by the way, you don't even have to analyze. You can download the Underdog app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're going to give you $50 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 pick and play. But the more players you pick, higher or lower on the stats, you pick and choose from the stats they offer, and there's a variety. Baseball, NBA, March Madness, all that going on. Masters, they'll have that. You go higher or lower, and the more players you pick, the higher your payout goes. And you can even do flex option, which means you can lose one and still get paid. So there's so many different ways they help you make money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, but you cannot win if you don't play. So download Underdog app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and let's get started today. Play along with the games you're watching with my good friends over at Underdog Fantasy.
Yo, Roby, time to eat. I'm gonna eat, yeah. Yummy, yummy, gonna eat, yeah. Yummy, yummy, chicken.
It is one listener's interpretation of what Lance is thinking when he saw those donuts, or thought he saw donuts.
In my tummy, party, party.
I don't.
In my tummy, juice.
Do you know that guy on Yo Gabba Gabba? His name is Lance.
Yeah.
There's a party in my tummy. There's a party in my tummy. Here it is.
Now there's a party in my tummy.
That's not what was going through my head. I don't have those songs going on whenever somebody brings food up here.
I don't think Art is wrong.
I don't know if you can tell. It sounds different. I may be an engineer. You know what?
Oh,
I
the
probably
old
miss my calling.
Unplug, replug move.
Yeah.
You saved it for the first 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I may be an engineer. I miss my calling. All right? I don't understand.
Look, there he is on the video screen.
Yeah, all of it.
We're all good.
All good. We're back. They're back. And this is how.
It didn't even have to be like this for this long.
It really didn't.
Well, we kind of did.
We could have done with you sounding like you're unloading a dishwasher at about 7:15, and we would have been fine. We would have been the show would have been not normal because we're never normal, but still.
That guy that charged me $200.
You really need to sue this guy.
Finally told me how to do it.
What, unplug? Or was there actually some technical things you had to do?
There's a different router company than there is the modem company.
Multiple unplugs is what he's saying.
Yeah. So I did it, and you know what? I may be a mechanical genius. Okay? That's what I told my wife anyway.
Now she can watch her television.
I don't, I use the H word. I'm heroic.
A hero.
Yeah.
Not just a genius, a hero.
Hero.
Okay, wait. So last year, I can't even remember Brandon. No, who was our hero last year?
Jason Alexander.
Yeah, Jason Alexander. Who's the hero right now?
Lance McCullers.
Yordan.
Hey, pick up your volume. Pick up John's volume. He's kind of soft.
Soft ass John.
Soft ass.
He's back.
There you are. Who's their hero right now?
Yordan.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
he's not as, he's not.
So you guys don't get the hero thing.
No, I get it. It's supposed to be somebody smaller
that
you
comes
don't.
out of nowhere.
It
that
shouldn't
provides.
be Yordan. Yeah. So let's make it that way. Is it
it's
Loper
Christian Walker?
Like Renell Blanco was in 2024.
Yes, Christian Walker.
Alexander last year. Is it Christian Walker this year?
He does make a little bit of money.
He was their leading home run guy last year.
Yeah,
you wouldn't know it.
But he wasn't
good.
Not good.
What about Loper Fido?
How about Brian King? He had to come in and save Abreu a couple of times.
Loper Fido has 1 RBI and 5 hits. I don't know. Let's maybe not go too
well,
crazy.
but he's hitting the ball. He's scoring some runs.
Yeah, I don't know if we can play the hero song for him just yet.
No.
Maybe it's Lance McCullers.
I said that.
Yeah, I think it's Lance McCullers. He needs to have one more start before we can officially label him a hero.
There's only 31 left. You're already calling him a hero.
Well, we need to. No, not yet. Let's get one more start in. Then we can put hero on him.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Lance's next start. I'm actually excited for it. We just swept the Red Sox. Hottest team in baseball. The offense continues to crank.
They have 1 win on the year.
No, he means the Astros are the hottest team in baseball.
I thought
not the Red Sox.
The Red Sox
They're
were
bad.
the hottest. Yeah.
Embarrassing even if you listen to Crochet.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to listen to Crochet or not?
Yeah.
All right. Garrett Crochet, listen, the Astros take care of Crochet, okay? Garrett Crochet there's only I think they said 5 times last year he pitched 5 or fewer innings out of his 30 whatever starts. And it was the Astros that got to him and only let him pitch 5 innings. He only pitched 5 innings against the Astros. And then he did it again yesterday. Here is Garrett Crochet on the Red Sox start.
From a team standpoint, obviously not the start you guys wanted in these first 2 on the road, but how do you process that as you move forward here to the home opener?
It's embarrassing. And typically in the past I've played that stopper role, and today I just let the guys down, especially when we scratch one early in the first, and then for me to give it right back and then ultimately give them the lead at the bottom of the first, it's unacceptable. We're about to go home, and I expect us to have a better response once we get there, especially with an off day to really sit on these tough times. But today I felt like we made the adjustment. Ultimately, it was me that kind of screwed the game up for us.
Yeah, that's fine. Losers, take it home, losers.
Well, so it didn't help that Trevor Story just decided, that he couldn't catch it couldn't be more routine.
Yeah.
That ground ball it was a little league error. Holy crap. That couldn't have been worse. Could not have been worse. And if I'm Crochet, their infield is they're not good. That's not good. It's not defensively. They're just not good. But the Astros took care of that business and are off to a nice 5-2 start. Now I'm going to tell you this: it's never easy in Sacramento for them. You got Nick Kurtz, who's
actually scuffling, which Sean and I talked about.
We don't like. The Astros are coming.
That's what I'm saying. We don't like it.
No.
He's due to have a big series.
Yeah.
The Astros are in town, and he struggled to start the year. It's all shaping up for him to torture them over the next couple games.
So that's what I think Blummer brought it up yesterday. He said, Nick Kurtz is to the Astros what Yordan is to the Red Sox. Nick Kurtz is like a superhero against the Astros. Can't have it.
Currently hitting under 60. He's like .059. That's not set up for him to not be great.
No, he's going to be.
He's going to be
probably
awesome.
Hit 900 against the Astros.
I don't like it. Yeah,
No.
He came on against the Astros, and last year in Daikin, he had a historic game where they couldn't get him out. He hit multiple home runs, and he did it in Sacramento too. No matter where they pitched to him, he handled them. I don't feel good about it. Like last year against the Astros, he had an OPS of 1830.
Wow.
9 home runs in 10 games.
Against the Astros?
9 home runs in 10 games.
1,800.
Well, he had the 4 home run games.
He had
the Astros literally by themselves won him Rookie of the Year.
He had 9 home runs in 10 games.
By themselves. He didn't have to play another team. He won Rookie of the Year because of the Astros.
Nick
literally.
Kurtz.
He did not have to play another game.
Say it. You got to be careful, some of you. I mean, I would be fine if I slipped up, but you guys got to be careful. Nick Kurtz.
Just keep going.
9
That's
home runs
crazy.
in 46 plate appearances.
1,800. And you're worried about Yordan on the Red Sox. Good Lord.
Yordan's been able to do it for longer.
It really is. Sacramento's like Sacramento. Houston teams just don't like going to Sacramento. It's just too much. It's just sad down there.
Now, thankfully, he did it against a lot of Astro pitchers who aren't around. Like, he hit a home run against Abreu. Now, he hit everybody, but the home runs came against guys who aren't on the team, if I go by what he did last year. Against Astros' current pitchers, Abreu, he had the 1 home run, did get a hit off of Hunter Brown, but he did his damage against guys who he won't see. So maybe things will be different. I ain't promising anything, though. Maybe we pitch around Nick Kurtz.
Yeah.
Give him.
No, he ain't pitched
What?
around him.
He's hitting
Earn
60.
Earn it.
Well, yeah. We just went through it. He's due.
We're all one, or what's their thing to this year?
Chase the fight.
Chase the fight. You got to chase the fight, Del.
No.
You don't get to say chase the fight unless you chase the fight.
You can be smart about chasing fights. Pick your fight.
Saying Albert Pujols, prove it, loser.
Hashtag pick your battles. That's what I would
do it. There's not going to be Houston Astros baseball. Pick your battles?
I would say pick your battles.
That
Not
sounds
chase the fight?
No.
It's chase the fight. Nothing sounds softer than Astros baseball. Pick your battles.
Not for this weekend. You can go back to chase the fight after you get out of Sacramento. Pick your battles against Nick Kurtz. And the battle is let him walk him all the time. That's the battle.
Julia reading to read. This weekend, don't miss out. They're going to have towels, beach towels for the first 5,000 fans that say hashtag pick your battles. So don't miss out on
Houston Astros coming up against the Mariners on the first game of that series. First 5,000
get
pick your
Mariners,
battles.
It's when the A's are in town. It should be dynamic, a dynamic motto for the year.
It's not a motto we're using. Pick your battles.
Chase the fight against everyone but Nick Kurtz.
We just change the hashtag?
Yeah, just change the hashtag for the A series.
I thought about that. That is
That's
kind
all.
of it's an interesting concept.
Just be dynamic. You don't have to be stagnant with your motto.
Kind of a fluid motto.
Honestly, no one cares about Chase the Fight. It's not catching on, except for us to laugh at it. So you can flip it depending on who you're seeing. That's all.
I think we should pick your battles is that's exact this weekend.
Yeah, but you're always afraid of these old weakling teams, John.
9 home runs in 10 games.
Guess what? Homeostasis. It's a woolly whipsaw. It's going to go the other way. We're coming the other way. He's going to struggle now. It's time for things to even out.
No, he's struggling right now.
Regression to the mean.
Regression to the mean is he goes off. He was the Rookie of the Year, and he's been bad to start.
No, the regression to the mean for the Astros.
No.
Astros, straight fastballs. Gun them.
21 hits and 42 plate appearances.
Go nuclear loose at him. Go straight heat him.
You trust Javier to do that?
Well, not him.
Or Imai?
Yeah, throw some of your Magic's forkballs. By the way, I read that article about how Japanese players basically brought the forkball back. Did you read that, John?
No.
I think The Athletic had it, where the forkball was dead. Like 1.7% of the pitches in Major League Baseball were forkballs, and now, not forkballs, split finger pitches, and now it's up to 11%. And they said, well, why is this happening again? And one of the reasons, is because Japanese pitchers, they've been using it. In Japan, they continue to use it, and they brought it. The Japanese pitchers who come into the league have been bringing the splitter back with them. And it went away because there was some thought that it was damaging the arm, and then a study was done. It's like, oh, actually, this is less torque on the arm than a fastball. And so it's starting to be at Driveline. They're starting to teach they're starting to go back to the not the forkball, but the split finger pitch. And split finger pitch, all it is, you spread your fingers wider. It's the same arm angle and dynamics of everything looks like fastball, obviously. It's just another changeup. But it's apparently it's made its way back into Major League Baseball again. It used to be a devastating pitch. Mike Scott used to use it. With a little help from some sandpaper. People talk about the trash cans. That was nothing compared to Mike Scott when we had a Cy Young Award winner that was literally untouchable, and Billy Dorn used to have the sandpaper in his glove. So they'd come check Mike Scott and I don't know, there's nothing here. Roger Craig from the Giants literally had 18 balls that had a scuff mark on the same spot. He goes, they're clearly cheating. Look. And they couldn't find anything on him. And it turns out the story was told. Did you tell me this or someone else? Did Kevin Bass tell this? Somebody told the story that Billy Dorn, the second baseman.
Yeah, he would.
He's the one, when they throw the ball around the infield, he's the one that give it a good scuff at second base. And so they never found it. Trash cans. That's kids play.
Oh, we ain't about that. We nicking the ball.
Yeah.
They've been cheating. That's a baseball. Oh, really? There's cheating in baseball. It's been going on forever.
This was the most egregious, though. That's what we were told.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Not steroids.
The most egregious flaunting of the rules. The forkball, younger than you, but I remember Hideo Nomo, speaking of Japanese pitchers. That's when I first knew about the forkball.
He had forkball or split finger because they're different. He has forkball. Yeah. Forkball's gone away. You know what else went away? Is John, remember when Fernando brought the screwball in?
Yeah.
There used to be some screwball. I think Dan Plesac also threw it.
Yep.
And now no one throws a screw. That seemed like it'd be a little hard on the arm. But no one throws a screwball anymore that I know of.
No. Hey, I'm watching CJ behind the bar. Did you guys see this video?
CJ Stroud?
CJ Stroud, he's behind the bar.
Somebody brought out him
This is old because he's still got his hair.
Somebody brought up did you see the video of him warming up, throwing
Pre
the pitch?
and post hair.
Yeah. This is old. That's old. He still had that hair.
We have a question.
Well, wait. Well, what's going on? What's the deal?
He was bartending. I mean,
okay.
Maybe he's just trying to learn a second career.
Do we know what bar he was at?
No, I don't know what bar it is. He's behind the bar, though, serving drinks, making shots.
Not this CJ wouldn't do that. That must have been rookie year, CJ.
Yeah, right after.
Yeah.
Top 5. I'm top 5, CJ, I think.
Yeah, top 5, CJ.
We've got a question for you, Lance. Why is your shoe off and on the counter?
Just putting it up there, just
to air out your feet?
No. I got a new thing with Adidas where as long as I have my shoe on the
they
camera.
can't see the logo because of the mics.
You're getting paid by Adidas to have your shoe?
Yeah.
You're doing a poor job because the logo's obscured.
I get free shoes as long as
Isn't that a thing that's not legal?
What, plugola?
Yeah.
I mean, some people say, but I'm an
Some
influencer.
people-
I'm an
some people
influencer.
say.
I'm just telling y'all behind the scenes. Right now, it's just me putting a shoe on a table. Is there a secondary meaning to it? Maybe.
Your feet are itchy?
No, I'm trying to get some free. I don't have a deal with them. I'm hoping to get a deal with them.
Just plugola's fine. Just do it.
I don't know that that's the case.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it.
These are my favorites.
We've been doing that for years. It's
Ultra
no big
Boost
deal.
5. It's no big deal. Can you not say things out loud?
What's wrong with you?
Dummy.
Oh, there it is again.
He cusses in Spanish. He doesn't care. He's like, shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy. All legal.
We've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
Don't worry about us.
Well, is it illegal to talk about Tom's Watch Bar?
It's not. And in fact, should be considered mandatory to tell you that when you have basketball games going on downtown, they're going to give you free validated parking when you park at Green Street. Tom's Watch Bar will hook you up. They validate your parking. When you go in and have a drink or have some food or whatever you're doing, part of it is that you get free parking and you get validated. So now you've taken care of the parking problem. Whether it's you're there for baseball or you're there for basketball, boom, you're set up. And Tom's Watch Bar is a great place to watch the games. Like, you can go in, have food, have drinks. They got themed cocktails. They've got a lot of times they'll have DJs come in and turn it into a party, and that's going to be going on during the playoffs as well. So Fridays and Saturdays, playoffs, anytime really is a great time to go down to Tom's Watch Bar, get your food, get your drink, and cheer along your local teams with a bunch of other fans who are watching on 65 different televisions. You're not going to miss a pitch. You're not going to miss a shot. You're not going to miss a turnover. You're just going to see your favorite teams playing and hopefully winning while you have a great time. Or pregame there, walk over to your game, watch it, and come over postgame back at Tom's Watch Bar. It's Tom's Watch Bar, free parking at Green Street. When you get validation from Tom's, just stop in there and enjoy yourself. Tom's Watch Bar.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Did y'all see what the Wizards did yesterday? They blindfolded a guy and told him if he makes a half-court shot, he wins $10,000. And they had all these mascots from different teams out there. You know, when they did a mascot thing, and then they were all on the court. They blindfolded him. He threw it up, missed everything, and they all celebrated. You won, you won, you won, you won $10,000. They gave him the $10,000, the giant check. And
no, they didn't.
And then they made him watch it and go, April Fools. I mean,
that's worse than the donut trick.
Yeah,
that's worse than the donut trick.
Yeah, you got a donut. They didn't go, actually, you know what? We're going to give you $10,000. They didn't do that.
No, but I don't know what they had to have done something for him.
I don't know that anything is going to be good enough once you do that to me.
But that's just Wizards. Lance, I'm looking at a video of a guy in Japan, and he's going to a nightclub, and on the nightclub, on the board at the nightclub, it says women 63, men 16. Did you see any of this? It says how many women are in the bar and how many men are in there.
I didn't go to a nightclub, so I don't know. I'm out of the game. The bars.
What a great way to promote your bar.
Yeah, but, here's the thing. They want to promote the bar. They don't really promote tourism as much. Like, Japan likes tourism because it's money. The Japanese people, I don't think, love it. They don't love it. They don't want anyone messing stuff up. They're pretty finicky. But the female, I can tell you though, you do see I could see that. I could see that number being the case. Seems like you see a high percentage of females walking around. There's does seem like the younger girls, high school and college age girls. I guess I don't know, from whatever 17 to 30.
I did a story about one country. Yeah, they're moving to polygamy because there's so many more women than men, and I'm like, why can't we move there? What's the deal? Of course, Dell's like, what? Well, you want more than one wife?
No, not you want more than one wife. You want one wife?
You want one? Well, what about more than one?
Yeah, I don't know. Who's that for, the polygamy thing? I assume the men, they just want more women to do stuff for them.
Dummies.
Well, there's one opinion on the matter. I don't get it. Who's that for? Like, do the women enjoy sharing some idiot who wants two wives or three wives? Is that something they're looking for?
So I can see you never watch Big Love.
I've seen it. I've seen the concept. I've seen it put into play in TV. But as far as reality is concerned,
I got to tell you, it didn't look great for Bill. Bill Paxton, but I can't remember what his name was on the character name. Yeah.
Did it seem fun dealing with the personalities? No. What are we doing? And
I like the fact that my wife goes, I would be a Barb. I would not be the three wives, the sister wives he had. It was like one of those things. She said, "Oh no, I would be a Barb. I'd be the boss of the wife." She was the original wife in the show,
first
and
wife.
Then he took on two other wives. Well, eventually got to three other wives. And my wife's like, I wouldn't be her. I'd be her. I'm like, really? What are you trying to say? But now I'm like, no thanks.
No thank you.
One's enough.
No.
You don't need all that heat in your life.
My wife asked me, she goes to work and she wants me to do stuff around here or pick something up or wow.
Can you imagine 2 or 3 that wanted you to do a bunch of stuff?
Three individuals wanting you to do stuff for them?
Just way supersedes anything else you think you're getting out of it.
And you think you've spent enough time with one, and then another person comes to you and goes, hey, you need to spend time with me. I just spent time. Can I have time to myself?
I just did time.
Yeah, did time, exactly. Why? I don't know how that's good for anyone. The guy, the women. Why is this a thing for people? I guess community, and you're sharing and you're raising the children. That's what Big Love was trying to teach me. I didn't buy it though.
No, I ain't buying it. No, we don't need more. We don't need more. We don't need more wives. 713-7803. I just wondered if you were going clubbing Lance, where it's
No.
63-16.
No, but that does sound like you're right. That does sound like a good way to even those numbers out, frankly.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you were a young guy in Japan and you're like, excuse me? This isn't like my fantasy football draft at all. I'm going to that club.
Rockets win last night. So they won a close game. And after the Rockets beat the snot out of New Orleans the other day, or was it the Knicks game? After the Knicks game, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN and you know what? I'm going to give him a little leeway here because he's not wrong about this. The Rockets have blown I don't know how many games that they should have won. They do have a tendency to play like crap at the end of games. They do. So in all fairness. But they were able to hold on against a bunch of guys that I never had heard of. So, quite frankly, they beat a Bucks team that's probably – I mean, the number of guys that the Bucks were sitting or have been injured or they shut down this year is incredible. And the guys that they played still scored 113.
Huh.
But the Rockets did win a close game. They came up with the free throws when they had to at the end. Reed had a couple of big threes in the fourth. So did Kevin Durant. And this is what Wendy said he wanted to see.
Well, I haven't changed my opinion on that because they've won easily. I want to see when they have to play a close game. They just changed their starting lineup again, moving Reed Sheppard back to the bench. Guess what? It worked. He had an awesome game off the bench last night. Last night, their three-pointers were falling. When that happens, they're going to look great. I still question when they get into a close game if they can execute under duress. There's no doubt they're an excellent team. They're going to defend every night.
They have talent.
But, they still have a lot to prove at the end of these games. And really, it's not just to people like me. What does that matter? They have to prove to themselves, Shump, because I've watched them numerous times this year get into the end of late close games and just sort of melt down. And so it's going to happen again when the stakes get higher. They caught the Knicks absolutely dead last night. The Knicks couldn't make a shot. They fell down by 20 in the first quarter. It's going to, when the chips are down, when they're playing in a series, it's going to be a different situation.
I don't know that he's wrong on any of that.
I don't think he's wrong necessarily.
No, I don't think he's wrong either. We'll see if this team if they can actually execute, because that's been the biggest problem, executing.
Yeah.
When they have to. And in clutch situations, being able to actually take the ball up the court, and when they get double teamed at the top of the key or even further out, actually, take advantage of a guy that's open.
Imagine beating a defensive trap or beating a defensive set and getting an easy basket. It's like they try to survive.
That's crazy.
It's like they just try to survive somewhere between somewhere between half court and the top of the key. They try to survive and just get the ball, get an outlet into a pressure-free area just to relieve the pressure. It's like, dude, why not attack and make them not do that again?
Well, let me ask you a question, though. I don't know what the deal is. Another big – I mean, everything was pretty much equal except free throws last night. Listen, their assist-to-turnover ratio has been incredible.
Yeah, it really has.
Over the last week and a half or so.
Now they have not played.
What the hell has happened to this team?
Not playing great teams, first and foremost.
Well, that's one.
It helps.
And teams that really probably don't. We're not going to come out and challenge you out high because we really don't care about winning. Well, the Knicks did. The Knicks cared about winning.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rockets played great.
They played great. But there's something that's happened with the assist-to-turnover ratio lately that is it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know what did they change something or?
Well, as far as the assists are concerned, they've shot over 40% from three in the last week, like 3 out of 4 games or something like that. So when you're knocking down, the turnovers are different, but when you're knocking down shots, that's gonna help. And we know at one point they were a high percentage three-point shooting team. They just weren't doing it at volume. Now they're doing it at volume over the last week, like over 40 attempts, knocking them down at a 40% clip. So I don't know if that's going to be a thing we can count on, whether we talk about opponents and the Knicks are on the second night of a back-to-back. All those things can play a part. But if you're going to shoot the way they're shooting, you're going to win and you're going to look good doing it, and the assists are going to be up. That is not something we've seen in the last month and a half to 2 months of them kind of being a 500 team. Get volume up on shots from beyond the arc and knocking them down. That's been a nice surprise so far.
This is something that we've got to keep up, though. This is something I don't know that's going to happen against playoff teams. It happened against the Knicks, so that's a good sign. That's a good basketball team. 713-780-3776.
And they kept the foot on the,
Yeah.
I mean, they had their ups and downs offensively, but it never really became something to worry about. So they extended the lead when they needed to. So, yeah, they have a couple of games coming up down the stretch. Hopefully that Minnesota game is a real game where everyone's playing. Well, yeah. Hopefully it's not, actually.
Well, I don't care. I'd like to see him actually
Would you like
play.
to see Kevin Durant get a rest day?
Get a what?
A rest day?
He was against the Knicks. They sat him a lot more than I thought they were going. They
Would you like to see him sit one, though?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Well, we're at the end of the year.
It's not like he's
give him an extra
tired.
day.
It doesn't look like he's tired.
Well, let's give him an extra day.
See, this is. I didn't know the minutes total against the Bucks because the game they never could fully pull away. I mean,
it's stupid.
He wound up playing 39 minutes against that bad Bucks team.
That's what I'm saying. That's above his season average. This is one of his highest. He's like his career average for minutes. They haven't managed it at all.
They've needed him. That's the problem.
I know. It was supposed to be at like 34. Instead, it's around, 37?
Nearly 36 and a half.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world to take one of these days and just say, Kev, we're going to give you a game off. We'll give you 2-3 days in a row where you're not playing. You'll be fine. He's not somebody who's going to get rusty. He's a great scorer.
Yeah, he's played 73 out of a total. How many have they played so far this year? Is it 76 or so?
Yeah, he's played almost every game.
Yeah. Which is,
I don't think having one rest day is a bad thing.
It may come at the end of the year when we know maybe seeding's finalized. That might be when it comes. If maybe they're game back or if they're game up behind Minnesota with one to play, he shouldn't play because they don't own the tiebreaker.
What's the difference? Yeah, I guess because you could face another team that you want to have the tiebreaker over. If there's another, you want to have a tiebreaker over anybody you go against, so you have home court advantage. I just don't know that it really matters if you're going to be 5 or 6. What difference?
Yeah, if you're going on the road anyway, yeah.
Yep. All right, let's break. 713. Is John Chill coming? John Chill.
I have not gotten the call.
None of your business.
Okay, John Chill is supposed to join us on the other side. We'll see if he does right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. This is our penultimate segment, so we do have some stuff that we have to get to. Bill Self says he's coming back, right? Bill Self will be back and coaching Kansas's team. Puka went to rehab. Puka says a lot of stuff that really he can't control himself a lot, and I guess there's a reason for it. Because he's jacked up.
He's pretty extra. Like in general, he's pretty extra as a person.
Yeah,
it's kind of what leads into his success, probably.
Is it? Yeah. Is it some kind of substance that's leading to him saying these things, or is that just?
Well, I don't. It probably just amps him up, but I think he's going to say what he's going to say.
Did he go to shut your mouth rehab, or did he go to some kind of substance rehab?
According to his lawyer, he was in rehab a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke, and he's scheduled to be in there for a while longer. So the rehab thing had been a thing, and now it continues to be. He's going there or staying there to improve his overall behavior in every aspect of his life. They do not talk about substances, at least not in this statement.
So he's going to personality rehab.
Well, I mean,
what if it's not substance? What kind of rehab are you in?
Yeah, I just don't see the lawyer mentioning does he have a problem with pills or drinking.
I've
that
never
is not
heard
being
of a
said.
A-hole rehab.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, there's got to be something. There's got to be something.
Yeah. I mean, is it?
I don't think they want to draw necessarily a lot of attention to the specifics, probably.
Well, probably not. But if it's not substance, then it's you're rehabbing your personality.
Yeah.
And
So
which he might need.
So the statement from the lawyer, yeah, maybe. The statement from the lawyer, Puka takes responsibility for his well-being and increasing his performance during the offseason. So maybe football-related, this rehab. So in early March, before any temporary restraining order was filed by Madison Atiabi and subsequently denied by the court, Puka voluntarily entered a holistic care facility to focus on his personal growth. So nothing mentioned about alcohol or drugs. This is about becoming a better person and not biting people in the shoulder, allegedly.
Yeah, that stuff. That stuff, too.
So you're right. A-hole rehab for Puka.
Well, did you guys see the Campbell head coach quit?
The Camels head coach?
Yeah. The Campbell basketball coach said, we are not, after 1 year, he said, we're not putting enough into basketball. I can't win here. I'm out, and he's going to Louisville.
To be an assistant?
Yeah, to be associate head coach.
Dang.
So he didn't know the lay of the land before he got there?
Well, apparently they have apparently he's taking orders from some woman.
What?
Yeah, they have a female
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
That apparently the way they're distributing the funds to the sports programs was not up to snuff. He said, I can't win. You can't win here, so I'm out.
Huh. I'm gonna go now. You've got me trying to look at Campbell's past history of basketball to see if he's just making excuses. Has it been proven that you can win at Campbell in the past, or maybe he's right?
Campbell's won. They've been to the tournament.
Yeah, so there is at least some evidence.
That was before NIL.
Before that woman got there and decided we're not going to spend money on basketball.
Yeah,
is that what happened?
Or it was before NIL.
What's Campbell's NIL game?
That's what. Well,
it ain't much.
Yeah, what could it possibly be?
There's no.
And who are they competing against?
Well, apparently
he
talked
South?
about the allotment. He talked about the allotment.
So there's money, but it's not going to him.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah. Audie Crooks is transferring,
leaving Iowa State.
Where I'm just not.
What? You got something for this?
Well, where are you going to allocate that money that you need for that program now?
Well, she's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Whoever's bringing her in, don't Don't.
That's what I said.
Don't.
I can't.
I mean, it's going to take a bag to get her there because she's going to be in high demand. I don't know where you're going. A dominant post player.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of money.
A lot of money. It's going to take a lot of money to get her.
Just allow me to say it, and you can move on to something else. I know what you want to do, but let me step in.
I'm killing myself.
I know what you want to do.
We know, everyone knows what you want to get to, but how about we don't?
Okay. I'm just saying it's going to take a lot of money.
Yeah. She's going to get a giant bag of NIL money. Campbell couldn't pay for.
Campbell can't. No, Campbell can't. Well, I don't know. How much are they committing to the women's program?
I can't imagine that all the NIL money for Campbell is going to their women's basketball program, and the coach of the men's team can't get a bag for his guys.
Yeah. Some say she's the biggest name in the portal to date.
I would imagine. We're not following women's basketball like that, but a superstar getting into the portal it'd be like Juju or someone else getting to the portal.
So there's some other things here. Rapper J. Cole is now playing with the Nanjing Monkey Kings. J. Cole playing in Chinese League, professional basketball in the Chinese League. He does have some game, too, by the way. This is the third time Cole, whose full name is Jermaine Cole, has played in a professional sports league. He played with the Rwanda Patriots in the Basketball Africa League in 21 and with the Scarborough Shooting Stars in the Canadian Elite Basketball League in 22. He played high school basketball in North Carolina. We've got, and this one that came out yesterday. After two high-profile cases in basketball this past season, we know the kid for Baylor, and I can't remember where the other one was, who ended up coming out after they had been drafted, and then they made it back into college. The NCAA Division I cabinet will consider proposing changes to eligibility rules, including one that would bar athletes who have entered and remained in professional sports draft from competing in college. Now, they already have that, but there's an international loophole. So I already knew that would get shut down. As soon as the kid from Baylor won his case, I'm like, they will immediately change the loophole. They will not let this happen ever again. The proposed changes reflect ongoing work by Division I members to modernize our rules to align with the current era of college sports. As Division I members proceed with reviewing all eligibility rules in the months ahead, our focus will be establishing rules that have objective criteria that can be consistently applied for both prospects and current student athletes. So you're not going to be able to stay in the draft and come back to college. They're going to shut that loophole down. Although that was kind of expected, I think.
Yeah, I would think.
And your boy Tiger Woods is going to be able to leave the U.S. for treatment. He's not going to be – he didn't have an ankle monitor on or whatever. So if he needs to leave the U.S. for treatment or just go wherever Puka's going, he can do that.
Yeah. Well, Tiger's going to be – Tiger go wherever he wants. He's got lawyers. He's all lawyered up. He can go wherever the hell he wants to go. All right. That it? Del, we miss anything else?
We did miss that Kirk Cousins is a Raider, and it's in line with what Clint Kubiak said a couple days ago, that it's best for a young quarterback to sit and learn and watch. So a guy who he's had experience with, Clint and Kirk Cousins, seems like maybe Fernando Mendoza won't be starting the season as their guy.
I could see him sitting. I could absolutely having Tom Brady being one of the ones, along with Clint Kubiak, to say, nope, this is let's go ahead and sit Fernando and let him learn underneath Kirk Cousins. I could see that. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What's the problem with it?
Nothing. I mean, yeah, I guess
they don't have a good guard, center guard pass protection. Let Kirk Cousins get beat up. Well, I say it'd be better if guys could sit. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah.
The quote is ideally you don't want him to start from day one. You love for him to learn behind somebody. That's a perfect world. It doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes they have to play from day one, and it's our job as a coach to get them ready to go. I think it does help the player, though, if they can sit behind a mature adult and watch how they run the show. This was just a couple of days ago at the Coaches Summit, and now Kirk Cousins.
You're playing the long game. This is not the short game with these. Because let me tell you, fans and media will turn on a quarterback if he doesn't perform. Look what's happened in Minnesota. They're done with J.J. McCarthy. That dude got 1 year. He was hurt the first year, didn't even get a play, and they're done with him after 1 year. That's insane.
Yeah, but he wasn't the number 1 overall pick.
Well, he was. They traded up for him. They traded a pick. He was inside the top 10, wasn't he? Yeah, he was inside the top 10. It didn't even matter, number 1 pick. And that's, what, like Brian Billick said, they turn the hourglass over on your career if you're a head coach as soon as that first round quarterback, the first round quarterback, makes his first start. So you give yourself a little extra time by not starting Kirk Cousins. That's not the way they're going to, by not starting Mendoza, and that's not the way they're thinking. They're just trying to get mental reps for him so he can acclimate. It's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. You got a 5-year plan. You got a 5-year option. You got a long-term plan if you're the Raiders. You're not ready to win right away. And you don't have to play him right away. It's smart. Let him learn on the bench. We say that's a great idea for all these quarterbacks, and then all of a sudden you get one here that can do it. We shouldn't back off of that now. Not that it's our decision anyway. It's the Raiders' decision. And it's Raiders fans. They're going to want to see him, but they're going to find out Kirk Cousins can be pretty sweet.
Is that what they're going to find out?
Yep.
Pretty sweet is
Wow.
how people describe Kirk Cousins.
That's not what they found out in Atlanta.
Well, that's because they that was a miss. That was their GM and head coach both got fired. They mismanaged Kirk.
Oh, he was mismanaged.
Well, he was coming off a devastating injury, and then the quarterback that they wanted to rush out there and play. Now look at him.
Now look at you.
They had to go sign Tua as a potential option.
You drafted Michael Penix, and now you're like you got Tua. You traded a first-round pick for James Pierce, who's got felonies.
You picked Penix 7th overall?
Yeah.
When you needed? Right after you signed Cousins?
Yeah.
I mean, how dumb.
Yeah, and then they traded a first-round pick for a guy with known domestic abuse issues behind the scenes.
It's tough to be wrong on Cousins.
Stupid. Now
Penix,
they're both gone.
And then your next first-round
now
pick.
Now the GM and head coach are both gone.
That's a tough
And they got a guy with chronic
run.
They got a guy with concussion issues now battling the guy who's had 4 career-ending.
Stefanski's like, just get me to 2027.
I know. Like, can I see what this? And don't. I'm sure Stefanski's watching tape, going, I hope we don't start doing this arch thing here.
Hey, this is another thing we forgot. Jeremy and Joe going to be broadcasting tomorrow from 3 to 6 from Texas Golf Expo at Houston's NRG Park. If you're a golfer, this is where you need to be. Swing new clubs, save on equipment, apparel from all major brands, including Houston's own Kobe Stevens apparel brand. First 500 each day, Friday and Saturday. Get a goodie bag that includes discounted rounds of golf and a sleeve of Wilson golf balls. Texas Golf Expo, NRG Park, April 3rd and 4th. Get tickets at texasgolfexpo.com. That's texasgolfexpo.com. My friends, right now, I'm talking about my man, Kent Jones over Dream Rate. So, are you in an apartment and you're thinking about buying a home? Have you started to save a little bit of money? Do you know how much it's going to take? Do you know how much the down is going to take? Do you know what, do you have a price for the home? Have you found out how much the home that you're looking at is possibly worth? Do you know what kind of loan that you're going to get? Do you have a realtor? Do you have a title company? Do you have all of the things that you need to make this as easy and as inexpensive as possible? Well, if you're doing it yourself, you're going to do it wrong. Kent Jones at Dream Rate has done 1,400 or more over 30 years. That's what he does. It's what he knows. He knows everything about the game. Brokers, the word broker, not great, because it's usually that's a go-between, right? Well, this go-between is great. This go-between has saved people tens of thousands of dollars, does it on a regular basis because he knows where to go for the loan. He knows the title company. He knows the agents. He knows all the hacks. He's really, really, really good at this. You're not. You don't know anything about it. Even if you've bought multiple houses, you don't know as much as Kent Jones does. You are not going to save as much as money as Kent Jones will for you. So just give him a call, and he could tell you where you're at. He could tell you how much it's going to cost you every month. Dude is great. Dream Rate Mortgage. All right, let's go. Get there. Dream Rate is 975loans.com. 975loans.com.
in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. A lot of ways you're going to spend $5 today. There's no better way than spending it on Underdog this March. Playing Underdog is easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Is your favorite Houston player going to get more rebounds? Be higher or lower? Get your picks right. Win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-to-term_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.nctgambling.org. Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing. If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals to keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Alan Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money is always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your team's spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5. Time now for news with John and Lance. That's real weird.
Let's see what you think about this, Del. Former Saturday Night Live star Leslie Jones, she's being slammed online. She compared marriage to legal slavery. Is marriage legal slavery?
Well, one big difference is slavery wasn't voluntary. A marriage is, in most cases. I mean, for most Americans, you can choose to be married or not. I would say that's one primary difference. Now, I imagine it could be torturous once you're in it after you've made the stupid mistake of getting married. I get that part of it, but you've made the decision. You decided you wanted in on that. That's not what slavery is. So I would have to disagree.
Yeah,
legal slavery.
You had a choice on that one.
Yeah, the whole point of slavery is the lack of choice, and then all the atrocities that came with it. I can't say atrocities don't happen in a marriage. In fact, I would say the entire institution's an atrocity. But you volunteered for that atrocity.
Sometimes I feel like I'm my wife's slave when she tells me, "Hey, while I'm working all day, can you do this?" And I'm like,
she's like, I need you to take the trash. I'm like, oh, it's like I'm an indentured. I use indentured servant. You can get away with that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Now that also means there's a certain end point.
Servitude eventually ends.
Yeah.
Not with slavery.
Yeah. An Arizona deputy was fired for allegedly trying to get a hot MILF he was transporting to jail to sleep with him. Should you be able, if you're the transporting cop, get a hottie to sleep with you on the way to jail?
I mean, shoot or shoot.
There seems to be a power imbalance there that can cause problems. I don't know that anything can be, if consent can be given when she's locked up and you're taken or someplace, feels like it's wrong.
So he apparently kept her in the car, and it got so uncomfortable. The woman asked several times if he would take her inside the jail. He allegedly refused to do so until she agreed to show him her breasts.
Yeah, that's wrong. I'm going to go. Can't do that.
Yeah, that sounds like that slavery thing.
Yeah,
again.
That's another, or at least what would we call it? Kidnapping? What's the word for it in that case?
Yeah, it's not good.
Imprisonment, even though she's already in prison, you're adding another layer to it.
Right. Well, it's if you're already in prison.
No,
I mean,
that's we don't want to co-sign that.
Yeah.
Since you're already in prison, I would say don't do that.
There was a discussion about having sex, although the cop said it was her idea.
I bet. Do we believe that?
And he may or may not have shown the woman sexually explicit videos.
To get her in the mood?
Oh, my God.
What's wrong with this guy?
I mean,
what's wrong?
I don't know that he should be able to take. Maybe, you know
Can
what?
he be around any women? Forget
Yeah,
about the
I
ones
don't
he's
know,
transporting.
but,
What
yeah.
about, how does he handle being around women who aren't
At
imprisoned?
all.
How
Well,
does this dude? Yeah, like he probably thought, all right, this is my chance.
But you do have a. I mean, they really can't go anywhere. So, you know what I'm saying?
What are you
really
saying?
can't go anywhere.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he does have an audience that, you know, it's a built-in
yeah,
audience.
in fact, an actual captive audience.
Yeah, captive.
She's a captive.
Yeah, it feels
Right.
that feels incredibly illegal.
I guess if you wanna look at it that way.
John, how do we judge this? As a judge, what's your ruling? Because you're not judging her. You have to judge him. If he's
Right.
committing an offense because a hot woman is involved, do you get away
Well,
with you give
I
him?
gotta see what she looks like.
And what's your decision? No, that shouldn't be a part of the decision making because he's the one in your courtroom.
Was she assaulting him with her? Was she assaulting his eyes?
No, she wasn't pulling a Sydney Sweeney. I'm sure she was in some jumpsuit that wasn't that flattering.
I don't know.
I've seen the jumpsuits. They're not that flattering.
Huh. Well, no, I don't know if she was in the jump. You don't know if she was in the jumpsuit.
You think
he was taking her to jail? So,
what do you think she was in?
I don't know. That's a question.
So you think there's a chance he could get off with a probation or something?
Well,
entrapment? Oh, he's calling it entrapment on her part.
Yeah.
Boy, this is getting worse and worse for her. Can't believe she's done all these things.
She's already going to jail.
Yeah.
And now she's
in trouble for
entrapping the
entrapment.
cop?
Yeah.
Yeah. And assaulting his eyes?
How dare she, sir? How dare she?
Yeah. I don't know about
Bring
this.
the hammer of
Get your gavel.
Bring the hammer of justice down on her.
Yeah. All right.
So we've gone from, you shouldn't do that, sir, to, man, he couldn't help himself. She was in the wrong.
On her. This is so on her.
This is an awful courtroom.
Yeah. Don't ever come to my courtroom.
No chance.
No, unless you're hot, you get away with it. All right. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again.
Actually not. No Mapes. He's on vacation, so your favorite producer is in the building.
Oh,
AJ.
It's the Del and AJ show.
AJ Russ and Del Olaleye. Not Olalala. You haven't pulled that out in years.
That's what I think it is. But we're
Crazy.
done. Rockets, Lance. That's something else that we need to talk about, though.
Let's talk about getting to those Rocket games. Another W for the boys. Another W as we get closer and closer and closer to the playoffs. Are you ready for the playoffs? Did you know that you don't have to miss a single shot in the playoffs or next year? Secure your seats with Houston Rockets season ticket memberships and get access to this season's playoffs plus the 2026-2027 season. As a Forever Red member, you're going to get the best seats at the best prices, along with exclusive benefits and events all year long that you can take advantage of. Feel the energy, be part of every play. It takes all of us all season long. Go to rockets.com/radio to take a look at the season ticket packages and see if it's right for you, because then you're locked in where you have access to getting your hands on playoff tickets this year. That's rockets.com/radio.
welcome to the show. If you're listening to the latter stages of the John and Lance show, you know that AJ is in for Sean. AJ will be in tomorrow as well. Sean taking a couple days off. Nice to get yourself a 4-day weekend if you can. So shout out to Sean for that. I think he's back Monday. I didn't really check, but either way, AJ's here for the next couple days, and we're going to start with a bit of a game to get AJ involved in the show. The U.S. men's national team had a couple disappointing performances. Maybe you watched the games, maybe you didn't. I mistakenly said they wouldn't play another game on TV between now and the World Cup. They actually have a friendly against Senegal in May, but that's a little now. Actually, it's the end of the month of May, so you got about 2 months before they play another game to see if we can feel better about them going to the World Cup. But that's not the point here. The point here is some of those players you've never seen play before because maybe you don't even care about soccer, but the World Cup is here, so now you're going to lock in. So you don't know who those guys are, and that's how it felt watching the Bucks play last night. So we're going to play a game, AJ. You may know better than most, but you guys can play this game at home. The game is U.S. men's national team member or Milwaukee Buck. Let's see. AJ.
Okay.
Is Alex Freeman a Milwaukee Buck or a member of the U.S. men's national team? Don't look at anything. We're just guessing.
Okay. For that one, I say U.S. national team.
You are correct. He played, and like all the other guys, didn't play that well because that's just how it went against. Yeah. So you're 1 for 1. Maybe this isn't a game for you, but for everyone playing at home, you can guess. Let's go Pete Nance, U.S. men's national team member or Milwaukee Buck?
I'm going to say that's Milwaukee Buck. That's Larry Nance's brother.
That is 2 for 2. I'm probably playing with the wrong person here. That's good on you. Let's go Cormac Ryan, U.S. national team midfielder or Milwaukee Buck?
U.S. national team.
Milwaukee Buck.
Okay.
He played at North Carolina.
He got me. He said the midfielder on purpose.
Yeah, I had to try to switch it up. You're too confident in your first two. So we will do a couple more, and it just speaks to how anonymous both teams are. Right. But let's go with, let's see if I can get you on one. It's got to sound like a basketball player and a soccer player at the same time. Let's go Chris Richards, U.S. men's national team player or Milwaukee Bucks forward?
Okay, I'm going to say it's the national team.
Yes, he is likely one of their starting center backs going into the World Cup. So you're pretty good at this game. Final one. This one you should get just because this guy has made plays. Now you got to determine which sport did he make those plays in. We're going to go AJ Green. Is he?
Oh, it's Bucks. I already know who he is.
No, it's actually the former Georgia wide receiver. No, I'm kidding. It's both, actually. Two guys named A.J. Green. Wow. Yeah, A.J. Green, the Buck, and also, at one point, a star receiver in the NFL with the Bengals and the Georgia Bulldogs. So the Rockets played a team somewhat anonymous. A.J. locked in on sports, so he would know. But he did miss one. Yeah, he did miss one. Sure. So Cormac Ryan, I couldn't have gone Osman Dieng because unless I'm talking about the French national team, it's going to be pretty tough to convince anyone. Although you got Aubameyang and Balogun, so we do have some guys who have names that I guess don't sound quote unquote American. But that's who the Rockets played last night. A team full of guys who would not be part of their rotation in a normal situation. And thanks to the Rockets shooting over 40% from three, they get a win. It got a little testy late. The Bucks were down by 4 with the ball, and one of those anonymous players threw the ball out of bounds instead of scoring himself or making a good pass, and the Rockets may have been up to with the ball trying to close the game out. Instead, they're able to survive. They win. It's another win for them. It's another win where they shoot really well from beyond the arc. So that, whether you want to call it a trend or a streak, that is turned. Tari kind of reverted back to his form from the months of February and March. He didn't shoot the ball particularly well from 3. Reed Sheppard did, and that led to them getting up over 43s and knocking down 43% of them. So while they have not really been a high-volume three-point shooting team throughout the season, the uptick has happened, and the percentages have gone up as well. So you like that. They shot the ball well. They didn't turn the ball over. And when you make as many threes as they did, you're going to get assists. Whether it's just a swing and a guy knocks down a shot, or there's actually playmaking involved. The Rockets had 30 assists last night to just the 7 turnovers. That'll get it done. And you needed a really good offensive game somehow, because the Bucks kept making shots, particularly in the second half. Like, if you could just go by how the quarters played out, it wasn't big quarter wins for either team, but the Rockets always felt like as long as they didn't completely collapse, they're going to win this ball game. But they could never get any real significant distance, and that's why Kevin Durant's playing 39 minutes against a pretty anonymous Bucks team, because they could not get enough distance to sit him. And there have been times this year when he does sit that things fall apart, most notably back when Ime talked about, was it the Kings where they were up 13, or was it the Blazers? I forgot which team that isn't very good. They were up like 13, and Kevin Durant sat down, and the lead immediately evaporated. So whether that's still in the coach's mind or not, Kevin Durant's going to play a lot of minutes in any game that feels like it could be lost, and that's why he was up there at 39. Credit to him for his durability not being a problem this year. And credit to Sheppard, as I mentioned, shot the ball really well from 3, 9 of 14. Those are the nights where you wonder why he doesn't play or start more. He plays plenty. He gets plenty of minutes, but you wonder why he doesn't start more. And this will be something Ime Udoka decides, and he's going to use this final stretch of games to decide, whether it be size being determination, or maybe he just sees a matchup where Reed's defense can't be exploited against the opponent's starting lineup. Reed will be out there. In games where there are some deficiencies that he sees, he'll go with Tari. And that is still something that is up in the air. I don't believe, at least early in a playoff series, I don't believe it'll go game by game. He'll look at the matchup and go, okay, this is this team's projected starting lineup. This is the lineup I think plays best against them. We'll go there. In playoff series, it always happens. A team will adjust by not starting a guy if that guy's not playing well. It happens in finals. It happens in first round series. So the first couple games, I think you'll see a static lineup depending on what he thinks is the favorable matchup for his team. But at that point, particularly if you're down like 0-2, you could see changes made. But he's going to use these games to figure it out. You would have hoped that this would have been figured out before Game 76, but this is where we are. They are still in flux about what their best starting lineup is, and I don't think the Bucks game did anything to tamper down any concern. They're not a good team. Now, you give the Rockets some bail, shoot them some bail. They were on the second night of a back-to-back, so maybe not their best effort defensively, as they, particularly in that second half. The first half, they were fine. They only gave up the 44 points, and they were up by, I believe, 10. That second half, Ime Udoka's not going to be happy with giving up 69 points in the second half to a Bucks team. Not that Bucks team, where the biggest moment for a Bucks player was Giannis hugging Kevin Durant after the game while he was in street clothes. The fact that the Antetokounmpo that played, that was Alex, even though he only played 4 minutes, should have been enough of a buffer to keep for the Rockets to go, hey, if Giannis ain't playing, Kuzma ain't playing, Bobby Portis ain't playing, that game should have been a runaway. Wasn't the case. But you get the win. You don't lose, and that's what matters most. And because the Wolves did not play, you now have a half-game lead. The Wolves do have Detroit on the road, so you got a shot if seeding is of some concern to you to be a game up on the 5th, and that's what you need for the 5th seed, and that's what you need. If you hope to avoid the Lakers, if your concern is facing Luka and LeBron in a playoff series, finishing outside of 6 is the way to go about it. And if you can get some help from Detroit, they've played fine without Cade at home. They beat the Raptors a couple nights ago at home, so they can beat a good team at home. And with Ant back, it's a different situation. But if they can do that, then you go into the final stretch of the season controlling your own destiny, if avoiding the 6th seed in the Lakers is what you're hoping for. So the win was expected. They got it done. We'll take that. And we'll hear from some Rockets when we come back. Alpi got a little shaken up, had to leave the floor because of his back. We'll hear from him when we come back. If you want to join us, I know a couple people are on hold late, couldn't get on. So if you want to bring that conversation to this show, you can. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll do some Rockets. We will certainly get into some NFL transactions because the Raiders have a new quarterback who may be the guy who takes the beating before their rookie gets his chance. So it's right up Keith's alley. Known to love a free agent quarterback signing. So that's out there. Me and AJ just getting started. Also, AJ, keep this in mind. The Wizards did something that people say it's cruel. Cruel. If you don't know what it was April Fool's yesterday. They ran out a fan, made him put a blindfold on and say, hey, you make this half-court shot, you win $10,000. He didn't make it. They pretended he made it, and he ran around there celebrating like he won $10,000 until they revealed that he didn't. Man. So keep this in mind before we talk about it later. We know that in-house entertainment will use team employees for bits. Do you believe the Wizards are cruel, or was the April Fool's joke on all of us, not the guy in question, because they had a team employee come out there and go, hey, pretend like you're a fan? You think about it, because if it's the other thing, I mean, of all the things they've done to torture their fans the last decade, this goes to the top. So we'll play that, we'll talk about it, and we'll also talk about much more, like the Astros. We will be back. So thanks to Art for alerting me to this. I was referencing Kirk Cousins.
This is the Del
Sorry.
Alalea Show.
Tone that
On
down,
ESPN
Michael. Michael, you'll get your
97.5
time
and
tomorrow. We'll talk to Michael tomorrow. Sorry, I was too excited about this contract because I love Kirk Cousins because of what he is. He's an all-time bag getter. He may be the greatest bag getter of any sport. Like Deshaun has his $230 million. That was one contract. Kirk Cousins, according to Adam Schefter, for the 11th straight year has a contract fully guaranteed. It's insane stuff. So he's a Raider, and now the contract details are out. And the write-up by Schefter is insane because when you initially see the sentence, Kirk Cousins will sign a 5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders. And you're like, what the hell is going on? And then he goes, in reality, it's a 1-year fully guaranteed $20 million deal that also contains a club option for 2 years at $80 million. So what you can take from that is, at least for year one, Kirk Cousins is going to get paid $20 million, and that's $20 million. It likely means he is their starter going into training camp, and they want him to start a considerable amount of games, whether that's 4 or 6 or 8. Maybe it's the whole season. We will see. They do have a quarterback as their owner. They have Clint Kubiak, who worked with Kirk Cousins in the past. And with the presumptive number 1 overall pick being a quarterback, it may be a situation where Kirk is going to get paid $20 million to get his ass kicked for however long he can take it, and then Mendoza will step in. If it's this year or next year, who knows? Kirk Cousins also has a roster bonus. If he's on the roster in 2027, he gets that $10 million fully guaranteed as well. So, ultimate bag getter. Kudos to his agent. Applause to Kirk Cousins. And maybe he found a way through negotiating to become a starting quarterback again in the NFL for at least a portion of 2026 before Fernando Mendoza takes over. So that's it. Kirk Cousins at it again. And this stretches back to when they were the Redskins. And people were like, why are you doing the franchise tag? You could get hurt. Didn't get hurt, got two fully guaranteed franchise tag years, and then moved on and kept getting bags from Minnesota. Got a bag from Atlanta, and Atlanta's still paying him because they cut him, and the Raiders are doing it as well. Nice job. And we'll see how many snaps he takes as Fernando Mendoza chills before it's time for him to take over. So that happened. The deal is nuts. I'm sure there'll be more reporting on it to kind of explain it all. I think whoever Kirk Cousins' agent is, beyond all the kudos he's getting, probably told Adam Schefter, hey, put the 5-year 172 thing in the first sentence.
Definitely.
Sure, you can explain it away, but I'd like that to be the attention grabber because it'll get everyone. And then because of what day it is, I was like, is this the real Schefter account? Is this from yesterday? What the hell is going on? And turns out it's all real. Cousins is a Raider and is going to get paid to be their quarterback, at least for a little bit. All right, let's hear from Alperen Sengun. He left the court for a time, and he was joking about the injury, so he seems fine. But here's Alperen giving an update on his back.
How's your back feeling?
It's good. Not bad. It's just back-to-back, so got to hit a little bit, but I'll be all right, probably. Hopefully. I'm all right, actually.
Hey, Alpy, I know that you're focused on each game, right? Not looking too far ahead, but if you think about how you guys felt going into the playoffs last year compared to how you feel now, do you feel like you guys are more ready in terms of just what you know about each other?
We learn a lot more each other, I will say. We kind of end of the season now. It's kind of whole different team. We got some up and downs. Had some good games, some bad games. It will happen. It was kind of like we had a lot of change in this team this season, so that was expecting kind of. But we're still a good team, and we're learning. Like I said, we're learning every day.
It's a lot of words to say. It could go either way. How it plays out could go. I'm not sure actually. We're still learning. So I thought 70+ games would have been enough, but it's not enough to learn enough about them or each other to be solidified going into the playoffs. But they get the win. Alpy seems like he's going to be okay. We'll see once they step out on the court next if he will be good to go. So they put a bit of a streak together, have able to bounce back from what had been a run of not playing well and also not winning on national TV. They got that off their back by beating the Knicks, and now they're the 5 seed with the Wolves right behind them. Likely not going to catch the Nuggets because the Nuggets don't lose games anymore. They've won 7 in a row. The Spurs have won 10 in a row. The Rockets are on a 4-game losing streak and still the 3rd best winning streak in the Western Conference because of what the Spurs are on. The Spurs took apart the Warriors last night, who are they're going to be the play-in. They will be a play-in team. They'll be the 10th seed in the play-in. But that gambit of signing or trading and then giving Jimmy Butler a giant extension didn't work out. Steph keeps getting reevaluated. There's no reason Steph should play the rest of the year.
Of course, he's coming back against the Rockets, though.
He shouldn't play.
I know.
I'm not surprised he is going to play, but he shouldn't play. There's no reason to delude yourself into thinking look, you could beat the Blazers in a 9-10 matchup. And do I put it past you for Steph to have a night where you light up either the Clippers or the Suns in the 8-10 matchup or 7-10 matchup to find your way into the playoffs, only to see the Spurs?
Right.
What are we doing?
It's wraps.
I think they have their first-round pick, so shut it down. You're in the lottery, and maybe, just maybe, you wind up with the top 5 pick and don't screw it up by taking a James Wiseman. When that whole 2 timeline thing you're on, maybe you get it right this time at the end of Steph's time. Think about that Warriors team and what they tried to accomplish. They drafted Wiseman. He's been a guy who hasn't lived up to expectations. They trade away Kuminga, another one of the guys who are part of that young core that was supposed to supplement their older players as they age gracefully. And meanwhile, Kuminga is on a Hawks team who can't lose games. Like, getting rid of Trae Young, imagine that. They decide to finally punt on Trae Young, and now the Hawks are one of the best teams in basketball. I think they've won 17 out of the last 19 games.
Yeah.
They took apart the Magic, who are one of the bigger disappointments this year. They trade for Desmond Bane to be their final piece in a year where the East is down, and they're in the play-in with the team who's familiar with the play-in. It'll be the way it's going. The Hornets are playing well. The Magic and the Heat are two out of the last 10. Those two teams will probably be playing an elimination game in the play-in, and depending on how it goes for either team, a lot of questions. Like, Jamal Mosley may not survive it. Spoelstra will, but I think both teams will be best served losing and being in the lottery, because there's nothing for those teams, much like there's nothing for the Warriors in the playoffs. Rockets, different story. Got expectations. Let's see how they finish out the year and what that matchup will be. So they get a win, and one of the reasons they did was Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard is a guy who's in and out of the starting lineup depending on the wishes or the thoughts of Ime Udoka. So he was asked a question about how Tari and he are handling it. Here's Reed Sheppard after the game on being in and out of the starting lineup.
Reed, you and Tari have been that rotating 5th starter this season. How much have you two been there for each other as far as encouraging each other when one starts and when one doesn't?
Yeah, a lot. And it's not just me and Tari. It's everybody. Everyone's encouraging everybody. No matter what it is. If Tari's starting, everybody's happy. Everyone's doing what they're doing. If I'm starting, it's the same thing. Me and Tari have talked to each other, and we neither one of us care who starts as long as the game is just going good. It doesn't matter to us. We just want to win and play the game. So it doesn't matter. We talked about it the other day at practice. It was funny, and we both kind of had the same response. That was just like, hey, it's your turn. Go do what you do. Be aggressive. Go out there and make an impact. And then tonight he was saying the same thing to me. So it doesn't matter either. Whoever starts, the whole team, and for sure me and Tari are going to be complimenting each other and pushing for each other.
So good vibes.
For sure, great vibes. Great vibes.
Sorry, I can't imagine those two sitting down going, man, you ain't starting tonight. That's tough. How you feeling? I don't think, have we ever been around an athlete before? I don't think that's the conversation. I'm sure they encourage each other because they're teammates, right. But when Ime puts up the starting lineup on the board and Tari looks over at Reed and Reed looks over at Tari like, hey, man, not your time today, but
I got you. I don't. That's not happening. I mean, you heard him. Like everyone is encouraging everyone. I don't think anyone's really broken and can't believe that they're not starting when both always, when they're healthy, are around 30 minutes a night. I think everyone's just fine. And yeah, as you heard him, the vibes are good. The vibes are great at Daikin. They sweep the Red Sox. They take them apart. The offense continues to be the surprise of the year. It's early, but I did see something where the Astros, who felt like an afterthought going into the year, all the talk was about the Mariners as far as the AL West was concerned. If you look at something Sean and I discussed earlier in the week, ESPN did their rankings of each team, and the highest the Astros were ninth on someone's poll, and lowest at, I think, 19th. So while the range was wide, there wasn't anyone who really thought, at least to start the year, this team was a real contender. Now, baseball's weird. You got pitchers that get hot in the playoffs. You can go a long way. But there wasn't this belief that the Astros were what they have been. And so far, the bats have exceeded expectations. The pitching's been spotty. Hunter Brown has got back to it on Tuesday. But other than he and McCullers, you've had the pitching has been okay, but the hitting has carried them, and they did that again yesterday as they beat Garrett Crochet, who wasn't thrilled with his performance. The big hit was by Carlos Correa, who hit his first home run, I think, at Daikin. I think that's the story from yesterday. First home run since he was reacquired by the Astros in his home ballpark. Here's Carlos Correa's postgame with Julian Morales about that home run.
Carlos, God, that had to feel good. You got your first one.
It felt great. At a key moment in the game against a great pitcher that's going to be competing for the Cy Young votes. Definitely was a good one.
This offense, the lineup seems to be feeding off of each other. What are you seeing from everybody?
I see everybody just buying into the culture and to what we've done for a long time at the highest level, and that's having that collective approach where everybody's grinding at bats and tiring pitchers out, and you see a lot of 3-2 counts. You see a lot of people working deep counts and making good decisions, and that's what Astros baseball is all about.
What can winning this many games in a row so early in the season do for you guys?
A lot of confidence, and it definitely tells you that the things you work in spring training were the right things. As a whole lineup, with the new hitting coaches and all that, we've been doing a great job, so we want to keep rolling.
That has been the story. They did make some changes across their staff, whether it be their training staff. There were concerns about their return to play policies, why guys were either coming back too early, or there were questions about their process of coming back. They looked into that. They made the training staff changes, but as far as what a lot of people were concerned with, it was what had happened to the lineup, what had happened to the approach. Alex Centron caught a lot of the slander. Whether he was really to blame or not, the Astros did make a change, and so far, we've seen these bats respond. The philosophy, according to Joe Espada, in spring, they were going to be a team that made teams and pitchers work. They were going to grind out at bats. They were going to be the old Astros again, and if that's not epitomized by what we've seen from Jose Altuve over the first 7 games of the season, I don't know what is. I think that aggressiveness will always be there, but the walks, the number of walks so far, going into yesterday's game, he was second in walks in the league. Only Mike Trout had more, so he has shown a patience that hadn't been previously displayed, and the entire team has responded maybe to the doubters. Jeff Blum said this is a team who is in a different position where they're the hunter as opposed to the hunted, and he actually expected the guys to respond to that different mentality, and it has gone well early. They have the day off today. They head to Sacramento. They'll play the A's and dreaded Nick Kurtz. I said Nick Kurtz, AJ. If you don't know who he is a guy who tortured the Astros last year. He hit 9 home runs in 10 games against them last year. He had a batting average of 500, I think an OPS of just under 1,300 or maybe a little over. I have to look it up. We were talking about it this morning. He's not been good this year, which makes me not feel great about what's coming. As I said, the Astros pitching is a little sketchy outside of Hunter Brown and that McCullers start. Do I want a guy who hasn't gotten it going yet, seeing a team who's had great success with? No. Or on or against? No, I don't want to see it. Now, I went through it, and the pitchers that are currently with the Astros aren't the ones he destroyed last year. So maybe that's a bit of a saving grace, because if you look at it, and thanks to Baseball or Sports Reference telling me how Nick Kurtz did against the Astros, as I said, the 9 home runs in 10 games, I gotta apologize. His OPS was over 1,800 against the Astros. The batting average at 500, 21 hits and 42 at bats. But who he did it against, the only home run he hit against an Astro pitcher that's currently an Astro pitcher was Brian Abreu. Hit the 1 home run. Other than that, he was fine against Javier, but a lot of his damage was done against Astro pitching that's not here. So we will see if the likes of Imai and McCullers and Javier find a way to get him out. He's scuffling. I'm sure he wants to get going. I prefer for him to wait. Hey, Nick Kurtz, wait till the Astros are out of town. Sure, you're struggling. You wanna figure things out, but wait. And I have a new slogan for this weekend for the Astros. Like, their motto this year, slogan this year is chase the fight. Because Nick Kurtz is on the other side, pick your battles. Don't pitch to him. Pitch to all the other A's. Don't allow a guy who has maybe won the Rookie of the Year because of what he did against you. Don't allow him to get off on you. It's why the Red Sox should probably stop pitching to Yordan. They hit him yesterday. He wasn't happy about it. Crochet hit him, but I'm not suggesting you hit Nick Kurtz every time he's up there, but don't give him anything to hit. Let that man who's hitting under .60 right now, let that continue. You know what? I'd be fine if he never registered a plate appearance because he always walked. You can do that. Just keep him out of the conversation, and you're probably going to have a good weekend in Sacramento, if that's even possible, because it's Sacramento. The A's still are a team who won't acknowledge they play there. I still think they prefer to be just called the Athletics. If you look at the standings wherever you find standings, they're just the A's. It's a little insulting to Sacramento. They're housing you. You don't even know when you'll actually be in Vegas, and you don't want to be called the Sacramento A's. I think they've acquiesced and put a patch on it that's on their jerseys that say Sacramento, like on their shoulder or something, or the sleeve. But as far as calling them that, nah, we're good. And that's been a weird thing in the AOS. Like the Mariners, Seattle, the Astros, Houston, the Texas Rangers. But the Angels were at one point the Anaheim Angels, the California Angels, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, which is the most ridiculous name. And now we've got the A's who prefer to just be, hey, we don't even want this as part of our history. We're going to pretend this didn't happen. And then when we're in Vegas, you can start to call us the Las Vegas A's. Right. If I'm Sacramento, I throw them out of my city.
It's not at all like in the NBA when Oklahoma City had the Hornets.
That too.
Yeah.
Well, at least the Hornets went there. Well, at least they went there because of a natural disaster.
Right.
So I get why there was some confusion there, but the A's are being housed there because they don't have a home. Sacramento, I'm asking for things because you're insulting me right now we're a sports city. We've had the Kings for years, and they've done enough to insult us by just being in existence the last 25 years. You don't add to it. You can acknowledge us. The A's out there treating Sacramento like side piece. Look, I got a family. Don't call this phone. Is how they're treating the Sacramento right now. Even though they seem to have a fun time there when they meet up, but don't call this phone. I told you I'm busy. I got a kid at home, and that kid is in Vegas. We'll see if the A's get to see that kid at some point. They're still waiting to break ground, I think. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to some NFL things beyond Kirk Cousins because the Texans ownership group, namely both McNairs, were asked about contracts coming up because they've got some high-priced guys who are going to get paid a lot of money pretty soon. So Hannah and Cal talk about that Aaron Wilson asked a question. They gave their answer. We'll get to that when we get back. But before any of that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Now, truck month is over, but that doesn't mean the deals stop at Monument Chevrolet. Just go to the website right now, monumentchevrolet.com, and see what they have to offer. The Colorados are available. The Silverados are available. And if you missed out on the truck month deal, don't fret. You can still get a great vehicle at a great price and be able to do it with great people. That's part of the business model there. Not only are they going to make sure they get you into a vehicle that you're going to love at a price you're going to love, they also make sure it's done in a way that you'll love because they treat you like family as soon as you step out step onto the lot. They've been in business for over 50 years for a reason. They treat you right. They've been selling cars to generations of people, generations of families. Why not be next and take advantage of what Monument Chevrolet has to offer, and including Jeff. He's your general manager. If you have any questions, he can be your point person. He'll answer those questions for you. He wants to be that guy that you can go to if you got a question about a vehicle or a deal. He'll be there for you, and then you'll get the deal with the great salespeople there that'll walk you through the car buying process at your very own pace. So from the vehicles that you can see when you go to the website and find the view our lineup portion of the homepage to the people, it's all great at Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Let's hear from the McNairs before we wrap up hour one. We heard from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. He talked about several things. The one thing we didn't get to, we didn't play it because I had Sean make a judgment call. It was about Gerard Johnson and how D'Amico loved them. Great coach, but you got to go. So there was about 3 clips where D'Amico said the same thing, but wouldn't tell us why he got rid of Gerard Johnson, other than sometimes you need a new voice. And so that new voice is Jerry Shaplinski, who was on the staff last year, but now the new quarterback coach. Gerard Johnson, I believe, is in Philadelphia as an offensive assistant now. I think he may have interviewed I believe he did interview for the OC job there, didn't get it, but now he's in Philly as an offensive assistant, and probably not the best place to walk into, best workplace to walk into if you've seen the story regarding Jalen Hurts, where Jalen Hurts, and this was floating around last year, where Jalen Hurts was less than enthusiastic about changing the dynamics of the offensive system. And when you think from his perspective, I'm the quarterback of a team who made not 2 straight Super Bowls, but I've been to 2 Super Bowls, won one of those. I have to deal with coordinator changes. It seems like every year, and yet with me at the helm, this team continues to win. We keep winning the division, and we have won a Super Bowl. So why would I want to change the way we do things when I feel like I'm one of the common denominators for all this winning? Well,
it's getting carried by the defense.
Well, see, this is Cowboy fans talking. I'm just speaking from the Jalen Hurts perspective, not from maybe you could say someone a bit biased or maybe unbiased, depending on how you feel.
It's unbiased.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we can hold you to that when you are a stated Cowboy fan. Look, I ain't got no love for Philly. That's why we have that sound about how I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city. The reason I grabbed it is because I agree. but still, Cowboy fan talking about what's going on in Philly. Gerard Johnson, not walking into a harmonious place. We'll see how it works for Philly. They need a bounce back year, which they seem to always do over the last half decade or so. A down year under Sirianni, then they bounce back. So if we're just going by the trend, all this disharmony, the likelihood of an A.J. Brown trade won't matter because this is what they do. We'll see. So that's Gerard Johnson's problem in Philly. The Texans' problem, at least in some ways, those problems fell on him, and that's why he's there. But one of the reasons why there was some changing was the fact that C.J. Stroud wasn't playing to the level that they wanted him to play at. But that won't stop a certain negotiation from taking place as far as how much is he getting paid. And the Texans have a couple of those to deal with. Nico Collins will certainly be looking for an extension. The Will Anderson extension is something to consider. And then what you're going to do with your quarterback will remain a question until they make a decision. Here are the owners of the Texans, the McNairs, Hannah and Cal, on future contracts for their best players.
You guys have, like we talked last year, investing in the young players, the good draft picks that you all had, like Derek Stingley Jr. Will Anderson Jr. is now eligible for something like that. What does it mean for you all to, when the time is right, to do something like that with Will, and what you're thinking also on C.J. Stroud, and this is obviously a pivotal year for him, and D'Amico discussed him earlier.
Yeah, we'll let D'Amico and Nick make the football decisions there, but they're exciting, really good young players. We'll hope to have them around a long, long time.
You know, it's a good problem to have when you have so many guys you want to keep under contract. So if we keep drafting the way we do, this is just going to be something we talk about every year.
Yeah.
Very succinct from the McNairs, and particularly from Hannah, dead on. Hey, it's a good problem to have. We'll see if those problems turn into giant contracts for some of their best players. D'Amico, when asked about a potential fifth-year option for CJ, he did the company line for him, and he's consistent with this. He doesn't discuss those things, so you didn't get anything out of him regarding that. They have not agreed, or it's really something. It's logistic. You just say, "Hey, fifth year option." It's not a lot to discuss. Either you're giving it to the player or not. You expect that to happen. Just hasn't happened as of yet. I don't know when the deadline is. I think it's closer to when the season begins. But so the next thing transactionally for CJ, if he's not getting an extension this offseason, is for the Texans to exercise their fifth year option for him to keep him at least with the team for this upcoming season and then the 2027 season, and then maybe a contract is done in between the fifth year option and when it's actually on the books. So that's next. But as far as contracts, look for Will, Nico, and CJ may be the third of the three to get a deal done if he gets a deal done. But there's no rush on him, but it's being asked in the 2026 offseason. It's just going to be part of the conversation until we get some finality there. And a lot of it has to do with how he plays. And the Texans are playing this right. There's no need to get into serious discussions. And if the price of the brick goes up because he's great, so be it. And if it's not going up because he repeats the performance of the last two seasons, then you may have a real decision to make, or you could just be fine being comfortable giving him $50+ million a year. That always works out. Giving a guy who doesn't play to that level a lot of money. So that's why the Dolphins have the largest dead cap hits in all of football history, because of what they did with their quarterback. You don't want to fall into that trap if the quarterback isn't good enough. CJ's got at least another year to prove that he is. All right, we'll go to break. That's hour one done. Join us, 713-780-3776. When we get back, we're going to discuss whether this is real and the Wizards are being cruel, or they're taking us all for a ride, and we're the ones who are part of the April Fool's joke, not this potential fan that was pulled out of a crowd. We'll play the sound. We'll discuss it. The Wizards on some real, I can't even say the word. Let's not even say the word or even try to dance around the world. We'll talk about, I mean, if I was English or a Londoner, I'd say they're on some crud. What they're on. If I was from that part of the world, I would say that the Wizards may be on some crud. We'll see what we think when we come back. I forgot to mention, because of people, wanting a Friday off, not just Sean, who's off today and tomorrow. Michael Carroll's off tomorrow, too, so he'll join us in about 25 minutes. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, he does that podcast with John Lee. He'll join us to talk about what you should or shouldn't watch. So if you got questions for him, you're more than welcome. If you want to get in before that, 713-780-3776. So, because I can only say it in a way that allows me to stay on air like this, are the Wizards on crud? I'm not a Londoner, but I've seen enough shows from that portion of the world that I know what it means. What is this? If you don't know, it was April Fool's Day. You may know that, but what the Wizards were on was this. They brought out a fan from the crowd, blindfolded him. They had a bunch of other mascots there beyond their own for whatever reason, and they said, hey, you make this shot. We've seen this all the time. Game day, make a kick, you win money. You make a half-court shot on the basketball version of Game Day. We've all seen it. You make a shot, half-court shot, you win some money. It's part of the standard in-game entertainment at basketball games. This one was a little different. Put a blindfold on, and if you make it, you get $10K. At least that's what they told them. And they all pretended, there weren't that many fans in attendance. You're going to notice the in-game host say something that flies in the face of reality. You'll notice it. I'll point it out, but you'll probably notice it as well. They pretend that he makes it. He doesn't, and then they pull this on him. Here is this entire setup, and then the result.
This is the one, though. Jackson, it's all on you. This might be history if you get this done. For $10,000. Oh, my.
Yes, sir.
Somebody's wrist. The mascots are going crazy. The contestants going crazy. The crowd is going crazy.
The crowd is not paying attention. They're not going crazy.
Oh my gosh! You didn't see it. We all saw it. You want to see it? All right, take a look at the screen for the replay. That was crazy. You go up with it right here, and you see how it just doesn't actually go in.
Bruh.
So they brought out a giant check with the $10,000 written on it and said,
I'm not gonna lie, sir.
You won $10,000. And then you heard her at the very end say, actually, it didn't go in. It turns out you don't get any money. So my question is, are the Wizards, beyond torturing their fans with the actual basketball, taking it to another level? Or is Jackson, as he's named, just some dude in the marketing arm of the company? They ran him out there for their April Fool's bid, but I don't know who they're. Let's just say it is a bit for them. It's more for the viewer to see what they're on, as opposed to tricking this actual fan. No one thinks this is fun.
Right.
No one is applauding the Wizards for a great joke. It's not what Lexi did to Lance when she said, "Hey, come get some donuts." It turns out it was a vegetable tray. That's funny because we like seeing Lance tortured like that because he was so happy about donuts. It turns out he actually got a donut later, but his initial reaction was, I can't believe I don't get a donut. That's cool. It's a little thing. It's fun. It's not a promise of $10K. The reactions are, this is cruel. This isn't fun. No one of any real understanding thinks this was a good thing to do if they actually did it to. I'm going to say this is fake. The April Fools of it all, actually doing this to a paying customer who decided to come to a Wizards game. They don't get a lot of people who want to do that. A guy wants to come to a game and you tell him he won $10K when he didn't. I'm ruling Jackson works for them. Unless they are just full of people who lack self-awareness. Because why would you think this will work out well? You're the Wizards. No one's looking for you to trick them. Just exactly. People think anybody who's a seasoned customer should get refunds for having to deal with them. You traded for Anthony Davis. Neither one of them play. What was the entire point of this season, other than I guess you hope because of how bad you are, you can couple a top pick with these guys, but I think there's some protections on their picks, so that's a wind up in a certain spot for it all to work out. So I don't know if they'll come out because of the backlash and say, hey, you know what, guys? We were just having a little fun. It's like when Clutch throws a cake at somebody pretending to be a Spurs fan when that person just works for us anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If it's real, it's bad. If it's fake, it ain't great. Have some more self-awareness. The Wizards should not be in the business of pulling pranks on people who actually decide to pay to watch them play. They do enough of that by the basketball. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any real confirmation on it. I'm not buying it. Maybe I just live in a world where it's hard to buy anything as real. Then get me. And if you did, I in some ways not imagine. In some way, I admire the audacity of the Wizards thinking this would go well for them and they're a franchise that can get this off. All I saw was a lot of this is cruel. Now, Jackson, the fan in question, he was like, okay, guys, you got me. In reality, if he sued him, I'd be like, for emotional distress, I'd be like, you know what? If I'm on the jury, it's a win, Jackson. You're not going to pretend to give me $10K and then rip it away from me, all for a joke. You're running me out there. I'm embarrassed. It got me running around thinking I won. The 4,000 people in the building are laughing at me if they were actually paying attention. Stupid Wizards. Go win some ball games. If the Rockets pulled it off or tried it, I'd be like, you know what? At least you're like a team on track to win 50 games this year. People want to actually watch you play basketball. I don't even know who they're playing. Jackson's probably a fan of the other team anyway. Yeah. He probably was rooting on the other team anyway. Or maybe he had clients who he decided to bring to a Wizards game. Either way, that happened as part of the April Fool's experience. There weren't a lot of great things. I don't know if the Cougs did anything. I didn't see that from any of their accounts. The one thing Sean and I were talking about, I think off air, the one thing they could have tried because of the Kelvin Sampson speculation, someone, whether it be the official account or the basketball account, could have said Kelvin Sampson's retiring, and that might have gotten people, but it doesn't help recruiting, doesn't help their attempts to build a roster. So I don't think Kelvin Sampson would have been happy with it, but we just live in a world where we don't believe anyone does anything. So I didn't believe this was real. So I'm just looking at some of the quote tweets. You're a 17-win team. This is unhinged. This dude worked a 9 to 5, threw on his favorite sweater, and bought tickets to the Wizards. And this is how you treat him? This isn't funny. This is cruel. Isn't the fan that they tricked the fan into buying a ticket to see a 3-win team enough of an April Fool's prank? It's all in line with that. No one thinks this was a good idea. So we'll see. Bad move by the Wizards. Not great for the fan experience, along with your roster. Let's get to Keith before we go to break. Remember, Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. I want to stay on the NBA conversation. Are we kind of undervaluing or not looking at kind of the success the past couple months of the Atlanta Hawks? I know they made the East Finals, the year the Bucks won the title with Trey, but since that Trae Young trade, CJ McCollum in town, offense is clicking. I think they've won 16 out of 18. I know they had that number 1 pick in Risa Shea, but imagine if they would have got one of those generational number 1 picks. They're playing some really good ball right now. Quinn Snyder, they've got some really nice players in Daniels and Johnson, and McCollum's damn near 35 years old, kind of a vet in this league. But the Hawks are they a sneaky team to win a playoff series or two? Because they're playing some really good ball right now.
The Hawks are the team people thought they were going to be going into the year. They just traded Porzingis and Trae Young to make it happen. This was the team people thought because of the weakened East, at least the perception. The Celtics we're not going to play into the weakened East, but with the Pacers, of course, being without Tyrese Halliburton. And you can't trust the Sixers because of injuries. The Hawks were a team that people thought would rise up the standings, and it took trading players that were supposed to be part of that foundation to get it done. Kuminga has been an asset. Jalen Johnson, now that he is playing more consistently, is the guy people thought he could be. And this is a team who didn't even get their top pick right from a couple years ago. He mentioned Ricochet. He has been a guy who has been in and out of the rotation. You'll see him in garbage time. So just it wasn't a great draft, but just imagine if Ricochet was a real player. Like he plays minutes. He didn't play in there. He played 13 minutes against the Magic in the blowout. So that's where he is as far as his career is concerned. If they had found a way to get that one right, how good could they be? Right now, 17 out of their last 19. Are we underselling them? I think people want to see it in the playoffs. And as it stands now, because of how bad they were to start, despite how hot they are, they're a 5 seed and they're playing a Cavs team who made their own in-season trades to try to change things. And the Cavs has played really well over the last 10. So I don't think anyone's going to pick the Hawks as it stands now to beat the Cavs in a playoff series. Right now they are a game and a half ahead of the Sixers for the 6th seed. So at the 5, it looks like they're going to get a chance at the Cavs, not have home court against a proven playoff team. This may be one of those things where the Hawks give them a series, but as part of how it always goes in the playoffs for young teams, you get your nose bloodied and you come back the next year. But they're one of those teams. I think some people will say, "Hey, why do I trust James Harden and the Cavs in the series? Let's have some fun and pick the Hawks." I don't see it. I think they have been a really good team over the last couple months and fun to take a look at. But once it comes time for it, unless the Cavs poop down their leg, which is possible, I think they take that series in that matchup. The size of now that they got Jared Allen back, the Twin Towers, Donovan Mitchell's a playoff performer. Even if he's not advancing into the conference finals, he does play well in the playoffs. This is a big year for the Cavs to try to find a way to make a Eastern Conference Finals. It's kind of their bar right now, something they have not been able to clear. But the Hawks are fun. The Eastern Conference is, I think it's the Celtics to win as long as Tatum is good to go. But I don't know who's going to see them in the conference finals. It could be several teams, and I would not be surprised by that. I don't think the Celtics have enough to beat the Spurs or the Thunder. The Spurs, if they make the finals, they would have been battle tested enough that I won't lean into, hey, you got to lose a couple before you win one. At that point, if you're making the finals, I think they're good enough to win it. But I think the Celtics are the clear third team if you talk about the top 2 in the West, they are behind them. And are they even better than the Lakers or the Nuggets? It's kind of how it's been for a while. The West and then everyone else in the East following suit. The Celtics did win a title in 2020. Was it 4? So they do have the experience of doing that. We'll go to break. Michael Carroll will join us at about 11:30. We got one more segment to go. So if you want to get in on a non-TV movie subject, you can join us when we get back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So the Cougs are in the middle of spring football, and they're involved in a bit of a scrap, tangentially. It's not really their doing. It's between the big booster for Tech and the Big 12, because Tech and the Cougs are going to play on Friday night. It is the brand of the conference right now because Tech made the playoff and the Cougs had a really good year too. So two teams that have high expectations going into 2026, and they're going to put them on Friday night. It's about TV ratings, about getting eyes on the conference, and who better to do that than a team in a big market like the Cougs, and who were good last year, and the team who is spending a lot of money to be good, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. So you think that's just part of the business. Understandable for a conference who wants eyes on them. Unless you ask Cody Campbell his opinion. If you don't know who that is, he is the big West Texas booster for Tech. He is the one paying lots of money to make sure Tech is good in football. You would think Joey McGuire is the face of the program because he's the coach. I think the most notable guy associated with Tech football, not named Patrick Mahomes, maybe Cody Campbell. He's very prominent in commercials, talking about wanting to save football and certainly wanting to up the profile of the Texas Tech Red Raiders. So he is one of those guys saying, hey, Friday night is for high school football. And that has been a talking point for years now since the conferences have decided to put some of their matchups on Friday. The NFL doesn't even, I don't know if it's still a rule, but at one point the NFL couldn't even play on Friday nights because of some rule about a law about high school football. So now the NFL, I think, can play Friday afternoon games. I don't know if they've been able to get the Friday night stuff in their wheelhouse or in their bag. But Brett Yormark responded with, Cody Campbell does not run the Big 12. Pretty much saying, I do. I along with the member of this conference, make decisions, not the money behind Texas Tech football. So Cody Campbell's trying to exert some influence. The Big 12 commissioner is saying, nah, you know what? I think I know what's best for this conference, and it doesn't just bend to the will of you and your money. We're going to do what we think is best. So, you know, it's a social media back and forth, but the Cougs just happen to be involved because they're the other team. This game was originally scheduled for a Saturday, which Cody Campbell would have been a fan of, but the Big 12 and ESPN have come together, I think it's Fox Sports, excuse me. The Big 12 and Fox Sports have come together to say, hey, let's play on Friday. And that game is going to be on October 18th. So it's as the conference schedule is getting started, it'll be a big game. See what the Cougs have. Have we gotten reports on how the quarterbacks are looking, AJ?
Not from what I've seen yet, but yeah.
Do we think Wegman is starting by October 18th?
I think so. I prefer waiting, giving Henderson a year to wait, honestly.
So, like the Mendoza treatment that looks like the Raiders are doing, you'd like to have that for Henderson as well?
Yeah.
Or he doesn't have to play?
Yeah, unless, if an injury happens, then, God forbid.
Yeah,
right.
Of course, yeah. But if you had your way, let him sit. And there's always some concern because you hear about the NIL stuff that is he willing? I don't know that. Like Dylan Raiola was fine going to Oregon and waiting behind Dante Moore. So I don't know the mindset of Henderson and what he wants to do. But when you're walking into a squad that has some expectations and the quarterback helped them get there. I mean, we saw Wegman last year. He wasn't exactly the driving force, but he was there. And along with that defense, helped them win double digit games. So he has at least got some pelts in the wall as a Cougar. That is something Henderson has to do before he takes over. So I wonder how those battles will go, because it's just expected at some point. The 5-star status, the fact that he selected Houston over all these other programs that came after him and was steadfast. I don't know that there was any real concern. Like from the outside, you're like, well, who knows? When that bag comes in, will it be a Bryce Underwood situation where some school says we can't live without him, so we're going to give him all the money? And it never was a thing, at least not from what I could tell. He was always going to Houston, and that is where he is. So early if it becomes a storyline when if they have a spring game, because some teams don't even have it. Are the Cougs going to have a spring game, or are they going to do like a open practice for people to see, a recruiting event?
Usually it's been more so open practices, but I think they might have a spring game this year.
Yeah, coming off a good year, maybe you want to get the team on and have some eyes on them this spring to see and have people take note of what you're building there, Willie Fritz, going into year 3. Might be a good time for it, but it has been a trend in college football. Some coaches position it as, we don't want you to scout our roster and go try to recruit our roster and take a couple guys you see that are impressing in the spring. I know Matt Rule was chief among them, who said, hey, after spring, we lose a couple guys because they get scouted because of what they do in the spring game. It is a concern for coaches, but that's because you can't trust your own. If you could trust your own colleagues, you wouldn't have to be concerned. Meanwhile, it's a different sport, but Will Wade will dip after 1 year at NC State after they hire him from McNeese State. So it'll always be positioned as NIL is bad because of the players, and then you watch the adults and the coaches do what they do time after time. I'm beginning to sound like Jay Billis. This is his thing. So I think he's a more prominent figure doing this, where he talks about how the coaches are a much bigger problem when it comes to NIL, and yet people want to focus on the players and how bad they are for college athletics. We'll move on. We'll go from one Coug topic to talking to two Cougs, because AJ will chime in on what we're going to get to next. Michael Carroll, noted Coug fan, noted Coug, will join us to talk about movies and television. You want to call Michael, get your question in or ask, or simply recommend. We get people doing that, recommending a TV show or asking us if we've watched it. You can do that at 713-780-3776. Michael joins us today because he will be off tomorrow. We'll get to Michael Carroll when we come back. Michael Carroll's here. And before we do that, Michael and I were discussing, by that I mean talking about TVs and movies. Before we do that, Michael and I were discussing during the break the Tiger Woods body cam footage. It's out. You see the vehicle on its side. Tiger is taking a knee for some reason as the officers are talking to him. And Tiger was surprised he was being arrested. I'm being arrested?
What?
The officer was like, yes, sir, you're being arrested. They found a couple pills in his pocket, and he said, that's a Norco, which is a painkiller. And the officers confirmed, or authorities did, that he was in possession of hydrocodone.
Well, dang.
So he hit a work truck, and the guy driving the truck said, there's nothing I could do to get out of the way. All of a sudden, Tiger Woods is bearing down on me. You see his truck, you think, what could I have done?
It's because it's a two. I mean,
it's not a very broad
strip.
It's like it feels like a one lane. It's like one car per can go through. It almost feels like that, and you just kind of have to get out of the way if two cars are approaching each other. This man couldn't.
This man couldn't because that man was going.
He said he looked down at his phone. He was looking at his phone. It wasn't because of the Norcos. He was looking down at his phone.
Of course, as one does.
Yes.
Yes.
And well, the referees. The authorities disagreed. They decided
they threw a flag, as a matter of fact.
In fact, personal foul.
Personal foul.
In fact, this is a game misconduct. If we're talking about hockey, game misconduct, red card, whatever you want to use for Tiger Woods, and he is stepping away from golf.
Technical or flagrant?
It's flagrant too. If your car winds up on its side and you have to climb up through the window, it's a flagrant two.
If it had stayed on wheels, flagrant one.
4 wheels on the pavement, flagrant one.
Yeah, 100%.
If your vehicle is on its side with no wheels touching,
flagrant two.
Flagrant two.
Out of the game.
In fact, we're talking game suspensions. We're not just talking about one game. That's why he's going away. We'll see what happens. But Tiger Woods, that video's out if you want to see it. Of course, he was surprised at getting arrested. He didn't go, I'm Tiger Woods, but don't you know who I am? He didn't do that. But the man on Norcos and is surprised that the authorities may see a reason to put him under arrest.
He was on one knee, like don't say. Do you think you know who I am or whatever? Don't say that. Don't say that.
I am far more interested in why he was taking a knee.
You were very curious as to why.
I knew all the other stuff.
Right.
I saw the picture of the car being on its side. I had seen that before. Now we get the body cam, and he's on one knee for some reason. How did he get there? Why is he there? Was he trying to collect himself? Did he think he was judging a putt? I don't know what he was on, but
let's see if I had hit that pothole.
Perhaps
instead.
It is a position he's normally crouched down, so it's not normally on a knee. So I don't know what he was on.
Well,
but
back issues.
Yeah, true.
It's
one. Yeah, that good point.
See?
So if he had made it to the Masters, maybe he would have been judging putts like that as opposed to crouched down. We won't see that. He's taking some time away. Thankfully, most importantly, no one was hurt. We will see what happens to Tiger Woods after that.
Yeah, rehab.
Yeah, he's going to work on himself. Maybe he goes to rehab outside the country. I'm sure the coast of France is a great place for rehab. I'm sure. I don't know why he has to go out of the country, but if he needs to, he needs to. We can move on. Michael?
Yes.
What was the latest edition of Comicast about?
The latest issue of Comicast, which came out today, is all about, a few things. Mainly about Daredevil Born Again. The latest 2 episodes dropped on Tuesday. Of course, Jong is back. He was sick last week. He's back, and we dove into a full spoiler discussion about the latest 2 episodes and just kind of the show in general. Our thoughts on it, some of the things we felt like it could improve upon, and what we've enjoyed so far about it. And we both have enjoyed it so far. We also have a couple of announcements in regards to we'll be back at Comic Palooza this year, happening May 22nd through the 24th. And then I'll be a panel moderator for a book festival coming up in June, Saturday, June 13th, the Book Dragon Festival. So had a couple of those announcements, and we dive into the Supergirl trailer, the latest trailer.
Okay, I got to get into that. Thank you for bringing it up.
I was ready for this.
It popped up on my timeline when it dropped, and I am in on Millie Alcock. I love the tone of this superhero who's dealing with what happened to her on her home planet and what it's led her to do, and I'm all in on that. But I cannot believe the biggest star of this DCEU or DCU reboot is the damn dog. Like the dog appears to be like she's wallowing in pity, she's drinking and all those things, and then her dog gets poisoned, and now she snaps to action. The first teaser trailer, we thought it was about the kid that shows up and why. The plucky kid's gonna get her to do some things to be a superhero. No, she's on a mission because her dog. Look,
why do you hate dogs?
It's not that I hate. First off, it's not even a real dog. It's an alien dog, so you don't have issues with aliens.
Yeah, that's true. It goes back to the alien.
But also the fact that James Gunn appears to have based this entire reboot on a dog that reminds him of his own dog is kind of insane.
All right. No. All right. Hang on.
Why is this dog why is the dog being poisoned and her needing an antidote? The action that turns her from, well, I don't know, life sucks. Clark is an optimist. I'm a realist. I'm just gonna sit here and drink into a woman of action.
We don't know that for sure.
That's what the trailer is suggesting.
The trailer is suggesting that.
She has to save her dog.
She has to save her dog. It is an element from the comic that it's adapting.
Fine.
But he's not a central character, I would say. He's involved, obviously.
Superman nearly beats Lex to death asking about where the dog is. We saw that in that one.
He's very upset, yes.
Yes, the dog was a featured part of the first Superman teaser trailer.
Yeah, very much.
This dog, we know, my only positive, maybe the dog will be out of action because it's poisoned.
100% it'll be out of action
so I don't have
most of that movie.
So I don't have to worry about Crypto, even though Crypto will be what gets her going. It appears you're telling me it's in the comics. I accept that. I just know that there are so many stories to tell, and the dog I can't avoid. Like
Crypto's a part of it.
Understood. Like Grogu, Crypto, get them all out of here. Honestly,
all these cute animals and aliens, get them out.
Like
if Crypto was a real dog, would you be more?
I actually would prefer an actual dog.
Wow,
a real one, like not a superhero dog. If she just had a dog that she loved and she walked it, I'd be, for a time as she was contemplating, I'd be fine with that.
As soon as the dog starts flying, hate him. Can't stand him.
I mean, it could fly, but it doesn't have to be the thing that gets everyone to get to business. I don't. What's the deal?
Well, I do think, obviously it may be the element that pushes her into action, but the young child that's
part of
that's coming to her is going to be a big part of her realizing, because she's dealing with the loss of Krypton. She experienced the loss of Krypton in a very, very different way.
Yes,
at least this version of her does.
Yes.
Experience it in a very different way compared to what Clark did. Clark was a baby. He didn't know what's happening. She is very much older, very much sees what's happening, and is wrecked by it, and hence why she's kind of a little bit, as they've described her, a little bit more messy, a little bit more
I appreciate all
having
that.
issues.
I welcome that part, and I get it. A character on an arc.
Yeah.
Part of this movie will be about her finding who she is and recovering from what happened on Krypton. I understand that storytelling. I don't need the dog being one of the reasons why she gets there. That's all.
Hate dogs.
I don't hate dogs. This is not an actual dog. It's an alien, first off, and a
just hate
superpowered
alien
dog.
dogs.
Like if Crypto was like an actual dog on the planet Krypton because he wasn't affected by the sun, our sun, I'd be like, you know what? I'm sure it's a cute dog. Cool. But this version of him, when he gets to wear a cape and stuff,
I will say this version does need man's best friend.
Training.
He's not
the
the
reason
best
he
dog.
got shot by that dart is because he wasn't on a leash.
See, this is why we have leash laws. Because you never know when Krim of the Yellow Hills is going to poison your dog.
I get it. Your dog has superpowers, so you think you can do whatever it wants, and then you wind up with an alien with a certain dart who can poison it, and now look at you.
That's actually the heart of the movie, is her learning about dog training.
Please. What's that guy's name? Caesar?
Yeah.
The guy who does that?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe she needs some of that, but that is my complaint. I actually like most of the trailer. You got Jason Momoa more prominently featured as well. So I liked a lot of it, except for the dog.
I do want to mention one thing that we brought up on the podcast, because I think a lot of people are also doing this with the first trailer release, is that they're incorporating it with all of James Gunn, and they're forgetting Craig Gillespie is the director on this one. Anna Nogueira is the writer on this one. He is obviously, he's going to be involved. He's the head of DC Studios, so I'm not saying that, but I think a lot of people were like, James Gunn this, James Gunn that. It's like, whoa, hey, hold on. Craig Gillespie is the director. Anna Noguera is the writer. He's helping, but it's more of their joint. So just saying it out there.
It's like Kevin Feige. He's the Kevin Feige of this world, and so he's going to have a say in things, and I can tell what he has a say in.
Well, more dog,
less dog.
Just hating crypto. AJ, are you a fan of crypto? Or are you?
I mean, I'm kind of indifferent. He was a little wild in Superman, but I mean,
he was wild.
Yeah, he's super wild. But I mean, it's cool. I guess I don't mind him.
I feel like you're leaning towards him.
No, I mean, I don't hate the dog.
Okay.
I don't want it to be like the center of the entire story. But
No,
I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's cool.
God, I didn't realize I'd be like the only one.
Oh, he's cool.
He's fine in little portions. What?
Right.
I guess I was prepared because Sean Mapes was really going in on this dog, and he was like, I'll call in and be mad about this dog, and I'm like, all right, chill, chill.
You don't have to call in from your time off, Sean.
Right.
I'm holding it down. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no.
All right. Beyond my complaints, maybe my over exuberance about getting that dog out of the paint. Beyond that, and the Supergirl trailer, what else caught your eye before, if anything, before we get to some of the reviews or suggestions?
Well, I guess just Daredevil Born Again is doing very well. Of course, it's funny because we'll get to the reviews. It's kind of a slow week in terms of reviews. Outside, I did see Super Mario Galaxy, so I'll talk about that here in a bit. But it's mainly me catching up on stuff.
Okay.
Because it is going to be a slow time this week, and it looks like next week. Well, I should take that back. There is some premieres of shows, but they're not really my purview necessarily outside of The Boys. So it's a weird time in terms of busyness when it comes to this stuff. But finishing Monarch, Legacy of Monsters, Daredevil Born Again, I started Invincible, and a few others that are on docket.
All right, we'll go to break. We'll take anyone's calls that has them. We'll come back with Michael. We'll get more into some things you should or shouldn't watch. It is a light week, but he'll have some things for you. We'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
I said we take calls. We got one. I guess maybe I set a tone for rants because John has one. He wants to talk about Superman. What's up, John?
Hey, man, I'm still mad, man. I have to put it on air, man. That Superman, that previous Superman movie was the worst Superman movie I have ever seen. How could they ruin my favorite superhero of all of them? Hell, Superman was the man in the little cartoon books in the 60s and 50s, man. I tried watching that movie 2-3 times, man, because I said, well, I watched it one time. I don't understand what the hell is going on. So I tried to watch it 2-3 more times, and I understood it, but it was still horrible. The best part of that movie was at the end when the dog showed up and Supergirl, his cousin, showed up. That was the best of that movie. That movie was so horrible. Tell me, did you guys like that movie?
John, I found it okay, but Superman isn't my thing. I've never been a big Superman fan. I know he's the bell cow of the DC world, but for me, I was always a Batman person more than anything else. So if you're telling me who I care about the most, don't ruin a Batman movie for me. I'll feel like you feel about Superman. What about Michael? You probably felt better about it.
I liked it too. I liked Superman a lot.
And to point out how much this dog thing is a thing, I type in Superman. And look at the icon that you see. It's a dog's paw on Google. Like you see the Superman from 2025, but when you scroll, you see the paw because I can't get away from it.
It's everywhere.
John, I don't feel as strongly as you, but I wasn't crazy about the movie. I like the Supergirl aspect of it. I think I'll like this movie that's coming up more than I enjoy Superman, but we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, John, next one. You'll get more of what you want. But, yeah, it's part of the deal, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you love Batman so much, my boy that I love his movies that's playing Batman, you like him playing Batman?
Which version? You mean the Robert Pattinson version or Batfleck? Which one?
No, I'm sorry. The one before that. What's the name of the brother?
Christian Bale?
Christian Bale?
No, Christian Bale was the best. No, the white brother.
Well, they're all white guys, John. That's just Batman.
Man, I don't even like to do that kind of thing.
I know
the brother, man. That was that. What's his name, man? He was him and what's her name, Jennifer Lopez.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. You mean Ben Affleck? Yeah.
Yes, man. You like him playing Batman?
I wasn't over. No, I mean it's fine. I mean
it was fine.
He didn't ruin it for me. But he's not my favorite Batman.
It was more of him killing people that I was not a fan of.
Yeah, I don't like Batman. It's a different take on it. It's fine. I mean, It wasn't my favorite guy, but I like Batman as it comes. I like the animated version on the Harley Quinn show.
Oh yeah,
he's funny, it's a different take. Of course, I grew up on the Batman cartoons, which is how I was introduced to Batman. Really, of course, Adam West and all that stuff. So I'm a Batman guy.
Well, I grew up on that too, but everybody already know when all the heroes they put together that's fighting some kind of villain and they can't beat that villain, who do they call? Hell, they had to bring Superman back to life.
That's true.
To take care of business. Superman is the man.
Thank you, John, for the call.
Thank you.
He is the most powerful of all, at least the most represented as powerful DC superhero. But I like the Ultimate Detective, honestly, which is Batman. We got another DC property coming up. We didn't ask John what he thinks of Lanterns. We'll see if he has an opinion on that when that features on HBO.
I don't know. He may like that one.
We will see. He seems like a comic traditionalist, and if we go by the impression of the trailer, it may not fit what he's looking for.
Good point.
We will see on that. Michael, thanks to John's call. We have very limited time.
All right.
And you did say it was a light week, so what do you got for us?
The main thing, I need to mention it because I watched it on Monday. The Super Mario Galaxy movie premieres. It premiered actually on Wednesday. It's going to be the big release of this weekend. the main thing I wanted to mention is critics hate the movie. 41% right now with critics. Audiences, 91%. I'm with the audiences. What'd you expect? Like, what
did the critics want from this movie?
What do you want from Mario? Do you want Citizen Kane? Do you want Oppenheimer? Like, what are we talking about here? I want to see Mario squish a Goomba. I want to see Jack Black's Bowser make stupid jokes. Like, I liked it because it was just what I expected. And Yoshi's in the movie in like 2 seconds, and Toad says, "Well, I guess there's a dinosaur now." And yeah, 100%. That's what it is. So why are we so upset? It's soulless. The dialogue's for kids.
Well, yeah.
What? It's a kid's movie. What do you mean? It's a family movie. What are we talking about?
The dialogue's for kids.
And it's an insane, like, some of these critics, man, like, chill, bro. Like, it's not that serious. I get, like, can be good animation in terms of how it appeals to both young and old.
Yeah, they'll say, what about Spider-Verse?
Like Spider-Verse.
Critically acclaimed, yeah.
K-pop Demon Hunters, Zootopia, Toy Story, like, all that stuff. We can have some dumb fun, too. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, I like a good dumb action movie. War Machine was actually better than I thought it was. Is it changing cinema?
No, but it was entertaining, and I'll take that on Netflix. Yeah, definitely.
I just want to chill and watch Mario do some things, and it's crammed full of references, especially if you're a Nintendo fan, so you'll love it. But, like, just because it makes references to stuff, it doesn't do it in a way where it's like, hey, remember Mario Maker? You like that, right? Well, here's the reference for that. It doesn't do that. It's just saying, like, it makes jokes that if you get the reference, cool. If you don't, that's fine. It's okay. Like chill out with this soulless.
You got real. I don't like crypto energy. You got that energy.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is my crypto energy right now. This is 100% that. I saw because I started seeing the reviews pop up, and I'm like, all right. It's a kid's movie. Like, chill out. Let's all relax a little bit. So Super Mario Galaxy, take your kids, take Nintendo fans in your household. Go watch that. It's fine. It's 98 minutes. It's quick. You'll be in and out like really quick. The drama is the other one. If you want some counter programming,
sure.
The drama with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson.
Speaking of Batman. Pattinson and Zendaya.
Happily engaged couple is put to the test when an unexpected turn sends their wedding week off the rails. 84% right now, doing well. So maybe give that a look. If you're looking for something more grown up.
Pattinson killing it on the press tour. People love what he's on.
He's good, yeah.
I did not know he did as many movies with her alleged husband, Tom Holland. I think he's done 3 movies with each of them now. At least that's what he said.
I think so.
Yeah. He's nearly part of the family at this point.
Basically.
Yeah. We're done. That's what that music means. So thanks to John for calling in.
John.
Best call all week.
Hands
Sorry,
down.
Keith. No chance you compete with John. Try again tomorrow. We're done for today. Thank you, Michael. He's the host of Comicast. You can hear that on Wednesday nights still here on ESPN 97.5. But also wherever you listen to podcasts, you can hear it. He does that with John Lee. Thank you to AJ. He'll be back tomorrow as well. Since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
What are we doing here? Wow, Sheppard over to McConnell.
No.
This is the best basketball I've seen in years.
He pulled that from this morning show. I didn't even think they'd do that. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
And handcrafted cocktails. Whether you've just finished a round of golf, a pickleball match, or you're meeting friends, Birdie's is the perfect spot to relax, celebrate, and enjoy the best view of the Houston skyline in the city. So grab a bite at Birdie's today. Book your tee time, reserve a pickleball court, or explore corporate memberships at eastriver9.com.
Oh, and that
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Join Jeremy and Joe as they broadcast live from the Texas Golf Expo Friday, April 3rd from 3 to 6. Come see all the latest golf equipment and apparel, even demo new clubs. For more information, visit TexasGolfExpo.com.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
How do you think ABS is being taken in?
The batter's challenge on the pitch.
It's entertaining.
And the Yankees get it right again.
The Rich Eisen Show from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, 14-year NFL veteran Lavonte David, Basketball Hall of Famer Chris Webber, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, actor Wilson Bethel, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Correct. Can confirm that because here I am, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, sitting here at the desk in Los Angeles, California. 844-204-RICH, number to dial, whether you're streaming us live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or listening to us live on our Rich Eisen Show terrestrial radio affiliate network, stitched together coast to coast by our friends at ESPN Radio and Sirius XM Channel 80 listeners. Hello, podcast listeners. I know you're not listening live. It's your right to do that. We appreciate you taking in this show that way, or you're watching us on our YouTube channel, Chopped Up, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Hello, Chris Brockman. Good to see you.
Hello, Rich Eisen.
Jason
Good morning,
Feller. Good to see you.
Hello,
sir.
Rich
Good to
Eisen.
see you. Good to see you. TJ Jefferson, candles lit.
It is great to be seen, Rich Eisen.
I love that. We're going to start today's program with the Pro Day held yesterday. Let me get this correct. I saw that. Let me get this name right. I should have written it down. There it is. John Mellencamp Pavilion.
No way, really?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not.
That's
awesome.
It is, in fact.
Little pink houses for you.
Named after John Mellencamp, the Pavilion.
Really?
It's not just any old practice facility. It's a pavilion.
Is it the Jack and Diane Field at the...
Good. Look at you. Presented by Uniqlo.
There you go.
I don't know.
Wow.
Now you're getting a little too deep in the weeds for me.
I was done after that one, to be honest.
That's where Fernando Mendoza's pro day went down. These are words I didn't think. It's one big Mad Lib. Fernando Mendoza pro day at the John Mellencamp Pavilion on the campus of the national champion, undefeated national champion, Indiana Hoosier football program.
That's a mouthful.
That's like...
Did you hear what I just said?
No, I mean, yes.
Say it again for the people in the back.
Just never going to get...
Well, and by the way, 10 different members of the Raiders organization was there. I don't know if any of them were named Jack or Diane. But
Tom Brady has a son
odds
named
are
Jack.
up.
That's true.
But here's a little ditty. The Raiders are going to choose this kid first overall.
Look at you.
And his pro day, I mean...
Outside the taste.
He threw 56 passes. Only 3 of them hit the ground. Yada, 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 yada. He looks great. He's going to be first overall. And it's kind of crazy because when we kind of got introduced to him slowly this year, nationally, Indiana fans knew exactly who he was from the beginning and saw him and were like, okay. And Indiana starts winning games, not losing at all. And the first time I watched him play pretty much from start to finish was that Penn State game.
Yeah, me too.
When I tuned in, looking at the score, waiting to see it become a blowout because, that was after they blew out James Franklin. And the Nittany Lions were clearly not as good as we thought they were going to be. And it was a tight game. And then I just watched this kid throw and watched this kid make the passes necessary to win the game in the final drive. And Omar Cooper, who's going to be a first-round selection with his quarterback, with that incredible grab at the back of the end zone, right?
Unbelievable.
I mean, what a shot that is. And somebody's going to be very happy with this young man as a new wide receiver for their receiver room. But I digress. We saw what he was doing, made the Big Ten championship game, took a shot in the mouth from the Ohio State to start, gutted it all out, came up with the win, sends Indiana into the college football playoffs as the clear number 1 seed, right? After he's beaten Oregon in the regular season. And now he beats the Ohio State in the championship game. And then this is how he was essentially introduced to the rest of the world. Like Richard Sherman back in the day in a post-game one-on-one on Fox. This one with the All-American girl, Jenny Taft. Spoke with him after the game. And this is the way it went down.
The Big Ten champs, how does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
I saw that, and it doesn't do it justice by just covering it, which is what we did on our TV show for our radio fans. Covering it, I mean, with a photograph and a graphic, because we don't have the rights to show the Fox video. But the reason why I bring this up is because he's looking directly at the camera, too. He wasn't looking at Jenny Taft. He was looking directly into the camera and then smiled after he screams, "Let's go." And it was just delightfully dorky. Is the only way to put it.
I think that's a good way
Delightfully
to put it,
dorky.
Or psychotic.
And no, not psychotic. I thought it was genuine.
That's your quarterback.
I
dog.
thought it was genuine. I thought it was fun. I thought it was enthusiastic. And I thought it was awesome. And I also thought, who does he remind me of? Being delightfully dorky and genuine and also throwing a bit of religiosity in there. I said, and I think a lot of other people thought too, kid sounds like Kirk Cousins.
A little bit.
And comes across a little bit like Kirk Cousins as the guy that wouldn't be a bad face of your franchise and isn't going to be on the wrong side of the ledger, on the right, if it was a New York page, back, not the front. Mm-hmm. And just in case you're wondering, he does sound like Kirk Cousins. Can you roll that back? Listen to it one more time, please. Hit it.
The Big Ten champs, how does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go. You like that? You like that?
Unbelievable. He sounds just like him. Wow. Went all that way for that audio, guys.
Nice. Well done.
Do you have him back? We can just again toggle back and forth.
Let's go. You like that? You like that?
Not bad, right?
It's pretty close.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, the guy who's going to hire him would put the F in between the let's and the go.
Right, of course. A little more profane.
And sure enough, who did the Raiders get today for their quarterback room?
You like that?
Yeah,
You like
that guy.
Wow.
Kirk Cousins is signing with the Raiders. And this is a genius move. It's great. You get a longtime veteran to be in the room with this kid. And if my initial thought is he sounds like Kirk Cousins and he comes across a little bit like Kirk Cousins, they got the genuine article to sit in the quarterback room with him and potentially start. Let's get to that in a second. This was Mendoza after his pro day being asked about his workout performance.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think the main goal today was to serve my teammates. And I think that I was able to do that, be able to put them in a position where they're able to make plays, show what they got, and very excited for them in the future. And like I said, I'm just trying to be the best quarterback come September. So today was cool. And yeah, there's a little bit of nerves like right before, but those nerves means I'm ready. And those nerves I turn into energy towards the workout and to be a better quarterback. So in that essence, like, you know, there were nerves, but for me, it wasn't very high stakes. It was just having fun with the guys.
It's like, is he real? Right? But it's genuine. I kind of dig it. Now, I know you're like, okay, you get it. You're serving your teammates.
Yeah.
But he is. In all honesty, I mean, these Indiana teammates that are out there, we'll find out at the end of the day how many draft choices come from Indiana as opposed to the previous national champion in the Ohio State. Or in the case of my alma mater, after Michigan won it all, they put, right around 14 to 16 draft choices out there for everybody to choose from. Certainly sent him at the combine. So he is, in fact, doing a service to his teammates. This is his comment about whether he was auditioning for the first overall pick, even though he will 100% be that.
I wouldn't really say that the mentality of trying to be the top pick. I'm just trying to be the best me possible. And in that aspect, whatever team picks me, you only need one team to believe in you, whether you're the first pick, whether you're the last pick, or whatever. And in that, I'm just trying to be the best quarterback I can be in September rather than right now here in April. So I'm putting all my effort towards, just trying to be the best quarterback possible for the season.
And the best thing for him is he now has a setup where he doesn't have to be the best quarterback in the room in September. That's a fact. Or he's starting even though he isn't the best quarterback in the room in September. Because the Raiders have no other choice and they're just going to go for it with him and start. Might as well start him. Might as well get him his lumps. Might as well get him his practice. Might as well get him his live reps. They don't have to do that now. What a bonus it is to get Kirk Cousins for that alone. And, yeah, he's going to be the first overall pick in the draft. Again, I understand some people overlook Indiana football still, even in this room, for next year. 72% of his passes, 3,500 yards passing, 41 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He's 6'5" and 22 years old. That screams first overall pick. Certainly based on the results we saw team-wise as well. That's a first overall selection in the NFL draft. Certainly, again, when he's the only one that has anything remotely close to that as a resume amongst the quarterbacks that are draftable. And so Cousins will start the season, I believe, Cousins will start the season.
Oh, and I totally disagree.
Okay, I'm glad you disagree.
I was literally about to ask you this after you.
This is what makes sense to me.
Using the first pick and then have him sit?
What makes sense to me, certainly since this is a new line, a new playbook, a new everything, a new league, you don't have to start him. And there's no way this kid is beating out Kirk Cousins if we're going to hear at some point from Clint Kubiak it's a competition. Not a chance.
I 100% think he beats out Kirk.
I don't.
He's a better player. When was the last time a first overall Heisman Trophy national champion didn't start week one?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time because
never.
Because everybody needs to start that guy. It's a new coach, a new situation. I think you get Kirk Cousins to coach him up and throw him out there in week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. See how it goes. See what's working, see what's not. Show the kid how to be a professional. Show the kid what's going on in the playbook. Show the kid everything.
Yeah, he can do that and not start week 1.
The money, interestingly enough, because at the end of the day, this is the way I would want Fernando Mendoza to mimic Kirk Cousins' career. He's making fully guaranteed dollars, $20 million. Now, everyone's going to flip out when they see the numbers. It's a 5-year, $172 million deal that he's signing with the Raiders.
Wait, is that real?
It is. And
is he a billionaire
this is
yet?
all cap. This is all cap stuff, guys. It's all cap stuff.
Like they're lying?
Schefter boils it down, a 1-year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal that includes a club option for 2 years at $80 million. Now, of the money that's in this kitty right here for this year, the Falcons are going to pay $8.7 million, with the Raiders getting, you see the $1.3 million? That's the number you see in relation to Murray and Tua, because that's the league minimum. That has to come from the team that hires him. The team that's paying him the rest of it, because that team is on the hook for it, like the Dolphins and the Cardinals are for Tua and Murray. The Falcons pay $8.7 million, and then the Raiders decide to just flip him a $10 million roster bonus on the third day of next year. That's guaranteed, which Schefter then points out.
They're not paying that.
Well, it's fully guaranteed.
On the next year.
$10 million roster bonus on the third day of next year.
That's not
fully.
happening.
What words of fully guaranteed do you not get?
It's guaranteed on the third day of next year.
It's fully guaranteed that they're going to give it to him.
Oh, I don't think that.
And maybe most notably, it sets another new mark, as he points out, 11th straight NFL season in which Cousins' contract is fully guaranteed. 11 years in a row, he's being paid like a Major League Baseball pitcher, which is every dollar on the contract is what you're being paid, except for, we are seeing, the rest of the funny money that must have been thrown in there for cap purposes that I don't even want to understand. But people are going to be like, well, wait a minute. He signed a 5-year, $172 million deal. They're not going to draft Fernando Mendoza. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're going to throw him in the same quarterback room as Fernando Mendoza, in the same quarterback room with Kirk Cousins. And Kirk's going to teach him everything he needs to know about being a professional with the Kirk Cousins way of doing things, which is the kid will be all right. And I feel at the end of the day, they're going to look at their line in OTAs and in training camp. They're going to look at how Mendoza is absorbing the playbook when they throw it in his direction the first second they can. They're going to see how he's taking it all in. They're going to see how the protection is beginning to gel. They're going to see how the running game is potentially going to be potent. And they'll make a decision whether Mendoza starts week 1. I don't think they have a choice but to put Cousins in there at that point in time, unless he shows up, like you're supposing, Chris, that he is already a better athlete and a better quarterback professionally than Kirk Cousins, which I think is a very tall task for him.
I guess I'm just sitting here looking shocked because I've heard for the last 3-4 months that Mendoza's getting drafted first.
He is.
You're going to plug him in. He's your day one starter. Everyone's been saying this. And now it's like, Nah, he's going to be on the bench.
I'm not saying he's going to be on the bench. I'm saying that he probably will be, because this is a different league. It's a different sport. Look at my guy, 9, who's not as tall, all right, and potentially not as big-armed, but like Mendoza didn't lose a game in winning a national championship, and things were not, and he had Justin Jefferson sitting out there, and he had Kevin O'Connell, who's been a coach of the year in this league. This is a first-year coach as his HC. But I understand what you're saying, Chris. Throw him out there. That's what you got him for. I understand what you're saying.
I think this is an insurance policy, and he's just going to be an expensive assistant coach. There's no way you take the Heisman Trophy winner, the national champ, the number 1 pick, and you say, actually, it's this guy's gig. No chance. I don't see it.
We'll find out. But it's a great choice. It's a great choice to have. It's a great choice to have. And
great backup. What if Mendoza gets hurt early like McCarthy did? Like, great backup plan. But that's what it is, in my mind, a backup plan.
Yeah, I don't think Raiders fans are sitting here like, let's start Kirk Cousins. I mean, we can
I don't know. Raiders fans, you can chime in here. I think it's a great choice. I think it's a great choice, and I think last year the culture change didn't work. They've tried for it with Pete, who I adore. Clearly it didn't work. They've now gone a completely different direction. Hot shot, new coordinator, head coach, first overall selected quarterback, going crazy in free agency, getting Max Crosby to stay. Okay.
Yeah, that's wild.
Maybe that's why they got him, because they wanted to keep Crosby away from Mendoza. It's like, go mess up.
That this is the way.
That's funny.
You don't have to put Mendoza out there week 1. Prior to today, you're like sitting around going, will they do it? Probably have to. And who's going to be the veteran there to take the pressure off? Great choice, because the kid does seem like Cousins already.
Right.
Great choices, man.
And I can't wait to hear from Tom later. I'm wondering what Cousins was told. This is kind of an interesting move for him, in my opinion.
I bet you Cousins was told he's going to start. And fully knowing, because this is not his first rodeo, that the Raiders have their finger on that chess piece.
Yeah.
And could say, wow.
Yeah.
More ready than we thought.
Yeah, the kid's amazing. Sorry.
More ready than we thought. Yeah. Sorry, Kirk. Right. And we're only paying you, $10
million
backup money. Sure. That's backup plus money.
Yeah.
Which is something he might not have gotten somewhere else. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here. Lavonte David decide, this is what you do. You win a Super Bowl, you go to Disney World. You retire, you come to the Rich Eisen Show. Those are the 2 things.
Makes sense.
All right. Lavonte David, let's bring him out here. One of the best bucks of this century, joining us next.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Exclusively on ESPN, Pickleball Slam 4 is here. And the competition's getting fiercer.
I've won every slam there is.
It's over, old man. Step aside.
Andre Agassi, Eugenie Bouchard, James Blake, and Pickleball World #1, Anna Lee Waters.
Anna Lee who?
It'll take me 5 minutes to beat Agassi.
Pickleball Slam 4, Wednesday, April 15th at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a Western Conference showdown in OKC.
Luka drives inside the arc, steps back, three-pointer on its way. Good, a mini dagger!
Luka, LeBron, and the Los Angeles Lakers head to Oklahoma City to face Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the NBA leading Thunder.
SGA spins, fader, good, and he's fouled!
The Lakers at the Thunder. Coverage begins tonight at 9 Eastern, with tip-off at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit EAGinc.com/ESPN.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if we're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code QUICK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. What more do you want? Houston's only FM sports station, ESPN 97.5.
Lavonte David is sitting here in our studio, fresh off of 14 seasons in the NFL, and we were just talking on our TV-only side of things about your thought process behind speaking from the heart at your retirement press conference and announcement. Yeah. Why did you decide to retire?
I just decided, just because, I didn't have really no motivation to really, continue to play, in a sense. Like, when I play the game, right, I always have, I'm structured. I'm a structured guy. I need to know where I'm going and what I'm doing and stuff like that. And then at the end of the season, when everything happened, I didn't have that same drive that I used to have after every season, at the end of the season. And I was like, just talking to people, again, certain advice. Gerald was the guy who I got advice from, different guys. And then the good thing about it is nobody kind of pressured me in making a decision. Everybody gave me time, gave me a little grace to be able to figure out what I really wanted to do. And one day I just sat down and just, look myself in the mirror, like, Vontae, it's your time to, make your own decision about your life and actually what you want to do. And, that then and there, I thought, if I'm second guessing about playing football, maybe I shouldn't be playing football anymore. So that's what was the ultimate factor because, football, I played football since I was 6 years old. It's been my driving force, and, 30 straight years I've been playing football, so, and then at that moment I'm like, yeah, maybe it's time for me to, let it go and move on and find a different path in life.
So what can you give voice to that was missing? Can you put your finger on it?
Far as, football?
No, just missing, you said that there was a certain feeling that you had that you hadn't had over the previous 14 seasons.
Just because, I love the game of football, right? And, it just came to a point where I'm just like, if I'm second guessing.
What were you second guessing? Your health?
If I could really play again, if I could really play at a high level.
Were you finding like you weren't hitting a hole as fast, or you couldn't get to?
It's a couple plays that I gave up last year that I don't really like. I take really a lot of pride in and stuff like that. And people still telling me, man, you still go, you still can play. But I know I can still play. But am I gonna play up to my standard? Am I gonna play up to my ability that I know I can play? And if I can't do that, I feel like 14 years I gave enough to the game. So now I just need to, move on. And that's what was one of the main things, man. These young guys are getting faster, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't probably got time to be chasing those guys, dudes all over the place, especially with me holding myself to a certain standard and having my expectations for myself and not being able to accomplish that. That's something I just couldn't continue.
So who's the first person you called to deliver that news to?
The very first person I called was Jason Light. I called Jason. Me and Jason got a great relationship already. We have a little heart-to-heart conversation, and we both obviously were sad. I told him, this is probably one of the toughest conversations I've had. And then after that, got off the phone with him and called Todd Bowles and let Bowles know, because, me and Bowles' relationship is real tight. We are real cool. And then after that, set everything up, and that Tuesday we had a press conference. Yeah.
And what have you been thinking about since that press conference?
Oh, man, what I've been thinking about.
Are you happier?
I'm very happy.
Oh, that's
I'm extremely happy. That's one thing that before I made the decision, I wanted to make sure I was really comfortable and good with making the decision.
Yes.
Obviously. And, people be saying, you going to be back, you going to come back. I'm like, nah, I don't think I'm going to be back. I don't think I'm good. I feel like the NFL's been good to me, throughout my 14-year career, and I'll be able to, enjoy that now, enjoy the fruits of my labor now, and just, maybe travel. Maybe, I like eating. I like food. I like trying new restaurants. I may go on a little restaurant tour, whatever the case may be.
You're not going to.
I'm not going to blow up, though. I'm not going to. I'm not going to be that guy.
I was hunting for the right appropriate, respectful way of putting it.
Yeah, I'm not going to
And you
be
said
that.
you're not going to blow up.
No, I'm not going to be that. I'm still going to work out in the process and stuff like that.
Well,
so
that's good.
And, you know, I got my little girl. She's going to keep me active.
How old is
And she's 3 years old.
What's her name?
Logan.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my little, she's going to keep me active. And, you know, I'm going to put her in sports this summer.
There we go.
Get her to do different things and venture out a little bit. You know, she's a little girly girl, but I want to have a little bit of, you know, oomph to her a little bit. So, you know, I might get into that a little bit too.
Okay. So that's the immediate future here. So many players and athletes that I've come across in all my times with you know, NFL Network will say, you know, I'll think about it when it's over. I'll look back when it's over. You know, I'm still here in the now and trying to create new future accomplishments. But now it is over.
Yeah.
You look back, your best moment was what?
My best moment
as a National Football League player?
Winning the Super Bowl, honestly.
On your turf?
Yeah, on my turf, and understanding what it took for me to get there. You know, enduring 8 losing seasons in a row, not being able to sniff the playoffs and being talked down upon as a football team and stuff like that, and then just quickly turning around and then turning around to be a winning organization. We ended up winning our division, 4 or 5 years in a row and making the playoffs and things like that. So being able to be a part of that turnover and being a part of that success, and for the Bucs to be able to want me to be a part of that, was really kind of like a cool point for me. And, you know, I give myself a pat on the back for that, because a lot of guys kind of like want to go in different directions. Where it was a point in my career I wanted to, but the Bucs wanted me to be a part of that turnaround. I was able to be a part of it.
All right, I need favorite stories here now. Okay,
favorite stories.
Hold on a second.
Let's go.
Your favorite Tom Brady story.
Favorite Tom Brady story. I mean, I've been saying this story all the time, and this story gonna resonate with me for a very long time. But I remember we were 7-5 during the bye week.
Of the Super Bowl year.
Of the Super Bowl year during the bye week.
Right.
And
the Chiefs had just beaten you, right?
Chiefs just beat us. We lost 2 in a row.
They put up a ton of points on you in that first quarter. Tari Eason still scoring. Okay.
We lost 3 in a row. And I remember Tom pinning me in the hallway, we talking, and at the end of the conversation, he just said, "Trust me, we're not going to lose another game." And we didn't lose another game. We ended up winning the Super Bowl.
He said that to you?
He said that to me. And that was pretty, like, dang, this guy's the man. And, you know, as you can see, the videos and stuff like that is out there. Me giving him a humongous hug, you know, because it's like, he did something that I always wanted to do, and then he helped me get there, and I was definitely appreciative of that.
So you're just walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Tom's coming this way. Lavonte David's coming this way. And he stopped you and just
Yeah, because, you know, I was the leader. I was the captain of the team, captain of the defense. So we kind of just wanted to, like, you know, see where my head was at after, you know, what transpired the last couple of weeks. And at the same time, I wanted to see where his head was at, and I asked him and stuff like that. And then he ended up saying, like, pause a second and stop and said, "We're not going to lose another game." And he sold me right there. You know, sometimes you'd be like, "Oh, man, I don't know about all that. This is a football league, whatever," but you never anything can happen. But he put us on his back, and he took us to the promised land, man.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
He sure did.
Yeah.
And I just remember, you know, Michael Irvin was with us at NFL Network on NFL Game Day morning, and he said the Bucs were going to win because there was no way ever that you could lose on your own home turf to someone else in the Super Bowl. That you'd never be able to look at that ground and show up to work again the same way ever again. Were you talking about that sort of?
I wasn't talking that in that sense, but we was really like just looking at it because like our practice field right here, and we could see the stadium, them putting up the Super Bowl banners and putting up all the Super Bowl stuff, and we just like, guys, like, bro, we playing right there in our home stadium. Like, it's something like we have to come out and, you know, dominate. Like, losing wasn't an option for us that night. And we played like it, for sure. Like, it was a different type of swagger we had, different type of confidence we had. And the thing about it is we was being doubted. A lot of people doubted us and stuff like that. And I think that was a driving factor for Tom. If knowing Tom, he always find that competitive edge.
Yes.
You know, because at that moment, we lost 3 in a row or whatever, and then people were saying, like, oh, we just going to go to a wild card maybe and then be knocked out. But I think that's what really drove him, but it showed in that Super Bowl.
Your favorite Bruce Arians story?
My favorite Bruce Arians story.
Now you're laughing because you know you're on live television.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is technically our work, and you need to come up with something that is safe for it.
Yeah.
But,
man,
what do you got for me?
Big got a lot of stories, but one story that really sticks out to me is just, you know, like how how forward he is in his words, and he gonna let you know what it is. And I never really saw that before out of a head coach. And I remember one day we was just in meetings, we was in a team meeting or whatever, and we got an ME board, ME chart, and stuff like that. And if you on the ME chart more than one time, he just gonna dog curse you out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dang, that's what I like right there. Coaches holding players accountable, and when he was calling people out, he just like, oh man, like this is what they talking about. This is BA right here. And like you just, if you on this board more than once, you just don't give a F. You just a dumb MF, and I got to get rid of you. and I got to get rid of you. We're not gonna have dumb MFers on this football team. And that right there, I respect him on that right there, and I really appreciate him, because like a coach holding you accountable is I never kind of like witnessed that in a sense for the most part, but when him saying that, and like years prior, we used to lose games off of doing stupid stuff. And for him to make that an emphasis, kind of like, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Did he ever put Brady in that barrel like that in front of everybody?
Nah, Tom really messed up. Nah, he didn't actually.
Okay.
No.
Probably makes sense.
Yeah.
I'd keep that behind closed.
Yeah.
Last one on your favorite story. I need your favorite Jameis Winston story. Lavonte David.
My favorite this right here, it was actually between James Winston and Gerald.
Okay.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Okay.
One of those dog days in Tampa, training camp,
sure. And
offense, defense going at it, whatever. And, it's hot. So one day we was doing something, and practice was over, and Gerald was saying something like, boy, this is like a tough day. Like, let's keep going. Let's go, fellas. And then Jameis kind of like said something like, Gerald, you play D-line. You don't be doing nothing anyway. And it's like one of the first time I seen Gerald get so pissed off. It was like, what? Man, you a quarterback. What you talking about? You don't do nothing like that. And I think James was just like messing with him, just picking at him, whatever. But, for just knowing James, how he always playful, always playing around and stuff like that, that's kind of like stood out to me. Like, hey, we're like, why you messing with the man? Like, we in camp or whatever. And then it just went on, and we just had to calm them two down.
Did he ever give a speech, Jameis, where you're kind of like, what did he just say? Yeah,
I mean, the infamous E to W speech, man, that right there was one of the most crazy things that's going down in NFL history. But
your 14 years.
Yeah. But he
E to W.
It came from a great place. I guess when he had it in his mind that he was going to like hype us up, didn't really go how he wanted it to go. But I just remember, that happened, us circling up, and then he just taking over, and then like he started going, like moving around, being animated, and when he started doing that, I just started like drifting back a little bit, like, like, nah, no way. And then, if you look up the rest of that game, man, you know how it went. But I genuinely love James, man, just because he's an authentic guy, and that's you get what you get out of him.
Yeah. He's now doing some paparazzi stuff too. I saw him on the Netflix Major League Baseball season opener. Yeah. Before I let you go, let's talk about the team that you're kind of leaving behind. It's going to be difficult for fans in Tampa to not see you out there. And now Mike Evans. Right. Were you surprised that Mike Evans left?
Surprised in a sense, but like really knowing Mike and understanding his thought process and things, I'm not it didn't catch me off guard. I would say, because Mike is a competitive person, man, and he just wanted to be somewhere new. Wanted a new challenge for himself. He cemented himself in Tampa history and football history and things like that. So he probably just wanted a different challenge, and just going out there to San Fran and being in a different environment probably was that challenge for him.
Well, I mean, for some people who are from the outside looking in, I'm looking at you. 14 years, one team. Yeah, won a Super Bowl, one team. Yeah, and he, I guess, willingly gave up that opportunity for his career, and it's difficult to square that.
Yeah, it is. It is for a lot of people to grasp. People thought he was going to be that Tampa legend too as well, playing your whole career in Tampa, and it just sometimes things just don't work out. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the Bucks organization, and I know Mike still have love for the community, still have love for the organization, still have love for the teammates. But I feel like he left them in a good place. You know, just leaving the wide receiver room, and you know, the room is already filled with a bunch of talent, so he knew they was going to be okay in that aspect. And just knowing Mike, man, just personally, he just wanted probably just a different chance. I never got a chance to talk to him actually why he did it or whatever like that. But just me, you know, building a relationship with him all these years, I just know that he's probably just wanting a different challenge for himself.
Yeah, Buka seemed to come straight out of the Ohio State box, like ready to roll. And Baker and he have a nice connection.
Yes, exactly.
It seems like, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And all the other young receivers.
And then you still got Chris Godwin there, who's a proven veteran, a great leader for that room too as well. And we ended up signing Cade Otton back. And you still got Bucky Irvin, and obviously you got Baker leading the way. So they're gonna do great on that side, and Jason and everything gonna do a great job of adding people in the locker room to kind of like, I would say, fill the void of leadership and stuff like that. As far as for Mike and myself, so I think they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, I mean, when you're following the man, you want to usually be the guy after the guy who was after the guy.
Right, right.
For Baker to step in after Tom leaves and keep the division championships going, obviously this year was different.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's the man there.
Yeah, he's definitely the man. Yeah, he's definitely the man, and he got it. I mean, the way he carries himself. Baker not a big talker. He talk a lot on the field, though. He's a trash talker. But as far as, like, you know, he lead by example type, and you can see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes him great. And that's what we allow him to be when he came to our locker room. We allow him to be himself. And we want him to go out there and just play football and everything else that comes with it. And once he learned the locker room and learned, you know, the guys that he's in the locker room with, now he can probably step up and be maybe a more vocal leader. But I feel like he's doing a great job of what he's doing. And good thing about it is you got different guys around that locker room could, you know, fill pieces. You still got Vita Vea, you still got Antoine Winfield, you got Yaya Diaby, you got Trishna Wirfs, and like I said, you got Chris Godwin and those guys. So you got some veterans in that locker room that can, you know, kind of like carry the load.
Yeah. Yeah, pieces and loads. That's Vita Vea all in one. You know, when you think about that.
Exactly.
So before I let you go here, Lavonte, I know this is probably an unfair question to ask in early April, but we always ask in our business, you're 100% retired? You're done? Rich. You know, there could be a phone call coming. Yeah. You know, Tom himself usually made those two Gronk back in the day. So what do you think?
I think a lot of people got that in their mind that I may do that because they feel like I can still play the game and I still love the game. But I'm be honest with you, Rich, nah, I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to come back. You know, I'm done with football as far as like playing the game. I still want to be around the game.
You do.
Of course.
How so? What do you want to?
Eventually, I may want to get into scouting in the scouting department. I want to get in the front office role. Yeah, or I may want to do media and things like that and cover sports, cover football and things like that. So I'm a sports guy. I'm a sports fan. So I still want to be around it. But as far as like playing it, I don't think that's for me because I kind of got a good look at actually watching football and see the physicality of the game. It's like, dang, I did that for 14 years. Like, sheesh. Can't believe I did that stuff.
Yeah. You did it. You did it really, really, really well. And I'm leaving out some reallys. You're outstanding what you do. And obviously, if you want to be part of the paparazzi, you've got to, you got me sitting here. If you want to, try it out. Yeah. Just let me know.
For sure. Appreciate you. I'm definitely going to bug you.
Right back at you. Lavonte David, really appreciate you being here. I know I always said this to Marshall. He never liked it when people congratulated him. And he says, what? I'm just retired. I'm like, no, it's what you did leading up to retirement.
Yeah.
But congrats. 14 years is a massive achievement.
Yes, sir.
And then, good luck with, maybe getting calls and jackets and things like that. Lavonte, I wish you the best of luck and all
Thank
that.
you. Lavonte, so let's have our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Just one question. I'm looking at your stats. Tremendous. Just a quick question for you. You had 2 interceptions in your career. Who'd you get? Do you remember off the top of your head?
2 touchdown interceptions that I took back, or just 2?
Two regular, 2 touchdown interceptions.
We don't know if they were pick sixes.
Yeah, it was pick sixes.
The pick
sixes. One was Mark Sanchez, and the other one, who was the other one?
I just happened to see it, and I was wondering.
I don't know who the other one was.
2 pick sixes.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Appreciate you.
On those pick sixes and everything else. Lavonte David here on The Rich Eisen Show. All right, Raiders fans, we'll take your phone calls when we return here on The Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Your contenders are picked, the upsets are looming, and yet you still haven't decided where you're going to watch the games. Twin Peaks is the #1 seed for the tournament. Every game on wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree drafts from tip-off till overtime, and every scratch-made bite makes the highlight reel. Find your local lodge and post up to witness the madness all tournament. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Weezer, The Gathering, live in Houston. Playing at Toyota Center Friday, October 16th with special guests, The Shins and Silver Sun Pickups. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at toyotacenter.com. 3 incredible bands for one night only. Weezer, The Shins, and Silver Sun Pickups. For more, visit Weezer.com.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
favorites. God Lord. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Let's go to Max in St. Louis, Missouri. What's up, Max?
Crosby?
No, just one X.
Yeah, guys, I'm a Raiders fan, and I definitely wanted to say that I fully support Kirk Cousins being in there to help Mendoza along for a year, because I have PTSD from Jamarcus Russell still, and I do not want to see that happen again.
I bet Max, that'll leave a mark, and it did on the Raiders organization for some time. Thanks for the call. That's Max in St. Louis calling in, Raiders fan, giving that a silver and black check mark right there. Listen, I'll give you one other take on the Kirk Cousins signing in Las Vegas. Because, players make decisions based on opportunities, not just for the team with which they're signing or for which they're signing, but also because they know there's not an opportunity somewhere else. So, clearly, I don't know if he looked at Arizona or not. Clearly, this means, in my mind, the Steelers are 100% waiting for Aaron Rodgers, and now have to wait for Aaron Rodgers. I believe.
Again, they've backed themselves into a corner.
That Cousins is now off the chessboard, going to Vegas, where he knows. Remember, last time he signed with a team, that team hired him for a contract worth 9 figures that they intended to pay all 9 figures, and then went ahead and drafted a quarterback in the first round. This team is going to draft the quarterback first overall, which is 100% the spot that causes a team to start that guy as soon as possible. And Cousins says, I'll go there. Meaning, he either thought Pittsburgh's not an option, or maybe it wasn't an option for him. Maybe they weren't going to pay him fully guaranteed. Again, maybe there is a money aspect to it. Maybe there's an aspect to it, though, that he knew that's Rodgers' spot. And now this means, even though Art Rooney's like, I would expect an answer before the draft, they might just have to change their expectation goalpost, potentially, if that's the way it's going to play out. Or we're a day away from finding out Rodgers like, I'm back. Yeah. He'll pop up on Pat's show and say, I'm back. One never knows with him, but I'm just saying, if Cousins is like willingly going to the place that's going to draft a quarterback, and not just any quarterback in any spot, this kid in the first overall position, after the last time he went somewhere and got pizzade and they drafted a kid anyway, unbeknownst to him, this means, in my mind, the Steelers weren't an option for him. And also, maybe they did tell Cousins he's got a shot to start, and I think he will, unless Mendoza shows up straight out of the Signetti box, ready to roll in a manner that would be a pleasant surprise for the Raiders. Tom Pelissero on this subject matter in hour 2.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
How do you think ABS is being taken in?
The batter's challenge in the pitch.
It's entertaining.
And the Yankees get it right again. The Rich Eisen Show from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, 14-year NFL veteran Lavonte David. Coming up, Basketball Hall of Famer Chris Webber. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor Wilson Bethel. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
right, everybody. Well, hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Kirk Cousins is signed with the Raiders. A lot of head scratching going on for that one. You gave my 2 cents at the top of hour number 1, thinking it's a really smart move. Don't have to start Fernando Mendoza right off the bat. They might do it anyway. Not forced to do it. But Tom Pelissero is going to be joining us in 20 minutes' time to give us some considerable meat on those bones. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone lines are all lit because Raider fans are kind of the same way. But lit with excitement or curiosity, not the other way. Oh, it is Vegas. At any rate, all the above. Joining us right now is a basketball Hall of Famer and one of my favorite humans on the planet. Makes me happy every time I see certainly that block M in the middle of this man's chest. Chris Webber, back here on the Rich Eisen Show's weekly spot. What's up, C-Web? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Rich? What's up, fellas?
You know, did you hear a lot of our conversation about Duke Hayton? Did any of that come back to you? Because it certainly came back to me when we talked last week. You know,
not only that,
you know,
I saw so many other publications taking that kind of that argument. So no, I didn't even know it was that. Yes. I didn't even know it was out there till you told me. So
it's out there, and you and I chopped it up. Were you? Where were you watching the end of Duke UConn? I was sitting on my couch and just screaming, and everyone came out from the other room to see if Dad was okay. Chris,
yeah, you know? It's crazy. I was with some family and friends, and I missed it. And
that happens.
I ran up, and everyone was telling me what was going on. But that was just. Man, that was just an incredible play. You know, you got to feel sorry for Boozer after playing so well all year. You know, I know he'll fight back through that and have a great career, but you know, he has to, you know, just be down right now. But you think of just never giving up, coming back, and you know, pressure defense late in the game can cause turnovers, and it was a great play by UConn to get that shot.
No doubt about it. You know, and Caravan having, you know, the presence of mind to not force it up himself and get it back to the freshman to shoot the three and win it. Like, that was a really savvy move in crunch time. But that's what happens when you've played in the Final Four, you know, 2 out of your first 3 years of your college life, Chris, right?
Yeah, I love it. You just made a great point, and I try to make this to young players all the time when I talk to them about hero ball. The best players should always take the shot. But when you're in a game time winning situation, the best shot needs to be taken. And that's when you really trust the team. We've seen stories from Phil Jackson or Michael Jordan talking about it all the way up to today. It's a common theme. And passing it back from the best three-point shooter in the conference, because 2 guys was in his view, he would have the right to take it. But if he didn't feel that confident, and that doesn't mean not trusting yourself for being ready for the moment, meaning like, oh no, this is not the time, passing it back, I just thought was a really unselfish and selfless play, and just as important as the shot, because he had the right to take a bad shot.
And then now it's UConn versus the Fighting Illini in that portion of the Final Four. And Chris, you know, I obviously am over the moon about what our school is doing, and that Arizona game is going to be nuts, and we'll get to that in a second for many reasons, since you will be working it. We'll talk about that in a second. That UConn versus Illinois is just for the right to be the Washington Generals, to use a phrase that you were using a little bit a couple of weeks ago on your spot here, that the Arizona-Michigan game is the de facto national championship game. I kind of think that's ridiculous. I'll give you the floor on that, though, Chris.
Yeah, you can't buy into that, especially if Michigan were to win and go up against Illinois. You always know that interconference play, there's a different familiarity with that, and so you really can never just say, you know, David's going to beat Goliath. But when you look at Illinois, I feel like I've been preaching about Acuff, Illinois, and San Antonio all year because it was just themes that I thought was coming out. And the fact that, you know, you have, if you really think about not only the bloodline, not only the relationship to Jokic and his agent, not only the unity of that Illinois team, why wouldn't they continue? Why wouldn't they? They're playing better on the defensive end, and they have some great scorers on their team. They have guys that have lineage to the league, so they're ready for big moments. They want more. I loved it. I look at Stojakovic as a de facto nephew, and I get so proud sometimes just from the little things. And you know what I was most proud with him is when they made it to the Final Four. It was an interview in the locker room with him, and he expressed how joyful it was, but he was like, we're not done. And that's the mentality you have to have. And when you have players that truly have that mentality and are in the process and enjoying the moment, I always tell, I told my brother this the other day, you never want to fight a dude that's already crying before you fight. If you don't know that, that's a rule. Trust me, you never fight a guy that's crying before the fight. And I feel like you never really want to go up against a team that believes more in themselves and in the moment, that's not satisfied, than one that is just being giddy and happy to be in the process. And this team is saying, we got a lot more work to do. So I really trust Illinois. But going up against UConn, that's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah,
and no, it's not a given. It's not a given for anyone getting to that championship game.
Of course not. I mean, anybody could take it now. So let's get to the Michigan-Arizona game. Not going to lie, a little nervous, Chris. I mean, that Arizona team has been a wagon. Obviously, we have been as well, certainly leading up to this point. How do you see Arizona and Michigan facing off on Saturday night, Chris?
I like being nervous. I was nervous before every game I played. That doesn't mean I'm scared. It just means, our juices are flowing. So I'm with you on that. But, that's because Arizona's good and you respect sport and you know that anything can happen in sport. As I said before, I like Arizona a lot because they're tough, they're big, they play defense. They don't just rely on the three-pointer because I think that, three-pointers can come and go. And so they have a steady play. They play inside out. They can get you in foul trouble. And, I think the coach has done a wonderful job, and they have some wonderful players over there. And that being said, I really like what Coach May has done. I think that the player or the big, Mars started out the game the other day when he dribbled to his right, thought he was going to jump hook, came back, spent left, and dunked it. And so one thing I really like is I see the player development. I don't know if he would have been able to do that move earlier in the year and still be great. And what I'm saying is that as great as Michigan played, they always get better. Even if it's coming out of some bad play. And that's what I look forward to in this, the consistency of Yaxel, the great play of our guards. We can't turn it over. And we got to play great defense like we've been doing and shoot the heck out of the ball. So I'm excited. It's a great game for us. And for great teams, your best player, your best players step up. And so it's going to be exciting, man. But I feel good about the Wolverines.
Well, me too. The reason why I'm nervous, just to, I guess turn this into a little bit of a support group conversation, is Michigan's superpower in many ways this year has been its versatility. And we saw that on display in the rounds of 16 and in the Elite Eight, where they, beat Alabama and Tennessee, two teams from the SEC that do two different things. One in Alabama is shooting threes, playing as fast as they possibly can. They did, in fact, take Mara out of the game. Literally, Dusty May removed him from the game because you could see the type of game it was not a Mara game for his talents. And then here comes Tennessee, totally different. And Michigan, punked them, to use the phrase. And that's what you need to do to survive and advance, certainly in a tournament where you have to do it in such a quick turnaround. Arizona appears to be a team that can play it the same way, right? And so here we go. That's my level of concern.
No, and let me add to your level of concern to make it, to get you, to make you even think more. But these are the games with foul trouble, man. 2 fouls early, let's say in the first 10 minutes, is going to sit out a great player for the rest of for the half, and affect them during halftime, and get them cold, and maybe take about 2 minutes to come back in the second half. And we're gonna see how players handle, how the refs are gonna call it, if they allow it to be physical, because you have two physical teams, and then who takes advantage of the momentum early. And so, yeah, man, I think they're going to fill each other out. But again, I'm worried that the fact that, Arizona gives a lot of body blows, and body blows may not show up until the end of the fight. So we're going to have to, get out in the passing lanes and get some easy ones early. But, that's what I think we can do.
Chris Webber here on the Rich Eisen Show. Speaking of support groups, speaking of groups, speaking of this game, Michigan and Arizona. Chris, I am so excited that you are here right now so we can talk about what was announced quite literally when we came on the air in this hour and started our conversation, is that you and the rest of the Fab Five are going to get together and conduct an altcast coverage of the Saturday night Final Four game between Michigan and Arizona. You, Jalen, Juwan, Jimmy King, and Ray Jackson on the call. It is happening. Holy crap, man.
Wow.
That's awesome. And I'll give you the floor on however you want to talk about it. How you feeling about this?
Man, I feel great. We've been excited. I'm working on this for some time now. It's been great working with Jalen back at Turner, and glad to be doing this with Juwan and Jay and Jimmy and Ray. So excited, man. You never know what you're going to get with Turner. And so I love the Turner family for doing this. So one thing I would say is going to be fun. As Adam Lefkoe is going to be hosting it. He's a cool dude. So I know it's going to be fun, but I don't know what to expect when you work with such great producers and all that. But I'm excited. I don't even know what to say. Like you said, it's announced today. I know we've been talking. Everyone has, made sure that we could be together. This is the first time, I know that, I've been with the guys publicly in quite some time. And so, all five of us being together in quite some time. So it's going to be fun. But hopefully the fans enjoy it like we do, and we're going to be rooting on Michigan, but respecting both teams and all the players that are there. But, yeah, man, I'm just going to keep rambling because this is something. I mean, what do you say? You get to be with your boys and watching the game. I mean, everybody at home should be able to relate. Hanging out with your boys, watching the game, and sharing it with the world is pretty cool.
That is awesome. And I was going to ask you that, so let me follow up on it, see if you can jog your memory. When was the last time the five of you were together at all? Period.
Well, we all were together a couple years ago when we went to the Michigan game and ate dinner and hung out, and we were on a text thread. We're always talking. All of us communicate. So it isn't that. I just mean being able to really hang out in front of the world. Maybe the Michigan game when we came together, when Juwan was coaching to support him. But it's been some time. But the funny thing is that everybody, when we get together, everybody goes back to being 18. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. A lot of talking. So it'll be fun.
So there's a text chain of you, Jalen, Juwan, Jimmy, and Ray. That's it.
Oh yeah,
just the five,
It's
right?
been. Oh yeah. Everybody's on. Oh yeah, that's been forever. I mean, I think kind of to go back. I don't think most people remember that when I came out of the NBA and I went to Golden State. After that situation there, I was in control to choose any team I could go to, right? Mm-hmm. And so my bright idea was to go to the worst team in the league, which is the Washington Wizards at the time, to hang out with my boy Juwan and play with him. And so our text chain has been going on since phones, since we had cell phones. But if you go back and see the silly stuff we talked about of the players, or how this guy, you couldn't have checked this guy, or this team would have beat you, just to kind of, down king the relationship and just throw something in the air to start some good arguments we have. And so, man, I love those guys. It's a lot of fun. We talk about everything from, family to favorite basketball plays. We're sincerely and true friends. Jalen and I have been friends since about 12 years old. Juwan and I have been really good friends since about 14 years old. And so, it's all genuine, and that's why it's fun to be able to share this moment, with the world. And again, Turner for letting us do this. They're crazy, and it's gonna be fun.
It's great. I couldn't be happier. So Palinka's not allowed on the text chain? Chris?
No, he's too busy. He's too busy stealing draft picks. You know, he's too busy stealing Luka from teams. He has bigger things to worry about.
Stealing Luka from teams. Yes, that's what he's doing. I was going to mention, so no Dugan Fife on this. You were going to go Dugan Fife?
I was going to go Dugan Fife.
Well, we have our own chain, but I was talking to Freddie Hunter, who runs Detroit Pal, the other day. We're going to do something. And been texting and trying to find Bosco. So James Bosco hit me up. But, you know, he's an astronaut, so he's probably watching the moon.
Yeah, the Artemis, too.
You know,
that's what he's doing.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we all have our relationships, and but it's really cool because, again, you know, it's fun, and we get the brunt of publicity, and, you know, we did a lot, and we deserve it. However, you know, when we talk about banners or anything like that, it would be unfair to put a Fab Five anything, because we would not be us without Chip Armour and all the players that we play with, Sam Mitchell and other players. And so, yeah, we have text change with everyone else, because at the end of the day, we are Michigan. And but the Fab Five is a pretty funny text chain, and hopefully people can see that come to life this weekend.
Now, you know what? But Chris, it really is the dream of, you know, anybody fortunate enough to go to college and have experiences with friends and meeting friends and knowing friends. And I know you mentioned how you've known some of the Fab Five since, you know, teenage years prior to college. But everybody wants to go back to school at one point, one day. Just go back in time and live like you did and have fun times and connect and reconnect and keep that thing going. It's going to be a moment for the five of you at a Final Four, getting mic'd up, getting ready to sit down, looking around. There's the crowd, you know, the UConn and Illini fans are, you know, just saw that game. But you're about to sit down and do your job like this for Michigan, Arizona. It's going to be awesome, and you deserve it. You guys deserve it. You deserve it.
Thank you, brother. And, you know, it's funny, when Coach Harbaugh brought me back to Michigan to go to the football game, I didn't want to go to the team breakfast and everything else, because I didn't want it to be a distraction, right? Because I knew if I were on the other side, I'd be like, oh, he's here, watch what we do. And so we're going to have fun. And what's great is that we have a team that's already aligned and doing their thing. And by us having a presence, we're not taking away from them, but actually saying how fun it is to honor this team and to come together for this team that we love, that we believe in, and we're excited for this team. And yeah, we're going to get a lot of the limelight, but it's going to be cool supporting. So looking forward to it, brother, and definitely be texting you and be laughing the whole time.
Yeah, but Richard Jefferson's jealous, Bibby's jealous. What are they going to get on? Who else?
Gil Arenas.
Okay, Arenas.
Miles Simon.
Elliott.
Yeah, Miles Simon.
We got
no. There's only one all cast for this game. Chris, have a blast. We'll chat about it next week. Take care.
Hey, man. Thanks. Appreciate you guys.
That's the Hall of Famer, Chris Webber. There goes.
See you, buddy.
Awesome. The reason why I got into Michigan, or I started looking at Michigan, is because of the movie The Big Chill, which is, again, it's an older film, but it was about Michigan graduates getting back together after the death of one of their friends, by the way, played by Kevin Costner, who got cut out of the film.
He's only in the first scene in the coffin, right?
You just see his wrist. That's it. Wow. At any rate, there's tons of Motown music to it. And it was written by Lawrence Kasdan, who went to Michigan. And it's all about college friends getting back together and realizing how they've grown apart, still trying to remember about why they were together to begin with. And it's a brilliant film. And Lawrence Kasdan spoke at my college graduation inside Chrysler Arena, as it was known at the time, which was the home of Michigan basketball, still is. And his speech was essentially, hey, everybody, your college relationships that you have made are so important. You need to realize later in life, if it's for a wedding, it's for a bat mitzvah, or a bar mitzvah, or for a confirmation, or for whatever, make the time and go and reconnect. Yeah. And it was a beautiful speech that really hit me hard. And the only thing missing was the Motown soundtrack as he was delivering that speech. And he's been on the show, and I've told him this because, he's written a million other things and directed a million other things, like every great Star Wars and Indiana Jones film. But he gave a message, and I'm thinking about that right now.
Yeah.
that these guys, they got back together for a college friend when he was coaching, and now they're all going to get back together. I'm going to have to peek in on this thing.
Yeah, for sure.
During the game.
I mean, on a far smaller scale, in about 3 weeks, I'm going to personify that when we head to Pittsburgh and do the show.
Yeah, for the draft,
and
right?
I've been thinking about, like, just my personal story and just, like, for us to be able to go to Pittsburgh, where I was born and raised in Altoona, but I always say I grew up in Pittsburgh. It's where I learned to become a man. I learned everything. And, my boys are still my boys. So when we go back there, man, that's going to hit me like a ton of bricks for us to be able.
Are they going to come by the set?
I don't know if you want them at the set. They're a little too rowdy.
That was a different message than I got on my graduation day from Rudy Giuliani.
Which was? Wait a minute. He spoke at your graduation.
At Syracuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
For real.
Let's take a break. Tom Pelissero next, right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation rallies.
You could win $500 every weekend just for witnessing the madness at Twin Peaks. And whether you had the top 4 seed making a deep run or falling in that first-round upset, the best way to celebrate or move on is at your local lodge. So congrats on that game, or sorry. Grab a 29-degree Miller Lite or Coors Light draft and post up at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because they make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Join Jeremy and Joe as they broadcast live from the Texas Golf Expo Friday, April 3rd from 3 to 6. Come see all the latest golf equipment and apparel, even demo new clubs. For more information, visit TexasGolfExpo.com.
In sports, wasted time kills momentum. In business, it kills margins. If your team is still hunting through shared drives, email chains, and mystery folders, your documents are calling the wrong place. EAG helps organizations move from document sprawl to trusted information so teams can find what they need when they need it. Less searching, fewer mistakes, faster execution, because no winning team guesses the next play. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
Tom Pelissero joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show, joining us still in Arizona after the owners' meetings. Good to see you, Tom. How are you, sir?
Good to see you, Rich. Doing great. What's up to my boys in the studio?
Hey. Tom, what's up, baby?
Okay.
Tom, you look like you're standing up super.
Yeah, you look very tall.
Very tall.
Yeah.
Like you're long necked.
I currently have one table. There's two tables in the room. One is stacked on the other, so I could angle it away from the mess that my children have created on this side. I think I did a pretty good job, quite honestly.
By the way, awesome. It looks like you're already at Disney World, Tom. All right, let's get into it here. Where did Kirk Cousins to the Raiders come from, Tom?
The Raiders were pursuing Kirk Cousins ever since the Falcons released him. The issue that they had to work through was Kirk Cousins was due $10 million, fully guaranteed in 2026, even if he was sitting on the couch. He was not going to play, in his mind, for free, which means that he was going to need to make more than that $10 million if he was going to play somewhere. The Raiders and Cousins' agent, Mike McCartney, came up with a pretty unique structure to work around that issue. And I know there's a lot of numbers that people have seen on social media. Let me break it down to you this way. There's really two ways this contract can go. The most likely one is for Cousins, this is a 1-year, $20 million deal, of which the Raiders are paying $11.3 million. The $10 million he was owed by the Falcons is subject to offsets. He took a minimum salary this year from the Raiders, so about 1.3, which leaves the rest on the Falcons' books. But then to increase his compensation for 2026, they put a $10 million roster bonus on the third day of the league year in this coming March in 2027, which defers the cash and cap until March, but effectively means he makes $20 million to play this season. There is more to the contract, though. The other version of the deal is this potentially could be a 3-year, $100 million deal, because if Cousins is still on the roster on the 5th day of the league year next March, then he is going to have an additional 2 years and $80 million in the 2027 and 2028 season become fully vested. It's basically a team option. And as much as it seems unlikely right now that they could pick that up, Rich, I would say this. Kirk Cousins had one of his best seasons playing with Clint Kubiak as his offensive coordinator in Minnesota. It's where Cousins won his first playoff game over the Saints. They were in the game the following week against the 49ers before they kind of ran out of gas. Cousins has played well in this system. He's 37. He played a lot better once he got his opportunity last year than he had coming right off the Achilles back in his first season with the Falcons in 2024. So let's say, hypothetically, Cousins plays really well. Of course, the Raiders have the number one pick. We all expect them to draft Fernando Mendoza, but Kubiak has said himself a couple of days ago at the league meeting, in a perfect world, you'd like the rookie to come in and sit behind, this is Clint's words, a grown adult and see how he runs things before getting his opportunity. Let's say Kirk plays so well, they don't need to go to Mendoza at all in 2026. There is a scenario here where Cousins plays really well, and all of a sudden now you've got a 2-year, $80 million deal or 2 for $90 prior to the third day of the league year that maybe could be tradable for the Raiders. They have an exclusive negotiating window to maybe try to work out a restructure. They also have the option of, hey, you played really well, but it's Fernando's time. Let's move on from you. There is a scenario where they could trade Cousins. And oh, by the way, the other thing that I just learned about the way this deal is structured, that additional $80 million, almost all of it is in 2028. He's on the books for a minimum salary again in 2027, of course, in addition to the $10 million roster bonus. So 78.5 or whatever is pushed out into 2028. It really gives the Raiders time here to figure out exactly how they would want to proceed. All this presuming that Cousins comes in, plays really well. It does give some optionality really to both sides, because if they don't pick up the option, which I would say is most likely, then Cousins is right back in the same spot, except this time with no offsets, and he's a free agent again next March.
And obviously agents and front offices need to parse everything now to the final syllable for a contract, and of course, again, run the traps about how it could all work out in success in the long run, which is what you just laid out for us, and that all has to be figured out now. Get it. But let's not put the salary cap and the extra years cart before this horse, which is what happens in September. What has, based on your reporting or knowledge, Cousins been told about a week one possibility this year, Tom? What's he been told?
Everything that Kirk Cousins, from my understanding, was told behind the scenes. This was not a recent thing. This was going on for several weeks now. Match what Clint said during his breakfast with the media, which was, in a perfect world, you'd prefer that the rookie sits. Now, what does that look like through the course of the offseason? How does Cousins perform? How does Fernando Mendoza, who, by the way, is coming from a vastly different system where he hasn't really been under center, he hasn't had to turn his back to the line of scrimmage on play action, all those things that are fundamental to the system that Clint wants to run, does he accelerate quickly enough where it's like, hey, he's ready to go? What this does is this gives them a fallback option. And really, I would say it's more than that. The preference for Clint Kubiak is that he's not throwing Mendoza out there in week one. There's still things to go here in terms of the draft. There could be additional free agent moves. There could be trades. But if you look at the Raiders offense, yes, they have Ashton Genty. They have Brock Bowers. Those are two really good pieces to build around. They went out and they got Tyler Linderbaum to play center on a deal that is almost identical to the 3-year, $84 million deal that Cousins signed back in 2018, which was the massive deal that shocked everybody. And now a center's getting that 8 years later, which tells you how the salary cap has gone here. But if you look at the way that the Raiders are building this year, they know they've got more work to do at wide receiver. They got more work to do on the offensive line. Kirk coming in a way, is similar to Tyler Linderbaum coming in, which is let's build out as many ways as we can to protect the rookie quarterback. Again, it's possible Mendoza comes out, lights it up in the preseason, and they just say, hey, we're going to go with Mendoza out of the gate. But unlike the other quarterbacks who, granted, were due more guaranteed money rich, guys like Tua and Kyler who went in on pure minimum deals, the Raiders are paying Cousins $11.3 million to play in 2026, regardless of whether or not he's on the field. That means I don't envision Kirk Cousins getting cut. I don't envision them trading him this year. I would say standing here right now, and again, we are 5 months out from this, Rich, I would say the most likely scenario is Kirk Cousins is the Raiders quarterback in week one. His play and the progression of Fernando Mendoza will determine exactly how long that lasts.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. And the other aspect of this that I was pointing out in the first hour, Tom, I want to hit you on is the Rodgers part of it. Was Cousins ever on the Steelers' radar screen, or are they just all, it's Rodgers, we're just waiting on his timing, and that timing is eventually going to result in him saying, yep, I'll play for the Steelers in 2026? Tom?
Kirk Cousins was on the Steelers' radar, just like he was on the Steelers' radar a year ago. They did call and check on his availability while waiting for Rodgers, which, remember, didn't resolve itself until June last year. They were checking on a bunch of different contingency plans. Cousins was one of them. The Falcons regime at the time just didn't really make Cousins available, but they certainly had a level of interest. And this time around, if Rodgers didn't come back, my understanding has been that Cousins was one of the possibilities that they could go out and pursue. You're talking about a really short list at this point of experienced veteran quarterbacks who are still available on the market. You have Russell Wilson. The Steelers have already gone down that road. I don't foresee them doing it again. Jimmy Garoppolo, if he's on a team in 2026, I would think, especially with Cousins off the board, that it ends up being back to the Rams. You got Tyrod Taylor's still out there, but I don't envision Tyrod at this stage in his career being a walk in the door day one starter. It's really Aaron Rodgers or the Steelers potentially are going to roll with Will Howard and Mason Rudolph and, sign or draft another one to fill out the depth chart. Having said all that, Aaron Rodgers has not committed to the Steelers. He has not given them a firm answer. I know that Mike McCarthy said at the breakfast for the AFC coaches that he talks to them every couple of days. All the indications, Rich, have not changed from what I've been told over the last 2 months, which is if I had to lean one way or another, I would lean toward Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback in 2026. But at what point does he actually tell them that? At what point, if at all, do the Steelers simply say, we're down the road? All those missed reps in the spring last year weren't helpful. When Rodgers was getting frustrated with some of his young receivers during the season, and it was, hey, if you put in more time in the spring, maybe it wouldn't be that. Maybe it would not be that way. They're voluntary, even if he's under contract. But from a team building perspective, even from a free agency perspective, knowing Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback might have made it easier for them to pursue some things in free agency. But they went out and got Rico Dowdle, who I know Mike McCarthy really likes, and the fit for him in the backfield. They traded for Michael Pittman. They have made some moves. Obviously, DK Metcalf coming back. It's not as if Aaron Rodgers will be walking back into an empty cupboard. I know that Art Rooney said that he hoped to know before the draft what the decision is going to be from Rodgers. That begins 3 weeks from today. I would expect sooner than later they're going to get an answer. And again, if I had to guess, if I had to lean one way or another, I would lean toward Rodgers returning. But this is Aaron Rodgers. Only he knows, what he ultimately wants to do. I know he's out in California. He has been working and training and staying engaged with Steelers personnel, namely his old coach from Green Bay, Mike McCarthy. Those signs all point toward him playing, but he hasn't actually said if or when he's going to do that. And so once again, we await that news.
The signing of Puka Nacua has certainly hit an interesting turn here. Usually when you're about to try and hit it, he's in a rehab facility in Malibu right now. Tom, what do you know about this and how it affects the Rams' plans to pay him long term?
Well, in the short term, the focus is on, of course, Puka working through the issues that he has. And this was not, I know that the news came out yesterday, but this was known by the Rams. This had been known, frankly, within the league for the past couple of months that there were some potential issues there that were going to have to be addressed. I think that as much as you don't judge anybody off videos and things like that, there were signs in terms of just behavior and decision making that you could tell something had been a little bit off with Puka. In terms of his long-term future with the Rams, I don't get the sense that they were going to be in any rush regardless to get a contract extension done. Unlike Jackson Smith and Jigba, Puka was not a first-round draft pick, so he's got 1 year left at a very low number, where Jackson Smith and Jigba had 2 years left of that fifth-year option being a pretty big number. The math and the way that you spread those numbers out is going to be a little bit different here. But I would also say, a player going to rehab doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to come back and be better versions of themselves. We've seen Max Crosby do that for a long time. When he first went away to rehab, something he revealed years later. I mean, frankly, I knew about it. Other people knew about it. These are private matters, and guys are going through real life and death types of things at times. Brett Favre once upon a time went away to get treatment for a Vicodin addiction. There's all kinds of players. And so the sense that I get is, the Rams love Puka. He's obviously a phenomenal football player. Whatever he might have been dealing with last season, it didn't stop him from being one of the best players in the entire NFL. The focus right now is get him back, give him the support he needs. I have no doubt if he comes back and plays well, that monster contract is going to be there. It's just not on the front burner right now. And again, I don't get the sense that this was really going to be something that was going to get done now regardless. I mean, it's the first week of April. JSN did his deal in March. There's not many deals that get done. Let's see where we are closer to the start of the regular season to see exactly how the Rams decide to handle this.
Handful of minutes I have left, Tom. The story of the annual meeting was what?
I would say it's the standoff with officials, which has really accelerated from, the deal's coming up at the end of May, but they've always worked it out in the past to, it's not a 5-alarm fire right now, Rich. We've at least got, some things aflame at this point, namely the flame throwing back and forth, namely from, the NFL Referees Association and their executive director, Scott Green, who has not been shy about publicly, which he had not really in the past in his time leading the NFLRA, taking public shots and laying things out there. The dispute, it's multi-layered. There is a financial component to it, and that is the argument that Scott Green made in his most recent public statement. And it certainly has been made in the negotiations, which is just, you guys are all making a lot of money. We deserve a larger chunk of that money. The NFL is offering the largest year-over-year salary increases that they've ever offered. It's in the 5 to 6% range. The NFLRA wants 10%. They also want $2.5 million for marketing rights that the NFL essentially would say, we'll just give you the rights. They're not worth anything. Nobody's putting a referee on a Wheaties box. You can have the rights. They're not of actual value here. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is a resistance from the official side to anything that would resemble substantive change to how they are evaluated and how they are compensated. The NFL's pushes, it's a lot of things that we all as media, as fans, as people around the game can say are common sense, which is extending the probation period as you're coming into the league, subjecting underperforming officials to additional work, including having to work UFL games in the spring if you are one of the very small percentage of officials that falls below the line. It is rewarding performance for playoff assignments rather than seniority like it is right now. If you're a first-year official, you're not allowed to work in the Super Bowl right now. The NFL would say, well, we're not going to ban a rookie quarterback from going and playing in the Super Bowl. Why would we ban a first-year official if he's the best for the job? So there's resistance on a lot of those things. And for anybody familiar with, municipal unions, what do they protect? It's wages, it's working conditions, it's benefits, and it's job security. This is not a traditional municipal union, but they are, on a fundamental level, addressing all those things. They want to maintain the status quo. Just me talking, I would certainly say there's something to be said for if you're one of the 90+% of the officials who are above the line. You probably don't like the other 10% of the officials who are falling below the line and giving everybody a bad name. So if the financials got to a certain place, Rich, I think that the union potentially would be more meldable to some of these other things that the NFL is asking. Right now, though, it feels like they're nowhere, and the NFL is already, based upon people I talked to at the league meeting, setting in motion some of those things. They're more than a warning shot. They're also a direct, here's what our plan is going to be, and we are going to reach a point of no return. That includes they're going to start hiring replacement officials throughout the course of training camp so that they're best prepared for September. But on top of that, you had 2 rule changes that were approved at the NFL annual meeting. One of them was a permanent rule change, which is subtle but significant, that allows the league office, starting this year, to weigh in on non-football offenses or things that would be ejectable. Helmet hits, swinging a helmet, hit somebody, DK Metcalf going after a fan. This would allow, even if there's not a flag on the field, for the NFL to not only say you're out of the game, but also we're putting a flag on the field. That's the first time that's happened, and that opens up a can of worms in terms of the potential expansion in years to come.
Right.
The second one is on a 1-year basis that would grant the league office the power to overrule anything that is clear and obvious. And clear and obvious has been a tricky standard, ironically enough. We saw it in the pass interference thing back in 2019. But essentially, they're saying we can get by with a lesser caliber, a less experienced caliber of officials, because if they screw up, we're just going to fix it. We're just going to weigh in and fix everything. That also, Rich, is going to be hard to come back from. If we go to an environment where the NFL is able to fix anything, and I know for a fact there are coaches who brought this up at the meeting, if we're willing to do this on a one-year basis with the replacement officials, why wouldn't we do this with the regular officials? Part of that is because those things are collectively bargained. But just imagine if we get even a taste of the full-on Big Brother and somebody at 345 Park putting down flags for pass interference, overruling an official, what he just called on the field. We are into a completely different territory that the competition committee has not wanted to go to in the past, substituting one person's judgment for another. But it does open up the door to a lot of different possibilities that would fundamentally change how NFL officiating works.
Tom, we got to run. Thanks for the time. Enjoy time with your fam. We'll chat again next week, brother.
Sounds good, Rich.
Tommy P, everybody.
Tommy P. Tommy P.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show in just a moment.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday? She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50 to 1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show. No one likes having to choose, and this is why. With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai, it's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com right now or call this number, 562-314-4603 for more details. Ben in Columbia, Missouri, has been hanging on since we said hello. What's up, Ben?
Ben. For taking my call. I was wondering who you think has the better agent, Kirk Cousins, Sam Bradford, or Chase Daniels, who I believe has the highest dollar per snap out there.
Well, Chase Daniel paid very well as a backup. We know that. Sam Bradford was the last quarterback drafted under the previous collective bargaining agreement, where you paid the first overall pick the most amount of money anybody's ever been paid in the history of the NFL, and certainly of your team. So I'll go Kirk Cousins. 11 straight years. Thanks for the call, Ben, and thanks for hanging on. Great. I'll go Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and just in terms of overall dollars, he will have now been paid more in his career than Tom Brady.
It's
not just Tom Brady.
It's so well done.
I'm saying his boss.
Or you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see him compared to Major League Baseball pitchers since he's been drafted. Paid, fully guaranteed, like a thrower of the football paid like a pitcher of the baseball.
Is there a baseball comp off the top of your head, Brockman?
Max Scherzer, $345 million.
And how much is Cousins?
I think Kirk's going to get to $341. Is the number I saw.
Yeah, he's paid like close. Max Scherzer's been paid.
Justin Verlander, the most pitcher, $409. Yeah.
The fact that an NFL player is in that neighborhood, that highly respectable neighborhood, to use the Midnight Run phrase, it's a pretty respectable neighborhood.
$328.
Dude, he's paid like a Major League Baseball pitcher. A world with no salary caps and everything's guaranteed. An NFL quarterback. It's nuts, that's man. Wild. So, yeah, I mean, that answers the question right there. 100%. So
that's why it's hard to feel sorry for Kirk Cousins in any situation.
Oh, I mean,
he's doing all right.
No, I understand that, feel sorry for him. He's done really well in his career. It's just he hasn't had the results that somebody paid like that, which is like just to get to a Super Bowl. Wilson Bethel, the man who plays Bullseye. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 15% off Pella projects or no interest for 24 months, equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Adam Schefter here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out? Not just their resume, but their energy. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
The tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. It's the best time of the year, and you can make picks and win money on Underdog right now in Texas. By the way, promo code KillerB, you're going to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. A lot of ways you're going to spend $5 today. There's no better way than spending it on Underdog this March. Playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Is your favorite Houston player going to get more rebounds? It can be higher or lower. Get your picks right. Win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use promo code KillerB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB. Underdog. Make picks. Win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
How do you think ABS is being taken in?
The batter's challenge in the pit.
It's entertaining.
Yankees get it right again. The Rich Eisen Show from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, 14-year NFL veteran Lavonte David, Basketball Hall of Famer Chris Webber, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, actor Wilson Bethel. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. I had a great chat with Wilson Bethel just during our commercial break. He and I have something in common. We're both on Disney Plus.
Oh, okay.
I'm a daredevil.
True.
Although he plays bullseye.
Yeah, he's trying to take out there.
We're both tennis guys.
Oh.
I did mention to him that there's something about my tennis playing ability I'm going to bring up to him as I do to any celebrity guest that we have who likes tennis.
We're really going to do that?
He's very unaware of what it is.
Excellent.
So let's not keep going because the show's on in the green room.
Yeah, of course.
He has no idea what's about to hit him.
I'm sure he does not, to be honest.
It's great. Well, neither does Alcaraz. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
right?
Speaking of hitting
All right,
something.
Okay. Great second hour. Tom Palacero and what we just saw from on the story of the day, which is Kirk Cousins signing with the Raiders. What does it mean and all of that? I gave my opinion at the top. Your phone calls are all about it. We'll take some more in a second at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. And then we had Chris Webber on the show just as Turner Sports was announcing that while Ian Eagle and the rest of the crew on TBS calling Michigan, Arizona, at the same time on True TV and on HBO Max, check out the Fab Five having an altcast during Michigan, Arizona.
Come on now.
After UConn and Illinois is over, then Chris and Jalen Rose, who's on tomorrow's show, Juwan Howard, Jimmy King, and Ray Jackson will all get together.
Man, that is so cool.
And have an altcast during that game. So.
That's going to cause, I think, other colleges to
all of that
to put up their bat signal and maybe do the same thing with getting some of their legends together.
Chris says they've been cultivating that caper. That's like the broadcasting Lufthansa heist right there for some time. And Adam Lefko is hosting it.
Nice.
So there's that.
Syracuse.
Go ahead, say what you said in my ear. Go ahead. You can.
Well, you looked like you got mad at me for saying.
I didn't get mad at you. What do you view me? I'm just. Why? Have I ever gotten mad at you?
Just one time.
When did I ever get mad?
It was
at you?
something I posted on Twitter. I'm sure. I can't remember.
Okay. That's when I was on it to actually pay attention. Before you also got banned from it because you for some reason kept trying to record things off of your television and post it.
Why are you bringing up old stuff? Listen,
back when Twitter actually had operating rules that they enforced.
Yeah, like the stuff that people would say and post on Twitter.
At any rate,
that goes, and I got banned.
Go ahead.
No, when he said that all those guys were getting together, I just said to you, man, you should be hosting this.
Okay, let me tell you one thing that I'm not going to be doing is being around too many other people during that game.
Yeah, but not other people.
I understand. It's the Fab Five.
It's the Fabulous Five.
Do you think it's possible?
I got to be locked in.
That's true. Well, and they don't.
To that point,
yes.
Do you think it's possible that you care more about the Michigan basketball team than the Fab Five?
I would say no, but for football.
What? Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to find out what he's
You just said that you don't want to be around other people.
Right.
You're going to watch that game alone.
Yes.
They are going to be at the game together.
Correct.
Talking about it and watching.
Okay.
Totally fine.
All right. Let me just say this. All right. I find it interesting how your brain works and the chemistry would say that I care more about the game than the Fab Five.
Yes.
I also know the way I'm wired, all right? And it's called self-care, what I'm doing. It's self-care. It's something I try to preach to our children. That's what Susie and I try to preach to our children. Self-care. Understand that what you need for yourself in the moment to be a better person, and be mindful of others. That's the self-care.
But you're a fanatic, and by definition, fans kind of, go out of body and aren't good people in those moments while they're watching games.
Right. But they've also done it. They were in the game. They've played it. It's a different perspective.
They lost.
No, they didn't lose the Final Four game, sir. As a matter of fact, Michigan's made the Final Four 8 times. They're 7-1 in the Final 4 games. It's what they've done. The yada, yada, yada part hasn't gone very well.
But I'm just saying, it seems to me, and I hear you talk about it.
He's working you up.
And, it feels just like you care more about the outcome than the guys who used to be in it.
If you think them spending the game on the air doing it, right, means that they care less than the guy who does the on-air stuff for a living would prefer to be alone and just watch it on television.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. If you take that to mean that they care less about it than I do.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's your problem. That's a UP. That's a YP, not an MP.
No, you care more than the outcome.
Let me also say this.
It's kind of weird.
Listen, you know how I feel about Pat, right? You know how I feel about Mac?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm well on the record how I feel about him.
Yeah, we're huge fans.
Okay. He reached out knowing that I was at the Rose Bowl with, he was doing an alt-cast in the end zone. Remember that?
Oh, right.
Michigan, Alabama.
Yeah,
I remember.
He reached out.
I know.
Would like me to show up there. I said no.
That's crazy.
Why is it crazy? I'm there with my kids.
But you have
I'm here with my nephew. I'm there with my wife, and I'm there. This is the biggest football game of my Michigan fandom. I wasn't prepared to be in front of other people with recording equipment.
But you don't think fans of you and fans of the show and fans of Michigan football would have wanted to see you on the alt-cast like that?
I don't.
He doesn't want to let that creature out, Chris.
That way, I'm giving people what they want by showing up and being a nervous wreck.
That's what we do.
And I wanted to focus on the game, not like with my back.
Focus on the game like you have anything to do with the outcome.
I don't. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy like, although that guy is yet to invite Dusty May on this program.
Which is absolutely insane.
All right, I might not be rational right now, but I don't know. That's just the way. It's self-care. It's self-care.
And that's why I'm asking you, do you think you care
I'm not gonna
more
I'm not going to go to
Chris
some
Webber and
big,
company?
huge Michigan watch party.
You won't answer the question.
Well, I think also we as fans care more than the players do anyway. Sometimes it seems. Think about how radical, how insane some fans are. Like, I can remember watching Tony Romo on post-game pressers, and he's just very, and I'm sitting there.
Because he didn't want to give anybody anything.
Yeah, I'm still sitting there steaming, and I'm like, why does it seem like this hurts me more than him? So I feel like that's how most fans are. They really do probably take things way more seriously.
Right, but the players take things really seriously, too. But now we're all fans. It's just that those fans, all 5 of them, have been in this game before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would be the analogy that if there's a broadcast that the whole world watches, a broadcasting competition, I could be there and talking about it while my other people who are following in footsteps doing it. There's no analogy. There's no analogy. I just want to be left alone. That's basically what I'm saying, including by you right now.
I love that you're saying this, but then you don't understand when I tell you guys.
Leave me alone. I'm telling you. Just leave me alone.
You want to be left alone, but you don't understand when I tell you guys, no, I didn't leave the house. I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to do something because, but like when it comes to me, you seem like you don't get it.
Where did Left go to school?
The Q's.
Oh, did he?
When the Q's is in the house.
So let him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it.
Just leave Rich alone.
Just leave me alone. That's all I'm saying.
I got him riled up for 8 minutes.
Top 5. I've got a top. I got a top 5.
Hey, Abba.
This was your idea, Chris. I give you the credit on this, sir.
Appreciate that.
Top 5 sporting events of the month of April, presented by Hyundai. Hit it.
High 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
All right, everybody. There's so many that you can actually fill out a top 5 list.
It's a crazy month.
It sure is. And I'm actually, there's so many, I'm even combining number 5. It's the beginning of the NBA and NHL playoffs. They begin. And this is the time where we're going to learn who's playing whom to start and who should be avoiding who and who couldn't avoid who and the matchups this, the matchups that, and why in the world are we playing a game once every 4 days or what's happening? Although the hockey playoffs, they
every other day, boom, boom,
exactly.
boom. Yeah.
And then we'll find out at the end of the day. It's called NBA Finals, plural, but Stanley Cup Finals, singular.
Final.
We'll find that out. And then one thing that we try to determine now with the NBA playoffs being conducted the way it is, where do the points in the play-in tournament, if you will, where do those go? Where do they go? They go in that sort of Superman 2 phantom zone of sports, right?
Nowhere, man.
Right? With General Zod floating in, floating in the in outer space. Where do the points go? But it's the beginning of the playoffs. The beginning of winter go-home time in the NBA and the NHL. Long seasons finally culminating. That happens in April. That's number 5. Number 4 on this list. I want the camera on this man as I say it.
I know. Let's go ahead and say it.
It is WrestleMania.
Let's
go. Look at you, Rich Eisen.
See, I don't have my head in the sand. As a matter of fact, No Contest Wrestling is making me a more well-rounded host and Rich Eisen Productions, owner.
Yeet.
Give you the floor.
4 letters, 1 word.
What's so great about WrestleMania, TJ?
Basically, and this is what I wanted to save this for the air, but I'll say it now. Basically, if you
This is the air. What air? Whose air is more special? What the hell's happening here?
Basically, ESPN, this is going to be the first time they're showing WrestleMania. So it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. It's going to be the first time a lot of people really get to see it. And to make a long story short, take all your major championships, whether it be the NBA Finals, NHL Final, your World Cup, your Super Bowl. That is essentially wrestling's Super Bowl. WrestleMania is the biggest show. It's the grandfather of them all. And it's the biggest show that the WWE puts on each and every year. 42 years now it's been going on.
And this year, this WrestleMania, though, is special because what's happening on the days before?
Well, on the Friday before WrestleMania, O'Shea Jackson Jr. and myself will be, I guess, leading ESPN2's coverage.
There's no guessing.
Of WrestleMania.
Yes.
So we will be doing a pre-show for WrestleMania.
That's right.
And it's kind of, I mean, you gave me the floor here, so you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I've watched, you can't calculate the amount of hours I've watched ESPN or the amount of hours I've watched wrestling. So to be able to do this for ESPN in their inaugural, jump into WrestleMania, this is incredible for us, man. And this
Let's go, baby.
Yes.
It really does.
All right.
Yes. I got something for you, TJ.
So,
yes, you put yeah. I would say you put the P in PLE, but people might not know that stands for premium.
Yeah, but
so anyway, very good, ladies and gentlemen.
WrestleMania is the Super Bowl.
That's number 4 on my list. I take the floor back.
Take it back.
I reclaim my time.
Number 3.
I reclaim my time.
No contest.
Number 3 of the Final Fours, plural. Final Fours, plural. Men's and women's. Ladies first, Friday night, Arizona, here we go. Saturday, men's, let's go.
Let's go.
Championship game Sunday, Arizona for the ladies. Let's go. Monday night, starting an absurd time on Monday night. For the men's, let's go. Nets being cut down, championships being crowned. Here we go. Number 2, I'm putting the NFL draft here.
Yeah, boy, Rich Eisen.
I'm putting the NFL draft here.
2?
And it's amazing how it's become a traveling road show now.
It's the greatest.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And I just love taking it from town to town to town to town. And each town's going to be different. Each town, the league has done such a great job of transforming a city or utilizing a city and their landscape or their cityscape and turning it into their own draft hall. It's awesome. And I can't get enough of it. It is an honor of my life to be hosting it, but even I know there is a tradition unlike any other.
We must talk about
and it's the Masters. The Masters is the top sporting event of April. It really is.
Mid-corner.
And because there are many other tournaments and there are other majors. In every other major, the location rotates. This one doesn't. And as a matter of fact, the location is the star of the show. The location is what frames the event and the history and the tradition. And it is truly unbelievable. And anytime, that's the beauty of this course as well, is that no lead is safe. No lead is safe, and no deficit is too large. And that's what we love about sporting events. No lead is safe, no deficit is too large. It means as much to the players as it does to us at home. All we want to do when we watch this tournament is go out and hit a golf ball thinking we can get the jacket ourselves when we absolutely cannot. Because for us, most of us, and I include myself, there's a pond. The pool is for the folks who can win the green jacket.
Pond will be good for you.
That's my top 5 sporting events list. One more.
Oh, what?
All right, we'll get one more. I got one more. Normally, we'd put baseball in here. But opening day doesn't exist in April anymore. It's now in March. Yeah. So for baseball, I did include one. It's my new favorite pastime here on the Rich Eisen Show, which is updating our version of the standings between our teams.
We lost again.
And as of last night's victory for the New York Yankees to take the series in Seattle, because Cam Schlittler is dominant. And the Mets losing and the Red Sox losing. I now have a 2-game lead. Yankees are off today, so I'll maintain at least the 2-game lead in the loss column. And the Red Sox are already 4 out.
I hate baseball.
Already 4 out.
Yeah, when's football? When's training camp?
Hey, we're not up there, but you're ahead of us, too, now.
You know what? We're not including you.
Yeah, but you're ahead of us, too.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to include you.
Well, because that means we'd have to put Del Tufo's face
Exactly, man. And Del Tufo is now the avatar, thank God, of being a bandwagon fan.
Lids, well
Thank
done.
you to I thought it was, is it Lids?
Lids,
Was it Lids?
yeah,
Thank you to our
Lids,
friends
the
at
new
Lids.
era,
I don't know if you got it from here or not, but the stupid-ass Yankee Dodger hat was that Del Tufo wears. Who gave it to him? Is it RJ?
It was
RJ. Okay, the stupid-ass Yankee Dodger avatar, logoed hat
really
that Jason you're holding up right now, that he wears thinking it's funny or whatever.
Not funny.
Our friends at Lids used it as an ironic April Fool's joke, calling it the bandwagon hat.
So bad. Has Mike
So,
reacted to that yet?
It doesn't matter if he reacts to it.
No.
Because we're going to keep reminding him. But at any rate, it's my new favorite pastime, showing our version of the Major League Baseball standings right now. And those are my top 5 sporting events of April, plus one that means a lot to me. Brought to you by Hyundai's 2026 hybrid vehicle lineup. Advanced safety and technology meets hybrid efficiency. It's the best of both worlds. Usually there are many worlds in which things can be best. Unfortunately, Yankees and Dodger logos on the same hats, that ain't one of them.
No.
Or fortunately, I should say. Oh, man. Are you surprised I didn't put the draft one?
Nah, I mean, my initial reaction was no, but then, the mask.
No, I might have done that Tuesday. My last day as an NFL Network employee. I am just a totally different person now.
You are free of the shackles.
Oh, please.
Free.
Oh, okay.
You go hit the blackjack table, baby. Let's go.
When?
I'm just in general. I mean, just whenever you want.
Okay. Wilson Bethel, let's bring him on out. Disney Plus's Daredevil Born Again Season 2 airs Tuesdays on Disney Plus. Wilson joins us on this Thursday show next.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Your contenders are picked, the upsets are looming, and yet you still haven't decided where you're going to watch the games. Twin Peaks is the #1 seed for the tournament. Every game on wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree drafts from tip-off till overtime, and every scratch-made bite makes the highlight reel. Find your local lodge and post up to witness the madness all tournament. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show, every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD. Gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Audience is back now on Disney Plus. Not just this show, but also Daredevil Born Again. Season 2 airs Tuesdays. Disney Plus, an 8-episode season already off and running. The season finale is going to air on Tuesday, May 5th with The Punisher, John Bernthal. One Last Kill, premiering the following Tuesday. So we're just connecting dots.
We're cooking, baby.
We're bridging shows.
Yeah.
Pretty damn amazing. And we just saw the trailer on the TV side of things. You are now the third guest that we've ever had on the show from this cast. Matthew Lillard's been on the show a couple times. And Vincent D'Onofrio, man.
Dude.
He came on here, and I just I try to hold off on asking about Full Metal Jacket right away.
Yeah.
Or anything else that he's been in, being awesome. What's it like being in a cast with him?
Dude, he's the best, man. I mean, Vincent is formidable, right? So you don't want to end up on the wrong side of Vincent.
Right.
But shy of screwing something up and really doing something to get on his bad side. He's just the loveliest guy. He's such a ready fountain of advice and wisdom and care. It's an amazing and also just legitimately an ego-free guy, which I think is, again, speaking to the general vibe of the show and just what a gift it is. It could so easily be a show where you step on a set and every third person is checking, I don't know, talking to their publicist every 6 seconds and whatever. No disrespect to publicists.
We love them. Right.
But it's so little ego, and Vincent's an incredible example of that. Charlie, the guy who plays Daredevil, incredible example of that, and it's it's just the best.
Yeah, I mean, when he was here and I asked him about Kubrick and Full Metal Jacket, and he said, I've got 2 stories, and which is a gift to somebody sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
And then he started talking about his acting process.
Yeah.
And then I asked him a follow-up question on that. And I'll never forget, he looked at me and goes, really? You want to ask me about that when I'm telling you these stories about Kubrick?
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to back off right away, apologizing to my interview subject here for going in a direction that he didn't think I wanted him to go.
Yeah.
It really, I look back on that and I'm like, oh, damn it, I should have just let him talk.
And he's very disarming in a way.
Right.
There's there's a tenderness about him that belies the 6'4", 270-pound bad MFer that he is. You know, yeah. So Anyway. See how I'm trying to not swear? I'm desperately trying.
Really?
Yeah. And then these abbreviated versions come out, and then I'm just I sound stupid. So
all right.
In another version of this, I should overdub myself.
Okay.
But
we'll say that potty mouth Bethel. You're a Rich Eisen. Really?
I'm also being distracted by how bright white these socks are that I'm wearing. I'm a little nervous. These socks are too white. I'm used to dirty white socks.
Yeah, I mean, should I say that from the waist up?
Yeah,
you look like one of those guys who should wear this medium shirt that you're wearing right now. from the should I do this? From the
waist down, look like I'm wearing pantyhose.
You look like Ben Franklin. You know what I mean? You look like an American patriot.
Can I tell you that
with the shoes? I mean, this is all a great choice right now.
In 6th grade, I played Ben Franklin in my school production of
1776. So did my brother.
No way.
My brother played Ben Franklin.
This is an important question we need to get to.
Okay, sure.
Did your brother go full bald cap, or did he because I went full bald cap?
Well, he was in grade school, so yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But I didn't know if they committed that way.
Now today he wouldn't need it.
Yeah. Okay. Nice, man. Hey,
as he is.
He'd be able to hit the stage just the way he is and crush it, dude.
1770.
Vote yes.
I try to tell my kids all the time because Hamilton is a must in my house.
Yeah, sure.
Now, okay. That before Hamilton, there was 1776.
Yeah, hot take.
Where there was
hot take.
Great
Hamilton
Broadway musical.
Maybe not quite on the same. No. I'm kidding. I love Hamilton.
Right, but 1776, we're singing about the making of the Declaration of Independence.
Incredible.
John Adams being an a-hole.
Can I tell you? So I was in whatever 6th grade.
Didn't go here on this, but go.
It's important. This is an important conversation. I grew up I grew up with my mom, who was an avid yard sailor.
Yeah.
And so every Sunday we'd be going to yard sales, and I grew up in New Hampshire, so there's a lot of weird stuff at these yard sales and old stuff. And so I got the role of Benjamin Franklin in 1776, and I'm taking it very seriously.
Okay.
And one Sunday we're at a yard sale, and my mom finds a wheelchair from 1777. I mean, literally the oldest wheelchair you've ever seen in your life, with a wicker back. And she said, I'll buy this wheelchair for you for the play if you spend the next 3 years, doing yard work or whatever. So that was I made a deal with the devil to get this wheelchair. And then I did the production in a museum quality, 200-year-old wheelchair that everybody in my school knew was it was a collectible wheelchair. It was
my God.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever.
Did it help you transform into
Benjamin? I mean, here I am, the star of screen and stage.
Look at you.
So
You're bullseye now, man.
Yeah, exactly.
They were without bulls, but I guess You're Ben Franklin rolled so Bullseye can run. Is that basically what we're saying right now?
Great. I think that sounds right. That sounds right.
Daredevil Born Again, ladies and gentlemen. Season 2 airs Tuesdays on Disney Plus. Wilson Bethel is here on the program. You're a tennis guy.
I've been playing my whole life.
You have been?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How good are you?
I'm pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I still play like at least twice a week.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I play at a pretty high level.
All right.
Yeah.
So who's your favorite tennis player?
I feel like this is a leading question. I feel like I'm falling into a trap here.
You are not falling into any trap.
Look, all time.
By the way, I'm not trying to trap you. You may look like Ben Franklin.
Well, I heard whispering. I heard whisperings backstage. They were saying, did he mention anything about Alcaraz? And so I was like, oh, this is a trap is set.
It's not. It's no trap.
Okay. All right.
You answer.
So there's two answers.
Be yourself.
Okay. There's two answers to this question.
Sure. Okay.
My all-time favorite is I mean, it's still Nadal. Like, right? Rafa is still like my all-time guy.
Okay. Very good.
But current player is Alcaraz.
It's Alcaraz.
And it's not that I have some fetish for Spaniards, but there's something there. Pau
Gasol is your favorite basketball player. It's really weird.
Exactly.
John Rahm is your favorite golfer. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, maybe I do have a thing for these guys.
You may have a thing. No, Alcaraz is unbelievable where he can get to anything ball. Any ball.
He's also just like a pure, like, when I think of sports, one of the things that I appreciate, like I appreciate pure athleticism.
Yes.
And that guy is about as pure an athlete as you'll find in terms of like power, speed, mental toughness.
Right.
Like, I mean, he is a genuine, like, crazy athlete.
Right. And it's amazing.
And endurance.
And we have him on perfect that you have this shot up here. The fact that he's, loses to Sinner.
Yeah.
Who looks like a guy on vacation who needs a better tan.
I mean, literally in this image looks like Gumby in the green.
Right. Like, when he first came on the scene, I'm like, I can't believe he's Italian.
Yeah, right.
Look, it isn't sounded. He's not Italian.
Yeah.
But the fact that Alcaraz he's lost a couple of matches here.
Yeah.
Makes me think again. I play, but not nearly as much as you.
Yeah.
I love playing.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at it.
Okay.
My 15-year-old.
We can get better. I used to teach tennis. I can get you up to speed.
So I have trouble, dropping the racket, to hit from,
Sounds maybe like a flexibility thing. We can work on that.
There's no question. There's many issues that I have.
Okay.
But I believe, I'm just trying to set the stage to tell you my lack of playing ability.
Sure.
I believe I could get 1 point off of Carlos Alcaraz.
Okay.
1 point.
Tell me more.
If I play him, I could. But by the way, first of all, I appreciate your interest. By this point in time, I'm already being shot down.
Yes,
correct?
I'm actually shocked, Wilson, that you are entertaining the mere thought of this.
Well, here's the thing. I actually think that it's possible because there is a world, and this is like people who've been playing tennis long enough know this.
That's right.
That great tennis players playing a infinitely inferior tennis player can actually lose because there's something about an infinitely inferior player that like explodes their mind.
Yes.
And once a tennis player loses their confidence, it's game over.
Game over.
So if you got into Alcaraz's head with some kind, and there's if with some kind of like witchery, with some like trick shot with like stupid spin on it that he's never seen before. There's a chance you could beat him outright.
What? First of all,
I'm just saying.
They don't call this man Bullseye for nothing. Wow. You are right. And the only thing you're a little off on is my strategy.
Okay, what's the strategy?
I'm not gonna come up with some spin that the guy who's dominant on clay, grass, let alone a hard court. Like, I'm not going to come up with something he's never seen before.
Okay.
But I can get in people's grills.
Great. I love it.
I can get in between people's temples.
That's
even though, Spanish is not my first language.
Doesn't matter.
I could still, I can get there.
It's better if it's fake Spanish.
But there's my plan.
Yeah.
And I didn't have this until Marty Fish came in and gave me this idea.
Amazing.
I didn't know this about tennis. I should have. If I keep serving it, and he gets closer and closer and closer, right? And he's destroying me, right? I still haven't got my point.
Yeah.
And
doesn't matter.
It's now like four. He's up 4-love, right? But I'm serving. It's my last service game before he closes my ass out here. Okay. So I'm now getting ready. He's as close as close. I come up with a serve and hit him with it.
Yeah, great.
A bullet.
Love it.
He can't get even the guy who can get anywhere on the court can't get out of the way.
Yeah. And if you get hit with the ball, as we know,
whose point is it?
It's your point. That's it. I love it.
Thank you.
Genius. And
Genius.
What I'm saying is
genius.
There's a chance that at that point,
yes,
he mentally collapses.
Over.
That, like the
and then I win a game,
and
the
then,
whole
and then
set?
it just crumbles. Yeah, exactly. And then at that point, it's your match to lose.
Yes,
Yeah.
my match to lose.
And we all woke up.
Guys, where have you been, man?
Hey, man,
It's
I'm
been
here
11
anytime
years.
you want me.
Where have you been?
We've been talking about this for how long?
Way too long, Chris.
Not way too long. He lost in Indian Wells, and he lost in Miami.
Yeah, to
With
professional
Hyman Roth.
players.
Con Hyman Roth. He lost in Miami. So he is vulnerable.
Yeah, he's primed.
If there's
he's
one
primed
adjective
for a
to
great fall from
describe
grace.
Carlos Alcaraz right now,
Vulnerable.
it is vulnerable.
Vulnerable. Yeah, absolutely. Forget the fact that he's number one in the world.
Oh, he can forget that.
Yeah.
Not for long if he keeps losing.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You know
true.
what
He's
I'm
got
saying?
Gumby on his tail.
At some point, Gumby, he doesn't, and Medvedev's back too.
I love that guy.
That dude
The
is
octopus. The Russian octopus.
He's unbelievable. He's like Randy Johnson playing tennis. He's unbelievable. Yeah. Look at us chopping it up about tennis.
Man, did you talk about I feel like tennis. I come on a show like this and I'm like, oh man, I feel like you want to talk about
That's all right.
like big money sports.
It's okay. But
Tennis is like niche, right?
it's a little boutique.
Yeah, it's a little boutique.
So Wilson Bethel here to talk about highlight next.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No.
Curling.
There's not a lot of phone lines that light up or like, wait, that's your
Look, we
take
can
on
talk-
Yannick Sinner?
Yeah,
I got to
yeah.
call in and, that's not the way of America.
I mean, I grew up, I grew up like a baseball fan too, and like I grew up in New Hampshire, so like I grew up going to Red Sox games, and yeah. I mean, I love sports,
right?
But you know what it was like? So I grew up playing baseball and soccer and a bunch of stuff.
Yes.
I'm not great in a team environment.
You're not?
No,
Well,
man.
except this cast. Except acting.
Yeah. Well, that's a different thing. But
Okay.
like in a competitive environment,
Yes.
what it is in a competitive environment, I become too self-conscious of like how the competitive mojo works interpersonally.
Yes.
I want to be entirely responsible for my own competitive mojo. And that's why tennis sort of appealed to me. I was like, I want the entire experience to be in my hands.
Okay.
And I want my self combustions to be mine alone. I don't want that to weigh on anybody else.
I can completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, all right,
I'm
there we
with you.
go.
By the way, shout out 603, New Hampshire.
That's right, man. Living free and dying.
Free and dying from Maine, 207. Let's
Yes, I love it, man.
So you're from the Staten Island of Maine, is what you are.
See-
The Staten Island of New
I don't love that.
You're the Staten Island. He quotes, I'm from Staten Island, New York. So
Yeah.
he thinks I'm not really part of New York City.
Okay,
It's the fifth and forgotten borough, admittedly.
Yeah.
He's from Maine, which I keep calling the Staten Island of New England.
New England.
Right?
Well, I don't think that's fair, but
Well, I mean, 'cause
but I'm here also to just, I'm here to make friends with everybody. So
Yeah, that's okay.
I want to heal old wounds,
See, this is
and I
what
want us to
happens.
move forward.
We've just met. I feel like this is what happens when you're not allowed to curse.
Exactly.
You become a different human.
Yeah, I suddenly become a therapist.
More amenable?
Yeah, definitely.
Nice to everybody?
Yeah, definitely.
Because you're not cursing.
Yeah.
If he cursed, he'd say F in Maine. Get the hell out of here.
Get the F out
Like
of
a
here.
hanging Chad up there. It's practically Canada.
Maine and New Hampshire are very alike.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Where
so
there's a Cumberland Farms, there's brotherhood.
Okay.
Cumbies, Brady.
My kids go to camp in Maine.
Yeah.
And the chocolate milk, the strawberry milk,
Oh, dude,
Cumberland
forget
Farms.
it. Are you so good? So
You know
good.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
A lot of bone density up there.
What do you mean?
Just from drinking lots of strawberry milk. I don't know.
A lot of big.
Oh man.
Hey, couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Couldn't make it.
I can't float in the water.
What?
I don't know how to float.
Okay.
And neither does my dad. Neither does my brother. Nobody in my family knows how to float. And so like my joke is that like we've got bone density.
Okay.
And I think maybe it's because we drank a lot of. Now I'm starting to put the pieces together.
A lot of whole milk
Pieces
thrown
together.
Yeah, exactly.
You're also an Imperfect Women. Nice role you're on right now.
Thanks, man.
You know, it's on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Kerry Washington.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Moss.
Marquee cast.
Kate Mara as well, correct? I'm getting this right?
All the above, yeah.
She is she's New York Giants football royalty.
Yeah, no
She's
kidding.
been on this program and talking about, growing up going to Giants games and stuff. Like her granddad's nickname is on the football.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I would intend it.
I know. Yeah. I mean, that whole cast, those are heavy hitters, man.
Okay. And same thing with you and the cast of Daredevil, Born Again Season 2. Congrats on everything going on, man.
Thanks, man.
You got it. All right, so what have we learned?
This is the recap portion?
This is the recap portion. Let's recap, everybody. You need to come back on and talk about how I can beat Carlos Alcaraz anytime.
Done.
I mean, I even with my over-glorification of any chance that I have, never thought that he would collapse mentally and I would have a chance to just win the set.
Look,
at the end of the day,
put me in your corner, man. We'll figure it out. Like I'll be your bench coach. Man.
You'll be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Together.
Yes.
We will conquer Alcaraz.
Unbeatable.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just can we get D'Onofrio there to stare at him?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just
the private pile stare.
Yeah. Cast a shadow over him.
Okay, we got that. And then we learned that you're better cursing. And we learned that Daredevil Born Again Season 2 is on Disney Plus.
It's on air, and I'm murdering people left and right, man.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
You're doing that, and that as soon as you're done here, you're going to go off and sign the Declaration of Independence,
as ex-Ben Franklins do. Dude, with these I'm taking these pantyhose off.
Dude,
First thing, as soon as they call cut, I'm lighting these pantyhose on fire and I'm leaving. getting the F out of here.
You're going to go discover electricity.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to find them in the green room.
Yeah.
No, we're coming back.
I'm going to sign it and put it on your wall.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, look, listen, I got a feather pen for you. So.
Thank you. Dang, dude. I feel very comfortable with those. You know?
That's what I'm saying.
That's one of the lines from 1776. If I'm the one to do it, they'll run a quill pen through it. I'm obnoxious and disliked.
Dang, man.
Dude,
you're like super fan.
I am. Yeah, my brother was in it. We watched it nonstop.
Yeah.
I'd love to show my kids. The problem is it's a musical about, the Continental Congress in standard definition. And they're never going to do that.
Yeah, that's a tough sell. That's a tough sell to a kid in 2026.
Let's watch Hamilton again right here on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Thanks, man. Hey, thanks for having me.
Wilson Bethel, everybody right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're back to wrap it up with some of your phone calls and more in a moment.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more like you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Hey guys, Lance here. You know, it's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We'll take your phone calls in a second. Let's talk about Pella Windows and Doors, because sometimes, as we all know, teams need to take a time out to regroup and call the right play. And when it comes to your home, our friends at Pella Windows and Doors always have that winning game plan just for you. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the right products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Phone lines have been lit all day, and you Raider fans just really want to chime in. But here's one separate from that category. Carl in Antioch, Illinois, here on the program. What's up, Carl?
Hey, guys. So real quick, I wanted to talk ABS, but you reminded me of a story. I'm in high school. I'm on the baseball team. My center fielder is also the soccer goalie. I tell him I'm going to do a penalty kick. I bet him I could score on him. I'm going to fake left. I'm going to go high right. All right? I'm not good at soccer at all, but I told him I could score on him. I get running. I fake left, go top right. He jumps to the right side of the net. But I'm so bad that I missed, and it went rolling bottom left at about 4 miles an hour, ended up going in the goal. Didn't even plan it, but I was so bad, I ended up actually beating him.
So the center fielder is the Alcaraz in this story.
Yes, I was so bad that I actually fooled him. It's like throwing a fastball to Aaron Judge at 63 miles an hour, and he swings and misses, and it's like, that wasn't a changeup. That was the best I got, but he's just not used to it, you know? So the ABS, I got to say, personally, I love it, all right? You got to think of it like this. If you're a parent of a teenager and their curfew is 11 o'clock p.m. and they come in 11:05, 11:10, and you don't punish them, they're going to start coming in at midnight, 1 a.m. until eventually they come in on like Wednesday morning with like a lady of the night and an empty bottle of moonshine, and they're putting their fingers in your yogurt saying, make me some eggs. You got to set down the law and nip it in the bud. If you punish them, but with the small things, the big things will never happen, which is a blown call in the WBC or the World Series. Okay? So I think if we give a raffle out to, like, the audience, to the attendance, and every time the guy misses a call, we get raffle tickets, and then there's a raffle at the end of the game. The umpire goes in a dunk tank, and then there's a raffle to throw balls and try to knock him in. If we can also put his stats up and announce at the beginning of the game, like, you know, the umpires for the game, home plate, Joe Johnson, who has a 37% failure rate of calling balls or strikes, to, like, announce it, and that'll really drive them to really do good. Now, sometimes I think I overreact, But then sometimes, again, I think I just miss my dear friend Andy.
Carl in Antioch, Illinois. Very entertaining and informative. Thank you very much for the call, Carl. What was that part about the yogurt and the finger? And, do I want to know?
Moonshine.
Got it.
I don't think.
Listen, I like ABS. I like it a lot. The issue I see people having with it is a lot of these pitches in question are less than 1/10 of an inch out of the strike zone. Right. And the fact that that's called a strike or a ball to begin with is a sign that the umpire is pretty damn good to start. Okay?
Yeah, so what do we
It's the ones that are right down Broadway that you're like, "Oh God." Right? And so I feel this is the dunk tank, to use his analogy, right? You know,
like someone said earlier in the week, we're doing it by shame. We're shaming.
Well, it's not shame. It's getting the call right to begin with, and the difficulty here is, again, home plate umpires are, for the most part, pretty accurate. Yeah. But then there are ones where the ABS needs to fix them. Now, do you want to make a tweak to ABS if it is within a tenth that the call stands?
1 inch.
If you,
this big.
Right. So it's got to be outside of that.
Yeah.
For it to be overturned. If it's inside of that,
no. It stays as called.
It stays as called.
I think we've just gone overboard on replay in general across all sports.
That one I'll push back on. I'm sorry.
You want 100% accuracy in a sport in all sports that is impossible. So these umpires are 98% accurate.
Right.
Generally every single game. Why isn't that good enough for everyone?
So potentially it shouldn't be. Is it in that strike zone? Or is it even infinitesimally outside of it? And if it's infinitesimally outside of it, we're overturning it. Or if it's infinitesimally inside of it, we're overturning it. We're going to overturn the original human call. That maybe now we should make it like it's got to be, give a little bit more grace to the home plate umpire.
These pitchers are going 100 miles an hour, and these guys are making split-second judgments and are right 98% of the time. That's good for me. Why is that not good for everyone else? That's crazy.
TJ, what do you think? It doesn't have to be so black and white. It's that there's a gray area that we should allow the ABS to not have anything to say about.
If that's the case, then we just should accept that in every walk of life. Like, I got a 75 in school. Should I get an A because I was close?
That's not right. 98%.
Interesting.
These umpires are getting it right 95 to 98% of the time, every single game.
So you don't want 100% correction?
So let me ask you a question.
It's not a sport based on 100%.
Is it me or my child getting a 75 on the test?
Let's say your child.
Okay. Absolutely. Give him an A.
70% failure is an all-time great, but we want 100% from our umpires on balls and strikes? What are we doing?
But if you can't get 100%, why don't you want to get 100%?
Then why do we have umpires at all?
Well, then
we're focused on the wrong thing.
Damn it, I thought we would solve ABS in the final seconds of the show. Thankfully, there's a Friday one.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
No one likes having to choose. That's why, with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
The tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. It's the best time of the year, and you can make picks and win money on Underdog right now in Texas. By the way, promo code KillerB, you're going to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. A lot of ways you're going to spend $5 today. There's no better way than spending it on Underdog this March. Playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Is your favorite Houston player going to get more rebounds? It can be higher or lower. Get your picks right. Win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use promo code KillerB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's coming around. He's here as well. Good to see you, Brian. How come that wasn't reciprocated? Are you mad at me?
It. I didn't take that as something you want to reciprocate. Usually you just move past. You're like, Brian's here too, and you move right past.
I never say good to see you, Brian. It might be the first time I ever did it. I'm not ever doing it again.
That's a statement in and of itself.
That's the reaction I get when I say it's good to see you, Brian. I get that reaction.
My introduction has never had a follow-up.
Does that make you jealous?
No, it's just like, why would I expect it?
You wouldn't. It's the first time I did it, but it's also the last time I'm doing it.
Sounds good.
Great, pal. Off to a rocking start. Lots to get to today, though.
I'm here too.
I said he's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're about to talk for the next 3 hours.
That's true.
I've already talked to you a little bit before the show.
It's true.
I haven't talked to Brian at all today.
We were talking Chipotle.
We were. What's your Chipotle order? 713-780-3776. We lead some stupid stuff sometimes on this show. WNBA. What did we lead with? Oh, Summer House the other day?
Yeah.
Summer House drama.
Mm-hmm.
What is your Chipotle order?
White rice. Pinto beans.
Well, I know there's white rice after what you had to do yesterday with Vasquez and Isak.
Jose Jorge's coming back today.
That is true.
Pinto beans. Todo mi tortura.
Triumphant return.
Chicken. Sour cream.
Oh, you go crema.
Cheese. I like the green salsa.
Oh, really? I like the red.
And then lettuce depends on how I'm feeling.
If you feel like when you lose a little weight, you slap a little lettuce on at the end.
You like to make it pretend to be healthy.
It's healthy.
It depends on how it looks.
For hell, that makes
looks
sense.
fresh or wilted.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's like it's an eye test kind of a thing for if there's lettuce or not.
I don't like putting lettuce in my bowl.
Sometimes they put too much.
And sometimes I'll eat it later or something like that.
Yeah,
like
you
I'll
can't
get
do
it.
that.
Like you can't have lettuce in it if you're doing that. What's your Chipotle order, Brian?
I usually go the cilantro lime rice.
Okay. That's the white rice.
Huh?
Brian gets so extra.
What?
That's the same thing as the white rice.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, they have multiple types of rices.
Yeah, white and brown.
Okay. All right. White rice then. There we go.
Cilantro lime rice with the black baked bean.
No beans. Usually steak, cheese, guac, maybe a salsa, and some fajita, like the fajita onions.
The way he said guac, it makes me wish I didn't ask him.
Say it again.
Guac. What's wrong with that?
He's got a hard G in it.
That's a hard G.
It's
it
walk.
Is. Yeah.
Okay. But it's all right. You're gringo. It's
guacamole.
Yeah. I go the cilantro lime rice as well with the black bean.
My bad on identifying what the rice is.
I go with, you don't do the veggie vegetables?
No.
The veggie vegetables, the fajita vegetables.
No, I don't do the veggie.
The fajita vegetables are fantastic.
I don't do the veggie.
The white rice is the cilantro lime rice.
The fajita vegetables are great. I was telling my wife this today actually because she was making the kids some lunch as I was leaving. I'm not sure that there's a lot that tastes better than a nice grilled up bell pepper.
Fair.
Like you chop up the bell pepper, maybe some variety of colors, and then you slap it on a cast iron with a little bit of oil. Mm-hmm. It is so good.
It's very good.
It's one of my favorite bites.
Yeah, I also really like I like broccoli when you do it that way.
In a burrito.
That's a
No,
weird
not
segue.
like I'm talking about veggies.
From grilled bell peppers to broccoli?
No, like in stir fry.
Oh yeah, that's good.
When there's like the broccoli or like zucchini.
Yeah.
I think that's good too.
I love stir fry.
But I think bell pepper's the number one still.
Yeah, bell pepper's the nine. I'll mix it in with my rice and beans.
But
too.
you won't do
But
you won't do it on your Chipotle order.
I put it in there.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
And then I go double chicken. To me, I think their chicken's better than their steak. And I'm not a chicken over steak guy. Like I'm taking steak over chicken 9 times out of 10. But Chipotle does a solid chicken.
The steak can be tough.
They do a solid chicken.
The steak can be tough sometimes.
It's a little overcooked.
That's why chicken's my go-to.
Yeah, and then I'll put a little bit of cheese, not too much, and then I'll do some of that red salsa, and then some wok. Some guacamole.
Some what?
Some guacamole.
Never heard of that.
At the very, very
Cooking
end.
a wok?
That's not bad. But lots to get to today. Jim Murphy. You know who Jim Murphy is? Of course you don't. But Jim Murphy wrote the book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
So A.J. Brown's favorite author, Jim Murphy, is going to join us. His book entitled Inner Excellence. Why are you guys getting Jim Murphy on whenever A.J. Brown was reading that book over a season ago? Well, because we want to work on our inner excellence. We're going to ask Jim, and this is really more for you than it is for us. We already are excellent. This is more for you, especially the Twitchers. We wanted to ask Jim, the author of Inner Excellence,
in his underwear, living in his mother's basement,
who A.J. Brown reads on the sidelines and for inspiration and motivation. We wanted to do this for the Twitch. So we're going to talk to Jim Murphy about how to help our Twitchers' inner excellence a little bit later on in the program. Astros stuff, the triumphant return of Jose Jorge. He got away in March. He got away in March. He didn't have to do it in March because of the way the schedules worked. First Thursday every month, Jose Jorge, Joe's alter ego, shows up.
Can't wait.
And today is that triumphant return of Jose Jorge. But we begin, Buster Olney was ticking me off. We'll get to that in a little bit. How much the conversation now with the Astros isn't how tenable it is; it's how tenable it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not. It's not a question of if it's tenable. It's a question of how tenable is it. But the Astros, they lead baseball in a bunch of different categories, and we wonder how tenable the hitting coaches are, or at least how tangible those hitting coaches are. So we'll discuss that a little bit later as well. But we begin with the Rockets. I found myself in a Rockets argument. I can't do it with the allergies. The allergies are messing my throat up.
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw this.
Yeah, I just recently got into an argument with some Rocket fans, which it's a
Yeah.
respectful argument, and I understand the points, and the people that I'm in this conversation with, I respect their opinions. I just don't really put a whole lot of stock into the Reed Sheppard a starter, Reed Sheppard off the bench. It is now morphed into this. Like, I mean, if you just want to go like extreme recency bias, did the Rockets play better against the Knicks, or did they play better against the Bucks?
They played better against the Knicks.
Reed came off the bench that game. He started last night against the Bucks. So, like, I don't really put a whole lot of stock in who starts the game, blah, 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 blah. I put way more stock in how many minutes they play. But now the conversation is morphed into and look, Reed Sheppard played a great game yesterday, right? He hit 9 3-pointers, which isn't a new career high. It's a career high.
Yep.
Ime was asked after the game, like, hey, Reed made 9 threes. Did you see him shoot with confidence? Yeah, I think so. I think that happened. But the conversation that I found myself into, and I hate that this is the conversation that I led with, but sometimes I ramble and find myself in areas I didn't expect to get to. I really would have just liked to talk about the game. And I could have done that because I control what we talk about. But I have ADHD, and I just kind of, go one place without realizing how I got there. The conversation now is like, has the Rockets coaching staff aided the development of Reed Sheppard, or has the Rockets coaching staff stunted the development of Reed Sheppard?
I don't understand how there can be an argument about stunting his growth from anyone right now. Because he's at this point where he's playing great. Every stat that people want to throw out there about how good Reed Sheppard's doing, the Rockets coaches don't get credit because they didn't start him earlier in the season? Like,
that's what they say. Well, one guy told me that they would have had 7 to 10 more wins if he started the whole year.
Yeah, I know. Like on pace, guys. I saw Roosh tweet this out. They'd be on pace for 63-14 if Reed Sheppard started every game, based on their record so far this season. Okay, that's fine, but that's also not a real thing because you don't know that it's going to be great every single game he's out there. It's all part of the growth development of Reed Sheppard. They get the credit. Just because he hasn't played as much as you want doesn't mean they don't get credit for developing him. I find it really strange that people are trying to say, oh, the Rockets would be in a much better place if they played him early. How do you know that?
Yeah, see,
How do you know that?
They would point to their record. They would point to the record and be like, well, this is what they do with Reed Sheppard in the starting lineup, which I think lacks a ton of context. What if he started the first 17 games of the year? Because the Rockets did start the season 13-4, which is Reed Sheppard's record or the Rockets' record when Reed Sheppard's in the starting lineup. I don't think the Rockets would have started 13-4 if Reed Sheppard was in the lineup. Why do I think that? Because I remember what Reed Sheppard looked like at the start of the year. Like, yes, he's going to score some points for you always because he's a natural scorer, but I remember what we were ripping on Reed Sheppard about early in the year.
Yeah, I said I was out on him.
Yeah, you did.
I did. I was wrong, but I said I was out because it's so bad.
But remember the weaknesses of Reed Sheppard's. Look, there still are his weaknesses. They're just not as magnified. I think they've been minimized because of the coaching staff and the development. And he's still not a good on-ball defender. He gets blown by, like his feet are in cement. You know what I mean? That's why he has so many chase down blocks from behind. He lets his defender get by him, and he comes from behind and sneaks behind him and blocks their shot, which is good. I admire the hustle, all that. But he's not a good defender. But whatever. That's not really the point I'm trying to make here. The point that I'm trying to make here is remember how bad he was initiating the offense early in the year? He didn't know how to pass the ball to his teammates. He was trying to dribble to escape on-ball pressure and then would drive down the lane and heave up a running layup that he would miss 5 times out of 7. He had remember the amount of pressure he had committed to him in the backcourt too, and he had no idea what to do with the ball. He had no idea how to be a point guard at the beginning of the year, and he has made tremendous strides from the point at the start of the season to where we are now. Now I have no issues with him initiating the offense. Now he looks good initiating the offense. I still think he's a bad defender, but I don't think he's as bad today than he was in November. But the biggest thing to me where I've seen the most improvement from Reed Sheppard, it's not the scoring. The scoring was the scoring. I agree to that. The scoring from Reed Sheppard on April 2nd and November 2nd is pretty similar because he's a natural scorer. But where has he made the most development? Where has he made the most strides? In my opinion, it's the ability to play point guard. For most of the year, and I still say this sometimes, I don't really think he's a true point. I think he's a combo guard that struggles as the point. I don't feel as strongly about that today than I did at the start of the year. He couldn't handle the point guard position at the start of the season. So Do I think Ime Udoka has helped the development of Reed Sheppard? Yes, 100%. Now, there are layers to this. Do I think Ime Udoka has helped him as a scorer? Maybe marginally, maybe very, very little, maybe not at all. But where do I think he helped his development the absolute most? A little bit on the defensive end, but being able to handle an NBA offense, to initiate an offense, to be a point guard in the NBA, where I don't think he was anywhere near that level at the start of the year.
Not at all. And I think we're also seeing now, I feel like where he's improved the most is when he has the ball in his hands of what to do with it, if he's going to do something himself.
Making the right reads.
If he's going to go to the bucket, if he's going to do a step back three. Kevin Durant said himself, it was fine. That's why I moved on. Kevin Durant said himself after the Knicks game, I used to tell him to stop playing so fast because Reed was always playing too fast. The game was too fast for him in the NBA. He was playing at a level that was not sustainable. The game has slowed down for him. I think that's very clear. That's also just, that's not really, I don't know if Ime gets credit for that or anyone gets credit. It's also just experience. And maybe that's what some people are pointing to, is that the experience of playing more minutes, of starting some games, has been what's truly helped Reed Sheppard's development. But I think this is one of those moments where people should just be happy with what's happening. It doesn't have to be an anti-Ime thing, which I view it as using Reed's success as a point of why they don't like Ime Udoka.
Which is, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like, I'm not telling you that you need to like Ime Udoka. We can have different opinions on it, obviously. We can have different opinions on everything in life. I just think it's very... I think it is very stubborn to be like, yeah, the coaching staff hasn't helped him at all. Like, because if you ask Reed Sheppard, and not even like to the public, like I understand that whenever you're in front of a camera and it's public knowledge and all that, you're going to say one thing, you don't really mean it. Like if Reed Sheppard hated Ime Udoka and you asked him publicly in front of a camera, hey, what do you think about Reed? I love Ime. You asked Reed about Ime. I love Ime. Ime's the absolute best. But I think that Reed Sheppard, even privately, would say that this coaching staff has made him a far better basketball player in this calendar year alone. Mm-hmm. In this calendar year alone, I think that Reed Sheppard would be the first person to tell you that. There's no way of knowing other than, trying to get inside info from like his buddies or whatever. But I firmly believe that. And the other thing too here is Reed Sheppard's in his second season. Reed Sheppard also declared for the NBA after his freshman year. Mm-hmm. He's 21 years old.
He can barely
drink.
He's
21 years old, and also he's not playing on a 60-loss team. Mm-hmm. He's playing on a team that it should win 50 games and has a chance to be a top 4 seed in a tough Western Conference. So this isn't one of hey, we're a rebuilding, young, developing team. Here you go, Reed Sheppard. You get all the minutes. No, this is a team that has Kevin Durant, top 5 scorer in NBA history, Alpi Şengün, an all-star. Now, the offense takes a huge drop after that. I'm not going to front. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't. But this is going to be a 50-win team that's got veteran players with a veteran head coach that had Western Conference championship aspirations at the start of the year. I think that has been derailed with injuries, although they are playing their better basketball as of late. And he's averaging nearly 30 minutes a game. He's a 21-year-old second-year player that is averaging nearly 30 minutes a game on a 50-win team who looks a lot better today than he did on November 2nd. How do you not give a little bit of credit to Ime Udoka for developing the other attributes of Reed Sheppard other than scoring?
Who else would get the credit?
I mean, Reed's just so great, and he was being held back by Ime Udoka. Reed, how? But and again, that's why you can isolate it away from the scoring. Maybe Reed Sheppard is a better scorer without Ime Udoka. I don't know. There's no way to prove it. But if Reed Sheppard didn't have any coaching this year, and he's just oh, here you go, in some alternate reality where he still gets the minutes that he's gotten, and then all of a sudden you just put him right back on the Rockets with no development. Does he look as good? No. Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, I think people forget that he also had to play in the G League last year because he couldn't make the rotation last year.
Well, it's Ime's fault.
It's all Ime's
fault.
Ime
was holding the man back.
Yeah, I do think that point you said there about the expectations for this team in terms of that they're going to win 50 games this year. I wonder if people are still having a hard time moving their mind from the bad version of the Rockets that Alpi and Jalen Green and these guys grew up in to what's happening now. Because it is a totally different atmosphere. It's just like when the Warriors went out and got, Kuminga and Wiseman, and they were like, well, we're going to have 2 timelines here. Well, one timeline matters more than the other. That's the winning timeline because of who's on your roster. The Rockets are in that same thing right now. Yes, the development for the future is important, but winning's what matters right now. So if someone's holding you back from winning, they're not going to just play immediately a ton.
But
it's going to take time, and he has
played a lot.
Exactly, and he's earned it. He's earned the minutes. Like, if anything, this should just be a kudos to Reed Sheppard for overcoming the fact that Ime Udoka wouldn't want to play him.
Yeah, I get a little I two separate conversations here. I think has this coaching staff helped develop Reed? To me, it's a no-brainer. It's obvious that yes. Like, watch him try to run an offense in November versus run an offense now. I think you can see it a little bit defensively. Maybe the scoring's the same. And the other thing too, and then the other thing is him in the starting lineup, which I think we're having fun with stats here. I think we're having fun with stats when we look at the Rockets are 13-4 whenever Reed Sheppard plays. I was planning on doing this tomorrow, but again, I got my mind rolling ADHD because I wanted to see who the opponents were. Right?
Yeah.
Like you could, if you're 13-4 against the worst team in the NBA, that's a lot different than being 13-4 against the best team in the NBA. Right? Like context matters here. There's a big gap between the best and the worst teams in the NBA. So I just pulled them up right here. We can kind of just, talk it out in this very moment. In fact, let's talk about it on the other side. Brian's not saying good to see you. He's saying get to break. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener. We'll eventually talk about the Rockets game. We'll get to the Astros a little bit later, too. Their offense, Carlos Correa with an interesting take on Jose Altuve drawing walks. Some East Coast bias going on around baseball, the triumphant return of Jose Jorge. And because we love you, we're going to bring you Inner Excellence. How are you bringing us Inner Excellence? Because we're going to have the author of Inner Excellence on with us, Jim Murphy, coming up at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch. Twitch today's for you, especially at 4. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok. ESPN 975. Also on Twitter, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on the Twitter platform. Brian is at Sack by BMAC on the X platform. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I love? Maybe more than all of you. Ownwell. Well, why would you like Ownwell more than us? They save me money. Do you save me money? No, probably not. So Ownwell.com. I love them because they save me money. They saved me a bunch of money last year. Excited to see how they're going to save me money this year, how much money they're going to save me this year too. Well, what is Ownwell? Ownwell is going to fight your property taxes for you. Those property taxes are insane. They're no good. They cost so much and they keep skyrocketing, don't they? That's why you need Ownwell to fight for your taxes for you. It is property tax assessment season. Assessment letters are arriving from the county, and just because your bill stayed the same doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that it's correct. With how much the market has shifted, there's still a great chance you're paying more than you should. So you need to head to Ownwell. That way you can save some money this property tax season. Ownwell.com. You're going to sign up. It's only going to take 3 minutes, and Ownwell is going to be in your corner right away. How much money do I owe whenever I sign up? Nothing. You only pay when you save. Risk-free. You owe nothing up front. And then Ownwell is going to send you updates. They'll email you, here's what's going on. And then that final email, here's how much we saved you. And that's the first time that you have to pay. It's the only time that you have to pay. Ownwell is great. And look at these numbers. How about let's start in Brazoria County today. Ownwell saved Brazoria County homeowners with homes in the 500 to 750K range more than 2 times what they saved by using other firms. How cool is that? Brazoria County homeowners under 250K, Ownwell achieved an 88% success rate compared to just 48% for the competitors. We're not going to mention the competitors, but they're no good compared to Ownwell. New customers can expect to save on average $774 a year, and they've helped lower property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. You can be one of them as well. What are you waiting for? This is the thing that you have to do when you're an adult. Try to save money. Put some food on the table. So don't wait. Deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com. And let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I forgot to mention our sweat of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Our sweat of the day. We haven't gotten off to a great start with this bit, which is half bit, half reality. It's all reality.
For you.
We are, for me, yeah, because you're a soft boy.
Or a poor boy, maybe.
We've lost just under 3 units so far on the year.
Yeah, our sugar
You're a
record
disaster.
Hey,
2-7.
Season premiere last night, by the way.
How was it?
Of that fantastic program. I'm not going to mention the program. Somebody needs to guess in. If somebody guesses in where that drop is from and you get it right, we owe you a T-shirt. 713-780-3776. Where is that drop from? Play it one more time.
You're a disaster.
All right, one more time so I don't talk over
You're
it.
a disaster.
Where is that soundbite from? If you're the first one to get it right on the text line, 713-780-3776, Joe owes you a shirt. So our bet of the day, our sweat of the day today, Joe. Because we haven't gotten off to a good start, I brought in some reinforcements.
I like this idea.
Will Doctor, our very own Will Doctor, who is our golf expert. He's got the golf. What is it called now? The Will Doctor Show?
The Golf Hour.
The Golf Hour with Will Doctor?
Yep.
So he's on every Saturday, every Saturday morning. It's been on forever.
He'll be at the Texas Golf Expo on Saturday, just like we'll be there tomorrow.
We'll be there tomorrow.
Yep.
Pounding some drives right down the center. You know why they're having us out?
So we can show off our skills.
Because I've won a long drive championship.
Now, can you do it with mommy's wrist, though?
I think my wrist is feeling okay. It's not 100%. I still can't quite go all the way, but it's getting better. I got to a range of motion yesterday that I have not been to in 8 months.
Good.
And it was a nasty pop and severe pain. Oh, but it's good, though, because it's showing that my range of motion is coming back. No. My range of motion is getting there to where, like, you want to feel a little pain whenever you're trying to get out of inflammation because it's taking you places you've never been before. I have been there. It's just been a while.
So how much distance would you say mommy's wrist is taking off your drive?
Probably 10%.
Okay.
So I can still get 300. Still get 300, You know, it's not, the golf is you want to use your big muscles, not your little muscles.
That's what they say.
You want to activate the
say.
glutes.
The glutes,
you use your thrust. Like how you look at me, like how do you hit it so far? Because I use my big muscles. The response here is show me the big muscle.
People said Jeremy uses his thrust well.
He uses his thrust. Anyways, so yeah, we're going to be out there at the Golf Expo, the Houston Golf Expo tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun at NRG.
You gonna hit some drives?
I don't know yet.
If they let us.
I don't know if I really want to test the mommy's wrist just yet.
I kind of want to see. Brian, can you drive?
I've never attempted.
Oh, then we have to do it.
You've never attempted?
Yeah, we have to find
I've never
somewhere.
attempted.
Yeah, we're going to have to take some drives then.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Is Lexi going to be out there?
No.
Oh, we're going to have to take our videos of ourselves then. That's creepy. But still, we're going to have to do it.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to do it.
We're going to have to do it. Anyway, so because there's no other sports to bet today. The rules of the sweat of the day is we try our very best to make it an event that we can watch. So there's like some, third, fourth level soccer going on today.
Tough.
We can't really watch it on the TV that's here. So Thursdays, Fridays, we might just go golf Thursday, Fridays.
I'm fine with that.
And I'm probably going to outsource it to Will Doctor,
Okay.
who you can listen to each and every Saturday right here on ESPN 97.5. He'll also be with us on Wednesday to handicap and preview the Masters, what's going on at Augusta, which he is our golf expert, and we have him on ahead of every single major. So, Will Doctor, today, he gave me one sweat to play.
Okay.
We're going Brian Harmon. No, it's not Augusta yet. This is the Valero Texas Open in San Antonio. Lovely San Antonio.
The Valero Texas Open, though, I would say is a tradition, unlike any other.
It's a tradition like most others, really.
Is there another Texas Valero Open?
No, but it's not a premium event, so you get a lot of slappies.
So, there we go.
And you also get a lot of the big guns taking the weekend off because they don't want to play the weekend ahead of Augusta. But, man, this brings back some memories, doesn't it?
Can't wait for next week.
Hello, friends.
Hello from Butler's cabin. The smell of the azaleas. The chirping of the automated birds. Not allowing Pat McAfee in here. Haven't allowed many other people in here for a long time. Women, you can't come onto the grounds. The storied grounds of Augusta.
Is Fuzzy Zeller still kicking around?
No, he's dead.
Okay.
Go Cougs, by the way.
Oh, is he a cougar?
Don't disrespect the cougar.
I didn't know you were claiming him.
Well, he's a cougar.
All right. Once a cougar, always a cougar.
I love this music. This just puts me in a great mood. This makes me forget about the Reed Sheppard
Whenever you
argument.
start
all
yelling at me, I'm just going to start playing this music.
I like that. I like that
Calm
idea,
him
Brian.
down.
Let's head to Rays Creek. Is it Rays Creek? I think it's Rays Creek.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I peed in Rays Creek at Tour 18 when we played there for our fantasy football golf outing a couple of years ago.
Really?
Nature called.
Wasn't there a golfer that actually did pee in
Oh,
Race
yeah.
Creek?
Oh, yeah. There was. Was it Zalatoris?
I don't remember, but I think it was in the last year or two,
I think
right?
it was last Masters. Yeah. Will Tiger be there?
Jose.
In his orange jumpsuit. No, Tiger's not going to be there. He's going to be in Europe getting rehab.
Jose Luis Ballester? Is who it was? Ballester?
Oh, was he the guy who peed in it?
It looks like it, yeah.
Was he wearing like the big lettered hat?
Looks like
I think he was wearing a big. He might have been a Red Raider. Might have been an amateur. I think he was an amateur now that I think about it. Guns down into Race Creek. Amen's Corner.
So what's our sweat of the day?
Our sweat of the day is Brian Harmon over Steven Yager. Steven Yager bogeyed number 1. Brian Harmon's even through 2. Okay. So far, looking so good. Do you want to hear Will's analysis, or do we not care about that? I'm going to read it to you. Yager has never made a cut in San Antonio in 3 starts, and look at him as Rick Vaughn, wild driver of golf ball. I love that analysis.
I like the reference. Yeah.
He's speaking in a language that I'll get.
You get it.
We need to tell Will that I've won a long drive contest, and I can understand a little golf lingo. But Harmon, defending champ, off of a nice tied for 11th of the players. Soft conditions help Yager, but that's your best option amongst those. Because I sent him a few of the plays that we had options of who was going to be in action. So we're rooting for the short lefty Brian Harmon over Steven Jagerbaum. You don't know Brian Harmon? He won a major.
Never heard of him.
This is the lack of respect that you guys have for major golf champions makes me sick.
What was his name? Matt Harmon?
Brian Harmon.
Joe, what's your favorite Brian Harmon career moment?
What we talked about him right now?
Oh, my goodness.
We have someone on the... What was our golf bet we made?
I don't remember.
I don't either, but...
You guys, the disrespect...
We haven't made one for the sweat.
That's
until
two
today.
major golf champions y'all have disrespected in the first 4 days of this week.
No, Jeremy's neighbor Eric texted in.
I haven't turned for the text line
and
yet.
said he's the head golf professional at Kingwood Country Club.
No way.
We need to get that the Joe's golf bet out there. I don't remember what it was though.
That you would break 100?
I think it was
Eric.
I don't remember that at all.
150.
Eric, if you're the head golf pro at Kingwood, we probably know each other than being neighbors. My old man was out there for a while at the Advantage School. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Can I go practice out there, by the way? I need somewhere to practice. Yeah, my dad's a golf pro.
I didn't know that.
Well, he's retired now,
Okay.
semi-retired. Yeah, but he's been Tascasita, Deerwood for a little bit, the Golf Advantage School.
You gonna play this year?
Willow Creek. He finished up at Elkins Lake.
You're gonna play in the occasional invitational this year?
I don't know if I'm gonna be healthy enough.
Okay. By the way, tickets are gonna go on sale on Monday.
There you go.
Just a little preview.
There you go.
Yep.
Actually, I might take the day off work just to play in that.
That's fine. We can do that. I'm not gonna be on the show that day.
Oh, really?
No.
So we can just have jabronis fill in for us?
I have to run the golf tournament.
Like Brian?
Yeah, Brian and Sean can do it.
So I can just take off and then play golf?
Sure.
Yeah. Somebody asked me to be on your team so I can play
Approved.
golf. Which team? Who are you approving? You're not on a team.
I'm approving that you don't have to be on the show.
Okay, good. I'll just go golf that day. I have a U of H baseball game that night, so I would have to cut off the show early anyways.
That makes sense then.
There you go.
Yeah.
Brian's over there not shaking his head. Well, learn to golf, bro. Swing a golf club on Friday.
The amount of time other people get to take off the show is wild.
Well, we're talent, so
Yeah.
we get away with it.
You just randomly, I could show up.
You're gonna be off
early.
You're gonna be gone for like 3 weeks this summer.
Brian's disgruntled. You're gonna be off for 3 weeks?
No, 6 days, but close enough, Joe.
No, but then Michael's taking off, so you're gonna be off after.
Oh,
that.
okay. Well, you can't blame me for that one. That's not my
Just
choice.
saying.
So we're gonna have no Brian
for like 2 weeks.
What are we gonna do? We're just gonna be off the rails for 2 weeks. It'll be the summer of Jeremy and Joe.
The summer of George.
It's gonna be the summer of Jeremy and Joe. So, anyways, we're on that. We're on. If you guys want to, well, it's already teed off. I don't know if you can get live lines on head-to-head.
What were
golf
the odds on
match? We are giving some odds though. It's minus 120.
That's fine.
So we're putting up 100 for minus 120
We need
as we try to. We need a win, man.
So we need a W.
We need the short lefty Brian Harmon to come through for us today. Also, lefty.
Who the is that guy?
It's a major golf champion. Major champion. It makes me sick. Brian Harmon's played in a Ryder Cup.
I don't remember him either. So
When are his 6 days off? Can they be now? Can they be next week during Augusta?
What major did Matt Harmon win?
Brian.
Brian.
Matt Harmon has never won a major.
Brian. He has the same name as you.
He's
That was
trolling.
intentional, Joe.
He's trolling. I'm pretty sure it was the British Open.
Okay. I thought it was the Open. Noob.
Well, yeah, that's fair. He's that was a pretty good comeback. He's not long enough to win anything else. He doesn't hit the ball very far. You can't talk golf with Brian. You can talk golf with Brian Hartman. Butch Hartman, too.
I do not know this man.
But not Brian. Anyways, Reed Sheppard. So I did some research during that last commercial break. These Reed Sheppard 13-4, the games he starts. Let's dive into the context of that. We'll eventually talk about the Rockets game a little bit later, and we're also going to look for inner excellence for the junkies on Twitch with Jim Murphy a little bit later. 713-780-ESPN, the HR&P listener line. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Yeager, no birdie on 2. So he's 1 over through 2. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
1976, gas was 59 cents. That'd be nice. Now, VHSs were brand new, and D&M Leasing opened its doors with one mission, making a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason that people come to D&M has only grown. They're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little. They will bring that new lease vehicle right to you, whether it's to your office, to your home, or while you're at lunch, and they'll take your trade in as well. And it's a really simple process. All you have to do is call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautololeasing.com today to start working with one of their agents who are going to give you elite customer service. They've won 11 straight years of customer satisfaction awards from cars.com. So you'll be getting people that know what they're doing, and they're just going to be great people to work with, honestly. You get someone who knows how to save you money, protect you from depreciation, and design a lease around your life. Call them right now, 713-290-1000 or visit dmautololeasing.com today.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Junkies, bunch of junkies guessing that you're a disaster. No one's won. No one's won. No one can guess the show correctly. Vanderpump Rules was a guess. That's incorrect. Below Deck was a guess. That's incorrect. Ryan's saying it sounds like it's from Burn Notice. That's obviously incorrect. This is a quality program. This kind of programming doesn't belong on USA. You kidding me? Brian Harmon's taking some strays on the text line. Favorite Mark Harmon moment was probably on NCIS. I don't even know what that means. Is that an actor on NCIS?
Yeah, he was a. Let's see if I got this right. Quarterback, I think at Notre Dame.
Like in real life?
No,
or like
UCLA,
on the show?
UCLA.
In real life or on the show?
In real life, and then he was turned into an actor. Was on NCIS.
I got you. Junkie said I thought he was Tiger's old coach. That was Butch Harmon. No relation between Butch and Brian. Brian's a baller. You know how much money he's made in his life?
Probably a lot. Probably not as much as Kirk Cousins. I'm guessing a lot.
I really don't know the answer to that. Google says that he's made $44.6 million in his life. And you guys are poo-pooing on a $44.6 million in career. That's only career earnings. That's not even talking sponsorships.
That's crazy.
Golfers make bank.
That's so much money.
If there was one sport that I could play like professionally and then good as well.
Yeah.
It'd be golf.
I mean, because you get, how far do they pay out again?
What do you mean?
Like how, like down,
to the
how
cut?
far? Yeah. Is it just down all the way down to the cut?
You got to make the cut to get to make the weekend and get paid. Yeah.
And that even the last person, and they get paid on the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but then if you're good, like you're making millions of dollars and you're going to the beautiful, places, you could be outside. So you're working on your vitamin D.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there a better life than a golfer?
No.
You don't have to worry about CTE. All the injuries that you have is like mommy's wrist, which, nothing to sneeze at. But, you're not worrying about brain injuries.
And, you make it quick.
Hit that in the water, Jaeger. Par 3. What is that, about 190 yard? Oh, nope, carried the water. But he's not in position to birdie, though. That's way. It went down the slope.
Oh, it's just
he's got like a 50-footer.
It's just rolling away.
That's going to be a tough two-putt, Joe.
That is a tough two-putt.
He might bogey this.
That's good for us.
It's huge for us because we're rooting for Brian Harmon.
Brian Harmon made $1 million in golf his second year on the tour.
Yeah, and you guys are talking crap about him.
I never talked crap about him. I just
You
don't
called
know who
him
he
Mark.
is.
There's nothing more insulting than calling somebody Mark.
I thought I called him Matt.
No, you said Mark.
Yeah, I said Matt.
No CTE, tell that to Tiger. Yeah, but Tiger's a unicorn in more ways than one. That doesn't really count. All right, so I pulled up the Reed Sheppard. Everybody, he's 13 and 4.
That's plum.
He should start every game because if he started every game, they'd have a better record than the Golden State Warriors and when they won 72. So I pulled up the 13 and 4, Joe. Mm-hmm. Listen to these wins here because context matters. They have his first win was over Phoenix. Okay. I mean, they're 7th team in the West. They're 8 games above 500. There's nothing wrong with that win. That win's fine. Golden State, under 500. Utah, the second worst team in the Western Conference. The Pacers, who don't even have 20 wins. They have 18 wins right now. Oklahoma City's by far the best win, but they didn't have SGA. I'm still not going to dismiss that win. It's still a quality win, but they didn't have the MVP when they beat OKC.
And then Jalen Williams as well, right? I think in that game.
I think that he might have been back by then.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Because that was all, that was on February 7th.
Oh, yeah, he might have been back at that point, yeah.
He didn't play in that game.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I think he came. No, he must have come back right after that.
No, he didn't play in that game. So they beat him without SGA and Jalen Williams. So, context matters here. Sacramento, they're terrible.
Yep.
Miami's a little bit better, but they're the 10th seed in the East. The inferior conference. Washington, terrible.
Yep.
Portland, they've actually been kind of surprisingly okay, but they're 38-9 and 38. 1 game above 500. They had a victory over Atlanta, which Atlanta is 5th place in the West. That might be the best win, actually. That might be better than OKC without SGA and Jalen Williams. They had another win over Miami. They beat Memphis, terrible. They beat the Pelicans, terrible. So, that body of work, those 13 wins, meh.
Yeah, so there are 7 wins in there against teams that are playing or playoff teams. But, again, one of those is SGA and Jalen Williams less Thunder. And the Trailblazers are literally the last team or one of the last teams in The Warriors at this moment are the last team in the playoffs. Same thing with the Heat on the other side. So even though you have those wins, you're right. The one quality for sure win is Atlanta. And I'll give them OKC.
I'll still give it to them.
Yeah, they were beating teams still without SGA and Jalen Williams in that time frame. So I'll give it to them. So 2 good wins. But you're right. Context matters. It's why you can't just say this is the record with and without guys, because you can just move goalposts all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're going to argue like, well, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter who they played.
Absolutely matters. Context always matters. Context is king. You want to hear their 4 losses?
Yeah.
So those 13 wins for Reed. I mean, still, like, hey, NBA wins. This is cool. But this is why the 13-4 is a little misleading. Like, people don't tell you the whole context. Like, 13-4, Rockets would win 70 games if Reed started them all. Okay, the wins are pretty mediocre. He's got a couple there that are good. The rest are against bad teams. The losses, they have a loss against Utah.
Yikes.
Who's the second worst team in the Western Conference. They have a loss against Miami, who's the last play-in in the Eastern Conference. They have a loss against the worst organization from the worst city in America in the Chicago Bulls.
Fair.
Bad loss, Rockets. And then their last loss came against Minnesota. No shame in that. So 3 of the 4 losses came against
garbage.
2 of the 4 teams are garbage. One of the other teams kind of mediocre in the East, and then Minnesota's fine. So, like, after diving in to see the opponents in these 13-4, 13-4 is severely misleading. Severely misleading.
He didn't start either of the Lakers games?
That was like whenever Ime was trolling the fans. Or whatever.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was Tari. I forgot. Yeah, it's look, I get why people are Reed stans and anti-Ime at this point, but the Rockets can be just as good with him coming off the bench as they saw in the starting lineup. As we said in the first segment there, the Knicks game was better than last night's game. They won. Were they wire to wire last night?
Yeah, they never trailed.
Yeah. So, yeah, it got close there at the end, but that's still an impressive, I think, feat to have in the NBA, is to never trail at any point in a game. But they collectively played better as a team in the Knicks game than they did in the Bucks game.
No doubt.
I mean, I didn't know there was another Nance brother.
He has the ugliest, like, 3-point shot ever.
Goes in.
He takes 5 seconds to shoot.
Yeah.
Like, he's catch. Let me think about it. And he, like, makes them all. Yeah. Milwaukee just makes all their threes, though.
They do.
That little white guy that they had.
What was Ackerman saying his nickname was? Derry Bird?
Yeah. I thought it was.
Don't hate it.
I thought it was Hollins at first. Like, hyperbolic Hollins, which we do have a hyperbolic Hollins. We'll get to it whenever we come back. No, that guy was lights out. Here, yeah. Well, I have some takes on the Rockets. Let's talk about the actual game. Reed Sheppard dialogue there took us, 47-minute detour. But let's talk about the game yesterday. Rockets won. They did lead wire to wire. They're up by 20. They kind of walked through a victory there, no doubt about it. And we're also going to get some hyperbolic Hollins. We got a good hyperbolic Hollins. Maybe Mount Rushmore hyperbolic Hollins. Yeah, there's some pretty good ones. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
Speaking of the Rockets, Houston, don't miss a moment. Secure your seats with Houston Rockets season ticket memberships right now and get access to this season's playoffs plus all of next season. As a Forever Red member, you'll get the best seats at the best prices along with exclusive benefits all year long. You get 25% off concessions and retail, 10% off suite rentals. You get those best seat locations, playoff ticket priority, exclusive member-only events, pre-sales to Toyota Center concerts and NBA League Pass all year long, just when you get season tickets with the Houston Rockets. Feel the energy, be part of every play. It takes all of us all season long. Get started today at rockets.com/radio. That's rockets.com/radio.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy, 713-780-ESPN. Junkie, now you got to look at who he had on the court with him. No, you do that. I mean, now you got to do it. Those are billable hours. I don't work for you.
Also, who's missed any substantial time, though? Just to make it easy. Has Alpy missed a lot of time?
Well, he missed a few games.
So Alpy,
but it might have come. It might have come after, before Reed starting.
But outside of that, like Kevin Durant's basically playing in every single game.
Yeah.
Tari Eason, you can guarantee would be out on a back-to-back. But besides that, Amen's been healthy. Everyone's been healthy. This has all been post Steven Adams injury.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the answer.
Yep. Another junkie can't believe these guys do not know anything about golf and golf tournaments, right? I've been embarrassed. Another junkie, 1953. Thank you for talking about some golf. It's a nice respite to what you normally talk about. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. 713-780-ESPN. So you want some hyperbolic Hollins before we talk about the game here a little bit?
Yes, please.
All right. This was Reed Sheppard had a good game yesterday. No doubt about it. Reed Sheppard played really well. Reed Sheppard made a 3 late in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. And Ryan Hollins, take it away.
I'm going to say it, Craig, and I know you don't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it. His comp is Steph Curry. If we're going to say someone similar that he plays like or a way that he can draw attention, I'm sorry, Craig. I'm going to be honest. There's not too many guys that pull you that far away from the rim.
I love how he said, I'm sorry, twice.
Because you can tell that means that they've had this conversation off the air. And Ackerman's basically like, please, God, don't say that on television.
Yeah, Ackerman, like, he would go on a little bit later. He's like, yeah, Mark Price. Actually, Holland said that. He's like, I don't want to say Mark Price. So it makes me think that Ackerman still known Mark Price before.
Can we start with, like, Seth Curry?
He goes, Steph Curry.
And then grow to Steph.
My favorite, he goes, I know you don't want me to say this. And then a long pause. And then here we go. Hit him with it. I do agree with him.
I'm going to say it, Craig, and I know you don't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it.
Long pause. Now, I will say this in defense of Hollins. Reed Sheppard does space the floor, and he does draw closeouts very, very deep. Mm-hmm. He draws 30 feet closeouts because the defense does have to respect his shot. But he said the comp is Steph Curry for Reed Sheppard. So where does that rank, hyperbolic Hollins, scale 1 to 10?
I don't think it's the worst thing we've heard this year.
No, it's not the worst. Nah,
but it's
not the worst.
It's probably top 3.
We're going to have to save these for the end of the year.
So
have a Hollins montage.
I'm going to go like 8.5.
Okay. Pretty high.
Yeah, it feels like I think you're on with that one, Joe. Like 8.5, 9. I don't know if it's as hot as the KD mid-range, one of the greatest shots of all time. And it's not Clint Capela's the top 3 center.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking. I think it goes
those
definitely.
Are the top 2.
He said he'd be starting on every other team in the NBA.
Yeah. and Steven Adams, by the way, got hurt after he said that, not starting on the Rockets.
Still not starting, right.
So, I think
10
it's
10 minutes a game.
I think it's firmly third.
I think it's third.
Yao Ming having guard-like handles, I think, is up there for me, too. And I know that Yao Ming had good handles for a 7'6" man. Mm-hmm. I know that to be true, but he didn't have guard-like handles.
No,
but he went behind the back that one time on a fast break.
Yeah, that's definitely I think that's the Mount Rushmore right now. Now, see what I think is.
I feel like we're missing something.
Oh, I'm sure we are.
Yeah,
sure we are.
What's unfortunate for the Rockets is that since there's no local TV in the playoffs, that's where I really feel like we would have got peak hyperbolic Collins.
Oh, yeah,
it's during the playoff game. I think he would give us some real gems in a good matchup in the playoffs.
Oh, we had the one a few weeks ago where he kept talking about how Durant didn't shove a guy at the end of the game.
Yes,
that wasn't really hyperbolic.
Ackerman's like, well, he did shove him.
That wasn't really hyperbolic. It was just it was homerism.
Yeah, it might be, but collectively, it might be the worst take he's had all season.
Maybe.
Yeah,
because just defending KD so hard when it was
very clear,
so obvious.
He called the refs blowing the whistle sickening.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he almost called. I think he called him I think he said he cheated him too.
Yeah, there's a lot of
went far
hyperbolic things.
If you want to say that's hey, you let a superstar get away with it. I see a foul, but sometimes a superstar gets away with it. Okay, I could listen to that. Mm-hmm. But to be that is disgusting. How do you blow the whistle? The other team shouldn't teach him to do that. They shouldn't teach Bazulis to flail to the floor. What do you mean they shouldn't teach him that? It worked. They got the ball. The game's over.
I think he started shaming the defender for being fouled in that situation.
Yeah, he said it was soft to go to the floor.
Yeah.
He goes. You don't need. Was it the Bulls, right?
Yes, it was.
He's like, you don't need.
Was it Buzelis?
Yeah, it was Buzelis.
Yeah,
he's like, if you're the Bulls coaching staff, you don't even want to see that from Buzelis.
You don't coach that.
You don't coach that.
That's why Billy Donovan's walking away.
Maybe.
That's why he's quitting.
But the Rockets did win yesterday. Maybe not the best win. They did win. They led by 20. Like they led the entire game. They never trailed. The Rockets sleptwalked this game. Like you go back and see like their effort levels, very, very light
It's
effort.
low.
It was pretty much like an off day.
Yeah.
But Milwaukee's so bad that the Rockets could just out-talent them. Yeah. And they built the 20-point lead. They did let Milwaukee back into the game because, again, they were sleepwalking through the game. I'm not really going to draw a whole lot of conclusion from the game yesterday. You won it. Reed had a good game. You move on. Do I think that they played their best? No. Do I think they tried to play their best? No. I think this was like a semi-half day for the Rockets.
Yes, but I will say, like, if this was like when they played the Bulls and they lost to the Bulls, if they were playing at the same level there, didn't have some momentum going, maybe they do lose last night's game.
Maybe.
Still hold on. So at least they didn't blow it. So I'll give them like a golf clap for that.
Yeah, I mean,
but
look,
that's it really.
You want to beat Milwaukee by more than that, but it was a 20-point game. Milwaukee was hitting some stupid threes. The Rockets weren't trying to defend either. I mean, like they were just standing around. Like there was this one play where Tari Eason left a dude who's a bad 3-point shooter. Like no, he was defending a good 3-point shooter. And he had to rotate, or he didn't have to rotate, but he had to make a decision because he had to guard two guys. He had to make the decision on who he wanted to have the advantage, who he wanted to take the shot. And he was marking a good 3-point shooter. He left him to defend the center at the top of the arc, who's not a good 3-point shooter. And the dude just passes it to him wide open 3. It's like, Tari, man, let him have the ball there. It's okay. But leave this, Gary Bird guy, and he drains the 3.
Yeah, Ousmane Dieng or whatever his name is took 31 shots last night. It's just
it was a stupid game.
It was.
It was and the Rockets weren't trying. They weren't trying in this.
There
game.
was poor effort.
I'm
sure
were,
Ime's yelling at them today.
Oh yeah.
But
oh yeah. I mean, Ime took a timeout on the play I'm talking about. They didn't try. They weren't trying in this game. But they're so much better than Milwaukee. They built a 20-point lead and then cruise control and won the game. Alpi did leave the game for a little bit with his back. He said it's good, not bad. It's just a back-to-back, so got hit a little bit, but I'll be all right. Probably, hopefully, I'm all right, actually. So the last little sentence there, the first sentence I like. It's good, not bad. It's just a back-to-back, got hit a little, but I'll be all right. I like that sentence. I didn't like the last sentence where he says, probably, hopefully, I'm all right, actually.
Is that like
it feels like
triple negative?
Yeah. It feels like just word vomit there at the end of the sentence.
Probably.
But yeah, it's not super encouraging.
Yeah.
Either he didn't know how to land the plane a la Cal McNair, or he's not actually all right.
Yeah. I'm going to lean he's more Cal in this situation.
Yeah, I think so. I think
give everyone a hug over there.
He came back. So whatever. Anything else we need to hit from this game?
We can hit on the Jabari one later.
Oh, where he went almost...
Yeah, went full Caden Boozer.
Yeah, he went full Caden Boozer. It's really all there is to say about it.
Yeah.
It was a dumb, bad turnover. Maybe he was falling out of bounds a bit. That helped.
Hopefully...
just throw the ball in the air.
Hopefully Katie stayed off his burner.
Maybe Katie... this is another example of Katie being right.
Kevin Durant's
Although, Alpi's proven Katie wrong with his three-point making lately.
Not with his defense, though.
Well, half right, half wrong.
Yeah.
The defense, he wasn't moving yesterday, but he's been hitting his 3 suddenly.
Kevin Durant's still pretty quiet on Twitter these days.
I'd still rather him not take it, though.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kevin Durant not tweet.
Well, that too.
I'm okay with him taking it wide open late in shot clock. That's the only time.
Yeah, there was a possession, not in the Bucks game, but in the Knicks game. I think it was second quarter, where he got the ball in the corner past the arc, just held it for 10 seconds, ran a little action, and then shot up a 3 and happened to make it, but it was a terrible possession. He hit up half the shot clock and threw up a 3 while everyone's just standing around.
Yeah.
I hate when that sort of stuff gets rewarded because then he's more likely to keep doing it.
Or green light.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have great shot selection sometimes. All right. We booked Jim Murphy, the author of Inner Excellence, because we want to help our Twitchers. This is like our charity act. Some people donate to things. No, we just look for reasons and ways to help the Twitchers be better. Because they're not good. They're terrible people, the Twitchers.
A fat guy
they're
in his
jobless,
underwear, living in his mother's
They're
basement.
homeless. They have a bad tongue. I wonder about their education. Like our junkies are the most intelligent fan base and listenership in all of Houston sports radio. The Twitchers, though, they're on the other side of the tracks, if you will. You know, that's the side of the tracks you don't want to cross. So we look out for them. We try to be charitable for them. And because of that, we booked Jim Murphy, author of Inner Excellence, which was the book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline once upon a time. So we'll talk to Jim Murphy when we come back. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. As we go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joining us now, Jim Murphy, the author of Inner Excellence, the book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Jim, I wanted to ask about the books, Inner Excellence, and part of the reason that we're having you on or wanted to get you on was, our Twitchers sometimes can be a little inappropriate. A lot of them, I think, live in their mother's basement. We don't know if they have jobs, stuff like that. How would you motivate, the little naughty listeners we have from time to time?
Well, I think that it depends on, it's the same thing. If you're sitting in your mother's basement and, you're wasting your time or you're doing something great with your life. Really, understanding what do I want most, and I think what the guy in the basement or the guy that's top of the C-suite, they both want to feel fully alive, and that's what inner excellence is about: is clarifying what you want most and pursuing that absolute fullness of life, and that's a feeling of joy that comes from sacrificial love.
I am curious, just to go back to when, A.J. Brown does go viral, reading your book on the sideline. Were you aware as it's happening in the moment, or is this someone like people start texting you, sending you screenshots of what's happening during the game?
Yeah, I was not aware. I did not know he was reading the book. I saw a picture of him in uniform about a month earlier, but I had no context, so I just thought, oh, that's cool, and forgot about it. And then that night, I get all these texts, and it was really a crazy week. All these things happening. My mom was dying, and so it was a very somber week and kind of a lonely week. Business was slow, and I had just written this book called The Best Possible Life. It actually came out this past Tuesday, and on the spiritual life. And I asked, this question came to my mind that afternoon of the A.J. Brown January 12th game. Would you rather own that skyscraper or straight out, or have written this book on the best possible life about the spiritual life? And I thought, no, I wouldn't trade it for hundreds of millions of dollars. Several hours later, I get the text. I see Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt talking about it as they zoom in on the book in A.J. Brown's hand. And then, my life changed.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear about the death of your mother during that time. Did you know A.J. Brown was reading your book at all? Like, did you know who he was?
No.
Did y'all have any? Okay, so y'all didn't have a relationship. I was wondering that. Do you feel like there was some synergy there? Like just the timing of it all?
Oh my gosh! I mean, we would need at least an hour to tell you all the synergy and the miracles that happened. But it's incredible.
Yeah, I want to. So the first book, and I know you were a member of the Cubs organization, and you were forced to quit due to vision loss. So post baseball, like what's that journey start for you, and then what led you to the first book, and then to where you are now?
Yeah, so my whole life I was obsessed about being a superstar, NBA, Major League Baseball, or NFL, like A.J. Brown. And so I got drafted by the Cubs, dream come true. And whenever you have a dream, there's always the fear of not getting the dream. And then, after you get drafted, now there's a fear of losing it. And it was so devastating when I got injured and had to retire after 5 years of pro baseball that I had no sense of self, no identity, no future, no hope. I ended up going to the desert to live a life of solitude to figure out my life, and that's where Inner Excellence was born. I decided to become a personal coach to pro baseball players, teach them how to have peace and confidence under pressure, and my first few athletes do extraordinary. And it's a very countercultural approach. It's not something you'll hear any other coach really say, is that self-centeredness is the biggest challenge that you face in performance and in life. And we never talk about winning or outcomes.
We hear a lot about the mental side of sport. Jim Murphy joining us, author of Inner Excellence, his new book, The Best Possible Life as well. We hear a lot about the mental side of things. I think it's especially true in baseball. And then you have the Yogi Berra quote where, 100% of baseball is half mental, the silliness that goes with that. If you had to put a number on it, what percentage do you think, sports, especially baseball, since that's your background with it, is more about the mental side of the game, getting that right and how that could, take your career and, put it in a different stratosphere?
Well, here's how you can think about it. Tiger Woods in his prime, how much was mental, how much was physical?
Yeah.
If you were to take away, give Tiger Woods the mental toughness of Tiger Woods and the average pro golf skills of or average golfer skills, he would not be Tiger Woods. Nothing close. But you give him the skills of Tiger Woods and the mental game of an average golfer, he would be much, much closer. He wouldn't be Tiger Woods, be much, much closer. So, I would never say that it's 90% mental because if you're talking just about their mindset, because I think unless you include their work ethic, because I think that's what made Tiger great is his work ethic and his belief. But if you include the work ethic belief, now that's a huge role.
As you work with athletes and leaders around the world now,
is when you talk about, confidence and believing in yourself and just, get, especially with baseball players, do you ever have to pull people back? Is there such thing as too much confidence when you work with people today of the opposite of what you were just talking about there, where, maybe it's ego, maybe just too much belief in yourself and you have to kind of rein them back in a little bit too, or is it really just the way you just described it?
Confidence is confusing. People are unsure. Well, should I be talking about myself, saying how great I am? If I'm confident, is that what I need to do to be great? And how do I really gain confidence? And then I had a Major League Baseball player this spring before the season started saying, "Yeah, I'm so confident right now. I feel so good. I'm a little nervous. I'm too confident." And so what I share with him and share with everybody is that confidence is great, but the problem with confidence is it's so complex and it's really mostly based on past experience.
Jim Murphy, author of The Best Possible Life, Inner Excellence too. A.J. Brown reading that on the sideline. That's what blew up that book, certainly. Jim, what you said you're a life coach as well. What percentage of the athletes do you work with? How many are baseball, golf, football, basketball?
Up until A.J. Brown, January 12th, 2025, a year ago, it was probably 3/4 professional golfers was who I worked with. Ironically, I was a baseball, football, basketball guy, never even watched the Masters until I got there. But I don't teach people how to play their sport or do their job. I teach them how to be fully engaged, heart, mind, and body in the moment, and attached to what they're trying to do.
What would you say is the biggest
advice?
advice?
That's why presence is more important than confidence.
Yeah, I think it's great advice. What is the one thing that you go to the most when you're talking to these guys? We're watching golf right now. We're watching the Valero Texas Open. Really rooting for Brian Harmon today. What's the one thing that you go to the most, that you tap into the most when you're talking to your golfers?
Well, I'll give you a story that just happened. I had a pro golfer just got his PGA Tour card this year, first time. He's in his 30s, and dream come true. Missed the first 6 cuts of the season, very down. And I talked to him on Tuesday of the 7th event that he was playing in. And I said, I know that you really want to make a cut and you really want to get more birdies and less bogeys, but that's not what you need. What you need is to get in alignment. There's a positive, focused energy of when you're at your best, when we're all at your best. And I said, I don't care if it takes you a week, a month, a year. Making cuts would just be a distraction. You need to get in alignment. That's the most important thing you need to do. So it was kind of disappointing he missed the next 15 cuts in a row, but I'm just kidding. On Thursday, he shot 8 under tournament first round leader, and then he missed one stroke off a playoff.
Oh wow, yeah, that was really good advice. The alignment advice, Jim. I'm wondering too, what advice you would have for a former long drive winning golf champion that's about a 28 handicap that's currently dealing with mommy's wrist.
Well, the problem with being a long drive champion is that's going to be really, really hard to master that ego when you get on the golf course. And so, good luck with that one,
Jim. I really appreciate the conversation. This was good stuff, and I'm very intrigued to check out the new book, The Best Possible Life.
Thanks so much for having me.
You got it. It's Jim Murphy, author of Inner Excellence, The Best Possible Life. I enjoy that. I love the psychology of sports. I love psychology. You know this about me. I've said that. If I weren't in sports radio and I wasn't a Major League Baseball general manager, I think I'd be a shrink. Probably wouldn't author books though, because my grammar is terrible, and I'm ESL. But
Someone
I would
could write it for you.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you just
maybe Jim could write it for me.
Yeah.
No, but I do love the psychology of sport, psychology in
interesting.
general.
I mean, it is like we talk about baseball all the time, and I don't know, maybe a new hitting coach just fix the psychology of the Astros. But it was an interesting conversation to hear that. I can't imagine what his phone looked like the night that A.J. Brown was caught reading the book on the sidelines.
It's funny they didn't know each other.
No,
I thought that he would have known him. Like my thought on that was that he was like doing him a favor.
That was kind of my initial thought too.
Yeah.
But like the fact that it makes me more confused honestly than about A.J. Brown.
Well, it sounds like he was probably being a diva.
Yeah.
I mean, great choice in books.
Yes,
but definitely a diva.
Diva behavior for sure.
Yeah. I wonder who that golfer was who he was talking about. I wonder if he's in the PGA or if he's just a professional golfer.
I was actually trying to see if that was like.
He said he finished one shot off the lead.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Gary Woodland ran away with the Houston Open the other day. Maybe
so it wasn't that tournament then.
Maybe he's like in a, what do they call it now? The web.com tour or whatever. I forget what they call the minor league. Is it the Corn Ferry? I think it's the Corn Ferry now. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener. I hope that really helped the Twitchers.
I think
I hope the Twitchers got something from that.
I know Ryan wanted us to ask him about advice on burning the roof of his mouth with pizza, but I don't think that was the interview for that.
No. It's interesting, too. He told us that he was in what do you say? He was in a cabin? He said he was in a cabin out in the woods?
Yeah.
That's like
great life.
That's a dream that I have.
Just go chill.
Yeah.
Like,
away
no one
from
around
everybody.
you. Yeah,
in Arizona. You go
Yeah.
up to Sedona, have a little skirt steak with chimichurri as you hike the mountains.
That sounds wonderful.
It's one of my favorite places on earth. It's really good. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The triumphant return of Jose Jorge. When we come back, we'll see if we have some time for some of the top NFL stuff too. Kirk Cousins has a new team. Also, ESPN TV might have a new number 2 team on the broadcast side of things. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what's a lot of fun? Going out to watch your favorite basketball team at Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. Maybe it's your favorite player that's being stunted by his head coach. Maybe it's your favorite player that's actually being developed by his head coach. Who knows? We just know that they're 13-4 whenever he's in the starting lineup. We know that they have one of the greatest scorers in the history of the league. We know that they have an all-star. We know that they've won 4 in a row. We know that they're headed to the playoffs with rocket power. And the best place to watch all their games is at Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. Rally up H-Town. These parties, they get fired up 2 hours before tips. You got plenty of time to pregame, plenty of time to get sauced up for the game. But they got DJs over there. That's a lot of fun. Always like a good DJ. Giveaways. As the Twitchers say, if it's free, give me 3. You can get 3 at Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. They got themed cocktails, too, which is always fun. It's always fun to have a drink. It's always fun whenever there's a theme with the drink as well, and much, much more. And if you're headed to the game, this is my favorite perk. Maybe I'm cheap, but you can park free with Tom's Validation. That's right. Parking's so expensive downtown these days, but you can park for free with Tom's Validation, which maybe you can use the savings on those themed cocktails, but then go to the game, like-minded fans like you, then come back afterwards for post-game drinks and highlights on their 65-plus screens. Great spot to watch any game, and get the full schedule at tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies. That's tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Really good conversation, I thought, with Jim Murphy. Just trying to help our Twitchers.
Got to help them. They need
help them in any way possible. We'll be broadcasting live tomorrow, by the way, 3 until 6 from the Texas Golf Expo at Houston's NRG Park. If you're a golfer, this is where you need to be. Swing new clubs, save on equipment and apparel from all major brands. Oh, okay. Including Houston's own Kobe Stevens apparel brand. The first 500 each day, Friday and Saturday, get a goodie bag that includes discounted rounds of golf and a sleeve of Wilson golf balls. My friend Brandon uses those. The Texas Golf Expo, NRG Park, April 3rd and 4th. Get tickets at texasgolfexpo.com. That's texasgolfexpo.com. I look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to dust off the polo, wear the polo tomorrow out to the Texas Golf Expo. Might have to buy some gear. I like a little golf merch from time to time.
You got a budget? So you got a budget in there? Or you're just gonna just buy a bunch of stuff?
No, I got a budget.
Polos. Are you thinking polos or like clubs?
Well, maybe no, not clubs.
Oh, okay.
No, not clubs. I mean, should be good pricing here.
Yeah.
You know what annoys me? When people say Energy Park and not NRG.
Do people say
Is that a valid concern? 713-780-3777?
I don't know. I don't know if I've heard
people say Energy instead
Really?
of NRG.
Then I mean, yeah, that's a good annoyance because it's wrong.
Is it valid?
It's valid.
Because sometimes I am get off my lawn guy. I admit that. I see the weaknesses that I have in myself. I'm aware of my struggles and my deficiencies and my cons and my weaknesses. I understand that. And sometimes I can be a little grumpy. I mean, sometimes I am get off my lawn, but this is one of my annoyances, so I wanted to see if it was valid.
On like a scale of like 1 to 10, like 1 being not get off my lawn at all to the absolute worst you could be, maybe a Keith is a 10.
Yeah.
This is like a 1-4.
Okay, good.
It's low on.
Fine. What do you think? Am I being get off my lawn here? Am I being a little closer to a Keith?
No, I don't think you're being a Keith here. I mean, it's pronounced NRG. It's not energy. So yeah, I think you're in the right.
Did he say R funny? Did he say
Did I say
NRG?
R funny? NRG.
Did he?
I don't think so. You just like to.
I think Jeremy likes to
heard it
invent
funny.
nitpicks.
Well, I'm also going deaf, so I was curious. Our boy Brian Harmon's 200 through 6, by the way, boys.
How's the other guy doing?
Jaeger's 1 over through 5. We're on our sweat of the day. We're on Brian Harmon over Jaeger bomb -120, courtesy of Will Doctor.
I do not know this man.
Well, you need to learn yourself about Brian Harmon, who's 200 through 6. He's trying to get us in the win column today. That guy doesn't button up any of his buttons. Jaeger's got the buttons undone all the way to his belly button. That guy. All right, so the triumphant return of Jose Jorge.
Yeah.
Which I had a bunch of recommendations listed on my old computer, and the computer just froze and died, and it's no longer with us. So if you have recommendations on the future of Jose Jorge and which lyrics he should try to read, go ahead and send those in, because I lost all the other ones that you were so eagerly ready to send in.
Yeah, couldn't wait.
So today's Jose Jorge, he will be citing and reading the lyrics of Richie Valens' La Bamba.
Classic.
Which I mean, I think gringos know this song, right?
Yeah.
Gringos are very.
I know it.
Yeah, gringos know this song. I feel like I'm kind of letting you off the hook here.
I think this is of the 3 we've done.
You did a Selena, right?
No, we did not do a Selena.
Oh, you haven't done a Selena? You did
No, we did Lachona.
Volved. Oh, he did Lachona. That's right.
Yeah, I think this is the third one.
He did the Vicente Fernandez. Volved, Volved.
Yeah.
Volved.
Yeah, that's the one that all the drops are from.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop laughing.
And then you did Lachona last time. And then you didn't have to do one in March because you took all the days off.
So did you.
He got stuck in North Carolina.
That's true. I did get stuck in North Carolina.
North Kakalaki. All right. So take it away, Jose Jorge. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
In Mano.
Hola.
That's not part of the song for the record.
¿Cómo estás, Jose Jorge?
All right.
No answer.
I don't know what to answer that with. Para bailar La Bamba. This is not fair.
Strong start.
Para bailar La Bamba. Se necesita una poca de gracia. Una poca de gracia. Pa mí, pa ti. Arriba y arriba. Y arriba y arriba. There's a lot of arribas. Porticer. Yo no soy marinero.
You say marinara?
Brian, don't talk during this brilliance.
That's what I thought when I saw it. Yo no soy marinero. Soy capitan. Soy capitan. Soy capitan. Bamba, 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 bamba.
Do you not know the song?
Joe always sings it with the same cadence, which is never the cadence of the song.
No.
All right, one more time in the coro.
Oh, okay. Para bailar, bailar. Para bailar la bamba. Se necesita una poca de gracia, Pa mi, pati, arriba y arriba.
Your own una poco de gracia is not bad.
I got like one good part in there.
Una poco de gracia.
Yeah. There was an earlier part in that first couple sentences that you got right.
Well, I think it was the same one.
No, that was before that.
No, I think it was se necesita una poca de gracia.
Yeah, it was like very early. I thought he did pretty well.
He said it again.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize
it was the same thing
part.
again.
Okay.
All right. So that was this is the easiest one you're ever going to have.
Yeah.
Just want to warn you there, Jose Jorge, that this is going to be the easiest lyric read that you're going to have in the history of Jose Jorge. Bailad. So anyways,
there's a D in there?
Here's Richie Valens singing the song. You were good at that part. You nailed that part.
Feel good about that.
Not great there.
Nope.
Not great here.
Cadence
you know what to
was
do with
off.
that R.
Yeah.
Not bad there.
I did think marinara. You read my mind.
Soy capitan, soy capitan. You struggled here. You read it too fast. Look, see the cadence here?
No, I just thought it'd be funny.
You went bamba, 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 bamba.
I thought that would be funny.
Machine Gun Kelly over here.
He's in the news.
Really, what do you do?
He's blocked from his ex-girlfriend's Instagram post.
You know all about that, huh?
I was reading on Barstool. I don't know why.
This is one of my favorites. I love this song. I love this song. So I don't think you did terrible.
No.
Junkie Joe definitely needs to practice rolling his R's. Look, you know about me. I'm half white, half Mexican.
Yeah.
I cannot roll my R's. I have practiced.
I'm
I've
Mexican.
tried. That my tongue is definitely my white side. I cannot roll my R. Just can't do it. Oh, Junkie went suavemente. I love that song.
Oh, that was Javier's song, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay, we'll write that down.
Maybe that ruined him.
We'll write that down for Jose Jorge.
We killed that bit, huh?
Yeah, we don't do it anymore.
Okay.
No. No. Somebody wanted you to do some Bad Bunny next time.
We can do that.
I don't know. We'd have to find the
clean version.
A couple of suggestions here. Have them do the lyrics to Starboy by The Weeknd? What?
These are...
Junkie says it's an electric company, so it's a play on word letters. I understand that. I understand that it's a play on words. But you don't pronounce it NRG. You pronounce it NRG.
Yes.
NRG Stadium, not Energy Stadium. Let's get it right. Somebody said not valid. Thumbs down for me. No, literally nobody has ever said Energy Park. That's not true. Do you know who says it? John Harris says it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Which is surprising.
That's very surprising.
Right.
You could have given me a lot of guesses.
And it'd be the last one.
It would be at the very bottom.
People do say it. And now that you've heard me tell you that people say it, you're going to notice people say it. Good job, Jose Jorge. Jose, what does Jose Jorge think of Kirk Cousins to the Raiders?
Bueno.
Mucho dinero. I didn't know you were keeping the bit there for a second.
I didn't either.
I feel like Joe was
bueno.
trying to think of the word for no and then bailed, so he just said bueno.
Bueno.
Am I accurate?
Kind of.
Okay.
I was like, which words do I know?
Because I don't think you actually like it, but you had to go with the positive.
I was like, which words do I know? I was like, I can't say thank you. I was like, bueno. I mean, the Adam Schefter tweet was very funny today, I thought.
What was the money part?
The fake contract that he tweeted out first and then corrected it within the tweet. That it's a 5-year, $172 million contract, but really it's like a 1-year, $20 million deal.
Yeah.
I think it's a good move for Mendoza.
Yeah.
Who looked like he was, I mean, I don't really care too much about pro days, but was ripping it a little bit yesterday. I was watching some of the videos.
It's awesome. He looks so good on his pro day.
That's why I don't really care.
Number one pick, baby.
But it's a good fit to bring a veteran in there, so it's fine. It's expensive.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, but you have a rookie quarterback on his rookie scale.
Yeah, and your roster's pretty cheap in general. So it's the right guy to have in the room. He won't play this year unless Mendoza gets hurt.
Right. No, there's a lot of money for quarterback mentors. It's why you should be a good professional. You could be a great teammate, great professional, great in the quarterback room, never play it down and make $60 million in your career.
It's a great life.
Like Chase Daniel. In Case Keenum played a bit. He had those years where he was starting and winning a lot of games and proving why he is the greatest college quarterback of all time, statistically speaking. That's a fact, not an opinion. But yeah, there's big money in being a mentor to a quarterback. And then the other ESPN NFL news was that Fowler, Riddick, and Orlovsky are out as the number 2 crew on ESPN, which we heard that they're getting rid of these ESPN Monday night doubleheaders. So, where are the games going to be anyways? Well, they still have 7 other games to their package, and they're saying that they're expected to be international. So they're saying that's what was kind of like led to this is they don't want this crew because Fowler's their number 1 chair for college football. Riddick and Orlovsky are a couple of their top studio guys. They didn't want that crew to have to go international, so they're going to have to they're bringing in a new crew. It looks like Jason Kelsey and Kurt Warner are in the analyst mix. Which I'd rather have Kurt Warner. I think he's a better analyst. Kelsey's a better personality, but I'd rather have Warner on the game for me. And then the play-by-play guys, Dave Pash, Mike Monaco, and maybe Bob Wischusen.
Which I like this list because when I first saw Kurt Warner, my thought was since the NFL just bought, or ESPN just bought the NFL Network, it was.
They might stick us with Rich.
That 12-3 was going to be on
How dare you talk about our teammate that way?
Yeah, he's really good at
That was an awful call.
How dare you talk about our teammate that way?
Honest. The games are already early enough. I don't need the play-by-play guy.
Noel on Christmas? We don't want to hear that again.
I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking that way about a teammate. I hope it's not Wischusen. I'm not a big Wischusen
I don't know
guy.
who that is actually.
He's the guy who does a lot of New York stuff. He lives in New York. He's like the New York voice.
Okay.
I think we've had him on the air here. He follows me on Twitter because I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've never heard this guy before.
This Jaeger guy's making me mad. He doesn't have a button buttoned up, and he's turning his hat backwards because he missed a putt. I hope this guy misses the cut, and I certainly hope he loses to Brian Harmon. I don't like this guy.
It's been a weird development this week that you've gone full Colin Cowherd with your takes on hats.
You shouldn't have your hat backwards after you miss a putt. This is the PGA Tour. Playing a fantasy football golf scramble, having a round with the boys, maybe playing golf with Bob Knows Sports or Bob Does Sports. Not at a professional golf outing in a beautiful first-class city like San Antonio.
Anything else you don't like about his game, or
I hope he loses.
The polo really bother you too.
He needs to button at least a button.
I do think he should have like one button.
He needs to have a button done.
Yeah.
All right, Kirk Cousins to the Raiders, big money quarterback mentors. He's going to be a backup for the foreseeable future, which begs the question, who are your favorite backup quarterbacks of all time? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Junkie says NRG Park, home of the Houston Texans, is pronounced by spelling out the letters NRG Park. NRG Park. Do not pronounce it as the word, quote, energy or energy. It is named after NRG Energy. Google helps. I don't know what you're trying to say here, Junkie. It was never a matter of debate. It was never up for a question.
I think that Texter's on your side, though.
I think so too, but we're not trying to establish if I'm right here. We already know that I'm right.
Boom, there we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
We're asking how much of a get off my lawn opinion it is.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not energy. I know it's NRG. I've lived in Houston my whole life. It's underneath the Reliant umbrella. I don't like it when people say Energy Park. And now that you've heard me say
we're
this,
going to hear people say it.
You're going to start hearing people say it.
Yeah.
713-780 ESPN. Joe reminds me of Richie Valens a tad bit. In what way?
Great question.
In what way do Jose Jorge and Richie Valens? Which way does he remind you of that? If there was a Sports Agent Hall of Fame, Kirk Cousins' agent would be first ballot. He's gotten paid.
I saw something that said he is the second most made money of any quarterback ever now.
Well, I know Schefter said it was, 11 straight years his contract has been guaranteed, which was a record?
That's insane.
11 straight. Because before that first deal with Minnesota, well, I guess it goes back to Washington and some of the franchise tags.
He got tagged twice, right?
Yeah, but that first deal with Minnesota, that was unprecedented at that time.
Yeah, I think it was
the fully guaranteed.
I think it was the
deal.
First one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was the first fully guaranteed contract for any football player in the history of the game. I think that is right.
Trailblazer, Kirk Cousins.
And there was a stupid decision by Minnesota, too. They had Case Keenum. They didn't need to do that.
Minneapolis Miracle.
He won 13 games.
Yeah.
Didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
anyways.
$341 million is how much he's made now.
That's crazy.
More than Tom Brady.
This is the value, especially at the quarterback position, because the quarterback position is where you see this the most. But there is a tremendous value in being a really good teammate, helping young quarterbacks, being really good in the room, be reliable, be somebody that's trustworthy. I mean, it really proves those things. I'm sure the author that we had on earlier, Jim Murphy, would love Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's why some of these guys who are like top picks, they can hang around for a long time. Even the guys who aren't can just be backups forever. Like Chase Daniels, who said he never played.
No.
He only played in like 4 games or something like that in his career.
He started like 1 or 2.
But he made a ton of money.
There's huge. I mean, Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston's, he's no longer going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, but he's great to have around. He's great for young quarterbacks. He's an outstanding, wonderful teammate. Jameis Winston can have a backup quarterbacking job as long as he wants it.
Yeah.
And until that, the TV comes calling, they're paying him too much to not be a backup quarterback.
Which it kind of came because he's on Netflix now.
But he hasn't retired, has he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's still going to play. So, this again, it's the value. But it begs the question: who are your favorite backup quarterbacks of all time?
I mean, Fitzpatrick's got to be up there.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be a Bear.
I mean, my number, I just didn't want to go Bear first, but Kyle Orton. But he wasn't always a backup, so that's why he almost.
I mean, neither was Fitz.
No, there was Fitzy, but Kyle Orton's up there for me. I love Kyle Orton.
Yeah, mine's Case Keenum.
As it should be.
Was that surprising to any of you?
He's number 2 on my list now.
Number 2 on your list.
It's
it's easily Case Keenum.
Yeah, he's really risen in the ranks for me.
Case got me the other day at the basketball game. He was walking to his seats, and he has to walk by me to go to his seats, and he tapped me on my left shoulder, and I looked to my left, and he was already to my right.
Oh,
hilarious!
Got you good.
He got me good.
Yeah.
What a prank! Wait, was that on? That wasn't on April Fool's Day, was it?
No, that would have been yesterday, Brian.
Yeah, just asking.
Why do you ask questions you know the answer to?
It was a poor attempt at a joke.
No, mine's easily Case though. I don't know if I have another one. I can't even think of a guy who's second.
Honestly, just because of
Cody Carlson.
Bucky Richardson.
A lot of people are saying Bucky.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying Bucky on the text line right now.
Just because of how absurd his Wikipedia page is, and it continues this year with the Bengals, Josh Johnson.
Oh yeah, he's been on 28 teams.
It's so long.
He's a great football with the football grid thing.
Yeah,
he's a great play on that. So is Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Josh Johnson has been on 20 different teams.
Sean Salisbury.
Good call. Good call.
I remember a photo when he was on Minnesota. He shaved a Christmas tree in the back of his head.
Oh, God.
I don't think I've seen that photo.
I don't think he was even playing, but he's walking around the sideline with a Christmas tree shaved in the back of his head.
Who are your favorite backup quarterbacks? Brian?
Fitzpatrick was the first one I thought
Really?
of.
Fitz?
Yeah.
Huh?
I love Fitzy. Like, there's me and a couple of buddies have said, like, Ryan Fitzpatrick, this is a different question, but Ryan Fitzpatrick is one of those guys we wish was really good because he's fun to root for, but, he's mediocre. But, yeah, I loved watching Ryan Fitzpatrick play ball.
See, a lot of people are texting in really good quarterbacks that were backups once upon a time. Like, that doesn't count. Like, somebody said Tony Romo. Tony Romo doesn't count as a. Like, you got to be you got to be a most of the time backup.
Yeah, you can't say Phillip Rivers or Aaron Rodgers.
No, like Steve McNair. No. I know Steve McNair was the backup. Was it Chandler? I think it was Chandler. Chris Chandler, was that his name?
Chris Chandler played for Atlanta.
Yeah, I think Chris Chandler was the starting quarterback when they drafted McNair, and he played the year.
Oh, yeah,
he played ahead of McNair that whole year.
I think you're right.
I was blanking on his name there for a second. I wasn't that confident in Chandler, actually.
I would have said Sage Rosenfels until he went helicopter.
He went full helicopter.
Yeah, I liked him as a backup until that moment.
People were saying T.J. Yates. Yates won a playoff game.
Good call.
No Davis Mills. I'm surprised by no Davis Mills.
I think we just got one.
Oh, okay, I hadn't seen that one yet. But, he was a big topic of conversation for a while. Bucky Richardson, Nick Foles, BDN, hashtag Go Birds.
See, Nick Foles, I almost feel like doesn't qualify.
Oh, I think he qualifies. Absolutely qualifies. He was a most of the time backup quarterback.
Well,
he was very rarely a starter.
But when he was, he won a Super Bowl. He had that first year in Philly.
Well, just because you had success doesn't mean you're not a most of the time backup.
No, he was so good as a starter. I almost feel like he
started 58 games in his career, but he only started double-digit games twice in his career. No, I think he's a full-time backup.
I know we already mentioned it with Jameis. I'll mention it again. I don't think we mentioned it in this segment.
Is he a full? Yeah.
I
like Jameis.
at least selfishly from like a fantasy aspect, because if Jameis comes in, he's going to throw the ball 500 times.
You're rostering Jameis?
No, like as a streaming guy, or just because if he's on your team and the wide receiver's been terrible, when Jameis comes in, he's going to throw it 1,000 times.
I can't believe no one's brought up the Pro Bowl Tyler Huntley.
Yeah,
two touchdown season Pro Bowl.
I think it ruins it.
Sage Rosencopter. As a Giants fan, my favorite backup quarterback was Jeff Hostetler. He was able to come in when Phil Simms got hurt and when the Giants went to the Super Bowl. That's a good answer. Hostetler was awesome. Probably our least favorite backup quarterback in this city would be Frank Reich.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Fitzmagic, Cody Carlson, says somebody. See, there you go.
Commander Cody.
Is that what they called him?
I think that was his nickname.
I didn't remember that. He was Warren Moon's backup way back in the day. Jason Garrett, he got those 90s Cowboy teams when Aikman was concussed. Not the first time. First time was Berline.
Well, I know Jason Garrett because I've seen the video. He got the Madden Thanksgiving turducken honor as he filled in for. I guess he was filling in for Aikman, I assume. But he had a few moments.
The first time Jimmy Johnson went to the playoffs, Aikman was he was hurt. I think it was a concussion. Maybe it wasn't a concussion. Maybe it was his knee. But he wanted to play real bad in the wild card round, and they didn't let him. And then Berline won the game, and then they brought Aikman back for the divisional round, and they got blown out. And a lot of people are out on Aikman in Dallas. Kind of like we're out on Stroud. Is C.J. Stroud the next Troy Aikman? 713-780-37.
Shut up, Stroud!
Very nice.
Before his head coaching stint, I'd say Jason Garrett. Davis Mills. C.J. Stroud's not a backup, man. It's a funny joke. Ha-ha. But he's not a backup quarterback. The backup for the Colts that looked like Jesus? Is he thinking
he's thinking of the guy that played for the Titans. They called him Touchdown
Hartman?
Jesus. Huh?
Was it Hartman?
No. It'll come to me. I'll find it.
The guy for the Colts this year, he didn't have long hair, right?
No. Riley Leonard? No.
Who was the guy from Arizona State that had the amazing hair? I think that was Sam Hartman.
He's in Washington.
Right, but he has the hair.
He didn't play. Yeah, but he didn't play this year.
But that's him, right?
Yeah,
Sam Hartman. He's got the hair.
Yeah.
Steve Young. Steve Young wasn't a majority of the time backup quarterback, but he was for a long time under Joe Montana. I love Steve Young. He's my favorite quarterback ever. Doug Flutie, strong backup. Doug Flutie had an interesting career. Started off in the NFL, then went to the CFL right away, and then came back late in his career and was doing those drop kicks.
Charlie Whitehurst is who I was thinking.
Charlie Whitehurst.
They called him Clipboard.
That's right.
Clipboard
That's
Jesus.
Tyrod Taylor says somebody. Remember he got stabbed?
Yeah, he did.
Somebody says Clint Long. Did he mean Clint Sterner?
I don't know if Clint Long.
I don't know Clint Long. Pro Bowler Shador Sanders. Yeah, but he you can't say James Vanderbeek. Come on. He just left us. Brock Osweiler, Cooper Rush, Jeff Garcia, Jeff George. Gardner Minshew's a good call. Minshew Mania. Jared Lorenzen.
Oh, the hefty lefty, yeah.
Bunch of Minshews coming in late.
Jacoby? Would he count?
Yeah, Jacoby counts, I think.
Brissett?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
He's not one of my favorites, but I get why people would like him if he's on your team.
Who doesn't like him?
This guy doesn't. He was the first guy I thought of, one of the first guys I thought of, but I don't know if he counts because he started too many games towards the back end of his career. But like early Jacksonville, David Garrard.
Oh no! Don't say that here.
I know.
Don't say that in Houston.
Yeah, the Hail Mary.
I know.
Hail
They got
Mary.
tipped.
I know. But I did like David Garrard growing up.
Were there any like backup quarterbacks back in your video game playing days? So for you guys, like yesterday, that you love to have on your team? Always found like fast quarterbacks who are like terrible.
I'm trying to think. I mean, Justin Fields. Not really.
Okay.
Seneca Wallace.
Oh,
that's
good call.
a good call.
That's a good call.
Yeah. Well, he should have played with the Texans. He went to Iowa State, but
Jason
he missed
Campbell
that time.
was kind of like that.
He wasn't really fast though.
Yeah.
I think they always
Played
made
Auburn,
him,
right?
they made him a little faster in the
Yeah.
games than he was in real life.
I didn't think he was very fast.
No.
Well, he was it was a converted tight end, or he converted to tight end, I think it was.
No, you're thinking of Logan Thomas.
Am I thinking, okay, Logan Thomas? Okay.
Yeah.
My
That was
bad.
Virginia Tech, huh?
Mm-hmm. But
Virginia Tech had a run of awesome quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, that's one I would with backup quarterbacks like in Madden back in the day. I would get Marcus Vick on my team.
Oh, really? He was in the NFL?
Marcus.
He was on an NFL video game?
Barely. Probably like a year or two.
Marcus Vick is like kind of like Seth Curry in a little bit.
Yeah.
Seth Curry probably had the better career, though.
That's a
for
whole
sure.
other topic. The less successful younger brother.
Yeah.
Marcus Vick is definitely up towards the top
Big
of that
time.
list.
It reminds me of the dude on Entourage. Dylan or whatever. Last name Dylan. His brother, he was brothers with Matt Dillon.
I don't know. I didn't watch the show.
Oh, the guy who played drama?
Yeah. That's Matt Dillon's brother.
Is it really?
Yes. He was the lesser brother. They always talk about how he's the lesser brother on the show. And he was Vince's brother on the show.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
he played that role perfectly.
I think he was he inspired by that?
Probably.
This is like because Entourage is
Loosely based on a true story?
yes, on Marky Mark on Wahlberg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like it's like supposed like his crew growing up.
They say Secession's loosely based on the Murdochs.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I would. What about the Uncle Rico-looking kid? Forgot his name.
I'm guessing that's Gardner.
That's probably Gardner.
Yeah.
Mills with the Wills. Gardner Minshew was the guy I was talking about. Tyrod Taylor. Ryan Mallett was my favorite backup. He swam up to success very quickly.
Oh, man. Come on.
That's not very nice.
He threw a touchdown to J.J. Watt. We can't do him like that.
Junkie did it.
I mean, that's the band. Joe, you with me on here?
You are out of here.
I think we can share. We can dual injection the texture and Jeremy for reading it.
This is the guy that I would always get on my team, Terrell Pryor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, converted back to quarterback.
Yeah. He just like run the ball nonstop. I love Terrell Pryor coming out of college.
I can't believe he had to go through the supplemental draft. I wonder if he would have got actually drafted.
You remember Ryan Perrilloux?
Oh yeah, LSU.
No.
He was supposed to be like the next. He was supposed to be like the next Vince Young.
Yeah.
And he just did nothing.
He was on a national championship team, but
He didn't start though, did he?
No, I don't think so.
He was behind that dude that went to Seattle, Flynn. Flynn's not the guy who went to Seattle. Who was the guy that?
Matt Flynn is the guy that went to Seattle.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. He was a national championship winning quarterback.
Was he? I couldn't remember who started.
Yep, that was him.
I think Perrilloux might have played wide receiver.
I don't even think he played receiver.
I think he did play. Well, we can look it up, but
Ty Detmer. I remember Russell Sheppard was supposed to be a great LSU quarterback,
yeah.
and they converted him to receiver.
Isn't
I think he went to the NFL as a receiver.
Isn't he from Houston, Russell Sheppard?
Yeah, he was somewhere in Cypress ISD. I forget the school that he went to. I know it was in Cypress ISD, but I forget the exact school. I want to say Jersey Village, but that doesn't sound right. Matt Flynn, Tyrod Taylor. Does Flacco count? No. I don't think Flacco counts. Tony Banks, does he count?
Yeah, I think so.
You know who hasn't
Original
been
Texans
Ooh,
backup.
Charlie Batch.
Good call.
Oh yeah,
That's a real good call.
Josh McCown?
Oh.
I would say. I would say so.
Houston doesn't really like him, though.
Yeah, Texans.
Which
tried
is
to hire
kind of
him
unfair
twice.
to him. You know, like that's a
Shout out to the
situation.
fish.
That's a situation where he did nothing wrong, yet Houston really doesn't like him for nothing that he did.
Like he's gonna be a head coach probably at some point.
Yeah, but it's gonna be with 5 years of seasoning at least.
Yeah, it was.
But I think I think it's unfair.
It is. It's not. It's
that we hate him in Houston.
It's Easterby hate put onto Josh McCown.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Junkie says short black quarterback for the Steelers. Is he thinking Antoine Randall L?
He never played quarterback.
Right, but he played quarterback in college.
Oh, maybe he's thinking of Cordell Stewart.
He wasn't short though,
and he also was their starter.
And he wasn't short.
Yeah, Cardell. No, who was the quarterback that played for him and them in Washington that
Haskins.
died? Was it Haskins?
Yeah,
Dwayne Haskins?
He wasn't short.
No, he wasn't short either.
Huh.
I'm drawing a blank.
I wonder if I think he's thinking of Antoine Randall.
I think he is too.
Maybe so. Because he played quarterback at Indiana.
Yeah, and he would throw a little bit of a like as a receiver.
Threw a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Ward to
Hines Ward, yeah.
Kevin Dillon's Matt Dillon's brother, who plays Johnny Drummond on Rush. Thank you, Texter. Ty Detmer, Eagles. Best backup has to be Fitzpatrick. Colt McCoy, spoken like a Texas Roadhouse University graduate.
Back, folks. Taysom Hill.
Oh, it's not a bad call. I wouldn't consider him a quarterback, though.
I know. I call him more gadget than backup quarterback.
I love Taysom Hill, but I wouldn't call him a quarterback.
I have a lot of sports hate for Taysom Hill.
He beat you in a fantasy?
No, he beat Texas's ass twice.
Oh, at BYU.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see another Taysom Hill, or is he just like a unicorn?
I don't, because
he was what Tim Tebow should have been.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you could. I think you could see.
Trying to think of guys in college now that could be that, but I'm not really thinking of any.
Maybe the next BYU quarterback.
Oh, Bear?
Is Bear Bachmar?
I don't know about his hands.
And you'll hate him because he wears 44.
I don't know if he's fast
He's a
enough.
gadget guy in the NFL.
Then that's okay? All right.
No, because Taysom Hill would return kicks. So I don't know if he would qualify.
Yeah, I wouldn't qualify Taysom Hill as a backup quarterback. 713-780 ESPN. Matt Flynn got paid. Yeah, he did. Remember Reggie McNeil? McNeil didn't play in the NFL, though, did he?
No, I don't think so.
He came out of Lufkin High. Remember when he beat
the Aggies? He beat OU.
Number 1.
Yeah.
College Game Day was there that day. I loved Reggie McNeil. Reggie McNeil and Vince Young came out at the same time. They were the top 2 quarterbacks in the state of Texas. They were awesome. I loved Reggie McNeil. Loved Vince Young. But I don't think he ever played in the NFL.
Back up for the Eagles?
I don't think so.
I don't think that counts.
Dream Team.
Exactly. It was the dream team.
Quincy Carter, Jeff George. Oh, he went to Cy Ridge.
Oh, okay.
Russell Sheppard went to Cy Ridge. I knew it was Cypress. I couldn't remember the school.
I don't think anyone liked Quincy Carter. At least the Cowboys fans I
No,
knew.
because remember they paid him.
Yeah, I don't think that qualifies. Not because he wasn't a backup, but because people didn't like him.
Thank y'all for the Cy Ridge. I was blanking. Drew Bledsoe, he was too much of a starter. Chad Henne, is he too much of a starter?
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't say so.
Mark Bolger?
I think he's too much of a starter.
Yeah, Bolger, yes. Chad Henne, no. Chad Henne was on the other side of that overtime game, Texans-Jacksonville, that Matt Schaub threw for like 520 yards.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The Andre Johnson, 270 game. Chad Henne was on the other side of that.
Did anyone say
I forget
Hoyer?
who the starter was, but they got hurt.
No one said Brian Hoyer. Tim Tebow, C.J. Stroud's my favorite backup looking into the future. Somebody already did that. Kevin Cobb, go Cougs. Russell Wilson, telling my kids Taysom Hill's the Shohei of football. I almost said that whenever I said he was a unicorn. I was about to say he's the Shohei of football, and I stopped short of it because it wouldn't be good.
He kind of is.
Kunkel says Elvis Gerbach. That's a good call.
That's a good pull.
Gus Farrat. Remember Gus Farrat concussed himself whenever he banged his head
wall.
in the back?
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Headbutted the wall for some reason.
That's one of my favorite football moments I remember. Just because he's so dumb.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh started most of his career.
Yeah, he started for the Colts quite a bit.
I mean, he's got his jersey retired there.
Chase Daniels, Chad Pennington. I think after doing this whole exercise, I think we've all come to the conclusion that we can agree on. It's Case Keenum.
Case Keenum.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
You're outvoted 2-1.
Can I take Trubisky now?
Oh, Gary Kubiak's a great answer. Gary Kubiak's a great answer,
Won
Junkie.
2 Super Bowls.
Trubisky went to a Pro Bowl.
He did, but so did Tyler Huntley.
Neil O'Donnell. Neil O'Donnell was a starter. Nuh-uh. Neil O'Donnell was too much of a starter.
He started in a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he threw the 2 interceptions to that Cowboy.
Larry Brown.
That won the Super Bowl MVP. Neil O'Donnell he probably should send him a Christmas card every year. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk. Oh, Sunshine, Ronnie Bassett, T.C. Williams High. That's a good pool. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Astros here. How much are we putting the stock in the hitting coaches? How much? We know it's tangible.
Chase the fight.
We know the hitting coaches are chasing the fight. But how much of it is actually their doing? 713-780-ESPN, HRP. Listen to the line at 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I like to do whenever I'm not thinking of my favorite backup quarterbacks of all time? I like thinking of my favorite backup quarterbacks of all time as I relax at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Get out there for some rest and relaxation, escape the city, and get away from everybody yelling at you, and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. They got it all at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees that hopefully certain golfers that we're hoping lose hits a golf ball into. And some of the best fishing in Texas, too. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property. They got the big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is a great way to teach the kiddos how to fish. Also, coming up soon, Blue Bayou Bend is opening on May 1st, less than a month away. The official grand opening on May 9th, so be mindful of that. Mark your calendars. Blue Bayou Bend is opening soon. They got all the stays you want out there. They have glamping. Waterfront cabins are great. Whenever we went, we stayed in the tree house. Kids loved it. You walk up the stairs into the house that's perched in the tree. Or if you have an RV, just pull up the RV. They have RV hookup spots for you as well. And what I love about Two Creeks Crossing Resort, one of the many things I love about them, they're always taking care of their visitors. Easter weekend this weekend, the crawfish boil the week after that, fajitas and Ritas the week after that, a chuck wagon dinner, and some spring fishing, their tournament, coming up at the end of the month as well. So you have to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're going to love it. The family's going to love it. Everybody is going to love it. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We our sweat of the day for the dozens and dozens of you out there that care. Jaeger's still 1 over through, what is he, 5 now, I guess? Looks like he's through 5. Brian Harmon's 2 under through 8. So
good.
You never count your chickens before they hatch.
But good start.
But I like our positioning here. I like our position. We're trying to win. Will Doctor hooked us up with the sweat today. You can catch him every Saturday. He'll be on with us Wednesday to preview the Masters. Might just go right back to the well tomorrow.
Well, we got some day games tomorrow. Baseball.
Let's do it all.
Yeah, a little mix and match, a little golf, a little baseball.
Thursday, Friday's got to be a golf matchup bet day.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And some day baseball when it's there. The Cubs play tomorrow?
They do 3:10.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
You'll be watching it anyways.
Maybe. Oh, you guys kind of shaved me out of it last week. So.
Yeah, we did. 713-780-ESPN. Keith is in our Twitch chat saying that Keith doesn't call in anymore. How does that happen? He's like, I boycotted the show as he chats in our chat.
Just call in, Keith, on topic.
It's his protest. I just think it's funny that he's like, I'm not calling into the show anymore, but I'll chat into the chat room with all the jobless and homeless. The twitch.tv/ESPN975.
Keith is very performative.
Oh yeah, he's very performative.
I mean, right now Keith is the topic, so calling Keith, you're on topic.
Keith is the topic. He can literally, he's got free reign right now to say whatever he wants, and we can't kick him off the show because the topic is him. He does have main character energy too.
A little bit.
100%, yeah.
Just a little bit.
Thinks he can change the tide of the show. Talk about whatever he wants to. Well, you guys are talking about the number one offense in all of the American League right now. I want to talk about how great Shannon Sharp was in his time with the Ravens. That there's never going to be a greater running back than Jamal Lewis.
Texas should go sign DeAndre Hopkins.
Steve McNair was better as a Raven than he ever was as an Oiler. Ray Lewis didn't murder those people. Which I don't think he murdered them.
I don't think he's had that take.
I don't think he murdered them.
Listening to a... Not personally, no.
What was the name of that podcast I listened to with him? Can't remember. Maybe the one about Steve McNair was Fall of a Titan.
Yeah, that on Netflix.
I can't remember the Ray Lewis one. No, I listened to the podcast.
Oh, okay.
I think they made it a Netflix documentary. The podcast was way better.
It's called The Raven.
The Raven, that's it. Yeah. That was really good.
I haven't listened.
It was really good. Steve McNair one was really good. The Ray Lewis one was really good.
Steve McNair documentary it's a tough watch. It's sad.
See, I think they just took the podcast and turned it into
which makes sense.
But you don't have as much information.
Yeah,
I thought it was awesome. It is sad. I love McNair. McNair's probably my favorite ever professional quarterback.
Really?
Yeah, I love McNair. I love Steve McNair. Probably my number one professional quarterback of all time. Yeah.
Probably my favorite quarterback was probably Vic, to be honest.
I did love Vic, too.
Yeah.
Well, Steve Young was up there for me as well.
Yeah, Vic's probably my number one.
It'd probably go McNair, Young, Vic. That's a good Houston what if, which we did the what ifs the other day. I didn't think of this in real time.
Oh, yeah.
What if Michael Vick stays in college one more year? He's a Houston Texan.
The report was he went early, so he wouldn't be a Houston Texan.
Oh,
at least that was the rumor. I don't think it was ever confirmed.
I mean, makes sense.
He didn't want to play for an expansion.
You don't want to. I mean, he would have been David Card. You
know?
He would have been treated like his own dogs behind that offensive line. Maybe Peter probably would have been happy though, because he probably wouldn't have done that in Houston. That was also the thing is he didn't get away from his posse.
Yeah, maybe he's a different quarterback if he just comes here, a different person.
It depends if he brings his people.
Yeah,
he was from was it Newport News, Virginia?
I thought that was Moss.
They might have all been there.
They might have both been.
I think Iverson was from there. I think Vic was from there.
Yeah, he's from Newport News.
Vic was?
Yeah.
I think Iverson was as well.
I think they went to the same high school.
Yeah, I think Vic took over for Iverson as the quarterback. Because Iverson played quarterback there. Was Moss the receiver for Iverson?
Iverson was raised in, it looks like Hampton, Virginia. So I think it was.
But did he move over?
I'm not sure.
Is it close?
I think it's pretty close.
You don't know your Virginia geography?
No. Nope.
Yeah.
He went to Bethel High School.
So no, what not Newport News? I remember hearing Newport News was like bad news.
I think that I think it's like in the same conference, is what it was.
Oh, okay.
I think they're relatively close to each other.
Where did Randy Moss go?
I don't know.
He went to DuPont. DuPont.
He was in West Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
That's probably why he went to Marshall.
The Allen Iverson
makes sense. Well, he also did he commit to Florida State?
I think he went
Notre Dame also.
I think he was there. I think he was at Florida State and got kicked off.
That sounds.
I think he also committed to Notre Dame at one point, but got kicked out.
If memory serves, I think he committed to Notre Dame, never went to campus.
Right, like got
committed to
denied
Florida
on academics
State,
or something.
And then got kicked off.
Right.
And then went to Marshall. His quarterback was Chad Pennington, right?
Yeah, yeah, Marshall.
And then Leftwich took over for Pennington?
Sounds right.
That was when Marshall was D2. They weren't D1 yet.
Yeah, and that's when Leftwich got carried down the field, right?
Yeah, it was pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. He's a dog. The Astros have the number one offense in the American League, Joe.
They do.
How much are you – actually, I'm just going to read the numbers here, and then we'll tease the how much stock are you actually putting on the hitting coaches, 713-780-3776, because they are chasing the fight. The Astros are number one in the American League in runs, Joe. Not only are they number one in the American League in runs, Joe, but they're number one in the American League in runs, Joe, by 13. They lead the entire league by 13 runs. They lead the league in offense by 13 runs. Do you know who's second?
No.
Alex Cintron's Texas Rangers.
Oh.
Second. The Rangers have 32 runs, second best offense in the American League. Astros are number one with 45. They have 13 more runs than the Texas Rangers, second in the AL in runs. The Astros have played more games. They have. That is true. But the Astros still lead the American League in runs per game by more than a full run.
That's crazy.
Over the Rangers. Astros averaging 6.4. Rangers are averaging 5.3. Repeating, of course. The Astros are second in not a huge batting average guy. Not a huge batting average guy, but would you rather have a good batting average or a bad batting average?
Good.
I'd rather have a good batting average. The Astros are second in the American League in batting average, Joe. Do you want to venture a guess as to who is number one in batting average in the early stages of the Major League Baseball season?
The Rangers?
Wrong. Tampa Bay Rays. But the Astros are second in batting average. They are first in the AL in on-base, slugging, OPS. They're first in the AL in OPS plus by 23 points. Wow. 23 points. Tampa and Toronto are tied for second with a 118 OPS plus. The Astros, 141. 141. This is the makings of an elite offense. They are second in the American League in walks as well. So they're being patient. They're drawing their walks. And they're still striking out a little bit, but below average in the American League in strikeouts. So first in runs per game, first in OBP, slug, OPS, OPS plus. So the question I have for you, Joe, for you, Brian the Brain, for you, the junkies, the most sophisticated listeners in all of Houston sports radio, 713-780-3776. How much stock are you actually putting on the hitting coaches? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN, 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, right now is your last chance this weekend to watch the madness at Twin Peaks. Obviously not the only thing you can watch. You can watch your favorite basketball team, baseball teams, all the games there. They've got wall-to-wall TVs, but while you're there this weekend for the final games coming up on Saturday and Monday, you can win $500 this weekend just for witnessing the madness at Twin Peaks. They got great food from the pretzel, the tacos, all the kind of food you can get at Twin Peaks, and you can grab that 29-degree Miller Lite or Coors Light draft at Twin Peaks. And they also have, coming now, already open at the Shenandoah location, a new state-of-the-art cigar bar. More than 60 premium cigar brands, so while you're getting that nice cold 29-degree beer, you can also have a cigar as well. Check them out right now, Twin Peaks, for all the madness this weekend. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776.
Moss's quarterback was Jason Williams.
Oh, that's right.
That's what B. Hannon said on the Twitch.
That's right. Our sweat of the day is Brian Harmon over Steven Yeager, minus 120 there. I got some bad news to report. Brian Harmon has double bogeyed number 9 coming in. Steven Yeager, meanwhile, birdied number 8. They are now each at even par. Harmon through 9, Yeager bombed through 8. Although the last time I looked at the screen, Yeager was behind a tree. So hopefully that impairs his ability to get off a good shot.
Yeah, hopefully he hits the tree.
Hopefully he hits his hand on a root and develops mommy's wrist and cannot finish the round. Dang. Would I win?
That's how.
All's fair in love and war here, Joe. He'll be fine.
I actually don't know the rules for golf betting for that. If someone withdraws.
I think you'd win.
For head-to-head, I think you would.
Yeah, I think I would win that bet. So hope you find a root there, Yeager. You deserve it anyways for turning your hat backwards on the golf course at a professional golf event. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. The text line's getting on to Keith here a little bit. What's Keith's real job? I have no idea. I don't know that dude. Keith being such a Keith. Yep. I miss Keith updating us where Carson Wentz will land. He wanted everybody to sign Carson Wentz. You remember that?
I do. Is he still in the NFL? He signed somewhere.
He did. He re-signed. Yeah. Yeah.
What a quarterback room that is. Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz. What a quarterback room.
No, wouldn't be good. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. All right. So how much do these hitting coaches factor into what the Astros are doing? First in the AL in runs, 8 runs per game, on-base percentage, slugging, OPS, OPS plus, all of that. How much stock are you putting that this is actually on the new hitting coaches, Joe?
Like a 1 to scale, 1 to 10 scale here.
One being the worst, and 10 being, or I'm sorry, 10 being the best. One being a Keith.
I'm gonna go I think like a 6.
Oh, you're putting that much stock in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him some credit right now. Now, obviously not with Yordan. They don't get any credit for that. Altuve, I don't know if they get a ton of credit for, but he's at least looked like a much different person at the plate so far this season. So maybe it just was new messaging, but I saw Chandler tweet. He got his 7th walk in his 25th plate appearance. Took him till his 125th plate appearance last year to get that. So it's a totally different approach. Christian Walker, maybe they get some credit as well. Maybe I know Dana Brown gave him the speech of get Dyken Park out of your head, but maybe they get some credit for that. So I think the early returns are positive.
Do you think Dana actually talked to him?
I would hope so.
He's like, I've been telling him to get the dike out of his mind.
That would be a tough thing to say and not to be true.
It's Dana.
I know. But that feels like a step too far. To say you gave a player, you're quoting yourself and lie about it would be a tough look. So yeah, I'll give him like a 6. Like the early returns, it's hard to ignore.
No, I think it's real.
Yeah.
I think it's real. I'll go, 6.1 on that. I think it's real. It's the approach. I mean, it's not just the numbers. Like, whatever. The numbers are what the numbers are. It's really, really good. They have some guys in this lineup that if they stay healthy, they're going to be really, really good. Yordan's on another planet. Jose Altuve is one of the greatest offensive second basemen of all time. Christian Walker has been a really good offensive player for the last 5 years. Sands, first half of last year. Carlos Correa has a good reputation as being a good offensive player. Jake Myers hit almost 300 last year.
So I think
he's batting 9th.
Yeah, for it to be a 10, I think the players to watch out for are Cam Smith, Yainer Diaz.
Oh, Cam's a good call.
Those are the 2 guys to me where we would see the most impact from a hitting coach. Maybe Jake Myers is in 2-11 to start the season, so not a super fast start. Lo Profito, I can't give him too much credit because he just got here and he'd already dropped his strikeout rate down in Toronto in the minors there. So I don't feel like they can deserve a ton of credit, but
it's funny that you say that though, because the whole idea with the Astros approach was to be more like Toronto.
You're right. So, but I think Cam might be the main guy, where you can really see young player fell off a cliff last year in a really kind of scary way for what you're expecting him to be and what you've labeled him as an aircraft carrier like Dana Brown has. If he turns the corner this year and is what, maybe what Dana Brown has kind of proposed of like being a middle of the lineup kind of guy, then they deserve a ton of credit.
Yeah, I think he's going to be wrong on that.
I kind of lean that way too.
Because who is he jumping? You're going to because you're getting Pena back here pretty soon. Esau's playing almost every day. Walker's been hitting it pretty good. You're not moving Correa out of the middle.
This one might be more of a feel vibes thing.
Like when you see it?
If he was on another team,
okay,
he'd be batting 4th or 5th on that lineup, not in this lineup. Kind of a situation where if the top's hitting this well like it is right now, the first half of your order, he's not going to jump into it. There's no space for him. There'd be no reason to do it.
It's more of I see what you're saying. It's more if it's the caliber. It's more of the caliber than the actual is he batting 5th?
It's like he's batting 6th
because he's in a loaded. Well, 6 is in the middle, Joe.
I guess So he's batting 6th or 7th, and it's only because this lineup is elite. Oh, Brian, you just missed it.
Yeager's got a putt for
he
par.
Did a 6-7.
You said it.
I know, but you did it.
Yeager just parred from behind a tree. You got to be kidding me. We are cursed. He just parred from behind a tree.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good.
I thought there was a better chance of him breaking his wrist than parring from behind a tree.
Yeah.
And he saved par from this uncivilized, unbuttoned, backward hat wearing Yeager parred from behind a tree.
Mm-hmm. He did. There's a lot of golf left.
That's what I'm worried about.
I know.
I'm worried that there's a lot of golf left. It feels like it's unraveling right before our eyes.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to see the end of it, though.
I know. It makes it even worse.
And I'm not going to watch it, so you'll have to tell me what happened
We'll
tomorrow.
just blame it on Will. Space City Kev says, I am unsure, but I'm leaning coaches because why else would Altuve be patient and drawing walks? He's not doing it on his own. We'll get to that in a minute. Carlos Correa has an interesting theory on that. Junkie says 3.3% into the season. Overreaction. Wasn't really, I don't know if we were acting. We're asking how much the hitting coaches have to do with the resurgence. Junkie, I would say the proof is in the pudding. Probably too small of a sample size yet, right, for the pudding?
Yes.
It still has to do that stuff. Robert in Beaumont, Astros offense regression to the mean is going to stink. Robert, you're gone. See you later. We're not doing that. You're not going to be a Keith on this show.
You are
You're not going to sit here and hit us with this negative Keith-like behavior. Love you like a brother, Robert in Beaumont, but we're not tolerating that Keith-like text. Hot take, without Altuve taking all these walks, he'll never get to 3,000 hits. It depends on if he wants to stick around or not. Y'all need to keep the sweat bit. Hearing J-Bone crash out live is fantastic. He was behind a tree. Joe, I would have given you plus 500 that he would not have made par or better from where he was at. He was behind a live oak in San Antonio. Are those native?
Maybe.
To the hill country?
They might be.
713-780 ESPN.
Looks like a beautiful course.
When are you too old to wear a backwards hat? Oh, I think I've played there, actually. Like when I was 8.
I think.
Look how green that is. The course at the Valero Texas Open is very green. Very artificial. I got married in that neck of the woods. You came. You were there.
We climbed up a hill.
Yeah.
It was scary.
Oh, you had to climb up the hill?
Not really. The drive up the hill I did not enjoy it.
They call it the hill country for a reason. When are you too old to wear a backwards hat? I don't think you're ever too old to wear a backwards hat. You could pull off the casual, backwards hat. Like jeans, a t-shirt, a little backwards hat, or you're on your way to the gym, something like that.
I think
you can pull off the backwards hat, just not on a professional golf course.
I think in certain settings, like gym, fine. At home, mowing the yard, something like that. Fine. Once you graduate college, the backwards hat at the bar and just in a public setting, gotta go.
See, I disagree.
Once you're out of the frat boy era, because that's what it reminds me of.
Frat boy
the
era.
Polo backwards hat, it's gotta go.
I disagree. I don't wear my hat backwards.
Yeah, I did.
I think there's some people who can pull off the look.
Yeah, I probably used to more. But then I started losing my hair, so went to fitteds and wear them forward.
Yeah.
It does change things.
Junkie says being there in person at the games, it's the players and coaches, is a different vibe from last year. Look at that flex. I go to the games. I am there every game at the Dike. Happy for you, but, we like to point out flexes from time to time. 6246, haha. Grown man hat backwards is a full D-bag move. I know 40-plus guys that do it and look dumb. Now, see, I think people can rock it. I really do, and I'm not one of them. I don't wear my hat backwards. When have you seen me wear my hat backwards? Never, ever, unless I'm getting heated about something on the air.
Yeah,
which never happens.
I think the Colin
Some
Cowherd
people can
take
rock it.
was stupid because Baker Mayfield just came off the field, so I think that's the workout setting. Still, he's meeting with the media in the moment, but that's fine. But I think wearing it just like at the bars once you graduate college.
I think it's more in the workout.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're out for a quick stroll.
That's fine. Anything outdoors is okay, except for golf.
No one ever pulls off the backwards hat. Nobody. All right. It is what it is. 713-780-ESPN. So Carlos Correa has an interesting theory on why Jose Altuve is taking all these walks. Cash or trash this interesting theory. But, I'm going to run it by you guys. It's pretty interesting. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Did you know Monument Chevrolet extended truck month? This is unbelievable. If you've had one thought about buying a new Silverado, you need to do it now at the extended truck month at Monument Chevrolet. They are running the supplier discount on its full inventory of the 2026 Silverado 1500s. This is the big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. This has never been offered to the public. This is the bulk discount that only the big buyers normally receive. Again, if you've had one single thought about buying a Silverado 1500, you're never going to get it at a better price than right now on the 26s. So get on over there to Monument Chevrolet. You already know everything about them. They're the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you. GM Jeff over there is outstanding. Make sure you talk to him. He's going to get you taken care of. They're gonna work with you to meet that budget. You tell them what you can spend. They're going to work hard with you to make sure that they get to that number, but they're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to enjoy your experience, which you can't say that about a lot of dealerships. But Monument Chevrolet stands on business. They've been around for 50 years. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped tons of families get into new vehicles because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, leads to the great cultures because they're still family-owned after all these years. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges if you've been waiting to upgrade your truck. 2026 Silverado 1500s right now at the supplier discount during truck month. Never before offered to the public bulk discount that big buyers receive. Take advantage of it. Check out the full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go see them in person. Tell GM Jeff hello at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We'll get to the Correa take on Altuve in a minute, but the junkies...
Junkie?
Yeah, they rather talk about when it's appropriate to wear backwards hats, and we just do what they tell us. We're here for them. Brian Harmon, even through 9. Jagerbaum, even through 9. They're playing in different groups, though, so Harmon's taking forever on hole number 10, which is scary. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie on the Twitch. I closed out. 75. Hat backwards only when driving a boat. That's a good time to wear a hat backwards. It's a good call on that. Also, sick flex that you
drive a boat.
You drive boats.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the best 2 days for a boat owner?
Nope.
The day they buy the boat and the day they sell the boat. Best 2 days of a boat owner. How about a roller coaster? Is that appropriate time, or do you just take the hat off?
See, I think I'm just taking it off.
Yeah.
It's going to fly off. No matter. It's even with the same thing with the boat. I'm too worried about it.
Yeah. Ryan says his wife asked him to stop wearing ball caps like 6 years ago because she likes my hair. What a flex.
Flex, you got hair.
My wife likes my hair. Ryan right now. 713-780-ESPN. Only time to wear a hat backwards is riding a motorcycle or in a boat where your hat can blow off. I can't imagine somebody like in this big like Harley Davidson like wearing a Chicago Cubs hat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think. Maybe a different type of hat.
It's a different type
than we're
of hat,
thinking.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure.
I never wear a hat because I still have a great head of hair. Flex. Can't say nobody in a world where Griffey existed. Good call. Griffey rocked the backwards hat better than anybody.
He did. He's number one of all time. I mean, isn't his Hall of Fame?
That's a replay, though, right? Yeager's not on hole number 8. Oh, that's when he birdied. He birdied 8 earlier. That's a replay. That was a good Sandy, though. 1970. That's funny. Yeah, I can't think of a better backward hat than King Griffey. King Griffey would take BP in the backward hat and have the most beautiful swing ever, slightly uppercut. That's what cracks me up about launch angle. Go watch King Griffey. You don't think he had launch angle? Launch angle is not a new thing. You might have. Really, it was because the baseballs were Goldilocks.
Yeah,
because they were juiced. And they were just trying to find an excuse. Didn't Pena pull off the backward hat when he interviewed Cam Smith? Do you see how much fanboy Chandler Rome got in that little video?
Oh, my gosh.
I go, it's cheesing.
It's like he's never seen a pro athlete before.
Right?
Wrap it up, Chandler.
What was that?
Wrap it up, Chandler.
That was Pena to Chandler Rome. Wrap it up, Chandler. It's good advice for everybody, really. He got so schoolgirly. He got fanboyed. He loves players. He's very pro player. We've learned that.
For sure.
He's very pro player. He'll carry water for players, and he'll bang front office and ownership because he's pro player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Untenable.
We're being serious. Like, I know, but he's very pro player. But yeah, Pena pulled it off. I mean, Pena can pull off anything, though. More annoying, backwards hat, fun guy, or all business? I don't know what that means, really.
Like, wears the suit all the time? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I really don't know what that means. I don't mind the guy who's all business all the time.
No, because
they just carry themselves that way.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, I don't get the people who feel the need to lecture everyone else about what you wear at an airport.
Oh, I think there's some things that are appropriate.
Yeah, but like my flight's at 5 a.m. I'm wearing sweats.
No, that's fine. Who says you can't wear sweats to a flight?
There are people.
I've never seen that argument.
Like, you never know who you're going to meet. You got to look presentable at all times. No.
Who says that?
There are TikToks out there.
I have seen some people I've seen one guy, I want to say he's like a real estate agent. I don't remember what job he had, but he says he dresses to the nines on every flight because he thinks it's a great conversation starter, and like he's in sales, so conversation starter is good because it leads to conversation, which might lead to a sell. Which I get that from that.
I get the theory, but like how many? Okay, you'd have to have some proof of concept. Like has it worked?
Well, I mean, if it's worked once, it's worth it.
Yes, but I don't think it works that often.
Brenda did some work with somebody who she rode on a plane with.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she did.
Interesting.
Yeah, she sat next to somebody on a plane, and then they did some business together.
I just don't want to talk to people.
No, I think it's the industry you're in.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any. I don't look down at the way people dress for the most part on an airplane.
Yeah.
Like there's some things that, airport behavior.
Yeah, like
I don't think you should have like flip-flops on.
And if you do,
that's kind of gross.
Keep them on.
But you can't. If you go through TSA, you got to take those suckers off.
That's gross.
Unless you have pre-check.
Yeah.
Or clear.
But that's gross.
Right?
Like walking through, I don't even like really having to wear my socks through the airport.
Yeah, I got pre-check, so.
Yeah, I don't fly enough for
I get
it to be
it.
worth it.
I get
but,
it. Or how about if you take your shoes off on the airplane?
That's a no-go.
You're out on that.
You can't do that.
I'm out on that too.
It might stink.
They could.
Like you don't know.
You don't have a very good, really grasp of reality.
No, you got to keep your shoes on at all times, except for when the TSA people tell you to take them off.
Right. Yeah, and they're back. They're back to work. They've gotten paid. Playing beach volleyball, says somebody. That's a good call.
Yeah, sure.
Over the top, Sylvester Stallone rocked the backwards trucker hat. My head is the size of a watermelon, so I literally can't wear hats. That's funny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to have like the right hat.
Yeah.
Might be a comfort blanket type thing. My hair is really poofy, but I have worn a backward hat pretty much every day since I was 16. I'm a CFO now and still wear one to work. Huh.
All right.
Interesting. So you wear one to work every day? See, that would be weird to be a CFO and wear a backwards hat to work every day. You can pull it off. It's a flex, all that.
Yeah.
Like, you're a boss, but it's kind of weird.
It depends on the company I think you work for.
Yeah.
Like if you're like a Fortune 500 company, you're probably not doing that. But if you're like in the sports-ish world,
I don't know.
It's fine.
Sandals aren't appropriate, says a junkie. Baseball catcher. I don't wear my hat backwards. I run my boat at 50 miles per hour, pull it down tight, and tuck behind the windshield, says Blaine. Look at Blaine. Not only is Blaine flexing, but he's like, I drive my boat fast.
He's like,
50 miles per hour?
I don't really do boats.
That's pretty fast for a boat. 50 is really fast for a boat. That's really fast for a boat. 713-780 ESPN. Mace with Bad Boy in the 90s had the whole culture wearing backwards hats to hiding their eyebrows. It's a good call on that. There you go. So there's multiple examples. I wear it backwards when I'm competing in an Ironman triathlon. Good for you.
Flex.
No doubt it's a flex, but good for you.
Yes. That's a good flex.
I would be scared to drown in an Ironman triathlon, and that happens. That's why they have like a lot of lifeguards there, because like their body locks up, or they get.
Because what's the order? Do you know?
No,
I think it's swim first, isn't it?
No idea.
Or is it
I
run?
think
You're asking the wrong trio of people.
I think it's run, swim, bicycle.
Yeah, because I know bicycles last.
I just remember videos of people coming out of the water
you're right.
swimming and getting onto a bicycle.
No, you're right. I think it's run, swim, bicycle. You couldn't pay me enough money to do that.
Google says that it's swim, bike, run.
Damn it.
I knew bike was after swim.
You didn't know nothing.
I did. I knew bicycles after
I
swim.
believe you on that. I believe you on that. But no, I didn't. I would not. That's why I told you I have no idea.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to swim that.
That's a good call.
So
Whenever you said that, I do remember them taking off their water suits.
Right.
And jumping
I just
on
remember
a
the
bike.
video of people coming out of the water and then jumping on a bike.
I would want a bike last. Bike would want to be the last thing.
Yeah,
I
think so. I think I'd want to get the run out of the way.
Or first, because you can kind of the bike could kind of get you activated, warm you up a little bit. You know what I mean? Or
I could see that, and then going into the swim, and then just basically just running out of the river or the lake, and then
because of the three
three
cardio exercises here, biking's the easiest of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the terrain, it's not easy to bike uphill.
Let's rephrase it: not easiest, but maybe less physically taxing on the body.
I think is that the same thing?
I think that's easiest.
No, but no.
Brian's always trying to do the most.
No, easy implies
so
that's
extra.
easy to do.
No, it's the easiest of the three.
Cilantro lime rice.
You are not saying the same thing.
Yeah, I think we are.
Least taxing on the body is not easiest.
There's a difference between easiest activity and the one that beats you up the least.
I think it's the easiest.
No, because easy implies that the activity itself is the part that's easy.
But why is it easy?
It's the only one where you can take your feet off the pedals and it can just ride.
They don't do that, Joe. They're locked in.
I'm saying it's an option.
It's not an option.
I think they do that.
I think some do.
They don't pedal the entire time.
Well, their feet. They have shoes that are clicked into the pedals.
Right, but you don't have to make the bicycle
it
motion.
Can pedal for you.
You can just stay idle.
Yeah, but Joe said take their
Well,
feet off.
you can't take the
They're
feet off. No, you can't take the feet off. But you Yeah, but
like
I
they're
still
going down on a hill.
I think the least taxing is easy.
Yes.
I think they're synonymous with one another.
Disagree.
I can tell. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Silent Bob, the CFO sounds like a tool, LOL. Oh, no. Home Improvement Equipment Company, part owner, company hats every day. Okay,
that makes sense.
He's in that juncture. I have pre-check. My boots stay on at all times, Blaine. Look at you. Hat backwards when driving a Jeep. That's a good call. Limp Bizkit and Griffey, I think, for backwards hat.
A lot of the references are like late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, Fred Durst with the backward red Yankees hat.
Griffey, like.
Stafford wears a
Silent
pretty
Bob.
good backwards hat.
No diddy. I'll get Cody's Toots opinion on triathlons. Thank you. It's swim, bike, run. I wear a backwards hat. Nope, not doing that. 2.4 miles swim, 120-mile bike, 26-mile run. You have to run a marathon after you swim 2.5 miles and ride the bike for 120 miles?
Can't it?
I think it's the person who does it.
Oh, man.
Maybe there are different levels for this. Like, I don't think all of them are a marathon at the end.
You have a lot of takes on triathlons.
I know. Could you imagine having the least amount of information on something and act like you know about it?
No, my dad did that stuff, so I did follow him around while he was doing those things.
In the car?
No, well, sometimes in the car, yeah.
Joe, would you consider growing a skullet and hat?
No.
They say to dress for the job you want, not the job you have. That's why I wear a full patch football uniform to my job, driving a forklift every day. 7 mile per hour. 50 is slow for some of the boats nowadays. Some of the tournament boats will run 80. LOL, mine is mid. Okay, I didn't know it was tournament speed here in the boat. I didn't know yours. What's it called? Speed boating?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were doing that. I thought you were just like going out for
maybe
a
on
fish.
a cigarette boat.
Oh, I thought that was what's his name?
No,
Joe.
it's a type of a speedboat.
Joe is content with coasting. Swimming is more of a risk. That's why they do it first. That makes sense.
That's logical.
Because swimming, you can die. You can die. I mean, you can seize up there for sure. Hat backward at the gym. Based on the danger lever, don't want to swim after one of the hard runs. Bikes, don't want you to drown. Yep. Backwards hat when rocking a skullet.
I'm not going to grow a skullet.
Brian, NFL
Jeremy might.
Brian says NFL isn't necessarily less taxing than flag football. A flat cap backwards looks nice no matter where you at. There's some people pull it off. I think some people can pull it off. I'm not one that can pull it off. I'm not nearly cool enough. And I have a funny looking head. I can't pull it off. I admit that. I think people can rock it. Joe and Brian think that they cannot. They're out on it. You're not one who can rock it.
No, I can't.
You look like you're getting ready for a Little League baseball game.
It feels weird. It just doesn't feel right.
I feel like Joe's going to go catch like 13 under right
I actually don't think it looks bad.
No, I think it looks terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll rock it this weekend when I'm coaching second base at T-ball. I'll go backwards hat. That's where they've got me on the diamond.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. We'll talk Correa tomorrow. Junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I love doing? I love playing on Underdog. Underdog just sent me a notification that it's your turn to make a draft pick. I'll be there soon, Underdog. Yes, I will. I just opened up the app. They got a 40% MLB boost going on right now, 30% boost on anything you want, 40% mixed sport boost. You can earn an MLB gimme pick right now. They got your ladders. They got your streaks. They got your best ball drafts going on now. I got 10 in my lobby right this moment. But we know that the tournament is back. Tournament resumes on Saturday. You got 3 more games left of the tournament, and the upsets inevitable. The brackets are awesome. The buzzer beaters, they've been great too. They've been terrific. And Underdog's the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas, as you know, and it's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is head over to the Underdog app and pick whether or not your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats: points, rebounds, steals, blocks, assists, fantasy points, combination of stats. They got it all. Get your picks right. You could win up to $5,000 1,000 times your cash. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. You know ball. Go prove it. Here's a few things that you can pick from this week. Ivan Karchinkov, 11.5 points for Zona over Michigan. You like the higher or lower there? Let's stay with Arizona. Brayton Burries, he's got a 16.5 point. Higher or lower there? Koa Pete, 14.5. Let's look at the Illinois-UConn game. Keaton Wagler, 17.5 points. You like the higher or the lower there? Alex Caravan, what a career he's had over there at UConn, huh? He's at 12.5 points. Higher or lower there? Those are just a few. You got everything to pick from. Go check it out right now on the Underdog app. Use promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog, make picks, win money. What's your junkie of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Junkie of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Brian Harmon just bogeyed 10. He's now 1 over through 11.
We're in trouble.
Jaegers even through 9. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie of the day. We're going to be out there tomorrow. We're going to be having a great old time at the Texas Golf Expo, Houston's NRG Park. See you there. Come on out. Jasper says easy and physically taxing are not the same thing. Chess is not easy, but it is not physically taxing. But we're talking about the 3 events of the Ironman.
Yes.
The easiest of the 3 events in the Ironman would be, in our opinion, the least physically taxing. You know what, Jasper? You're out of here. Catch a boot.
Wow.
See ya. Goodbye. In fact, we shouldn't have even had Jasper in today. Jasper got a 1-show suspension.
That's right.
For not leaving the text line in an appropriate manner, an appropriate amount of time. Hit him. Hit Jasper.
We want music over music?
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Sorry, that's music on music crime. My bad. 713-780-ESPN. Jasper, just know you were ran. But you weren't supposed to be here anyways. We'll see you tomorrow.
Jasper Ross on his ball.
I don't worry about others. I'll wear my hat backwards whenever I want. There you go. Fitted hat or snapbacks. Both. Depends on the hat. Junkie, the peeps that say the launch. Oh, his junkie of the day. His junkie of the day is the peeps that say the launch that happened yesterday with Artemis 2 was fake. That's going around.
Is that really?
That's going around.
I mean, there's plenty of fake. Yeah, I saw people talking about, well, they couldn't get past this radiation belt, and they're already past it.
I did see. Somebody was tweeting that they had issues with their Microsoft Outlook.
I did see that.
Apparently, they also had issues with their toilets.
Really?
Yeah, they broke down apparently pretty quickly.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Those are first space problems.
Those are first space problems. Yeah, but there's a moon truthers just like they're flat Earth truthers. Unfortunately.
What's your junkie of the day, Joe?
The Boston Red Sox.
Oh.
We didn't need a Monster Energy logo on the green monster. I think that sucks. That's apparently happening.
That's not good.
That's gross. And then Carter Jensen, the Royals catcher.
Yeah.
Scratched from today's lineup. He overslept.
Well, it's better than some backup catchers have done in the past.
What was game time?
I think they played at like 1 o'clock.
I wonder if that's what happened with the Red Sox catcher the other day when he got scratched.
He just overslept.
Remember that dude that got scratched? Navarez? Navarez was in the lineup in Game 3 against the Astros yesterday, and then he got scratched, and then both Cora and Navarez said that they're like keeping it in-house. Missed something.
Were the Royals at home or on the road?
I think they were at home. Yeah,
See,
they're at
I
home.
can more see it happening at home when you're coming from
Sure.
home versus being at a hotel. Wouldn't the team employees just go wake you up?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Bang on the door?
You'd be more likely to do it at home, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I nominate James Harden, who allegedly owes unpaid rent to his 13 restaurant in Midtown that's no longer in business. I nominate the junkie, maybe the greatest junkie of all time, Tiger Woods, who has took his name out of the 2027 Ryder Cup captain hat, which is sad. He's not going to be at Augusta next week. He's not going to be what's going on at Augusta. He's not going to be the Ryder Cup captain. He has ruined my life. Tiger Woods has.
Ruined your life.
He's ruined my life.
Hyperbolic Branham.
This is a tough one from Joe. For Joe, health officials warned that Dino chicken nuggets sold at Walmart may contain high levels of lead. So heads up on that.
Good thing we don't buy the Walmart brand.
And then Reese's for going with that fake chocolate, although they've announced that they're going to go back to the real thing starting next year. What do you got, Brian?
The Raiders for continuing to overpay Kirk Cousins, and the media member who asked Ime if Reed was shooting confidently.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to out him, but
Ime's nice to media people.
He's very nice because you could bury someone for asking that question.
Yep. All right, what's winning?
I think fake chocolate from Reese's.
All right, fake chocolate. You're the winner.
Yeah.
That does it. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Thanks to the great Khalid for doing the hard work as well. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Coming up next, Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis. I can't wait to brag to him how we bet that Congo-Jamaica full-time draw. But Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. We've got a lot to talk about here tonight on Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Brian McDonald behind the glass, as always, here tonight. You just were listening to him with Joe and Jeremy. Lots to talk about. We have playoff results. All 48 teams are now in this World Cup. There's no more worry about who's coming. There's heartbreak. There are big winners in Turkey, Sweden, the Czech Republic, Bosnia, Congo, and Iraq. And there are big losers in Kosovo, Poland, Denmark, Italy, Jamaica, and Bolivia. How about that trio? Poland, Denmark, and Italy. Italy now not going to the World Cup for three straight times. Who would have thought that when it's a 48-team field? So Congo will now come to Houston and play Portugal, and then the Netherlands will get Sweden. A lot of people had picked that to be Poland. So these are going to be some great games, and we're going to break down some of the playoffs here in a minute. We are going to start off tonight by reminding you, Tuesday with all those playoffs, would love to get your take tonight, 713-780-3776. 713-780-ESPN is the number to call in, and let's get your take on everything World Cup right now. Also, the U.S. national team results. Where do you feel with them? Tonight we'll have Brian Sciaretta from An American Soccer Now will be joining the show here tonight. He's also going to be writing for Soccer America, covering the World Cup. Talk some U.S. national team roster choices. We'll banter that around. We've got the head coach from Missouri City, by the way, another member of our Houston soccer community. Eric Quill's the head coach of FC Dallas. He'll be on here tonight. Peter Musa's on his team, and he is a guy that could be going to the World Cup. We'll talk about that. We had some historic nights down in Guadalajara here, so we will get after that. But first, we're going to start it off with this.
Game on, man. Here's Glenn Davis. Game on with Game On for 90.
All right, so here we go. Lots of big things happening here, obviously, with the World Cup coming here. 7 matches in Houston, Texas. But a reminder here that Houston soccer's community was built from the ground up. It is an amazing soccer city, and more people are going to find out about that. The game here was built from the bottom up. It's never belonged to a single owner, a single entity, a single stadium. It's never been owned by a moment or co-opted for the personal. The cultural ownership of the game belongs to people like you, the kids, the adults, that field and fill soccer fields every night, from in the city out into the suburbs. The coaches, the organizers, supporters groups, referees, ticket buyers. You are all the culture of ownership of the game in this town. Those that have brought the game, they love from around the world. You are the cultural ownership of the game. Neighborhood clubs, affiliated, the unaffiliated clubs and leagues that people play in, both youth and adult. Those that didn't wait to be invited to soccer. This is your time. The World Cup's coming here. It is one shared belief in Houston. This game is ours. The cultural ownership, it's not written on paper. It's lived, it's loved, it's played every day, and it's a lifestyle to many of us. Protected and passed on by those who truly love the game. And that is Game On for 90 here tonight. All right, so with that in mind, let's go back to what were some incredibly dramatic playoff games. Now, again, I want to remind everybody, and I've done this a lot on the show, that, yes, it's a 48-team World Cup. Some will like it, some won't. It leads to massive expansion. And it has already shown us this past Tuesday during the playoff matches that upsets are going to occur. Now, after we get through 72 first-round games, you are then going to get into single elimination. And single elimination consequence is what people love. That's why you love March Madness. Because single elimination can lead to any possibility. And it gives the underdog a better opportunity of advancing and or winning So keep that in mind. All right, so let's get after it. Let's go to Sweden's 3-2 victory over Poland. Arsenal's Victor Gyökeres in the 88th minute. This would be the game winner. Turkey would get a 1-0 winner over Kosovo. Now, this is a team that's now going to be in the U.S. group. I think Turkey quite possibly is the best team in the group, even though they're entering the World Cup via playoffs. Now, they haven't been back to the World Cup since 2002. In that 2002 World Cup, you will remember, with players like Hakan Şükür and Rustu Reçber, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, they ended up in third place at that World Cup. So there could be some stunning things that occur here. But Turkey gets a 1-0 win over Kosovo. Let's give Kosovo a lot of credit. They were at home. They were dangerous. They hit a crossbar. But Kerem Aktürkoğlu in the 53rd minute would get the decisive goal that sent Turkey back to the World Cup. So Turkey wins their playoff. They are going to the World Cup. All right, Bosnia. Italy would get a player sent off, Bastoni, and Bosnia and Italy would go to penalty kicks in this one. Bosnia would win 4-1 on PKs. The winning penalty kick, though, and MLS is going to love this, and it's a great story, is a 21-year-old player from the New England Revolution, Esmir Bashraktarevic, and he gets the game-winning penalty kick. The pain for the Italians. I had so many texts coming in from the Italians and friends of mine that are big Italy fans. It's painful. It's painful. We'll talk about that a little bit later because Roberto Baggio, the great talented creative player, put together a report with others that they gave to the Italian Federation. And by the way, the Italian president removed himself from the position after this. But Roberto Baggio put together this plan for Italian soccer, and he saw this, as a creative player, he saw this ahead of time, that things were problematic in Italy, that the production and development of talented creative players was not happening. And it was really kind of just poo-pooed and pushed aside. Nobody took it very seriously, and now you see where the game is. And this is a longer discussion I think we could have on the show in the future. The overall generalization of the sport in the world, where it's going, how it's going there, what are some of the challenges, and believe me, we have them here in the United States. Because if we remind ourselves the amount of money that changes hands in our sport here, yes, there's a lot of positivity and there's some very solid players, but we are not creating and developing a lot of creative players in the vein of a Christian Pulisic and that type of player. Okay, let's go to Czechia, which is the Czech Republic, and Denmark. 2-2, we go to penalty kicks, and Michael Sadalek of Slavia Prague produces the game winner. Then we've got, and I was really pulling for Jamaica. I always pull for the Caribbean teams. I pull for CONCACAF. I really wanted the Reggae Boys to get to the World Cup. I thought it would have been really good for our region of the country. Would have been good for CONCACAF. Remember, we have 3 CONCACAF teams, our region of the world, when they split it up into World Cup qualifying. Well, the United States, Canada, and Mexico did not have to qualify for this World Cup. So this was a big opportunity for Jamaica. Sadly, they go down 1-0 to Congo. The game winner comes from Axel Twanzebe in the 100th minute, the Burnley player who plays for J.J. Watt's team. And he gets the game winner, Congo 1-0 over Jamaica. Then you had Bolivia and Iraq. And Iraq gets the game winner from Ayman Hussein. This is a player that plays for a team called Al Karma in the Iraq Stars League. So Bolivia, who represents CONMEBOL, does not get to go to the World Cup. Heartbreak for them, but Iraq does get to go. So there you go. So now we have our final 6 teams that added up. And now you got 2 teams that will come to Houston out of that. That'll be, so we start off with Germany, Curacao. Then we get Portugal, Congo winning that game. Congo will come to Houston to play Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo, and all the stars. Netherlands will get Sweden. That quickly goes to be one of the really, really good competitive games that are going to be here in Houston over at the Houston Stadium, or Energy as we know it, but it'll be renamed by FIFA Houston Stadium. Portugal, Uzbekistan, Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, and then we get 2 knockout stage games, June 29th and July 4th. July 4th is going to be special out at Energy Stadium, Houston Stadium. So that's going to be pretty remarkable what's going on there. Okay. So the 48 teams are set now. It's getting closer and closer. I think we're 70 days away. I've got the Trianda ball here in studio. If you're watching on YouTube Soccer Matters or ESPN 97.5. So we got those. Okay, now let's move on to more. So we are hosting here. So is Dallas. So is Kansas City. Dan Hunt, the legendary Hunt Group, Lamar Hunt. Dan Hunt came out and listen to this soundbite, but because this is pretty remarkable stuff, what he says. It's going to be like a magnet. It's like you put a giant magnet to Argentine fans, and in will come Argentinian soccer fans. By the way, they travel like no other. I mean, I don't want to say no other because we got the Dutch coming here, and they travel well. German fans travel well. Dutch fans are going to be amazing here in Houston. You're going to see a sea of orange downtown. They're going to make their presence felt here. It's going to be so much fun. But Argentinian fans are pretty amazing. Every time I ever was in the pit, and I've been in the pit a couple times for the Rolling Stones, there's always Argentine rock fans. They wear the Argentina jersey, and then they come in with these massive banners, just like banners like Argentina loves the Stones, whatever. They are some of the most passionate soccer fans and prideful soccer fans on the planet. I know it's hurting some of you out there that I'm saying this, but having Messi in Dallas is a big deal. But honestly, I like what we have here, and I'm glad we got Germany, Portugal, Netherlands. Incredible. Got a great story in the Congo getting into it. We have Cape Verde Islands, another great story. By the way, that may be the game if you really have to get to a World Cup game. Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, from a ticket perspective. And then the knockout stages as well. But to have gotten Germany, Portugal, and the Netherlands here, 3 of the top 10 teams in the world. There's 3 teams that always are favorites to win the World Cup. So you may see the World Cup winner right here in Houston. This is the great Eddie Grant. Cactus Music brings you this break music. That's where you go for your vinyl and CDs. Eddie Grant, one of the greats. All right, Senate Avenue Brewing. We're going to be up there in a couple weeks. Award-winning craft beer, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. You take the 290 exit to Senate Avenue. Andrew Mitchum, the mayor, the owner, loves soccer. Amazing patio out there during these great weather times right now. It's going to be a wonderful place for World Cup watching. Brian McDonald's been up there with me, and we've been building a wonderful audience up there. So get up there for our next show. It's coming up very, very soon. It is Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Jersey Village. Also hit up 1802 Bins, right near the zoo, Herman Park, and the museums. Slip sliders. The best sliders going there, made to order. If you mention Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis Soccer, wear the jersey of your favorite team, you'll get 15% off your bill. Again, mention Soccer Matters at Slip Sliders, Glenn Davis or Soccer, 15% off your bill. They're made to order. They're also on DoorDash and Grubhub. Try them out. They are exceptional. That is Slip Sliders. Let's take a break. We're going to come back. We got more to talk about here tonight. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 713-780-3776. How do you feel about the 48-team World Cup? Give me your thoughts on this past Tuesday and the drama of these single elimination games at 713-780-3776. Come on, Houston. We're hosting the World Cup. We got 7 games here, and we got one of the best soccer cities in America. It's funny. My friend was doing a lot of data work. It's millions and millions of soccer fans here that really own the game out on the fields. All right, new sponsor, Echoes Live Music Bar. Celebrating global music with a wonderful mix of Brazilian jazz nights, Turkish funk, Arab and Viet pop, DJs, Greek and Nigerian nights. Echoes Live Music Bar is located 900 Richmond Avenue near the intersection of Montrose and Richmond. It's right next to the Shell station. It's a great spot. You can follow Echoes on Instagram and Facebook. Again, 900 Richmond Avenue. Food is excellent. Greek and Mexican-inspired food and cocktails that reflect Greek and family culture. So there's something really cool and special happening there. I've been in there. Really, really cool venue. And everything, books about music, DJs, live music. If you are a music man or woman like me, Echoes is the place to go. I do want to remind you also of the institution that it is. It is like a traditional World Cup country. It is Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe, Woodlands, Beltway and I-10, and the original in Montrose. Get into Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. The year-owned souvlaki plates to die for, chicken kebabs, lamb shank, spanakopita, dolmas, hummus, moussaka, which is the beautiful dish that's eggplant, beef, and potato, keftedes, the Greek meatballs, chicken soup, coffee and pastries, amazing. Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. All right. Again, let's talk World Cup, what it means to you out there tonight. 713-780-3776. Let's go to the phone lines. And Sam, you started off tonight. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, hi, Glenn.
Mr. Sam Mbonu. He is Sam Super Eagle. How are you?
Right here.
Yes, sir. I know you,
okay,
sir.
How you doing?
I am good. How are you, Sam?
I'm blessed, God. I'm okay.
All right, fire away.
All right, I want to talk about Congo Democratic Republic qualifying to the World Cup after 52 years hiatus. Why the qualification is very emotional for me is if you look at what that country have been through economically, socially, and otherwise. And the last time they were in the World Cup was 1974 in West Germany. And when you look at their Cinderella run from the qualifiers on the African zone to the playoffs to the Nations Cup, and how Nigeria Football Federation petitioned FIFA to have that playoff ticket taken away from them, and then went ahead to pick and become the African 10th team. That shows that that team is one of the most improved teams from the continent, apart from Senegal and Morocco. And come to this World Cup, and they are playing in Houston. So it gives me the chance to tell story of the Congo.
Yeah. Let me just remind everybody, Sam, that they will be playing Portugal on Wednesday, June 17th. Okay, so you're a huge Nigeria fan. Yes. By the way, Zaire was in the World Cup in 74, I believe. And they were...
That was Zaire, when they were Zaire.
What's that?
When they were known as Zaire.
They were known as Zaire. Their nickname was the Leopards. And
the Leopards.
Their nickname was the Leopards. So let me ask you a question. As a Nigerian now, does the continent of Africa, do they pull for all the African teams that are in the World Cup and for instance, like Congo?
Yes, I think after the qualifier and the playoffs, and now we have our 10th African nations. I mean, Africans will pull for them to qualify. And looking at the way the teams have been expanded to 48, it gives some of the teams knowing that 3 points, 2 points can give you a chance to make to the knockout stage at best losers. So it gives like all the smaller teams a kind of a platform to try their strength against the bigger teams and see if they can make it to the national of the World Cup. So who will root for them?
Yeah.
who support them in Houston.
I like that attitude. Sam, I hope I'm going to see you out at that game. I appreciate you calling in, and you are one of the experts, obviously, in Houston on African football. Congratulations to the Congo. Excited for them, and we will talk soon. Thank you, Sam.
All right, Glenn. Thank you. Have a nice day on the show.
Yes, appreciate it. So Sam kicked us off tonight, and Sam is a Super Eagles Nigerian fan, obviously, covers them. But they're not going. But, does the rest of the continent now support the African teams that are in? I hope so. It's like us in CONCACAF. That's why I was pulling for Jamaica against Congo. 713-780-3776. Get your thoughts on the World Cup and the playoffs on Tuesday. Anybody out there going to be traveling around the U.S. going to World Cup games? Give us a call, 713-780-3776. Anybody excited and have scored their tickets? Let's hear from you tonight at 713-780-3776. All right, here is the commissioner of Major League Soccer, and Don Garber spoke out about the business of the World Cup. Now, the World Cup has a lot of elements to it, obviously, and we are going to, on this show, compare the 1994 World Cup to this one here in 2026 in the future. But here is the MLS commissioner, Don Garber, on the business of the World Cup. That's actually pretty interesting. Well, it has been a remarkable rise of the sport in this country. There's no doubt it's very business-oriented. So that was a commissioner, Don Garber. He said, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. I could have had some fun with that, but I'm not going to. 713-780-3776, but it will be the biggest, as Don Garber mentioned. I don't believe anybody puts on events as well as the United States does. We know how well Houston puts on events throughout our history, and we've done it all down here: Super Bowls and World Series and NCAA national championships. And I know I'm missing a bunch of stuff, but this city really has taken a lot of pride in what it's done. Now, this will be something very different than anything I just mentioned. This is 7 games. This is 39 days. A lot of people will benefit from this in a variety of ways. And leadership is always going to be talking about stakeholders and that kind of thing. I like to pull it back towards how does it affect our soccer community in the future? And it will affect our soccer community. It'll be a wonderful bump. It'll be another wonderful piece of awareness. It'll be another wonderful opportunity for parents and their children to go to games and have a reference point in life to when they went to a World Cup game. And once those children grow up and they're at their Thanksgiving dinner or a holiday dinner, Christmas dinner, whatever, celebrating, the stories will come out and people will remember and tell the story of, hey, we were at the World Cup together. And this will be a World Cup that much like all of us who are older, World Cups become big reference points. The beauty they have over everything else, the beauty the World Cup has over Major League Baseball, the beauty it has over the NFL Super Bowl, the beauty it has over the NBA championship is you have to wait 4 years. And you get to become champions of the world for 4 years. So right now, Argentina's the holders with Leo Messi. You heard Dan Hunt of the Hunt Group up in Dallas mentioning that 100,000 Argentines are going to be coming to the city of Dallas. We will have tons of people from Dutch. We will have the Dutch national team here. What a get that is for us in Houston, Texas. By the way, Curaçao's a Dutch island. There'll be some connection there. We're hearing there's 4,000 or 5,000 from Curaçao. We got our own, 2.5 to 3 million soccer fans here in Houston. This is untapped potential when it comes to the business community. And I know everybody talks about business, but this sport has been here prior to getting the World Cup since the 60s, maybe even before, and it'll be here beyond the World Cup. And the legacy will continue to grow, and it'll get a big push from the World Cup. Let's go to Martin. Martin has got World Cup tickets. All right, Martin. Very good, Martin.
Hey, Glenn, how's it going? It's Martin from Martin Taylor's.
Martin Taylor's over near my house in Rice Military. By the way, I'm gonna plug Martin because Martin is a great friend of mine. He is also ex-military, served our country as a Marine. Thank you for that, Martin. And also, over the years, Martin has, well, now that I'm not wearing a lot of suits, Martin, that's why you haven't seen a lot of me. But he has done, and his family's business, it's an institution in Houston, Martin Taylor's, and they've, fixed my suits and made me look good. Martin, how are you?
Man, I'm so excited, Glenn. I'm going to the Germany and Curaçao game.
Oh, nice.
And got a big love and affirmation for the German national team. Speaking of homegrown greats, I know that you spoke frequently about the Dynamo maybe tapping into some homegrown youth and maybe putting them into their games, maybe even starting them. And I noticed that other countries have been doing that, and I want to know when we are going to do that, here in Houston for the Dynamo, or even for the national team.
Yeah, that's a discussion for the Dynamo. I've invited the Dynamo on repeatedly. Asher Mendelson, the door's open if they're listening tonight to come on and talk player development. I know for a fact they've got a tremendous amount of young talent. They got a tremendous amount of young talent in their academy. They just don't ever seem, and on their second team, and they just don't ever seem to breach and get into the first team. I don't know if that's because that's their policy, they're not really into doing that, or if that is simply because they don't feel these kids are good enough and they can give them the opportunity. Now, when the times were rough for the Dynamo, it's you might say, well, maybe it is a good opportunity to kind of blood some of these younger players. But there's too much good soccer coming out of Houston. There's too many kids that have gone on. In fact, in the next segment, Eric Quill was an MLS player who grew up here from Houston. So he's coming up next. Martin, we're up on a hard break. I'm going to come in and see you. I always appreciated you putting my dad's military picture up at Martin Taylor's. That meant a lot to me. I don't know if you know that, but I just want you to know that.
Yes, sir. You got it, Glenn. We'll see you soon.
All right. I'm glad you got your World Cup tickets. I'll see you soon. I look forward to our visit.
All right. You got it, Glenn. Have a good one.
All right. There's Martin. His dad was a vet, too. Great guy. All right. This is a little REM here as we go to break. Just want to remind you of a couple of things here. Podcast of this show at ESPN975.com. You can also get it at Apple, Spotify. 100 days way below that now. We're, I think, 70 days away from the World Cup. And that date of Sunday, June 14th in Houston gets closer and closer. You want to witness the action and glory in grand style? You want to get the inclusive hospitality package? If that's in your wheelhouse. Extraordinary seats, elevated food and beverage, exceptional service. LSSE.net, that's Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. We thank them very much for their support of Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5. Let's take a break. We're going to come back, and we're going to go to the phone lines. Our guest will be a former Houston area product that played in Major League Soccer, now the head coach. Think about this. From our fields to the head coach of FC Dallas, he's Eric Quill. He's coming up next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, that was Mauricio Pochettino on Christian Pulisic in the two recent matches for the U.S. between Belgium and the last one against Portugal. Lamont Brands, all your printing needs, T-shirts, Soccer Matters hats down there. Tell them you heard it on Soccer Matters. Value service products. The turnaround is quick. It is LamontBrands.com. Okay. We also, again, welcome our new sponsor, Echoes Live Music Bar, 900 Richmond, near the intersection of Montrose and Richmond, next to the Shell Station. They celebrate global music down there. If you're a music guy or gal like me, wonderful mix. Brazilian jazz nights, Turkish funk, Greek and Nigerian nights. I mean, they're really doing some really interesting stuff with music. Again, 900 Richmond Avenue. All right, this is the legendary John Linden of Public Image Limited. Cactus Music will know that. And he was the former singer of the Sex Pistols. Johnny Rotten, they used to call him. The next guy is a local from Houston, Texas. Grew up playing on our fields here, from Missouri City. Outstanding career as a player. Worked his way up to now being the head coach of FC Dallas. He's in year 2. He joins us now. He's Eric Quill. Eric, how are you?
I'm good, Glenn. How are you, man? Good to hear your voice.
I'm excited to have you on and do a really good segment here because there's a lot of really good things going on in the soccer community here. You represent the Houston soccer community in such a big way. Next Tuesday, we're having a Houston Soccer Day there brought by a group that's Houston soccer oriented, and there's going to be a celebration and kind of a awareness day about Houston soccer down at City Hall. But just wanted to bring you on tonight to talk about a number of things. And first off, just put it to you what this World Cup coming to the United States means to you. Obviously, you're in Dallas. I heard Dan Hunt the other day say 100,000 Argentinians are coming. Just what the World Cup means to you.
I mean, I remember vaguely, the last one, but I was young, and, the coverage was obviously not as what modern day television and exposure is now. And I'm just excited now that I have kids. The energy is so real. Now doing what I do and having a passion for the sport, and obviously having kids now in the game. I'm just so excited for the experience that they get to have. And obviously being in Dallas where we're going to have games and access, and our facilities will have, it's going to be an amazing, there already is an amazing energy going on now. And I just can't imagine what it's going to be like once it's finally here. So to grab new soccer fans in the world is important. We want to build our sport, continue to build our sport. I'm, a wishful hopefulist that, the U.S. is going to, get it together and because they have an amazing talent in that roster. But the whole energy experience of it all is, I just can't wait for it to get here, and I'm super excited for what it means for our country.
Eric Quill, head coach of FC Dallas and former Houston area youth product. Yeah, it's great that the state of Texas has got both Dallas and Houston involved. We know what a great soccer state it was. You mentioned something that's very important there, that the sport will gain new fans and unique fans now once people test it out through a World Cup. That happens in every single World Cup in the United States for sure. It can happen when you bring teams to people to an FC Dallas or a Houston Dynamo game. But what other effects do you see it having on, let's say, the Dallas soccer community or the Houston soccer community?
I just think the youth sectors are they should the coverage, the kids that are curious as to what's going on, that are I just think that the youthful exuberance is going to be there, that hopefully it injects some kids to join and take part in youth soccer and obviously their parents, because they don't get to practice without them. And I think that the growth, and that's what I look at as like the grassroots. How do we keep getting our youth charged about the game of soccer? And the longer the MLS stays around, which you're already seeing, like generations of parents now identifying with the sport, versus my parents didn't grow up with it, and they were baseball people, basketball people, and soccer was very new to them, and now we're seeing through the MLS's 30 years is a generation pipeline so it's being introduced in households way more than probably it ever was, and it's all healthy. It's all healthy, and we want to just keep feeding the energy, and what a great sport we have, and the exposure is going to be second to none. And when these crazy fans from Europe and Africa and Latin America come and with their, it's just going to be a different experience for our youth to take part of, but even our parents and the American culture to take and see how much people really care about this abroad and around the world. And I think that you don't really you don't get a taste until you're actually in the heart of the energy of it.
And I think the grandness of it, I mean, the pomp and circumstance, just how big it is. You have to wait every 4 years. I mean, kids that are going to be able to get into these games, the ones that do, are going to, they're going to walk away with incredible memories that are going to be reference points. I'm assuming your dad probably became a big soccer fan because of you, much like my father.
Oh, I mean, 100%. He didn't know anything. It was probably a good thing he didn't know anything about the sport because, I didn't have to hear, how the nuances of how I played and the intricacies. It was more, just wanted me to enjoy what I did and wanted me to work hard and, be tough, learn toughness and, but enjoy sport. But yeah, he fell in love with the sport through me. He didn't know anything about it, and my mom as well. And they have been, now they're watching random MLS games that have nothing to do with them or anybody they know, and they can't turn the TV off, and they're Apple TV MLS watchers every day of their lives. So
that's awesome.
That's the power of conversion, right? People can be converted once they get the bug.
It's a beautiful game. We're talking to Eric Quill from Missouri City here in the Houston area, but is the head coach of FC Dallas. Okay, so you've got a player from Croatia, Petar Musa, who's an outstanding center forward, which the Dynamo and all of us found out about in your 4-3 victory over them. He came on as a sub against Colombia, sub against Brazil. He played at Slavia Prague. He played at Benfica. He's on the Croatian national team. Speak to me a little bit about him and where you are. Do you speak to his head coach, Zlatko Dalic? How does that all work? Because he's your DP, and he's a guy that could do some real magic by being in a World Cup.
Well, I'll just say that the growth of this player through his time here in MLS so far has been outstanding. I mean, he was at Benfica, which is obviously one of the top clubs in the world, and made the leap to come to MLS. And a lot of players, given his age, I think he was maybe 25 at the time when he came over. People are kind of questioning whether MLS can produce somebody on a national stage of a Croatia or Brazil, and so there's a little bit of of an opinion that maybe MLS doesn't prepare you to be a World Cup ready. And I would argue that Petar's 3 years here has grown him into being World Cup ready, and he's proving that. He wasn't called in until probably till last camp for years. And so that's credit to the work he's put in. That's credit to obviously the numbers he's putting up in MLS, the changes he's made to his game, and MLS has prepared him. And this guy is going to probably be on the roster, I think, more than likely for Croatia because he made the choice to come over. He wasn't playing at Benfica at the time, and it was probably a questionable choice back through agents and people in his camp. And I love the fact that we have a storyline that a guy came to MLS and treated the league the right way this guy is as honest as they come. He's come here with a big ambition to make the league great, but make himself great. And I'd love nothing more than see him just, appear in a World Cup and kill it, to show people that this league can be amongst the top and for big names to look at this league as a viable source to come and play and own their craft. and build themselves. And I think that the league is moving that direction. More and more coming, and because I think they see the quality in our league, and it's World Cups that really again will help propel our league into that upper echelon and people's minds as to a place that's a viable source for big time stars to come over at a good age.
Yeah, and Musa again came off the bench against Colombia and Brazil, so he's a good bet, and it would be a real feather in the cap if FC Dallas has a player representing them in a World Cup. I mean, it's a marketing dream, and there won't be, that's pretty rarefied air for MLS players that are going to be at this World Cup. So we go on here. I want to ask you about the FC Dallas policy on homegrown players. And just kind of let you go off on that subject because, obviously FC Dallas has got a big history of homegrown players.
Yeah, I mean it's our lifeblood. Like we've never swayed, and this was put together through Oscar Pareja and Chris Hayden years ago, and obviously taken to new heights with Luchi Gonzalez, and it's never going away. It's our ethos. It's our, the pathway we value. We know the density of our talent in our city and obviously our state. And we really take pride in developing in players. And we try to get it right 100% of the time. Nobody's ever going to get it right 100% of the time. There's so many, the landscape's changed so much with, how many agents and people are in USL and all these avenues that are being open to young players, and you can't sign them all, but we want to grow our own. We're not scared to play 14, 15, 16-year-olds when they're ready. We welcome that. We want that. We want to put them on the world stage. We want them playing for our national team, and I think you can see the proofs in the pudding by, the Tanner Tessmans, the Ricardo Pepis, all these FC Dallas players that. Jesus Ferreira, all these guys that have been national team names for so long in the last 10 years, and that's FC Dallas's commitment to their youth. And so we love it. It's what we want to do. It's like I said, it's never going away, and we take a lot of pride in it. But we're not scared to play young players and when they're ready. And we love our academy. It's the lifeblood of what we do, and there's so much great talent in the state of Texas, especially Dallas, and it's just we take a lot of pride in it.
Eric, before I let you go, quick 30 seconds on a former Houston area player, Christian Kappas, who's become a big piece of your team.
Yeah, I mean, I had Christian when he was 13 years old, man, all the way to 18, and he had a beautiful career in Europe, and he's come back to us, and the kid is just an amazing talent, amazing leader, competitor. He's just given us a jolt since coming into the club and taking us to new heights, which I knew he would. And you're going to see a lot more from this kid. He's going to be a star. He's going to be a star, and he's just a beautiful human being that we really value in our club right now. And I'm glad he's with us. And the sky's the limit for this kid. And like I said, he's given us championship ambitions to be great, and I'm glad he's here with us.
Eric, thank you so much. Best of luck against DC United this weekend.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it, buddy.
Always a pleasure to have you on. That's Eric Quill. By the way, Christian Kappas was a Houston area player and went over to Europe instead of joining the Dynamo, and now ultimately has made his way back to MLS and FC Dallas. Dynamo will take on Seattle this weekend. This is Francis Bebe, the Cola song.